Chapter 1. He is only incompetent when he is with you. In the winter of the 20th year of the Xianda era, within the confines of the Su family's inner residence, Su Qinghau's complexion was ashen, her spirit utterly depleted as she pounded relentlessly on the locked door point 3 days prior. Upon receiving news of her grandmother's illness, she returned to the family estate only to find herself imprisoned in the very chamber she had occupied before her marriage. For 3 days, she had neither food nor water, and in the biting cold of winter, her body was nearing its breaking point. An unsettling wave surged within Su Qinghao. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a lock being turned echoed from the outside, and the door creaked open, revealing an unexpected visitor. "Cousin, what brings you here?" The intruder was Cheng Rujin, a distant cousin of Su Qinghao, whose mother was Su Qinghau's maternal aunt. Both had been residing at the Su household. Cheng Rujin was accompanied by a 2-year-old child, a child Su Qinghao had never seen before, and whose mother was still unmarried. However, the child bore an uncanny resemblance to her husband, Shen. "Cousin, save your breath. You will never escape this room in your lifetime. And our husbands have arrived with a physician." Cheng Rujin spoke in a low voice, a distinct smirk adorning her face. She had awaited this moment for far too long, her patience nearly exhausted. Su Qinghao cast a frosty glance at Cheng Rujin. "Husband? Whom do you refer to as husband? Have you no shame? Your infatuation is futile. You will never enter the gates of the Shen family. Even if I were to perish, you would still be barred entry." The prestigious standing of the Shen family was beyond the reach of someone like Cheng Rujin, born of a family of traitors. Not only was she unworthy of becoming the legitimate wife, but even the status of a concubine eluded her. Instead of responding with anger, Cheng Rujin erupted into laughter, her voice tinged with malice as she retorted, "I have my own methods, dear sister. Soon, you shall find yourself in a most arduous predicament. Try not to scream too loudly." A sense of dread enveloped Su Qinghao as she inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Before she could brace herself, Shen Zhao entered the room, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Upon seeing Shen Zhao, the child rushed towards him, exclaiming, "Daddy, hold me, Daddy." Despite her growing suspicions, Su Qinghao felt momentarily disoriented. "Shen Zhao, did you not claim to be impotent? Where did this child come from?" They had been married for 3 years without consummation, with Shen Zhao attributing the lack of intimacy to his condition. Bearing the burdens of the Shen family's expectations alone, she had quietly researched remedies. Given that Shen Zhao had no concubine, she had never doubted him, instead showering him with concern, fearing he might succumb to feelings of inadequacy or depression. However, the revelation that Shen Zhao had fathered a child with Cheng Rujin struck Su Qinghao like a dagger to her heart. Leaving her trembling with anguish, Cheng Rujin approached Su Qinghao with deliberate steps, her voice heavy with disdain as she declared, "Cousin, it is not that he is incapable, rather, he falters in your presence. What do you possess that can rival me, aside from your noble birthright? Were it not for the burdens of lineage, I would never concede to you." For Cheng Rujin, her family's status was a thorn embedded in her heart, yet her 3 years of forbearance bore fruit. Su Qinghao cast a cold gaze at Cheng Rujin and inquired, "When did you begin this affair?" Cheng Rujin raised her chin slightly, pride swelling within her as she leaned closer to Su Qinghao, whispering, "Are you referring to the first time? Let me think. It was at the funeral of the third master of the Shen family, where his elders were deliberating on hastening a marriage, while he was in the study with me, indulging in our desires. Thus he is not incapable when we are in bed together. He knows no limits." As Su Qinghao looked at Shen Zhao in disbelief, her voice trembling as she implored, "Shen Zhao, how could you commit such an act? Have you no conscience? Reflect on how I have treated you over these years. Ever since the third master of the Shen family passed, the first and second branches have been vying for power. I have exerted every effort to assist you, utilizing my dowry to support you, even seeking help from your uncle and cousin regarding business matters. I have borne the brunt of your mother's curses, for in the absence of children, I have become a pariah in the Shen family. I feared your burdens would weigh heavily upon you. Even considering adopting a child, even if we never consummated our marriage, it would not matter. Shen Zhao, you possess no heart." By the end of her words, Su Qinghao was almost hoarse. Shen Zhao regarded Su Qinghao with a stoic expression, his countenance unyielding, though the depths of his eyes betrayed a flicker of turmoil. Cheng Rujin instinctively glanced at Shen Zhao, a wave of profound unease surging within her. In recent days, Shen Zhao's demeanor towards Su Qinghao had shifted markedly when he spoke of her. It was no longer laced with disdain and impatience. She feared that if things continued in this manner, he might grow unable to sever their ties. Suddenly, as if clarity had washed over her, Su Qinghao spoke coldly to Shen Zhao. "Let us part ways. Whether you marry Cheng Rujin or another, it is of no consequence to me." A fleeting expression of conflict crossed Shen Zhao's face as he parted his lips, seemingly on the verge of speaking. Yet before Shen Zhao could utter a word, Cheng Rujin interjected, "Husband, please take the child outside. It is sufficient for me to remain here with Mr. Zhou." She turned to the man beside Shen Zhao, saying, "Mr. Zhou, commence the task at once." Su Qinghao instinctively retreated 2 steps, exclaiming, "What are you planning to do?" Cheng Rujin scoffed, "Cousin, do not be alarmed. I merely intend to borrow your guise henceforth. I shall be the mistress of the Shen household, the legitimate daughter of the Pingning Marquis. Rest assured, I shall live well and uphold the dignity of your noble lineage." At that moment, Mr. Zhou was preparing his instruments, sunlight streaming through the window, casting a blinding glare upon the blade. Terrified, Su Qinghao stumbled backward, shouting, "Shen Zhao, you cannot do this. I am willing to part ways, but you must not treat me this way." At that moment, Shen Zhao had already been propelled away by Cheng Rujin. "Cheng Rujin, this is the Su family. How dare you? Where is my father? My grandmother? They will not let you go if they find out." Su Qinghao felt that Cheng Rujin had truly lost her mind to lay hands upon her, the legitimate daughter of the Su family. Cheng Rujin stepped forward, laughing heartily, and said, "Since you are destined to die, I might as well enlighten you. We are in essence sisters. My mother has resided in the Pingning Marquis residence for so many years, and she is finally to marry my father. Moreover, that legitimate son adopted under your mother's name is, in fact, my biological brother. Once you perish, our family of 4 shall be reunited. Do you truly believe that without my father's and grandmother's consent, I could give birth to a child in the Su family, or lay a hand on you? Furthermore, we shall not be modest regarding the dowry assets belonging to you and your mother. Rest assured, I will ensure that I burn ample paper money for you." As Cheng Rujin's words lingered in the air, Mr. Zhou stepped forward and forcefully restrained Su Qinghao. Already weakened, she could not muster any resistance. A sharp blade sliced across her forehead, trailing down the contours of her face to her jaw. With a sickening sound, her entire facial skin was torn away, leaving a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. Su Qinghao let out a horrific scream, the pain blurring her consciousness. Before losing awareness, a singular thought consumed her mind: to plunge the Pingning Marquis residence into a hellish abyss, ensuring their eternal damnation. An overwhelming tide of hatred surged within her, reaching for the heavens. Outside, a tempest suddenly erupted, with wind and snow raging fiercely. Chapter 2. Attending the funeral, Su Qinghao sat barefoot before the bronze mirror, gazing at the strikingly cold visage reflected back at her. She inhaled sharply, striving to quell the rising tide of panic within her. The nightmare she had just endured still flickered in her mind. But no, it was not merely a nightmare. She was certain it was a memory of something she had truly experienced. She could still faintly sense the lingering pain upon her face. Zhenju had brought over the embroidered shoes crafted by Danyu, assisting Su Qinghao in donning them. She inquired gently, "Miss, are you feeling better? You will need to accompany the old lady to pay respects to the late third master of the Shen family shortly. Would you like to rest a bit longer?" Su Qinghao was taken aback. The funeral of the third master of the Shen family? That event transpired in the winter of the 17th year of Xuanda. Had she truly returned to that time? Did heaven deem her too foolish to bear? Maintaining a composed exterior, Su Qinghao commanded, "Prepare for me a plain garment. I shall proceed to Song Hall at once." The deceased third master of the Shen family was an uncle to Shen Zhao. Despite his youth, he had already entered the cabinet, but met a tragic fate when ambushed by bandits on his way back to the capital, plummeting into a ravine, leaving no trace of his remains. In her previous life, it was at the third master's funeral that the 2 families had set a date for their marriage. As Shen Zhao was in mourning, the Shen family had resolved that the 2 would wed within 100 days, thus allowing for a marriage amidst the period of mourning. According to Cheng Rujin, she, in Shen Zhao, had become engaged on the very day of this funeral. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Su Qinghau's eyes. Today, she would bestow a grand gift upon Shen Zhao and Cheng Rujin. Zhenju helped her select an elegant moon-white satin skirt and jacket, complemented by a pure white fox fur cloak, with only a warm jade hairpin adorning her head. A light snowfall had graced the ground the previous day, leaving a thin layer of frost on the bluestone path. Zhenju carefully supported her mistress as they strolled slowly towards Songhua Hall along the covered corridor, flanked by numerous winter plum trees, their vibrant red blossoms in full bloom. As Su Qinghao contemplated her visit to the Shen family, she entered Songhua Hall at a leisurely pace. Upon passing through the hall into the banquet chamber, two young maidens clad in pale patterned skirts gently lifted the curtain and bowed in greeting. Once inside, she navigated around an intricately carved rosewood screen inlaid with white jade, revealing a lacquered Luohan bed positioned by the window. The matriarch of the Su family, in her 50s, sat upon it, donned in a dark-hued silk robe adorned with cloud patterns, her head crowned with a gold hairpin set with emeralds. Although past 50, her eyes remained deep and piercing. When her expression grew stern, it could render anyone breathless. "Grandmother, I hope you are well." As Su Qinghao finished her respectful greeting, she heard footsteps behind her. Her cousin Cheng Rujin entered the room. "Grandmother, greetings, cousin." By custom, Cheng Rujin should have referred to the matriarch as great-grandmother, but out of fondness for her orphan state, the matriarch had allowed her to address her as grandmother, just like the other sisters. Hailing from Jiangnan, Cheng Rujin was shorter than Su Qinghao, her voice soft and delicate. From within her snowy white fur cloak, a petite face emerged, exuding an innocent and harmless charm. Anyone who beheld her would feel an overwhelming urge to cherish her deeply. Su Qinghao unconsciously clenched her fists, wishing to tear the hairpin from her head and stab it into Cheng Rujin's face, eager to personally strip away that facade. Yet she still replied with a smile, "Cousin, you look splendid today, and your makeup is exquisite. It is evident that you have dressed with great care." The speaker was oblivious, but the listener felt a twinge of guilt. Cheng Rujin managed a faint smile as she accompanied her grandmother outside, unable to neglect her appearance, fearing it would tarnish the Su family's reputation. As she spoke, her hands unconsciously twisted together, her gaze lowered, and her voice diminished to a whisper. Cheng Rujin had always embodied the essence of humility, a poignant reminder of her status as a dependent. At this moment, even though the old lady harbored some dissatisfaction, she tenderly advised, "Everything else seems fine, but that ruby plum blossom hairpin does not quite suit you. To remove it." She then turned her attention to Su Qinghao, praising, "Your attire and makeup are perfectly appropriate, dignified yet not overly ostentatious." Cheng Rujin glanced at Su Qinghao, biting her lower lip, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. In the past, Su Qinghao would have offered her some comforting words, yet now she merely cast a cold glance in her direction. Cheng Rujin reached up to remove the red plum hairpin, contemplating for a moment before wiping away the vivid lipstick from her lips. After exchanging a few more trivial remarks, the old lady noted that it was nearly time and went to change into a more modest outfit. The warm sedan chair awaited them in the corridor, with servants ready to escort the old lady and the two young ladies to the carriage at the Chuehua gate. The lavishly adorned carriage was stationed outside the second gate, with the steward, Su Zhong, standing by. "Madam, there are far too many carriages on Zhuke Street today. It would be wise for you to share a carriage with the two young ladies for mutual support." The old lady nodded. "That is indeed prudent. We are going to pay our respects sincerely and must not attract undue attention." In truth, they could not afford to be ostentatious. Although the Su family still held a title, it paled in comparison to the Shen family, falling considerably short. Once the three of them boarded the carriage, the old lady reminded Su Qinghao, "You must conduct yourself well today. We cannot afford to lose face at the Shen household. This marriage must not face any complications." Su Qinghao glanced at the tense Cheng Rujin and respectfully replied, "Yes, granddaughter will remember." As the carriage entered Zhuke Street, its pace noticeably slowed. Through the cracks in the carriage curtains, Su Qinghao spotted the Shen family's entrance adorned in white, where several of the Shen elders were welcoming guests. Fortunately, with the third Master Shen's mourning period lasting 49 days, Attendees would not crowd in on a single day. Otherwise, the carriage might not have been able to navigate Juke Street at all. The carriage proceeded directly through the western corner gate, heading towards the inner courtyard. There were few women visiting the Shen family for the memorial, most being relatives. The old lady brought Su Qinghao along due to their engagement with the Shen family. At the second gate, the second Madame Shen, Mrs. Yang, along with her maids and servants, was there to greet guests. Upon seeing the old lady of the Su family, she hurriedly approached to assist her. "Aunt, our matriarch was just speaking of you this morning. Your arrival is timely, as you can offer her some comfort." In the days when the Shen family had not yet risen to prominence, there had been a degree of acquaintance between the elders of both families, which established their kinship. The soft sedan chair awaited them in the inner courtyard, and the three of them climbed aboard, proceeding to the residence of the Shen matriarch, Qingyuan residence. The Shen family was affluent, among the most esteemed in the capital. Merely gazing upon the intricately adorned Zedon with sedan chair reveals that it is not a luxury afforded by an ordinary family. The curtains resemble the renowned cloud silk brocade of Suzhou, and the top of the sedan is embellished with luminous pearls, exuding opulence and extravagance. Su Qinghao, well aware of the Shen family's lavishness, remained unfazed. However, seated within the chair, Cheng Rujin was taken aback, her heart racing, her desire to marry into the Shen family growing ever more resolute. As the sedan came to a halt, maidservants and matrons hurried forward to assist their respective mistresses, all displaying utmost attentiveness. Upon disembarking, Su Qinghao's gaze was immediately drawn to the corner of a garment made of delicate azure, cloud-patterned fabric. She slowly lifted her head, only to behold Shen Zhao's exquisite visage, her fists instinctively clenching. Yet, when Shen Zhao cast his gaze upon her, she adeptly lowered her eyes, concealing her animosity. "Dear sister Qingyao has arrived. Grandmother was just speaking of you," Shen Zhao remarked. At 18, clad in mourning attire, he stood waiting for her, reminiscent of a past life. Su Qinghao returned the gesture with a courteous nod, her lips forcing a faint smile. Suddenly, Cheng Rujin stepped forward, gracefully bending at the waist, her figure soft and delicate. Her voice, when she spoke, was imbued with a sweetness that could resonate deeply within one's soul. "I have heard of you, brother Shen Zhao." Chapter 3. A glance of understanding. Shen Zhao paid no heed to Cheng Rujin, instead approaching the old lady's sedan chair, offering a feigned support, adopting a demeanor befitting a junior member of the family. Madame Chen, the matriarch of the Shen family, came forth to greet her. "Aunt has arrived. Please come in," she said warmly. "It has been quite a while since I last saw Qingyao. She has grown increasingly lovely." As Su Qinghao met Chen's concerned gaze, a cold smile flickered within her. Chen's demeanor repulsed her. The arrangement of her marriage to Shen Zhao had been established a decade ago, during the time of their grandfathers. In recent years, as the Shen family's power flourished, Chen had developed a desire to retract the betrothal, casting disparaging glances at her, deeming her unworthy of Shen Zhao. After the sudden passing of the third master Shen, Chen's attitude towards her shifted drastically, resembling that of a different person altogether. At that time, Su Qinghao had believed that Shen had finally recognized her worth and accepted her. Little did she know, it was all merely a fade for ulterior motives. The untimely death of the third master Shen plunged both the first and second branches of the family into a struggle for power and wealth. Su Qinghao, not only hailing from a noble lineage but also possessing a maternal family that thrived in commerce, was the very ally Shen Zhao desperately required. Chen's facade was merely a means to solidify the marriage contract. Upon entering the banquet hall of Qingyuan residence, they found the old matriarch of the Shen family seated by the window, clad in simple garments, her eyes swollen with tears. Upon seeing the matriarch Su enter, she hastily rose with the aid of a servant, advancing to grasp the elder's hand. "Sister-in-law, you have come. Please sit down." Matriarch Su assisted her into her seat, offering comfort. "Sister-in-law, bear your grief. Zhixio's departure was so sudden. You must take care of your health. I cannot seem to overcome this hurdle in my heart. He was barely 30, yet to marry and bear children. How could this calamity befall him?" The old lady spoke, gently dabbing at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. Chen, preoccupied with Shun Zhao's marriage, stepped forward to advise, "Mother, aunt, you are both aging. Do not grieve excessively, lest it harm your health." She then instructed Shun Zhao, "Take Qingyu to pay respects to your third uncle. Be cautious and protect her from any disturbances." Shun Zhao bowed in acknowledgement, leading Su Qinghao and Cheng Rujin to offer their respects. Throughout the journey, he engaged in conversation about the recent trivialities of the Shen family, his tone familiar, revealing no signs of resistance towards the marriage. Out of the corner of her eye, Su Qinghao observed Cheng Rujin, who was biting her lip, casting occasionally mournful glances at Shun Zhao, almost on the verge of throwing herself into his arms. Meanwhile, Shun Zhao would occasionally send Cheng Rujin a look, initially one of consolation, which eventually morphed into a warning. Su Qinghao shook her head slightly, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. In her previous life, she had been blind to the subtle exchanges between the two. Due to the distinctions between men and women, a small mourning hall had been arranged in the inner courtyard for the female relatives to pay their respects. The location for offering incense was not far from Qingyuan residence, where a matron was stationed, along with several young ladies of the Shen family kneeling to burn spirit money. Su Qinghao approached respectfully, receiving the incense from the matron, kneeling to bow 3 times. In her heart, she sincerely apologized to the third Master Shen, expressing her regrets for potentially disrupting his funeral and beseeching him not to hold it against her, as she was left with no other choice. After quietly pondering to herself, she rose to adjust the incense and stepped aside. Upon returning to Qingyuan residence, the third young lady of the Shen family, Shenyu, was bringing ginseng soup to the old matriarch. "Grandmother, you must at least take a few sips, otherwise your health will suffer," Shenyu urged, clad in mourning attire. As the legitimate daughter of the Shen family's primary branch, Shenyu had lost her mother at an early age and had since been raised by Chen Shi, being recorded under her name. In her previous life, Shenyu had formed a close alliance with Su Qinghao, often speaking in her favor, even daring to confront Chen Shi. Following the death of Shen Sanyi, the primary and secondary branches of the Shen family had been embroiled in fierce power struggles. However, the combined leadership of both branches paled in comparison to the capabilities of Shen Sanyi, leading to a series of calamities that left the Shen family in dire straits. 6 months prior to Su Qinghao's murder, under Chen Shi's authority, Shenyu was married off to the Duke of Duan as his secondary consort. This duke, already in his 40s, had no fewer than dozens of concubines in his household. For this reason, Su Qinghao had implored Shun Zhao multiple times. Yet the Shen family remained resolute in their decision. At that time, the old matriarch was gravely ill, remaining in a state of perpetual slumber, while Chen Shi wielded absolute power, resulting in Shenyu's marriage to the Duke of Duan. The old matriarch, having not consumed any soup, instructed Shenyu and Shen Zhao to accompany the 2 young ladies from the Su family downstairs for a conversation, emphasizing the importance of not neglecting them. Shenyu and Shen Zhao bowed in acknowledgement and led Su Qinghao and Cheng Rujin out of the main hall. Due to the somber occasion, it was not appropriate for them to engage in light-hearted banter, so they sought a refined flower hall to converse. "Bring the finest purple bamboo shoots. Qingyu's sister enjoys them," Shen Zhao remarked, his lips parting slightly as his captivating peach blossom eyes gazed intently at Su Qinghao. "Thank you, brother Shen Zhao. I appreciate that you remember my fondness for purple bamboo shoots. Oh, by the way, my cousin might not be accustomed to them," she replied. Shen Zhao, caught off guard by his own words, instinctively glanced at Su Qinghao and, upon seeing her engage in conversation with Shenyu, breathed a sigh of relief. Cheng Rujin, who had previously appeared aggrieved, immediately brightened and said with a smile, "Thank you, brother Shen Zhao." Once the servants had served the tea, Su Qinghao glanced at the floral tea in front of Cheng Rujin. "Is this preference of yours so well known that even the servants of the Shen family are aware?" Shenyu, having missed Shen Zhao's earlier comments, expressed her surprise. "What kind of drinking style is this? I have never seen it before." Su Qinghao explained, "My cousin is from Jiangnan and prefers her floral tea a bit sweeter. It is something we keep in our household year-round." Shenyu grew even more curious, murmuring, Is Miss Cheng's reputation so illustrious that even the servants in our household have heard of it? Feeling flustered, Shen Zhao quickly clarified, I heard you mention it before, so I simply instructed them to prepare it. He sensed that he could no longer linger in the company, as any slip might reveal the truth to Su Qinghao, leading to complications. Therefore, he rose and said, I must return to the study to write the memorial for my third uncle. Wearer, please entertain our guests. Not long after Shen Zhao departed, Cheng Rujin raised her hand to her forehead and softly said, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. May I rest in the guest room for a while? Chapter 4. Unveiling Infidelity. Shen Yu, unfamiliar with her, only recognized her as a cousin of the Su family. Upon hearing this, she promptly instructed the maid by her side, take the Su family's cousin to the guest room to rest and ensure she is well cared for. The maid then escorted Cheng Rujin away, leaving only Shen Yu and Su Qinghao in the room. Su Qinghao lowered her gaze, emanating a certain chill. In her previous life, she had failed to notice any peculiarities about Shen Zhao, who had remained seated for nearly half an hour before departing, while Cheng Rujin had complained of dizziness only after Shen Zhao's exit. By the time she encountered Cheng Rujin again, it was 2 hours later at the banquet, and by then, the date of her marriage to Shen Zhao had already been set. Shen Yu appeared somewhat despondent as she grasped Su Qinghao's hand, lamenting, Sister Su, why has my third uncle departed? He was the most talented person I knew, radiant and gifted in governance. How blind fate is. Su Qinghao gently patted her hand, offering solace. You must take heart. We need to tend to the old matriarch as well. She seems quite worn. This blow has been too great for her. Shen Yu nodded. Indeed. The weight of the family had rested on my third uncle's shoulders. Now that he is gone, though the household remains intact for the time being, I sensed she paused, and Su Qinghao tactfully shifted the conversation. After a short while, Su Qinghao calculated that enough time had passed, and suddenly spoke. My grandmother mentioned that I might be wed to the eldest young master during the mourning period. There's something I wish to ask him, but I forgot just now. Shen Yu playfully blinked, replying, That's easy enough. We shall find him in the study. Su Qinghao straightened up, inquiring, Is that permissible? Would it breach propriety? She continued, How about this? We inform the old matriarch and request her to send 2 matrons with us, and we shall merely pass by. I only need to ask him a couple of questions. Shen Yu's eyes sparkled. What a splendid idea. Your adherence to decorum will surely earn grandmother's approval. Su Qinghao's intent was to extricate Shen Yu from the matter. In her pursuit of evidence for the infidelity, she required witnesses, yet having Shen Yu, an unmarried lady, testify could irreparably damage her reputation. The matrons attending to the old matriarch were the most suitable witnesses. Sure enough, it was not long before Shen Yu returned with 2 matrons, addressing Su Qinghao. These are Matron Zhao and Matron Hua, who will accompany us on our stroll through the estate. Su Qinghao graciously replied, I appreciate your assistance, esteemed matrons. She understood that both were highly regarded by the old matriarch and held sufficient authority. The 2 matrons exchanged courteous bows before leading Su Qinghao and Shen Yu towards Shen Zhao's study. The Shen family, steeped in wealth, boasted an elegantly designed garden. The group navigated through the flower-laden pavilions and traversed the rocky hills and plum groves until they reached the entrance of Shen Zhao's study. At the door, 2 young servants, upon seeing the gathering, were startled and hesitated to announce their presence. Matron Hua, what brings you here? The eldest young master is not in the study. Is there something you wish to discuss with me first? Inquired the clever servant Yuan Bao, raising his voice intentionally. Matron Hua frowned, questioning, what is the situation? Where is the eldest young master? Those who serve by the side of the venerable Lady Shen are astute individuals, capable of discerning the underlying issues at a mere glance. Nanny Hua and Nanny Zhao exchanged doubtful glances, and before they could react, distressing sounds emerged from the study. Brother Shen Zhao, do you truly intend to marry her? You love me. Dear sister, I must marry her. Her uncle is a prominent merchant with significant influence over me. Following this, there were intermittent gasps of breath and the lewd remarks of a man. The individuals in the courtyard were momentarily stunned. While Su Qinghao felt a cold smile creep across her lips, it was her first encounter with such sound from Shen Zhao. She felt a twinge of relief. Grateful that Shen Zhao had consistently claimed impotence, for had they consummated their union, she would have been utterly repulsed. The expressions of the two nannies shifted dramatically, prompting them to say, "Ladies, perhaps you should step outside for a moment." Su Qinghao gazed at Nanny Hua, her eyes misting with emotion, a blend of shock and indignation. Without further ado, she turned on her heel to leave, her voice tinged with suppressed tears. The two nannies, aware that this matter could not be dismissed lightly, hurried to follow Shen Yu closely behind. However, Su Qinghao was swift, entering the Qingyuan residence ahead of them. Once inside the rest area, she collapsed into the arms of old lady Su, exclaiming, "Grandmother, I no longer wish to marry." Her outburst left the two elder ladies and the matriarch, Madame Chen, in stunned silence. Old lady Su quickly inquired, "What has happened? What is the matter?" Su Qinghao was too distraught to articulate her distress, but fortunately, the two nannies soon entered. Nanny Hua signaled for the maids to withdraw before quietly stating, "Old madam, the young master is with a young lady in the study." The old servant refrained from intruding and was unaware of the identity of the lady involved. Coincidentally, the eldest daughter of the Su family happened to pass by and overheard everything. At this revelation, the countenance of everyone in the room shifted dramatically. Old lady Su furrowed her brow in silence, casting a glance toward Lady Shen, clearly seeking an explanation from the Shen family regarding this matter. She gently stroked Su Qinghao's back, assisting her in wiping away her tears. The tears Su Qinghao shed were genuine, mourning her past ignorance and celebrating her current liberation. She lifted her gaze to Lady Shen, who was evidently incensed, declaring loudly, "Bring those two scoundrels to me. I shall personally inquire of Shan Zhao how he dares to commit such an egregious act. Were it not for the funeral of Lord Shen today, this incident would have been trivial for the Shen family. It is entirely normal for the legitimate eldest son to take a consort, provided that he does not bestow a title or impregnate her before the rightful wife enters the household. However, to engage in such behavior while his own uncle's remains are still warm is inexcusable, should this become public knowledge. Both the Shen family and Shan Zhao will be the laughingstock of the capital. Since the founding of the Great Zhou by Emperor Taizu, governance has been rooted in filial piety, and should this matter escalate, Shan Zhao's career may very well be jeopardized. The two nannies were dispatched to fetch the individuals involved, and Lady Shen turned to old lady Su, assuring her, "Sister, rest assured, the Shen family will provide you with an appropriate resolution." She then comforted Su Qinghao, saying, "My dear child, it is unfortunate that you had to witness such an unseemly affair today. This transgression lies solely with Shen Zhao, and I will not let him evade the consequences." As she spoke, she instructed Shen to summon the eldest and second sons, for some decisions required their input. Before long, the esteemed elder of the Shen family, Shen Jiheng, and the second elder, Shen Jishu, entered the room. Shen Jiheng immediately knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Mother, it is my failure in raising my son. I beseech you to punish me." However, Chen was unwilling to accept this, grumbling on the side, "I do not believe this is entirely Zhao's fault. Perhaps it is some vixen from within the household who has shamelessly climbed into Zhao's bed. It may even be that he was drugged. All these matters require thorough investigation." The matriarch of the Shen family, her countenance darkening, struck the rosewood table with force, declaring, "A fly does not alight upon an uncracked egg. If your son adhered to propriety, would such a scandal arise?" Chen, whose life revolved around her son, could not bear any disparagement aimed at Shen Zhao. She interjected, "Mother, please quell your anger. Our Zhao is the legitimate eldest grandson of the Shen family, and there are many who keep a watchful eye on him." Thinking of the potential repercussions her son might face, Chen scolded further, "Soon we shall uncover which brazen woman dared to commit such an affront. I shall tear her apart." She was convinced it was one of those flirtatious creatures, eager to ascend the social ladder. Her words, lacking discretion, were indeed quite unseemly. The matriarch of the Shen family, displeased, retorted, "Silence yourself. Let the eldest rise." No sooner had she uttered these words than Mama Hua entered, accompanied by others. "Madam, we have brought the person in question, with the eldest young master inside is Miss Su from the Su family." Chapter 5. the broken engagement as soon as the words left Granny Hua's lips. The first to change her expression was old Madame Su. However, before she could react, Shun Zhao and Cheng Rujin were brought in. Due to the hurried circumstances, the two could only be said to have barely donned their garments. Shun Zhao, with his refined appearance and status as the legitimate first grandson of the Shen family, typically exuded the grace of a distinguished young gentleman. Yet, kneeling on the ground now, his azure cloud-patterned robe hung loosely on his frame, his hair disheveled, and his face marked with anxiety and fear. He bore none of the former poise of a Shen family heir. In contrast, Cheng Rujin appeared somewhat more composed, even taking a moment to smooth her disordered locks. Su Qinghao scoffed inwardly, wondering if Cheng Rujin truly believed that being discovered would somehow lead her to marry into the Shen family. Indeed, Cheng Rujin harbored such thoughts, convinced that this turn of events was not entirely unfavorable, considering that the Shen family was obligated to provide an explanation to the Su family. At worst, she could replace Su Qinghao as the bride, even if she could not achieve the status of a legitimate wife. Becoming a concubine would still afford her greater wealth and dignity than that of many other households. With time, she could bear a son or daughter and perhaps even ascend to the primary wife as position. With this thought, Cheng Rujin felt considerably lighter. Noticing the silence in the room, with no one speaking up, she crawled forward a couple of steps, kneeling on the ground, and with a tremulous voice pleaded, "Old Madam, the eldest young master and I are genuinely in love. I beseech you to grant us your blessing. I do not seek a formal title. I simply wish to be by the eldest young master's side." Old Madame Shen frowned but remained silent, while old Madame Su slightly closed her eyes, clearly reaching the peak of her agitation. Su Qinghao rose and approached Cheng Rujin. With a sharp slap, she struck Cheng Rujin across the face. Immediately following this, Su Qinghao, with a look of profound sorrow, remarked, "If you and young Master Shen truly share mutual affections, you should have both families present to advocate for you. What day is today for you to act so recklessly?" The funeral of Third Master Shen has shaken the realm, and the front courtyard is filled with officials paying their respects. Do you realize that if this matter were to reach the front, the Shen family would be utterly humiliated, and it would adversely affect young Master Shen's career? If you truly love him, you should consider his well-being. How could you allow him to engage in such unfilial and unjust behavior? After delivering her remarks, Su Qinghao knelt down as well, addressing old Madame Shen. "I have been remiss in guiding my cousin, and I apologize for the embarrassment caused." She continued, "Since they are mutually affectionate, I kindly request that you annul my engagement to young Master Shen." Old Madame Shen regarded Su Qinghao with an appreciative gaze, recognizing the maturity and propriety in her words and actions despite her youth. This slap, combined with her insightful speech, evoked neither arrogance nor loss of dignity, exemplifying the grace expected of a legitimate daughter of the family. This was how the matriarch of the Shen family ought to conduct herself. As for the one still kneeling on the ground, old Madame Shen did not spare her a glance. She signaled for Granny Hua to assist Su Qinghao in rising and softly instructed, "You may stand up now. We still need to discuss this matter with your grandmother." At this moment, old Madame Su had regained her composure and was quite pleased with Su Qinghao's response. She cast a cold glance at Cheng Rujin, her disdain unmistakable. Su Qinghao now stood beside old Madame Su, waiting to see how the Shen family would respond. The marriage must certainly be annulled. Not only annulled, but she wishes to trample upon the couple involved. After pondering for a moment, the matriarch of the Shen family addressed the matriarch of the Su family, saying, "This matter is indeed a fault of our Shen family. Might you grant us another opportunity? I truly have a fondness for this girl. As long as the engagement remains intact, feel free to voice any demands you may have." Su Qinghao was taken aback, perplexed by the implications of the Shen matriarch's words. Was she unwilling to dissolve the engagement? She opened her mouth to speak, yet the matriarch of the Su family interjected first, "Sister-in-law, both families share blame in this situation. My granddaughter is also a reflection of my failure to guide her properly. The disgrace that has unfolded fills me with shame. Although I understand that Cheng Rujin's status makes her unsuitable for marriage into the Shen family, I cannot help but seek further clarification from them. After all, Cheng Rujin has no other path available to her except marrying into the Shen family. If the two cousins were to find themselves in a situation where one is the legitimate wife and the other a concubine, it might serve as a solution. The Shen matriarch remained silent for a moment, contemplating before she spoke. This is my perspective. The Shen family cannot allow Qingyu to suffer unjustly. The original bride price shall remain, but we will double it. Additionally, there's an opening in the capital by the end of the year. We will facilitate your second son's move there. Once these two young ones are wed, the authority over the household will be entrusted to Qingyu. Regardless of whether there are offspring, Shen Zhao shall not take a concubine for 5 years. If after 5 years there is still no progress, then we may consider a secondary wife, with any children recorded under Qingyu's name. As for your cousin, we are willing to secure a courtyard at Hugwa Temple for her to engage in quiet contemplation. A silence fell over the room, with Cheng Rujin's face paling in fear, while the members of the Shen family awaited the Su matriarch's response. For the Su matriarch, the conditions proposed by the Shen family were indeed enticing, particularly the prospect of relocating the Su family's second master back to the capital, which struck a sensitive chord with her. The matters of the inner household, while significant, could never outweigh the career prospects of the men in the family. Su Qingyu observed her grandmother's wavering resolve, feeling a twinge of panic, and she forced herself to regain her composure. After a brief pause, she finally spoke. Matriarch, the eldest master of the Shen family has expressed that he wishes to marry me due to my uncle's influence. With such intentions in mind, how could I possibly agree to wed him? Moreover, I believe the eldest master's affections lie with my cousin. Given these circumstances, I cannot simply overlook what has transpired and enter in a marriage with the Shen family. If word were to spread, it would appear that I am merely enamored with the riches of the Shen family. I implore you, matriarch, to show compassion and permit me to withdraw from this engagement. Logically, she had no reason to speak up. However, she feared that her grandmother might soon make a decisive judgment. Thus, Su Qingyu steeled herself to voice her thoughts, anxiously awaiting the response of the Shen matriarch. Chen, upon hearing this, shot a glare at Cheng Rujin, exclaiming, "It is she who has led Zhao astray. He is usually so well behaved. How could he suddenly act in such a manner? And as for the notion of manipulation, dear Qingyu, do not be deceived. Your cousin is merely envious of your fortunate engagement and seeks to create trouble for you. By withdrawing from the engagement now, are you not playing in her hands?" Cheng Rujin, publicly humiliated by Chen's words, instinctively swayed in place. After Chen finished speaking, she lightly kicked Shen Zhao, urging him to explain himself. "If Qingyu remains angry today, just see if I don't punish you." Su Qingyu admired Chen greatly. She had truly gone to great lengths for this marriage. Facing Chen's warning gaze, Shen Zhao steeled himself and declared, "Grandmother, father, mother, my feelings for Rujin are genuine, and I wish to marry her." He turned to Su Qingyu. "Since you are already aware, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. A woman with a heart as venomous as yours is unworthy of being my wife." He continued, "For years, I have seen how you have bullied and harmed Rujin. Do not think I am unaware. She is innocent and kind, never holding grudges against you. Yet you have only escalated your cruelty. It is fitting that we end this engagement today." Until this moment, his mother had insisted he appease Su Qingyu, striving for a marriage to secure the support of the Pingming Marquis and the Lin family. Although Shen Zhao complied, he felt guilt toward Cheng Rujin. Now that the sordid affair had been unveiled, he felt a sense of relief. His words left everyone present in shock, prompting Shen Zhiheng to rise and kick Shen Zhao, exclaiming, "You wretched boy, your senses have been clouded. What nonsense are you spouting?" At this moment, the most pleased were Su Qingyu and Cheng Rujin. Su Qingyu thought that the more tumultuous Shen Zhao's outburst, the better, as it provided her the perfect opportunity to withdraw from the engagement. Cheng Rujin's face was filled with hope, as if she had already set one foot through the gates of the Shen family. Chapter 6. Marrying the dead Madame Shen's expression was as cold as water as she spoke. "Since Shen Zhao has uttered such words, I have no face to continue pleading. This marriage shall be terminated." Su Qingyu let out a sigh of relief, only to hear Madame Shen continue. "I recall the time when both of our esteemed elders visited the Hugwa Temple, and you accompanied them. Master Xian at that time cast an oracle, stating that your marriage to the Shen family would resolve the calamities of both families. Since Shen Zhao is so lacking in ambition, perhaps we should consider the legitimate son of the second branch, Shen Hong. He is 16 this year, quite comparable to your age. Not to boast, but my grandson is also well-educated and exceptionally talented. Suinyu frowned slightly, interpreting this to mean that she was still bound to marry into the Shen family. Her memories of that time were vague. She only knew that due to Master Xian's words, her union with Shen Zhao had been settled. Both matriarchs of the Su and Shen families were devout Buddhists, and the notion of resolving calamities truly ensnared her. After a moment of contemplation, Madame Su remarked, "The legitimate son of the second branch." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Qinghao interjected, "Is anyone unwed eligible? Then I shall choose Shinsani. I am willing to uphold my fidelity as his third wife in life and be buried alongside him in death." Her declaration left both matriarchs astonished. Their mouths agape for quite some time. The brothers Shen Jiheng and Shen Jishu were momentarily taken aback. If Shen Jishio were still alive, they might understand it as this girl attempting to align herself with the third master of the Shen family. After all, no one in the capital would refuse the title of Shen family as third wife. But now that he was deceased, what significance was there in marrying him and living as a widow? However, Su Qinghao had her own intentions. She recalled that in her past life, 100 days after Shen Sanyi's passing, the Shen family arranged a ghost marriage with the daughter of a small merchant, raising her in the 3 courtyards of their residence in the western city. She would not need to pay visits to the Shen family, only offering incense and worship on the 1st and 15th days of the month, or during festivals, and then be buried together. Rather than marrying someone else in the Shen family, it seemed far more advantageous to wed Shen Sanyi. There would be no obligation to serve in-laws or contend with concubines. In that case, she could pursue her desires freely. As long as she remained discreet, the Shen family would not object. Upon reflection, she found no more suitable match than him. The first to speak was Madame Su, disapprovingly regarding Su Qinghao. "This is sheer folly. What is your status? How can you engage in a ghost marriage?" Although such arrangements were not uncommon in the capital, they were typically reserved for daughters of lesser families. For families of their standing, even if they sent a daughter to a temple to practice, they would never consider a ghost marriage. Madame Shen also expressed her disapproval, stating, "This won't do. It will be too much of a compromise for you. If the third master were alive, I would naturally agree. But now that he is gone, how will you spend the rest of your days?" Su Qinghao thought to herself that if he were alive, she would not marry him at all. The dead are serene. They cannot betray her, nor would they cause her distress. What had initially been a spontaneous idea of marrying Shen Sanyi now seemed increasingly appealing. She understood that this proposal required her grandmother's consent. Thus, she leaned close to Madame Su and whispered, "Grandmother, this union can be arranged. Although the third master of the Shen family has departed, his name still holds weight. Arranging a ghost marriage for another is indeed a source of shame. However, this concerns the esteemed Lord Shen. Whenever the Shen family hints at the prospect of a marriage for Lord Shen, countless individuals in the capital are bound to stir with eagerness. Moreover, by doing so, the Shen family would effectively owe our family a debt. A single debt can facilitate the accomplishment of numerous significant matters. What do you say, grandmother? Sacrificing one granddaughter in exchange for such abundant benefits seems worthwhile." Su Qinghau's every word is for the consideration of the Su family, demonstrating her willingness to dedicate herself for their sake. The old matriarch, already fraught with anxiety and confusion, contemplated Su Qinghau's words and found them reasonable. She thus remarked, "Since Qinghao is willing, I shall not oppose. Alas for my granddaughter." With that, she took out a handkerchief to dab at the corners of her eyes. Observing this, the old lady of the Shen family hastily offered comfort. "Sister-in-law, this matter is a debt owed by the Shen family to yours. From now on, our family shall be one." Shen Zhao did not anticipate that Su Qinghao would rather marry a deceased person than him. This, however, suited his intentions perfectly, for it allowed him to devote his attention to Cheng Rujin. "Grandmother, since her marriage has been settled, what am I matter with Rujin?" Shen Zhao inquired tentatively. Upon hearing him mention Cheng Rujin again, the old lady of the Shen family was instantly infuriated and declared, "Someone, take the eldest young master away, and have him kneel before his third uncle's spirit. He is not to rise without my command." Shen Zhao was promptly escorted away. The old lady then turned her gaze to Cheng Rujin and remarked, "This girl is beyond my management. I must leave her under your care, sister-in-law." She did not relent at all regarding Cheng Rujin's entrance into the Shen family. The old matriarch of the Su family understood that this matter would require careful negotiation. Yet, given the circumstances, the Shen family would ultimately allow Cheng Rujin to enter, albeit with some time needed. The two families acknowledged Su Qinghau's marriage to Lord Shen, after which Cheng Rujin was taken to a secluded chamber under the watch of the Su family's trusted maid, Jiqing. Subsequently, the two families began to discuss specific arrangements, and Su Qinghao found it inappropriate to linger. The old lady of the Shen family instructed the maid Han Sui to escort her to find Shen Yu. Exiting Qingyuan residence, Su Qinghao, accompanied by her maid Pearl, followed Han Sui. "Miss Su, please follow this way." As they passed through a small garden, Su Qingyao's eyes flickered. Why was there an unfamiliar man entering the Shen family's inner quarters? Her curiosity piqued. She cast a couple of glances, and in that instant, her breath caught, and her fists clenched. It was none other than Mr. Zhou, the very individual from her past life, who conspired with Cheng Rujin to undermine her. Su Qinghao concocted a pretext to send Han Sui away and instructed Pearl, "Wait for me in that pavilion over there. I shall check something and come right back." With that, she proceeded in the direction Mr. Zhou had taken. Fortunately, she was quite familiar with the Shen household, enabling her to deftly avoid the passing servants. And soon, she spotted Mr. Zhou. He walked along the path and entered the moon gate of the western courtyard. The western courtyard was where Lord Shen resided during his lifetime, and Su Qinghao had often attended to external matters in the study there in her previous life. Eager to ascertain the circumstances surrounding Mr. Zhou, she impulsively followed him. However, as she trailed behind, she soon lost sight of him. As Su Qinghao searched for individuals in the vicinity, a group of 3 or 4 young servants unexpectedly approached. Without hesitation, she pushed open the door behind her and slipped inside. Upon entering, she realized she had entered the study of Master Shen San. At that moment, seated behind the writing desk was a man, seemingly under 30, clad in a deep azure robe, with a dark fox fur cloak draped over his shoulders. The two exchanged glances, each surprised by the other's presence. Su Qinghao furrowed her brow, pondering whether this man was a friend of Master Shen San, perhaps here to reminisce in solitude. His demeanor suggested he held a position of considerable authority. They maintained eye contact for a fleeting moment before the man broke the silence. "What leads you to desire marriage with a deceased?" His voice was deep and warm, and upon closer inspection, a subtle smile graced his lips. His gaze upon Su Qinghao resembled that of a benevolent elder observing a younger relative, interwoven with a hint of discreet inquiry. Chapter 7, Adoption. A beautiful fantasy, Su Qinghao was momentarily taken aback by his inquiry, her mind racing to devise an appropriate response. Just who was this man? How could he possibly be aware of matters that had only been settled between their families? Yet, she could not confess that her interest in the late Master Shen stemmed solely from his status as a deceased individual. Individuals of his elevated rank possessed exceptionally keen insights. She dared not reveal any hint of her true thoughts, fearing it might provoke unwanted complications. With the Shen family's servants still lingering outside, she needed to pacify the man before her. After a brief contemplation, she retrieved a handkerchief to dab at the corners of her eyes, which bore no traces of tears. "I have long admired Master Shen. In life, we could not share a bed, but in death, we must share a grave," she uttered with a profound sense of melancholy, presenting herself as utterly heartbroken. A declaration of affection should suffice to deflect his inquiries, for who would pursue a young woman regarding matters of the heart? Having spoken, she discreetly observed the man's expression. Initially, he furrowed his brow, and then his features twisted slightly, though he quickly regained his composure. His long, articulate fingers instinctively tapped against the surface of the enameled desk, and a string of aged sandalwood prayer beads adorned his wrist, suggesting they had seen considerable time. He was a rather dull individual, advanced in years. What was there to find appealing? Su Qinghao was momentarily startled, but what did it matter to her? A deceased person required neither charm nor youth. Yet, she replied, "You fail to comprehend. If he were truly undesirable, why would so many in the capital aspire to become the third wife of the Shen family?" This statement rang true. Master Shen's popularity in the capital even eclipsed that of several princes. While speaking, she scanned the courtyard, relieved to see it empty, and exhaled softly. Turning, she said, "I have disturbed you, my lord. I shall take my leave." With that, she pushed the door open and exited. Some time later, the study doors swung open once more, and a young man dressed as a servant entered. "Master Shen, I have gathered everything. We may depart now. However, it will take some time before you can leave the capital. Shall we stay at the villa in the outskirts for the time being?" The man rose and replied, "Let us first reside at the Gua National Temple. It is an opportune moment to pay a visit to Master Shen." As twilight descended, the three generations of the family returned to the Su residence in a horse-drawn carriage. As the carriage halted at the second gate, the steward, Su Zhong, awaited them. Beside him stood a beautiful woman, Gu Vyun, the maternal cousin residing in the Su household. She was the daughter of the late matriarch's sister and the mother of Cheng Rujin. For years prior, due to her husband's misdeeds and the lack of support from her family, the matriarch had taken the mother and daughter into her home. Dressed in a gown intricately embroidered with golden silk, adorned with a complete set of jade hair ornaments, Gu Yun, in her 30s, still possessed skin as smooth as cream and a face reminiscent of peach blossoms, exuding an approachable warmth. "Aunt, the ancestral hall is prepared. The clan elders and relatives have arrived, awaiting your return to finalize the succession documents," Gu Yun said, beaming as she linked arms with the matriarch. Su Qinghao gazed fixedly at Gu Yun, realizing that the once gentle and decorous cousin in her memories was, in fact, her father's mistress. Recalling the scene of her tragic demise, an overwhelming hatred resurfaced in Gu Yun's slightly lower gaze. She smiled as she looked at Su Qinghao, pondering whether the child had become foolishly elated. "From this day forth, your mother will have a legitimate son, and you shall have a true brother to rely on." Su Qinghao recalled the brother from her past life, one recorded under her mother's name, and a cold smirk crept upon her lips. Su Yuanchu, now 5 years old, had entered the household 4 years prior. Born of a concubine taken by Su Qinghao during his assignment to Jiangnan. Later, when Su Qinghao was transferred to Xuanfu, the concubine perished in childbirth. The child, returned to the family, was not cared for by the legitimate wife, nor handed over to the concubine, but was instead entrusted to Gu Yun for supervision. In hindsight, it was clear that the biological mother did not wish to part with her child. Su Qinghao strained to recall the timing of the incident involving the Cheng family. If Su Yuanchu's birth date was accurate, then this child must have been conceived while Gu Yun was still with the Cheng family. A cold smile formed within Su Qinghao as she thought, "Adoption? How naive." Despite her internal musings, she replied aloud, "What you say is true, Aunt. Let us proceed at once." The warm sedan chair carried them to the Su family ancestral hall, situated in the northwest corner of the Su residence. Traversing through a grove of plum trees, the sedan chair came to a halt in the courtyard of the ancestral hall. Su Qinghao alighted and surveyed her surroundings. Splendidly, the clan elders and relatives had all gathered. In the midst of the crowd stood her father, Su Qinghao, her mother, Lin Shi, alongside the wet nurse with a 5-year-old Su Yuanchu. The Su family members remained oblivious to the matters concerning the Shen family. As the matriarch descended from the sedan chair, the clan elders and relatives approached to pay their respects. Cheng Rujin cautiously followed the matriarch, her head bowed low. Su Qinghao strolled to the entrance of the ancestral hall, catching a glimpse of the ancestral tablets of the Su family within. However, as women were forbidden from entering, she halted at the threshold. Silently, she offered her respects to the ancestors, vowing that the descendants of the Su family would not be idle. She intended to overturn the Su family and inform her forebears in advance. Lin Shi sensed something unusual about her daughter that day and approached her, inquiring, "What troubles you? Has something occurred?" Su Qinghao gazed at her mother, a solitary tear trailing down her cheek, yet her lips bore a smile. In the next moment, She turned and yanked Cheng Rujin to her side, extending her foot to kick her directly in the thigh. Cheng Rujin fell to her knees on the cold stone floor, facing the ancestral tablets of the Su family. Before anyone could react, Su Qinghao spoke up. Cheng Rujin, I have treated you with kindness. Yet you have climbed into the bed of young Master Shen, ruining my engagement. What is your true intention? As a descendant of a traitor, it is already generous of the Su family to take you in. How dare you engage in such disgraceful behavior? People say that character follows lineage, and your conduct indeed mirrors that of your despicable father. Upon hearing these words, both Su Qinghao and Lin Shi's expressions changed, while Gu Riyun grew flustered and anxious. Su Qinghao deliberately cast a glance at her father, whose face had darkened ominously, likely enraged by her reference to that despicable father. She had said it intentionally. She could not insult her own father, but was she forbidden from criticizing Cheng Rujin's father? At this moment, the matriarch regained her composure and approached Su Qinghao, stating disapprovingly, Qinghao, we shall discuss such matters privately at home. Today is for significant affairs. Do not act foolishly. Lin furrowed her brows slightly and took a couple of steps forward. Mother, how can Qinghao be causing trouble? She was bullied and had no choice but to seek our ancestors for justice. Although Lin was unaware of the specific circumstances, it was evident that her daughter had suffered a grave humiliation. Su Qinghao gazed reverently at the ancestral tablet of the Su family, biting her lip tightly in response to the old matron's reprimand, stifling the tears welling in her eyes. Among the relatives present, there were also women. One of the family aunts could not help but speak up. This child has truly suffered. Before even marrying, she has encountered such disgraceful matters. Another aunt echoed, indeed, some individuals are nothing but ungrateful ingrates, only bringing calamity to the family. If it were up to me, I would suggest expelling them at once. For years, Gu Riyun had lived like a mistress in the Marquis's residence, causing discontent among these relatives, and now they seized the opportunity to strike. Gu Riyun frowned as she listened to the comments, glancing at her kneeling daughter. Gritting her teeth, she stepped forward and addressed the old matron aunt. Should we not first draft the heirship document? As for the matter concerning Jean, we shall discuss it after we have paid our respects to our ancestors. No matter how significant her daughter's issue was, it paled in comparison to the matter of Su Yuancheng becoming the legitimate heir. Upon hearing this, the old matron turned to Su Qinghao and inquired, Is the document ready? Let us commence at once. Su Qinghao responded, It is all prepared. We can start immediately. With that, he positioned himself before the crowd and called out, Could a few elders please step forward to establish the document and notify our ancestors? A smile graced Su Qinghao's lips as she suddenly interjected, Wait, I have something to say. Su Qinghao frowned, assuming she intended to discuss Cheng Rujin's matter, and admonished Qinghao, Step aside. The matter of heirship is of utmost importance. However, Su Qinghao did not retreat. Instead, she boldly stepped forward and declared, What I wish to address is indeed the matter of heirship. My mother is already with child, and there is no need to record the illegitimate son in the heirship. Chapter 8. Planning upon uttering those words, everyone present, including Lin, was taken aback. She was with child? How could she be unaware of this? Su Qinghao couldn't help but recall her previous life. Shortly after her mother adopted Su Yuancheng, she discovered she was pregnant. Yet, a mere month after Su Qinghao's marriage, she suffered a miscarriage, and her health deteriorated thereafter, leading to her untimely demise. In retrospect, that child might have perished simply for obstructing Su Yuancheng's path. Gu Riyun and her mother were ruthless, capable of such heinous acts. Regardless of whether it was an accident, she would not allow tragedy to unfold again. At this moment, the first to speak upon hearing of Lin's pregnancy was Gu Riyun. This is impossible. Su Qinghao frowned at her. What did her cousin mean? A mother's pregnancy should be a joyous occasion. Why did Gu Riyun's expression resemble that of mourning? Was she unhappy about her mother's condition? Gu Riyun forced a smile. How delightful. Yet, why have we not heard of this before? Cousin, it seems that it has been a while since the Lord visited the lady's chamber. How could she suddenly be with child? There mustn't be any misunderstandings, right? Though Gu Riyun did not state outright. She insinuated that Lin was lacking in propriety. If the Duke had indeed not been in the lady's chamber, then this pregnancy would not be a cause for celebration, but rather scandal. Logically, a cousin residing in the Su household should not meddle in the affairs of the matriarch. Gu Ruiyun was genuinely anxious. The title that was so close to her grasp seemed to be slipping away, prompting her to disregard etiquette. However, to Lin, such words were an affront. Before marrying into the Su family, Lin had managed her family's affairs alongside her father. The Lin family's young heiress was renowned, her capabilities rivaling those of her elder brother, who was set to inherit the family estate. After marrying into the Su family, she adhered to the rules of the duke's household, tempering her merchant demeanor. Yet her inherent pride and dignity were not to be trampled upon. Upon hearing Gu Ruiyun's remarks, Lin's expression darkened, and she retorted sharply, "Cousin, tread carefully. Whether the duke has visited my chamber is none of your concern. Since you are merely residing here, I would appreciate it if you could act accordingly. Bring in the physician." With those few words, Gu Ruiyun's face shifted between shades of red and white. Lin was not a spiteful person. She typically exuded the graciousness of a matriarch. It was the first time she had publicly humiliated Gu Ruiyun in such a manner. The matriarch and Su Qinghao were at a loss, left to await the physician's arrival. The others, uncomfortable standing in the courtyard, retreated to a side hall adjacent to the ancestral hall, taking their seats according to their ranks. Su Qinghao positioned herself beside her mother, casting occasional glances at Gu Ruiyun and her daughter, who were clearly flustered. The family physician, old Dr. Su, arrived promptly. Dozens of eyes fixed upon him as he prepared to examine Lin. He instinctively wiped away the cold sweat that had formed on his brow. After nearly 2 breaths, Dr. Su withdrew his fingers, stroking his beard as he proclaimed, "Congratulations, madam. You are indeed with child, nearing a month along. During this time, you must take great care and avoid overexertion." With Dr. Su's confirmation, joy illuminated Lin's and Su Qinghao's faces, while Gu Ruiyun's expression fell into despair. The relatives approached to extend their congratulations to the matriarch and Su Qinghao, for it is far more honorable for a legitimate son to inherit the title than a bastard. Unless absolutely necessary, no family desires a bastard to succeed. Once the relatives departed, only the matriarch, Su Qinghao, Lin, Guiyun, Cheng Rujin, and Su Qinghao remained in the side chamber, with only the matriarch's trusted maid, Yuan Mama, staying by her side. Su Qinghao cast a dark look at Su Qinghao and coldly demanded, "What do you intend to do? Since returning from the Shen family, you have caused nothing but turmoil. Now, the Su family has become a complete laughingstock." Before Su Qinghao could respond, Lin interjected with a frosty retort, "What trouble has Qinghao caused? You, my lord, are truly peculiar today. Instead of addressing the disgrace you have brought upon us, you berate your own legitimate daughter." Su Qinghao was momentarily at a loss for words, rendered speechless by Lin's accusations. Su Qinghao mused to herself that the one causing disgrace was indeed his daughter, and it was only natural for him to protect her. What did it matter that she was his legitimate daughter? In her past life, she had suffered at the hands of the Su family, and he had not intervened. If he did not regard her as his daughter, she certainly need not regard him as her father. "Grandmother, my cousin represents the Su family. Her disgrace reflects upon us all. If we expel her now and sever ties, we might still salvage our family's reputation," Su Qinghao whispered softly in the matriarch's ear. Yet, the matriarch instinctively glanced at Su Qinghao, clearly swayed by Su Qinghao's words. The others present also heard her remarks, and Gu Ruiyun anxiously turned to Su Qinghao, "Cousin." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qinghao replied firmly, "No, my uncle has shown me great kindness in the past. Now that he has but this one cousin left, I must ensure her safety. I cannot be a disloyal person." Had Su Qinghao not known the truth, she would have thought him worthy of a loyalty monument. Though his words were eloquent, Su Qinghao was not swayed. She continued, "If father wishes not to be disloyal, must he sacrifice the entire Su family? Before long, this matter will spread throughout the capital. As the current third-rank Minister of Revenue, father has political enemies in the court. What will happen if the censors submit memorials regarding this issue? Moreover, with Master Shen already gone, the Shen family has countless adversaries in the court. Would those seeking to harm the Shen family not use this incident as leverage?" In her previous life, Su Qinghao had managed external affairs for Shen Zhao. In over 3 years, she had gained considerable insight into court politics. Her words fell like stones into a tranquil lake, causing both the matriarch and Su Qinghao to pale. For any family, matters of the court are of utmost importance. At this moment, Gu Riyun appeared terrified, as if she were already being pushed out of the Su family's gates. If the young lady of the Su family uttered one more word, she would surely be expelled. She could not afford to be cast out. She had to secure a promising future for her son and daughter. Clenching her teeth, Gu Riyun's eyes flickered with determination as she knelt. "Cousin, if I truly affect the Su family adversely, I am willing to leave. Just allow me to return to my hometown in Fujian, where I will visit my late husband's grave and ask him why he left me alone." Upon hearing this, a complex emotion suddenly flickered in Su Qinghao's eyes. He signaled for the elderly matron beside the old lady to assist her in rising, then spoke in a deep voice. "I have already stated that my cousin cannot be dismissed. Everything shall remain as it is. As for the marriage with the Shen family, I shall seek an opportunity to inquire with the elder of the Shen household." Upon hearing Su Qinghao's words, Su Qinghao did not feel anger. It was as she had anticipated. Gu Riyun was not so easily ousted from the estate. Her words today were merely a test to the standing of Gu Riyun and her son in Su Qinghao's eyes. "Father, grandmother, there are too many troubling matters at home, and my mother's current pregnancy is fraught with difficulties. I wish to send her to the hot springs in the western suburbs for a period of time. As for the mundane affairs of the household, I will take over the management on her behalf for a while." Recalling the turmoil that was to unfold in 2 months and its implications for the Lin family, Su Qinghao felt an urgent desire to take control of her mother's dowry estate. It would surely not be too late to begin planning now, would it? Chapter 9, The Benefits of Marrying the Dead. Su Qinghao had prepared a wealth of arguments, eagerly awaiting Su Qinghao's rebuttal. However, Su Qinghao unexpectedly shifted the topic, leaving Su Qinghao somewhat taken aback. He instinctively inquired to the hot spring estate. Cannot one nurture the fetus within a manor? The hot spring estate referred to Lin's dowry property, a place not only blessed with hot springs, but also abundant in fresh fruits and vegetables. Each year, during the festive season, the Su family would present these fresh produce as gifts, greatly enhancing their reputation. Most importantly, the estate was attended by Lin's servants. Lin, seated nearby, still concerned about her daughter's marriage, hesitated upon hearing the suggestion of sending her to the hot spring estate for nurturing. "Qinghao, I cannot abandon you here in the manor." Su Qinghao gently advised, "Mother, nothing is more important than your health. The hot spring estate is warmer than the manor, and it has all the vegetables and fruits you adore. It would uplift your spirits, which is best for the child." She then turned to the elderly matriarch, "Grandmother, this pregnancy has not been easy for Mother. If it is a boy, he will be the legitimate heir. Thus, we must exercise utmost caution." The absence of a legitimate heir in the Su family's main line had become the greatest concern for the matriarch in recent years. With Lin pregnant, the matriarch hoped more than anyone that this pregnancy would proceed without incident. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. "Qinghao has a point. Wanin, you shall go to the hot spring estate to nurture the fetus. Do not worry about matters in the manor. As for the affairs of the manor," the matriarch felt uneasy entrusting them to Su Qinghao. Su Qinghao understood the matriarch's apprehensions and smiled. "Grandmother, I will oversee the broader picture. The mundane details will be managed by the steward. Should I encounter uncertainties, I will seek your guidance. Furthermore, as I am to marry into the Shen family, I must learn these matters." Lin and Su Qinghao, unaware of Su Qinghao's impending marriage to Master Shen, were both astonished by her declaration. Su Qinghao elaborated on her situation with the Shen family, detailing how Cheng Rujin had climbed into Shen Zhao's bed and how, in a moment of resignation, she had agreed to marry Master Shen. As Su Qinghao recounted her tale, Lin's expression darkened further. She cast a cold glance at Gu Riyun, gritting her teeth as she said, "After taking you in with good intentions, you have birthed a misfortune." Fearing her mother's anger, Su Qinghao whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Mother, I have my own thoughts. Please do not be upset. We shall discuss this further when we return." Lin rose, casting another look at Su Qinghao, her tone laced with warning. "My lord, I kindly ask you to manage the inexplicable individuals in this manner. Otherwise, do not blame me. the head of the household, for being ungracious. Though Lin hailed from a merchant background, the financial burdens of the marquise had relied heavily on her dowry enterprises in recent years. Thus, despite the harshness of her words, Su Qinghao had no choice but to endure them. Had it not been for the second master of the Su family, Su Qinghao, losing over 100,000 taels in gambling and embezzling significant funds, the Su family would not have sought to marry into Lin's family. After the two families allied, the Su family borrowed 300,000 taels from the Lin family to cover Su Qingyan's debts and navigated through connections to preserve their official standing. Considering the well-being of her daughter and granddaughter, the Lin family had no intention of claiming the silver, and the accounts still lingered on the ledgers of both households. Su Qinghao felt a lack of confidence in the presence of the Lin matriarch. Thus, he seldom visited the main courtyard. This time, with the Lin matriarch expecting, it was due to his drunken folly last month that he sought her out. Let this matter be settled. I shall take my leave now, for the events of this day have given me a headache. After the old lady finished speaking, she was assisted by Yuan Mama and departed in a warm sedan chair. Su Qingyu accompanied the Lin matriarch back to Zaiwiyuan, while Cheng Rujin returned to her residence at Qinjiangshuan. Su Qinghao, on the other hand, quietly made his way to Shaohua Hall, where Gu Ruyun resided. Gu Ruyun entrusted her child to the wet nurse and dismissed the servants. "Cousin, when can I openly stand by your side?" she implored, weariness evident in her voice. "I am weary of living under the roof of others." And then there is Yuan Che. He is the rightful heir of the marquise. Her relentless questioning seemed an attempt to quell the turmoil within her heart. Su Qinghao, at 36, was of proper appearance and tall stature, donned in a light blue straight robe adorned with a narrow waist ribbon, complemented by a fine longevity jade pendant at his waist. He stood with his back to her, gazing pensively out the window. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "I could tell my wife to take you as a concubine. If you are concerned about the children's marriages, you can have them registered under her name. Additionally, I possess some private assets, which I shall bequeath to Yuan Che and Rujin." Gu Riyun frowned deeply, for this was not what she wished to hear. If she desired to be a concubine, she would not have waited until now. This was what Su Qinghao had promised her, and what she rightfully deserved. "If cousin insists on this, I shall go and speak with my wife. Yuan Che is my son, and Rujin is also your child." "And what about back then?" Su Qinghao's expression darkened as he sternly admonished, "Do not speak such nonsense." Noticing the tears welling in Gu Ruyun's eyes, he softened his tone. "Ruyun, you must grant me some time. Currently, the marquise relies on my wife's assets for sustenance, and I need time to prepare." Though his explanation was reasonable, impatience seeped into his tone. Having spent many years by Su Qinghao's side, Gu Ruyun possessed a remarkable ability to navigate the complexities of human relationships. Stepping closer, she wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her face against his chest. "Cousin, I was merely anxious. I will heed your words." Yet, a flicker of determination crossed her lowered gaze. After Su Qinghao departed, Gu Ruyun summoned her chief maid, Yue Hao, and quietly inquired, "I recall your cousin manages the carriages in the outer courtyard, does he not?" Within Zaiwiyuan, Lin Shi sat on the large heated platform by the window in the banquet restroom, a warm bowl of chicken soup beside her. Su Qingyu understood that the most challenging aspect of this marriage was gaining her mother's approval, while the old lady could be persuaded with incentives. Her mother genuinely sought her best interests. Noticing Lin Shi entered without speaking, Su Qingyu cautiously ventured, "Mother, I would truly prefer to marry Third Master Shen over marrying Shen Zhao. Moreover, even if I were to wed another, how could I be certain they would not turn out like Shen Zhao? Allow me to reside in the rear courtyard, engaging in subtle rivalries with my concubines, and to curry favor with my mother-in-law. Truly, it would be preferable to wed the deceased Master Shen. Furthermore, Master Shen has sacrificed himself for the nation, and the Emperor has posthumously conferred a title upon him. Although I am merely the nominal Mrs. Shen, both the court and the Shen family will extend their protection towards me. I surmise that in a few years, the Shen family will adopt a child for me. Thus I would not be left without support in my old age. As for wealth, the dowry bestowed upon me by my mother is more than sufficient to sustain my needs for a lifetime. Would such a life not be enviable?" Chapter 10. Punishment. Lin pondered over her daughter's words, contemplating each phrase meticulously. She was no ordinary woman. Her knowledge and perspective transcended that of most young ladies. Reflecting on her own marriage into the Su family, she suddenly found merit in her daughter's assertions. Although her fate diverged from that of the majority, she was able to live with a sense of freedom and ease that many could only envy. Yet, her daughter was merely 15. What would happen if she were to encounter a suitable suitor in the future? Alas, if that day were to come, she would devise a plan for her daughter. With this thought, Lin lifted her head and smiled, saying, "Then let it be as you wish." Fortunately, the matriarch of the Shen family is benevolent and will not make things difficult for you. Life is not easy, so pursue whatever it is you desire. Lin had no extraordinary talents, but she could ensure her daughter would never want for food or clothing. Su Qinghau's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. If only her mother had been present in her previous life. She shifted closer to Lin, nestling against her side. "Mother, you should go stay at the hot springs tomorrow. I will borrow a doctor from my cousin to attend to you there." Lin turned to her affectionately. "You are to be married in 100 days. I shall remain at home to handle these matters for you." Su Qinghao shook her head. "No need, for I am not marrying a living man, and there are no elaborate rituals to observe. Mother, your priority should be to nurture and give birth to a legitimate son. That is of utmost importance at present. Besides, what if someone in this household intends to harm you?" Just then, their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of the maidservant, Bai Lu. "Madam, dinner is ready and can be served." Lin inquired, "Have the dishes that the young lady enjoys been prepared? Have you made the shad fish and pine nut chicken?" Su Qinghao quickly interjected, "Mother, I shall be vegetarian for this 100 days." She then instructed Bai Lu, "Please ask the kitchen to prepare a stir-fried dish of sweetened yellow cabbage and a salad of bamboo shoots without any meat oil. Tomorrow, I will escort you to the estate, and the day after is the 7th day after Shun San's passing. I must also go to the Guogua temple to perform a ceremony for him. The Shen family will conduct their own rites for the 7th day. I will merely fulfill my duty of goodwill. Having taken the position of his wife, it is only right that I contribute in some manner." Lin nodded in approval. "What you are doing is indeed correct. Having made a decision, one must also bear the responsibilities that come with it." After Su Qinghao had dined with Lin, she returned to Bai Shui Pavilion, where it was already the early hours of the night. The head maid in charge of jewelry in the small storeroom, Hupa, approached to help Su Qinghao remove her hairpins. Su Qinghao cast a fleeting glance at her and suddenly asked, "What has become of the rare calligraphy manual by Yin Jinxing that my elder cousin sent last month? Bring it to me. I wish to see it." Hupa was taken aback, then replied, "Miss, that manual has been borrowed by Miss Cheng." Su Qinghao's expression darkened as she scrutinized her hairstyle in the mirror while questioning, "Did you consult me about this matter?" With a disdainful huff, she continued, "Borrowed? Has Cheng Rujin ever returned anything of mine?" Hupa, frightened, hastily knelt on the ground, explaining, I saw that you seldom practice calligraphy, and when the young lady requested it, I felt it inappropriate to refuse." Su Qinghao coldly regarded Hupa through the copper mirror. "Inappropriate to refuse? Since when did you have the authority to make decisions on my behalf?" In her previous life, many of her jewelry and rare trinkets had inexplicably ended up with Cheng Rujin. At that time, she believed that Cheng Rujin and her cousin truly cared for her, so she chose to turn a blind eye. She recalled that before her marriage in her previous life, Cheng Rujin had already taken Amber to serve her. In hindsight, it seemed that the girl had long harbored ulterior motives or perhaps sought to curry favor for both sides. Su Qinghao rose to her feet, looking down at Amber. "Please write down everything that has been lent to my cousin." While Amber busied herself with a list, Su Qinghao personally lit some sandalwood incense. The pale blue smoke rising delicately, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Pearl entered with hot tea and fruits, and after her earlier exertions, Su Qinghao felt both fatigued and weary. She picked up a piece of sesame cake, took a small bite, and sipped the hot tea. Then she frowned at the teacup. "Isn't this Zizan?" Su Qinghao's favorite tea was Guju Zizan, known for its clear broth and mellow flavor. However, the cup in her hand was. Pearl spoke softly, "Miss, this is Taiwan Ju, which is meant to dispel heat." Su Qinghao couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Did this girl think she was stubborn while secretly suffering? "Change it to Zizan. I cannot acclimate to this." Seeing her distress, Pearl promptly removed the tea and exited. Su Qingyu wiped her hands and turned to Amber, who approached with the paper. "Have you written everything clearly?" Amber quickly replied, "I have noted everything down." Su Qingyu took the paper and examined it closely. There were items such as a cloison box, a gold hairpin inlaid with agate plum blossom petals, a snail black from overseas, a cat's eye stone hairpin, a calligraphy book by Yin Jinxing, and a rare medical text from the preceding dynasty. In total, nearly 20 items. After finishing her review, she set the paper aside and coldly regarded Amber. "Do you and my cousin have anything else to discuss? I will ask you this once. It is best you speak truthfully." Amber quickly shook her head. "No, I have no private dealings with my cousin." "It's just what?" Su Qingyu pressed coldly. Amber took a deep breath and said, "The head maid beside my cousin, Yu Xiu, often comes to find me. Sometimes she inquires about your affairs. Each time she visits, she brings food and sometimes even gifts me jewelry. I felt embarrassed and may have said some things I shouldn't have." Su Qingyu pondered silently. But Agate spoke up first. "How could you do such a thing? The young lady has treated you well, and we have received many rewards in our courtyard. Last year, when your parents fell ill, it was the young lady who helped invite a doctor to procure medicine." Agate, with her impetuous nature, spoke candidly without holding back. "What have you said?" Pearl returned with gu zhu zizan brewed at 8 parts hot, and Su Qingyu lifted the teacup, gently caressing the lotus vine pattern on its surface. Amber recalled and replied, "There were 2 occasions when the young lady invited Miss Shen to the flower gathering. She asked when they would go and who would be attending, among other questions. I mostly deflected her inquiries, but when she pressed me, I answered a couple of things." With her brows lowered, Su Qingyu reflected on the previous 2 occasions when she had invited Shunyu to the flower gathering. On both instances, Cheng Rujin had found excuses to accompany them, and Shun Zhao had also attended. A cold smile flickered at the corners of her mouth. Her cousin, resembling a white lotus, indeed harbored profound thoughts. "Amber, I shall grant you another opportunity. From now on, engage in conversation with the individuals in the young lady's courtyard as usual. Whatever they say or inquire, you are to report back to me in detail. You are a legitimate child of this household, with your parents and relatives serving here. Should I discover any betrayal on your part, your entire family shall suffer dire consequences. Do you understand?" The final statement was delivered with an escalated intensity. Amber instinctively recoiled, replying, "The servant understands. Thank you for your mercy, miss. I shall heed your words henceforth." Su Qingyu merely responded with a faint acknowledgement before dismissing her. The fire in the Bai Shui pavilion's hearth burned brightly as Su Qingyu changed into a simple, elegant long dress, adorned with a jade hairpin, and proceeded to the study in the eastern wing. The glow of the octagonal lantern illuminated her face, casting a half-lit, half-shadowed visage. At this moment, she was engrossed in copying the Sutra of Rebirth. Seeing that it was already the 3rd watch of the night, and the young lady showed no sign of rest, Pearl gently advised, "Miss, perhaps it will be better to continue this tomorrow? It is getting late." Yet, Su Qingyu felt no drowsiness as she transcribed the scripture. Her mind became remarkably alert. Unable to dissuade her, Pearl, concerned that she might be hungry, ventured to the small kitchen to prepare a bowl of vegetable porridge for Su Qingyu's late-night snack. Each courtyard of the Su family possessed a small kitchen. The old matriarchs and Lins could prepare substantial meals, while the kitchens of the young ladies and masters were reserved for simple late-night snacks, managed by the maids themselves without dedicated cooks. Suddenly, Su Qingyu caught a whiff of a delightful aroma, which made her realize her hunger. After consuming the bowl of porridge, her eyelids began to grow heavy. She hurriedly washed up and collapsed on her bed, succumbing to sleep. The following morning, Pearl roused her. "Say, miss, it is time to rise. Today we shall escort the lady to the hot spring resort." Chapter 11. Threat. Su Qingyu, dressed and ready, made her way to Zaiwiyuan. Following her instructions from the previous day, the servants had worked through the night to prepare the items for the hot spring estate. 4 horse-drawn carriages awaited her at the entrance. The first was occupied by Lady Lin and her daughter, furnished with thick woolen cushions and a warming stove already lit. Su Qingyu intended to check the thickness of the cushions, for venturing out in the cold winter was no trifling matter. As she lifted the carriage curtain, her brows furrowed tightly. The scent, Bailu, arrange for another carriage. This one need not return. It will accompany us. Su Qingyu spoke with an icy tone. Upon delivering the Lin family to the hot spring estate in the outskirts of the capital, Su Qingyu did not linger for a moment before returning. Once back at the residence, she summoned the coachman, known as Erxi, to the side hall, having driven an empty carriage to the outskirts and back. Erxi was already filled with trepidation. Upon entering the side hall, he knelt on the ground, greeting the young lady. Su Qingyu acknowledged him with a curt nod, her gaze cold as she observed him. The 16 or 17-year-old boy had dark skin, and when he spoke, his white teeth were visible. His eyes revealed his honest nature. "Do you know why I have summoned you?" she inquired. "I do not know. Please enlighten me." "Young lady?" Erxi's voice trembled slightly. His palms pressed against the cool bricks quivered. Su Qingyu let out a snort and asked, "Who placed the woolen cushions in the carriage?" The cushions were infused with musk, and the journey from the Su residence to the royal estate took over half an hour. In the stifling carriage, with the heavy musk scent, it was highly likely her mother would suffer a miscarriage. In her previous life, due to Shan Zhao's impotence, Su Qingyu had extensively studied pharmacology. The musk within the carriage was evidently of the highest grade, its potency extraordinarily strong. Gu Ruiyun indeed spared no expense. She increasingly suspected that Gu Ruiyun was the one responsible for her mother's premature labor in her past life. Upon hearing about the woolen cushions, Erxi began to tremble uncontrollably. Young lady, I was wrong. I beg for your punishment." Su Qingyu slammed her hand on the Nanmu table, her voice sharp as she commanded, "Speak." Erxi stammered and revealed the truth. It turned out that the maid, Yue Tao, who served Gu Ruiyun, was his cousin and also his betrothed. Last night, Yue Tao had taken the woolen cushions and musk to Erxi's home, where they had remained until the early hours. Erxi felt that this act amounted to endangering his mistress. Yet Yue Tao assured him that when the lady miscarried, no one would investigate the matter, and the cushions could be disposed of without anyone knowing. Yue Tao had also given Erxi 10 taels of silver, which would allow him to marry her in style. The situation aligned closely with Su Qingyu's suspicions. She softly asked her confidant, Zhenju, to investigate the whereabouts of the selling contract between Erxi and Yue Tao. Zhenju nodded and departed to inquire further. In the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Zhenju swiftly returned. "Miss, I have learned that Yue Tao's selling contract is in the hands of her maternal aunt. All the servants of Shaohua Hall have their contract with her. As for Erxi, he did not come in as a contracted servant, as anticipated by Su Qingyu. The contracts of the maids within the Su family's inner chambers were under the possession of their respective mistresses. She quietly instructed Pearl with a few words, and Pearl nodded before departing. Su Qingyu raised the Celadon porcelain teacup, took a couple of sips, and then spoke. "Do you know the gravity of the crime of plotting against your mistress? If the evidence and your testimony are sent to the Ministry of Justice today, you shall have no escape." Erxi, already trembling with fear, had never committed any wrongdoing and had spent a sleepless night after the wool mat was smoked the previous evening. Hearing Su Qingyu's words only intensified his dread. 10 taels of silver could cost him his life. "Miss, I shall never dare again. I beg you for mercy." Beyond pleading for his life, Erxi was at a loss, his forehead bruised and swollen from bowing too forcefully. Su Qingyu remained seated, sipping her tea in silence. The more she refrained from speaking, the more anxious Erxi became. It was only when Pearl returned with Yue Tao that Su Qingyu set down her teacup. Yue Tao, initially surprised that the young mistress sought her out clandestinely, became alarmed upon seeing Erxi. She knelt beside him, observing his forehead, now red and stained with blood. "Cousin, what has happened?" Su Qingyu scoffed. "What do you mean, what has happened? You have caused him great distress." Having risen to the status of a first-rate maid in the Marquis's residence, Yue Tao understood the gravity of the situation upon witnessing the scenes unfolding. Without hesitation, she addressed Su Qingyu directly. "Miss, this matter is my doing. It has nothing to do with my cousin. I implore you to spare him." Hastily, Erxi interjected, "Miss, I can handle this matter myself. Please, I beg you, spare Yue Tao." A slight smile graced Su Qingyu's lips, surprised by the affection displayed. If there is affection, then this matter can be resolved. She turned her gaze to Yue Tao. "Why did you take such action?" Without a moment's thought, Yue Tao replied, Once, I inadvertently offended the lady and was punished for it, which left me harboring resentment. She was clearly determined to take the blame upon herself, not wishing to implicate Guruoyun. Su Qinghao understood this as well. After all, the contracts were with Guruoyun, and should Guruoyun be implicated, she would not fare well either. It was wiser to take the blame, allowing Guruoyun to compensate her family. You wed Ao, if you respond this way, I shall have no choice but to send both of you to the Ministry of Justice. As for whether there is a mastermind behind this, it will depend on the capabilities of the officials there. But tell me, do you think either of you will survive? Such a pity, the fateful lovers, unaware of whether selling themselves in this manner was worth it. Yuetao knelt on the ground, biting her lip, pale as a ghost. It was not until Su Qinghao spoke again, Pearl, go report to the Ministry of Justice, stating before she could finish her sentence, Yuetao exclaimed, I will speak, miss. I shall tell all. It was Annie who instructed me to do this, and it was she who provided the musk. Su Qinghao pondered for a moment before addressing Erxi. If you desire mercy, then sign a contract of servitude. I shall not be stingy, offering you 20 taels of silver. Hearing this, Pearl interjected, Miss, he has committed a grave error. Yet you would grant him such a sum? With 20 taels, one could purchase several young maids. Su Qinghao waved her hand to silence Jinzhu, continuing, I require both of you to serve my interests. I will also find a way to acquire the contract of servitude for Yu Tao. You now face two choices. Either heed my commands from this day forth, or face the consequences at the Ministry of Justice. Choose wisely. After 5 years, I shall grant you your freedom and provide you with a sum of silver to return home and purchase land. Chapter 12. The 7 treasures beads. The choice presented as 2 options is, in truth, but a singular path. To venture to the Ministry of Justice. Can the 2 of us even hope to survive? We are willing to serve a young lady. Su Qinghao instructed Jinzhu to escort Erxi down to sign the contract of servitude, leaving only her and Yuetao in the room. When does the Marquis typically visit Shaohua Hall? Yuetao shuddered. The affair between the Marquis and her cousin's wife was the most closely guarded secret of Shaohua Hall. She had not intended to divulge anything, but hearing this, did the young lady already know? Su Qinghao did not miss Yuetao's reaction and coldly remarked, do not harbor any false hopes. I may know as much, if not more, than you. But should you choose to remain silent, do not expect me to show leniency. At that moment, Yuetao found herself completely under Su Qinghao's control. She whispered, the Marquis usually arrives at night and departs at dawn. The people of Shaohua Hall are all trusted confidants of my cousin's wife. Not only the contracts of servitude, but even our families are held in her grasp. Su Qinghao's brow furrowed in concern. How so? Yuetao explained, my cousin's wife possesses a ledger detailing the names, ages, and occupations of our family members. Thus, the people of Shaohua Hall tread carefully, revealing not a hint of their situation for fear of bringing calamity upon their families. Su Qinghao's understanding deepened. No wonder her mother, having managed the household for so many years, had never uncovered her father's affair with Gurun. She truly possessed some cunning. What else do you know? Speak plainly, she urged. Yuetao, no longer daring to conceal anything, recounted her memories, albeit sometimes disjointedly. Nevertheless, Su Qinghao managed to piece together the narrative. According to Yuetao, Su Qinghao spent at least half of each month residing at Shaohua Hall, while the wives and concubines in the estate believed he was staying in the outer courtyard. He often provided Guruoyun with financial support, and whenever she desired fashionable jewelry, she would mention it to him, claiming it was a gift from the matriarch. Guruoyun was determined to become the Marquis's wife. Previously, Su Qinghao had assuaged her, but in this past year, her impatience had become evident. Su Qinghao listened intently, awaiting further revelations. Once Yuetao had said all she could, she inquired, when did the Marquis and your cousin's wife begin their affair? Do you know anything of their past? Yuetao shook her head, replying, this servant does not know, but I vaguely recall 2 instances of their quarrels. Whenever my cousin's wife broached the subject of the past, the Marquis would fall silent. A flicker of realization crossed Su Qinghao's eyes. The past? Could it be that her father had some leverage in Guruoyun's hands? After dismissing Yuetao, Su Qinghao sat in the side hall, lost in thought for quite some time. The matter of her father and Guruoyun remained unresolved. If she were to expose it publicly, her father might very well take her as his wife. It would be wiser to remain observant. The more Gu Riyun aspired to be the Marquis' wife, the more frantic she would become, and the more frantic she was, the greater the likelihood of her making mistakes. With her mother at the hot spring estate, peacefully nurturing her pregnancy, Su Qinghao resolved to eliminate Gu Riyun and her daughter within the 3 months leading up to her marriage. Miss, the contract of servitude for Urxi has been signed and secured, Zhizhu softly announced as she entered from outside. Su Qinghao nodded softly, rising to her feet and summoning 2 sturdy maidservants. Let us retrieve the items from our cousin, she instructed. At the mention of this, Zhizhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her exuberance palpable, she nearly dashed into the main chamber, calling out to Hui Fei, "Come along quickly. We are going to fetch the items from our cousin." The 4 maidservants who attended Su Qinghao closely included Zhizhu and Hu Pa, both of whom were born and raised in the household and were responsible for her daily care. Hui Fei and Ma now were gift from her third cousin, tasked with ensuring her safety. Zhizhu was vivacious, while Hui Fei exuded a calm demeanor. Casting a sidelong glance at her, Hui Fei remarked, "There is no need for such excitement over retrieving items. If outsiders were to witness this, they might think we are bullying our cousin. After all, collecting the young lady's belongings hardly warranted such a commotion." Zhizhu laughed lightly. "Indeed, as Hui Fei rightly said, they are our possessions, and it is only natural for us to reclaim them." She deliberately chose 2 robust-looking maidservants to accompany Su Qinghao to Qingyan Pavilion. Upon their entrance, they found Cheng Rujin in a fit of rage, her recent tribulations having left her flustered and irritable, causing her to find fault with everything around her. Noticing Su Qinghao's arrival, she snapped, "What do you want?" Standing at the threshold with her arms crossed, Su Qinghao handed the list to Zhizhu. "Search for each item on this list. Not a single one must be overlooked. If anyone obstructs you, strike them without hesitation." After issuing her orders, she turned her attention to Cheng Rujin. "My cousin has taken my belongings without returning them. Thus, I have come to reclaim them myself." Cheng Rujin glared at her, eyes wide with indignation. "I have not taken your things. You dare to invade my space without proof? Perhaps your maidservants have betrayed you." With a cold laugh, Su Qinghao stepped closer to Cheng Rujin. Suddenly, 2 sharp slaps echoed in the room as Su Qinghao delivered 2 resounding blows to Cheng Rujin's face. After striking her, Su Qinghao firmly grasped Cheng Rujin's chin, lifting her head slightly and saying in a chilling tone, "If you lack shame, then I shall spare you none." Beneath her seemingly calm exterior, a tempest of fury surged within her, and she unconsciously tightened her grip on Cheng Rujin. Just then, Zhizhu rushed out, clutching a red string adorned with 7 beads, the 7 treasures of Buddhism. "Miss, isn't this what you used to wear as a child? It suddenly went missing last year. How did it end up with our cousin?" Upon seeing the string of treasures, Cheng Rujin erupted with manic fervor. "That is mine. Return it to me. It belongs to me and has nothing to do with you. Hand it over quickly." Chapter 13. The Enchanted Elder Brother as Cheng Rujin lunged towards her. Su Qinghao swiftly evaded, grasping the string of beads to examine them closely. She recognized it immediately as the cherished 7-treasure bead necklace she had worn throughout her childhood, an object she had treasured for over a decade. It was uncommon for a family to string 7 beads on a red thread. This particular necklace was a gift from Master Singh during her visit to Hugui Temple, who had instructed her to wear it for protection against misfortune. Since its mysterious disappearance last year, despite her diligent search through Bishi Pavilion with her servants, it had eluded her grasp. Cheng Rujin reached out once more to seize the necklace, exclaiming, "Give this to me. You already possess so many fine things. Can't I have just this one? It belongs to me." Su Qinghao tucked the necklace away, her voice cold as ice. "The abundance of my possessions is of no concern to you. You shall not lay claim to what is mine." With that, she forcefully pushed Cheng Rujin, sending her sprawling onto the small couch. Each encounter with Cheng Rujin ignited a profound resentment within her, a desire to inflict pain. Were it not for the decorum expected within the Su household and the presence of onlookers, she would have acted upon her impulses long ago. Nonetheless, she found solace in the notion that slow, deliberate torment could be even more excruciating. Pearls and Jade were scouring the premises for items as per their list, while the maidservants of Qingyun Pavilion stood silently, too intimidated to utter a word. Cheng Rujin, with tears welling in her eyes, feigned vulnerability. "Cousin, I was wrong about the matter with young Master Shen. I shall never dare again. Would you consider giving me this necklace?" Su Qinghao furrowed her brow, puzzled by Cheng Rujin's sudden fixation on the necklace, when she had shown indifference to the numerous other items Pearl had procured. Her instincts warned her that there was something amiss, a secret hidden beneath the surface. Cheng Rujin lunged at her once more, but Su Qinghao deftly pushed her away, watching as she stumbled towards the door, only to be caught by a figure who had just appeared. "Su Qinghao, what are you doing?" The newcomer, a young man of 17 or 18, wore a moon-white brocade robe adorned with bamboo leaf patterns and possessed striking features. His tone held an edge of disdain as he reprimanded Su Qinghao, before turning his gaze towards Cheng Rujin, his eyes alight with admiration. Su Qinghao recognized him as her half-brother, Su Yuankai, the son of concubine Shui and the illegitimate firstborn of Su Qinghao. Concubine Shui had once been Su Qingyao's maidservant, but had been elevated to concubine status after the entrance of Lady Lin. Over the years, concubine Shui had not hesitated to undermine Lady Lin, employing various schemes to vie for favor in the household. She had borne a son and a daughter, the latter being 14-year-old Su Qinghao. "Cousin, this is not my cousin's fault. It is entirely my misdoing." Cheng Rujin immediately adopted a delicate tone upon seeing Su Yuankai, her enchanting eyes glistening with unshed tears. Su Qinghao felt a wave of disgust wash over her at this display. To refer to him as cousin felt absurd. They shared the same father. "Su Yuankai, this matter does not concern you, so spare us your pretense of brotherly concern. What right has a bastard to act as if he were a true elder?" "Su Qinghao, I am your brother. How can you speak so callously? You bully such a fine girl as Rujin. Your arrogance knows no bounds." As Su Yuankai's words escaped his lips, Jinju's countenance darkened, and she stepped forward to say, "Young master, there are distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Your words seem somewhat excessive. The natural hierarchy of seniority and legitimacy indeed places the legitimate above all." Her remark left Su Yuankai momentarily speechless, while it also allowed Cheng Rujin to regain her composure. She approached and gently grasped the moon-white sleeve of Su Yuankai's robe, saying, "Cousin, please do not let our quarrel trouble you. Today's incident has already brought me enough embarrassment. It is only fitting that my cousin seeks to humiliate me." Su Yuankai, unable to bear the sight of Cheng Rujin's suffering, glared fiercely at Su Qinghao, declaring, "Rujin is not the sort to deserve such treatment. It appears you are the one scheming against her. How pitiful she is, so young and innocent, unaware of the treachery of the human heart, and yet she has continually spoken well of you." In a fit of rage, Su Qinghao responded with a sardonic smile. "Su Yuankai, I do not fault your blindness, for I too have been blinded before. If you wish to offer her comfort, do so. I have no time to waste here." Turning to Jinju, she inquired, "Have you gathered your belongings? Let's depart." With several servants in tow, Su Qinghao exited, and as she lifted the door curtain, Su Yuankai's voice rang out from behind, "Cousin, do not cry. This matter is not your fault. You too have fallen prey to other schemes." Shaking her head, Su Qinghao allowed a fleeting smile to grace her lips. Before they could reach the Bai Shui Pavilion, they encountered Aunt Shui, who was on her way to deliver pastries to Su Qinghao, accompanied by her maid. "Good day, miss," Aunt Shui greeted with a slight bow, presenting her respects to Su Qinghao. Her coat and skirt were of last year's fashion, and the gemstone hairpin atop her head bore the marks of age, indicating her waning favor in recent times. Su Qinghao stepped forward to assist Aunt Shui, saying, "I just returned from my cousin's place and crossed paths with my elder brother. It seems that he has learned of the scandal. Unfortunately, he remains oblivious, lost in his gentle pursuits." Aunt Shui's expression shifted upon hearing this, yet she forced a smile, saying, "Your elder brother is kind-hearted. He may fear for your cousin's feelings." Su Qinghao offered a faint smile as she gazed towards the distant Xiaohua Hall. "When it comes to selecting a successor, I have always believed my elder brother to be the most suitable. I wonder what father is thinking, insisting on choosing Yuan Che." A mere 5-year-old child. What discernible qualities could he possess? The matter of succession had long weighed heavily on Aunt Shue's mind. As Su Qingyu spoke, she unconsciously twisted her handkerchief. Well, now that the madam is with child, such concerns may be put aside, Aunt Shui remarked casually, yet her thoughts remained preoccupied. However, Su Qingyu shook her head, stating, "What you say, Aunt, is premature. We do not yet know whether the child in Mother's womb is a boy or a girl. I genuinely believe my elder brother is suitable. I merely wish to remind you to prepare for certain eventualities. I shall soon be married and will need the support of my maternal family in the future, so let this be a way to establish goodwill with you." Before Aunt Shui could respond, Su Qingyu had already turned to leave. After taking a few steps, she heard Aunt Shui's teeth clench as she said, "Call the young master back. I have matters to discuss with him." A smile graced Su Qingyu's lips. She relished the sight of this dog-eat-dog scenario. Upon returning to the Bai Shui pavilion, she first inquired of Amber whether the string of 7 treasure beads was indeed given by her. Amber swore an oath, declaring her complete ignorance of the matter. Upon observing her genuine demeanor, Su Qingyu refrained from further inquiries and instead handed the beaded necklace to Fei Cui, instructing her to take it to the Fanjin pavilion for a new cord, as the current red string showed signs of wear and was on the verge of breaking. As midday approached, Su Qingyu continued her scriptural copying when Fei Cui entered and announced, "Miss, the old madam has requested that all the younger members of the family dine with her today." Su Qingyu raised an eyebrow, inquiring if Cheng Rujin would be attending as well. Fei Cui shook her head and replied, "The young miss and the 4th young master were not invited. Only the eldest young master, the 3rd young miss, the 4th young miss, and yourself are expected." Su Qingyu set down her brush, straightened her posture, and said, "Let us prepare. We must not keep grandmother waiting." Chapter 14. The 7-day ritual. When Su Qingyu arrived, Su Yihue was already present. Upon her entrance, Su Yihue rose to pay her respects. At the age of 14, Su Yihue was the biological sister of Su Yuankai and the daughter of the concubine, Aunt Shui. She was adorned in a deep crimson embroidered dress featuring a pattern of diamond flowers, her hair elegantly pinned with a golden hair ornament, accentuating her graceful demeanor. Among the 2 legitimate sons and 1 illegitimate son of the Su matriarch, as well as their 6 daughters, Su Yihue's poise was particularly dignified, her presence more commanding than that of the legitimate daughter, Su Qingyu. Although Su Yihue's lineage did not match Su Qingyu's, she endeavored to excel in various arts, such as music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and needlework. Had it not been for Su Yihue's tendency to regard Su Qingyu as a rival, seeking to undermine her at every turn to validate her own status, Su Qingyu might not have felt perturbed. At that moment, Su Yihue glanced at Su Qingyu's light blue embroidered dress adorned with lotus petals and remarked, "The embroidery of those lotus leaves is exquisite. Did you craft it yourself, elder sister?" A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Su Qingyu's mouth as she replied, "Not at all." Su Yihue then lowered her gaze to her own dress and stated, "I embroidered this myself." "What do you think, elder sister?" Su Qingyu forced a faint smile and responded, "Have we fallen to such poverty in the Marquis household that the young ladies must resort to embroidering their own garments? If all were like our 3rd sister, those skilled with needle and thread would find themselves without work." Before Su Yihue could retort, a servant announced the arrival of the 4th miss, Su Shuani. Su Shuani was the daughter of Aunt Lien, aged 12, with a cherubic face and 2 charming dimples that made her smile particularly endearing. Aunt Lien had once been a maidservant to the Lin family, and despite her elevation to concubine, she maintained a deep respect for Lin, instilling in her daughter a sense of propriety and decorum. Upon entering, Su Shuani greeted Su Qingyu and Su Yihue, saying, "Good day, elder sister." "Good day, 3rd sister." Su Yihue responded with a nasal grunt, clearly unimpressed by her cautious younger sister. In contrast, Su Qingyu approached and playfully pinched Su Shuani's cheeks, smiling as she said, "Hello, 4th sister." In her previous life, before her mother's passing, Aunt Lien had cared for her devotedly, never leaving her side. After her mother's death, the household's affairs were overseen by the matriarch, with many specifics managed by Gu Ryun. Prior to her untimely demise, the Su family's business had plummeted, necessitating external assistance. Consequently, a marriage was arranged for Su Shuni with Fong Yin, the second son of a merchant family, who was, regrettably, mentally challenged. His intentions to marry Su Shuni were solely to ensure a lineage. Given the divine opportunity of rebirth, Su Qinghao resolved to safeguard her half-sister from hardship throughout her life, as a means of repaying Aunt Lian for her past care of her mother. "You are all here. Please take your seats." The matriarch's voice resonated, pulling Su Qinghao from her scattered thoughts. Turning to the entrance, she saw Su Yuankai supporting the matriarch as they entered. The sisters paid their respects, and after the matriarch was seated, they arranged themselves accordingly by age. The table was already set with dishes. The matriarch, a devout Buddhist, consumed a vegetarian diet for all 3 meals. The small kitchen of Songha Hall had specially employed 2 chefs skilled in vegetarian cuisine. In the center of the round Nanmu table lay a dish shaped like a fish, crafted from tofu, daylily, and bamboo shoots, drizzled with sauce, symbolizing abundance and longevity. Additionally, there were dishes of fragrant bamboo shoots, mushroom stew, 3 shredded rolls, and stir-fried ginkgo, with a bowl of yam soup prepared for each person. The entire set of lotus-patterned cloisonne porcelain plates, accompanied by the refreshing and exquisite dishes, was already a feast for the eyes even before tasting. The 5 members of the family sat down to lunch, the floral hall enveloped in serene silence. The young gentlemen and ladies dined with decorum, not a sound to be heard. Once the matriarch finished her meal, the younger generation also set down their chopsticks. A maid approached to assist the esteemed hosts in rinsing their mouths, followed by serving tea. After the meal, they moved aside to enjoy tea, and Su Qinghao spoke up. "Grandmother, tomorrow I shall go to the Hugui Temple to perform the head 7th memorial service for Lord Shen." Without a moment's hesitation, the matriarch replied, "Go ahead. Lady Shen will be pleased to know of your sincerity." Su Qinghao lowered her gaze and remained silent. In her previous life, she had dismissed the existence of spirits, only to discover that people could transform into malevolent phantoms. In this rebirth, she acted solely upon her conscience. Observing the mourning for Lord Shen was merely fulfilling her duty in her current identity. Whether the Shen family acknowledged it was of no concern to her. Upon hearing Su Qinghao's intention to visit the Hugui Temple, Su Yuankai's thoughts shifted, and he suggested, "Grandmother, why not allow my cousin to accompany us for some respite? I visited her this morning, and her eyes were swollen from crying." The matriarch waved her hand, saying, "It would be best if she stayed home to reflect. Given the gravity of the situation, it is inappropriate for her to be out and about." Su Yuankai did not press further, but quietly whispered something to Su Yihui. Su Yihui furrowed her brow at first, but soon her expression relaxed, and she cheerfully said, "Grandmother, I recently copied scriptures for you as a prayer. It would be perfect for me to accompany my elder sister to the temple tomorrow." The matriarch looked at Su Yihui with appreciation, saying, "I see your filial heart. So do take good people along and avoid any disturbances." Su Qinghao observed the subtle exchanges between the siblings. Having undergone a transformation in her rebirth, she recognized that circumstances had also altered. In this life, she intended to remain vigilant and observe the actions of those around her. After lunch, upon returning to the Bisui Pavilion, Su Qinghao took up her pen and drafted a list of the offerings required, instructing Zhu Zhu and others to prepare them accordingly. Since they were heading to the temple, the offerings consisted solely of vegetarian pastries and a selection of fruits. In her previous life, she had accompanied the matriarch of the Shen family to the Hugui Temple for Lord Shen's memorial, where Lady Shen had prepared items that Lord Shen favored in life. Thus, she followed suit. She further directed Zhu Zhu, informed the stewards to prepare the account books for the past 3 months. "I shall review them upon my return from the temple." Reviewing the accounts was the swiftest way to take charge of these matters. Throughout the afternoon, Su Qinghao diligently copied the Sutra of Rebirth, placing the completed scriptures and offerings together, destined for presentation before the Buddha the following day. On the morrow, Su Qinghao rose early, attired in a plain robe and skirt, draped with a snow fox-patterned, edged shoe brocade cloak. Accompanying her were only Zhu Zhu and Fei Chui, along with 2 sturdy maids. She first sought the matriarch's blessing before departing with Su Qinghao in the carriage, while the maids and servants carried incense, candles, and offerings in 2 additional carriages. Huwa Temple, situated on the scenic Jingshan Hill in the western suburbs of the capital, is renowned for its thriving incense offerings. The pathway leading up the hill is broad and straight, making it exceedingly convenient for horse-drawn carriages. After settling into her seat, Su Qinghao adjusted her cloak, cradling a warming stove as she closed her eyes to rest. Just as the carriage had yet to exit the Su family gate, Su Qinghao sighed and remarked, "Elder sister is wed to a deceased man. Henceforth, our grandmother may not regard you with the same favor as before." Though her words carried a tone of regret, they resonated more as a hint of schadenfreude. Chapter 15. Master Shen, the elderly matron, has always assessed the young women in the household based on their perceived value, a judgment most directly reflected in the families into which they marry. With the passing of Master Shen, one might wonder what worth remains for the deceased. Without raising her eyelids, Su Qinghao coldly remarked, "Perfect, you may now seek a suitor who surpasses me. Ensure your judgment is keen enough to find someone worthy of comparison to Master Shen." In truth, few could rival Master Shen, even in death. Su Qinghao furrowed her brow. Her singular ambition was to ascend the social ladder through marriage. She did not wish to outshine Su Qinghao, but also sought not to fall short of her expectations. Hence her engagement remained unsealed. Having been struck by Su Qinghao's words, she retorted, "If he were alive, you might possess some grounds for pride. But now that he is deceased, I fail to see the basis for your arrogance. Besides, had he lived, he would never have chosen you." Su Qinghao lifted her gaze slightly, casting a glance at her sister with a hint of derision. In her previous life, Su Qinghao had married a year later to Songhong Shen, a remarkable and talented son of the loyal and righteous marquis. Despite being a secondary son, he achieved great feats in expanding territories. However, the very next day, after being honored with a title and returning to the capital, he discovered Su Qinghao's affair with Su Liangping, the grandson of the Grand Minister Su Yixiang. Song Hongshen promptly wrote her a divorce decree. Ultimately, Su Qinghao did not marry into the Su family, but was sent to the ancestral temple of the Su clan in Shaoyang. The scandal of the infidelity became a sensational topic of gossip throughout the capital, with the Su, Song, and Su families providing ample fodder for public discourse. Su Qinghao chose to remain aloof from this trivial war of words, closing her eyes in contemplation. After more than an hour, the carriage came to a halt within the confines of the Huwa Temple. Hu Mama, who accompanied Su Qinghao, entered to consult with the head monk, securing the accommodations typically used by the Su family. Although they might return home by nightfall, the young lady and her maids required a place to rest. In accordance with their ages, Su Qinghao was assigned to the main room, while Su Qinghao occupied the east wing, with the servants quartered in the west wing. "Jinju, my belongings are in the main room, but I shall rest with you in the wing. Let us share a chamber," Su Qinghao whispered to Jinju. Jinju's expression shifted. Did the young lady imply that someone might harbor ill intentions? Su Qinghao's eyes darkened, yet upon seeing Jinju's anxious demeanor, she offered a gentle reassurance. "Perhaps I am overthinking it, but it is prudent to exercise caution, especially here in the temple. Should anything occur, I would have no allies to call upon." Accompanied by Jinju and Fei Cui, each carrying offerings and scriptures, the trio exited their quarters, intending to seek Master to light incense and conduct a ritual. Typically, one would not disturb Master Shen for such matters. Yet the Su family contributed significantly to the temple's incense offerings each year. And given her prior acquaintance with the Master, Su Qinghao hoped to request his personal service from Master Shen's memorial. Huwa Temple is situated halfway up the mountain, while Master Shen resides at the summit behind the Grand Hall. Jinju glanced at the overcast sky and remarked, "The clouds are thickening. It seems likely that snow will fall soon." Su Qinghao strolled along the stone pathway beside the Great Hero Hall, and upon hearing the remark, she chuckled, "If it snows, we shall spend the night here and descend the mountain tomorrow." The vegetarian cuisine at the Guoguo Temple is exquisite, particularly the tofu, which is said to be made with spring water source from the mountain. The soybean milk, devoid of sugar, is exceptionally sweet. After a snowfall, The nighttime scenery here becomes even more enchanting, with the treasures of the temple illuminated, exuding a grand and magnificent aura. Jinju blinked her eyes in surprise. The young lady had never stayed overnight at the Guogwa temple, yet spoke with such authority on the matter. Su Qinghao quipped, "Have you never seen a pig run if you've never eaten pork?" After playfully sticking out her tongue, she clasped her hands together. "Oh, Buddha, forgive me." This little girl did not mean it. The trio finally navigated to the back courtyard, but before they could approach Master Shen's quarters, they were halted by a young novice. "Amitabha, the master is receiving guests today and cannot see anyone else." Su Qinghao was taken aback. "Guests? But this head 7 ceremony cannot be delayed like other rituals." She politely inquired, "Could you please ask Master Shen if he could spare a moment for me? I am Su Qinghao of the Su family, here to conduct the head 7 ceremony for Lord Shen." If Master Shen truly had no time, she would have to seek another master. Upon hearing her name and the purpose of her visit, the novice replied, "I shall inquire with the master." It was well known that the Guogwa temple was closely tied to the nobility of the capital, and common folk could seldom request Master Shen services. Before long, the novice returned, gesturing for her to enter. "Master Shen invites Miss Su to speak with him. These 2 ladies may accompany me to the guest room for a warm bowl of soybean milk." The implication was clear. Only Su Qinghao was permitted to enter. With delight, Su Qinghao entered the meditation room behind the Great Hero Hall, where she found 2 individuals seated on cushions, a chessboard placed between them. One was the venerable Master Shen, aged over 60, and the other was the gentleman she had encountered in Lord Shen's study. Su Qinghao offered a slight bow. "I have the honor of meeting Master Shen and this esteemed gentleman." The gentleman looked up, a gentle smile gracing his elegant and handsome face, his deep-set eyes revealing profound calmness. "My surname is Yin, and I am known as San." Su Qinghao was momentarily taken aback. The Yin family was indeed related to the Shen family, as the old matriarch of the Shen family bore the Yin surname. She recalled that the Yin family had a 3rd master, around 30 years of age, which aligned with the gentleman before her. "Greetings, Master Yin." After exchanging pleasantries, Su Qinghao turned her attention back to Master Shen. "Master, I wish to conduct a head 7 ceremony for Lord Shen. Do you have time?" Master Shen paused in his movement to place a piece on the board, instinctively glancing at Master Yin. Noticing Master Yan's slight nod, he replied, "I have time. I will have someone prepare. Please, take my place in this match." Su Qinghao seated herself opposite Master Yin, taking over from Master Shen. Examining the state of the game on the board, she suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. The warm and smooth ghost stones felt comforting in her hand, and she instinctively placed a black stone in the position etched in her memory. As Mr. Yin narrowed his eyes, the white pieces fell. The 2 engaged in their game with a certain instinct, each move flowing seamlessly into the next. In less than a quarter of an hour, the outcome was unmistakably clear. Su Qinghao emerged victorious. Yet, rather than displaying elation, her countenance reflected a hint of guilt as she bowed her head, fixating on the board. In her previous life, she had stumbled upon a hand-drawn chess manual in Mr. Shen's study. Out of sheer boredom, she had practiced against herself, gradually committing the strategies to memory. In this match, however, she had resorted to deceit. "You possess remarkable skill, Miss Su. Shall we engage in another round?" After 3 consecutive games, Mr. Yan's expression grew increasingly contorted. It was not merely the defeat that troubled him. Rather, it was the uncanny way in which Miss Su played, as though she could peer into the depths of his thoughts. Or perhaps their understanding of the game was so aligned that it bordered on the extraordinary. Su Qinghao had no intention of deliberately outmaneuvering him. It was simply that Mr. Yan's strategies inexplicably mirrored those in the manual. To alleviate the awkwardness, Su Qinghao inquired, "Did you come specifically to attend the funeral, Mr. Yin?" Chapter 16. A scene unseen before Master Yin San was meticulously picking up the chess pieces when he casually remarked, "I suppose so. If you hadn't come, I would have forgotten today marks the 7th day." Su Qinghao blurted out, "After all, you are blood-related cousins." She abruptly halted, suddenly realizing she had overstepped. This was not her place to comment. Yin San was taken aback momentarily, then turned his gaze towards Su Qinghao, softly stating, "The young lady seems to be quite knowledgeable." A faint smile lingered on his lips, yet his inquisitive gaze towards her was subtly intense, albeit not overtly so. Su Qinghao looked up and caught sight of the smile at the corner of his mouth. Just then, a young monk knocked and entered, announcing Miss Su. The hall of reception is prepared. Turning to Yin San, she inquired, "Aren't you going to light an incense stick for him?" Yin San's lips twitched slightly as he rose. Sweeping his robe with a flourish, "Of course. I must go. This is the first time I have witnessed such a scene." Su Qinghao thought to herself. Had he never performed a head seventh before? Inside the hall of reception, a golden Buddha statue dominated the center, flanked by flickering candles. 108 monks were seated on either side, with a long table in the middle, upon which lay a lotus-patterned mat embellished with golden threads. Zhenju and Yu Fei approached with offerings and scriptures, and after inquiring with Master Shen, Su Qinghao placed the offerings on the table. The scriptures were positioned at the feet of the Buddha statue. Just as she set down the scriptures, Yin San reached out and took them, standing there to examine them. Su Qinghao furrowed her brow, perceiving his behavior as somewhat disrespectful. These were offerings meant for the Buddha's blessing. Why was he treating them so casually? Yin San commented while perusing, "The strokes are powerful, yet the final flourish lacks a certain depth. The last stroke falls short of the essence." Su Qinghao smiled slightly and replied, "Neither the Buddha nor Master Shen will hold it against me. Sincerity is what matters in such matters." After a moment of reflection, she added, "Thank you for your guidance, Master Yin." She was well aware of the flaws he pointed out. However, mastery in writing required profound dedication and could not be cultivated overnight. Seeing him place the scriptures back, she felt reassured enough to continue arranging the offerings. Chestnut cakes, peach nut pastries, date cakes, pine nut pies, and tongzi cakes were all meticulously arranged, 5 of each type, perfectly aligned. Even the edges of the pastries were impeccably neat. Noticing more pastries in the offering box, Yin San inquired, "What's inside?" Zhenju replied, "Our young lady feared they might break, so she brought 2 of each." Yin San suddenly swallowed hard, bending down to take a bite of chestnut cake. The fragrance was delightful, revealing just a hint of sweetness, exactly to his liking. After savoring one, he cast a lingering glance at Su Qinghao. Yet, she did not return his gaze. Instead, she knelt down properly, bowing and lighting incense. After rising, she looked at Yin San and asked, "Aren't you going to light an incense stick?" Yin San raised an eyebrow, stepping forward to light an incense stick and bowing, though his demeanor exuded a sense of nonchalance. As the ritual unfolded, outside, heavy snow began to fall like goose feathers, and the howling wind intensified. Just past noon, the sky had already darkened ominously. The monk continued to recite scriptures from Master Shen, while Su Qinghao, having no further obligations, intended to return and rest. However, the heavy snowfall outside suggested that the journey would be arduous. As she stood at the entrance of the grand hall, grappling with her dilemma, she heard Master Yin say, "I have arranged for a vegetarian meal in the adjacent meditation room. If Miss Su does not mind, please join me." Su Qinghao, not wishing to be overly formal, nodded and replied, "I appreciate your hospitality, Master Yin. I apologize for interrupting your meal with my rituals." At that moment, Master Yin had already stepped towards the meditation room, muttering softly, "Listening in would be beneficial, so as not to waste these scriptures." Inside the meditation room, 4 vegetarian dishes and 2 bowls of soybean milk were prepared, while the Pearl and Jade were invited to dine in another chamber. Su Qinghao and Master Yin sat across from each other, and she took a small sip of the soybean milk, feeling warmth envelop her as she consumed it. Outside, the sky darkened, with only the sound of falling snow breaking the silence. The candlelight illuminated the young woman's strikingly beautiful face, her features exquisite and radiant. "Once the snow ceases, I will send someone to escort you home," he comforted, noticing her occasional glances towards the outside. Su Qinghao was not particularly anxious to leave. Rather, the fact that Su Yihui had accompanied her up the mountain left her with a lingering sense of unease, as if some plot was unfolding behind the scenes. Upon hearing Master Yan's words, she gathered her thoughts and focused on her meal. Before long, a servant entered and reported softly, "Master, the carriage is ready. We can depart early tomorrow morning." After the servant exited, Su Qingyu casually inquired, "Are you returning home, master?" The Yin family hailed from Jinling, and if he were attending a funeral, he would indeed need to return. "I am heading to the northwest, and will return to the capital in 2 or 3 months. Master Yin replied. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "I will certainly be back before the 100th day." The 100th day marked Su Qingyu's impending marriage to the Shen family. Suddenly, the chopsticks in Su Qingyu's hand slipped and clattered against the edge of the celadon bowl, producing a sharp sound. 2 months after her previous life, the provinces of Gansu and Shaanxi experienced devastating earthquakes and avalanches, plunging the entire northwest into despair. At that time, Gu Ryun managed the Su family's affairs, profiting handsomely from the national calamity and betraying the Lin family, leaving them severely weakened. The memory of the tragic state of the capital and the entire northern Jili during that period still haunted Su Qingyu. In the first month, "Do not venture into the provinces of Gansu and Shaanxi," Su Qingyu whispered. She could not stand by and watch as lives were lost. Regardless of whether the person before her believed her, she felt compelled to issue a warning. Even if he ultimately perished in the northwest, she had done her utmost. Reflecting on her past life, she reasoned that Master Yan's survival must indicate that he would be safe this time. Master Yan, however, furrowed his brows and inquired, "What do you mean?" His journey to the northwest was to investigate a significant matter, and he anticipated returning to the capital by the end of the month, which coincidentally included travel to Shaanxi and Gansu. Su Qingyu took a deep breath, contemplating her next move. She could not disclose her reincarnation. Not even to her closest kin would she reveal such a secret. Though her heart raced, her demeanor remained composed. Master Yin gazed intently at Su Qingyu, observing her as she pondered for a moment before speaking. "In my youth, I once dreamt of a book that recounted a calamity in the 18th year of the Xuande era, where the heavens and earth collapsed in the provinces of Shaanxi and Gansu, resulting in countless casualties. Such occurrences are perhaps better believed than dismissed. Do you not agree?" Su Qingyu's expression remained serene, as though she merely uttered a casual remark. Yet, Master Yin had previously discerned the complex emotions flickering in her eyes: fear, hatred, and calculation. Since the day this young girl intruded into his study until their encounter today, he found her increasingly inscrutable. Very well, he would have to await her return from the northwest for a more thorough investigation. Outside, the wind and snow abruptly ceased, and then Zhenju entered, approaching Su Qingyu and whispering, "Miss, I have just returned from a brief inspection. The eldest young master has arrived and is currently in the company of the third young lady." Chapter 17. A familiar scent of medicine. Su Qingyu's brows fluttered slightly as she rose to her feet, addressing Master Yen-san. "The snow has ceased outside, so I shall not intrude any longer. I take my leave." However, Master Yen-san called out towards the doorway, "Wenju, escort Miss Su back." The youth named Wenju accompanied Su Qingyu to the front courtyard, departing only after ensuring that the mistress and her servant had entered. Upon returning with Zhenju and Feitsue, Su Qingyu proceeded directly to the main room. She instructed Zhenju to convey to Su Yihui that, given the treacherous snow, they would be staying overnight at the Hugui Temple. Upon Zhenju's return, she whispered, "Miss, the third miss did not permit me to enter. The eldest master is likely still in her chamber." At that moment, Su Qingyu was seated cross-legged on her bed, cradling a cup of warm tea. A faint smile graced her lips at Zhenju's words. "Zhenju, did you ever climb through windows when you were little?" Zhenju was puzzled, but soon observed her mistress rising from the bed and pushing open the back window of the meditation room. Feitsue gasped, "Miss, this is not appropriate. What kind of noble lady climbs through windows? What would others think?" Feitsue, known for her prudence, appeared quite pale with fright. In contrast, Zhenju was considerably more exhilarated. "The window isn't even high. I used to climb trees as a child." Saying this, she too climbed out. Seeing this, Feitsue leaped out as well, displaying agility surpassing both of them. Once outside, Su Qingyu peered through the back window. With a dim light within suggested someone was lying on the bed. The three of them intended to stealthily return to the rear of the west wing. But after taking only 2 steps, Su Qingyu halted and turned in the opposite direction. Zhenju and Feitsue perplexed but hesitant to inquire, followed her quietly. Crouching by the back window of the east wing, Su Qingyu listened intently to the sounds inside. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, she heard no noise and wondered if they had retired for the night. Just as she was about to turn away, she heard Su Yihui's voice. "Brother, has the person you sought arrived? What exactly do you want me to do?" Then came the voice of Su Yuankai, coming right away. "You will take this warming stove to Su Qingyu's room and engage her in idle chatter for a while before returning. Remember to set down the stove." Su Yuankai was inside the warming stove. Su Yuankai replied, "That is of no concern to you. Just be quick about it. If she dares to embarrass Rujin, I shall make her regret it." After a moment, Su Yihui hesitated and asked, "Brother, could anything go wrong?" Su Yuankai chuckled. "What could possibly go wrong? Does she not always pride herself as the legitimate daughter, looking down upon you? Today is a perfect opportunity for you to vent your frustrations. You will seek out Su Qingyu while I fetch that person. You will place the item inside and return to your own room. I shall feign arriving to find you, conveniently interrupting a scandal, and we shall escort her home under cover of night. Grandmother will surely punish her severely, and she can await her fate at the Zhou family as a concubine." A frown creased Su Qingyu's brow at the mention of the Zhou family. Aware that Su Yihui would soon seek her out, she returned to her own quarters. Indeed, within a quarter of an hour, Su Yihui arrived, holding the warming stove. She entered with a smile, asking, "Elder sister, has the ritual been completed? Shall I send someone to bring some vegetarian dishes?" Su Qingyu lifted her gaze towards Su Yihui, noticing that although she wore a smile, it was tinged with awkwardness, revealing her underlying tension. The sweet, cloying aroma wafting from the warm stove permeated the entire room. In her previous life, Su Qingyu had delved into pharmacology. While she wouldn't claim to be an expert, she could certainly identify common medicinal herbs by scent. The unmistakable fragrance of epimedium emanated from a stove, accompanied by several aphrodisiac herbs that she had often encountered in her past, as they were renowned remedies for male impotence. "Third sister has arrived. Please take a seat. Have you dined yet this evening?" Su Yihui casually placed the warm stove on the table, only to hear Su Qingyu add, "You should keep that stove close. It is not as warm here in the mountains as at home, lest you catch a chill." This startled Su Yihui, who clutched the stove tightly, fearing that Su Qingyu might discern something amiss. With a silk handkerchief in hand, Su Qingyu approached Su Yihui, swiftly covering her mouth and nose with it. She collapsed at the edge of the table. Jinzhu and Fei Tsue, observing with bated breath, followed Su Qingyu's instructions and lifted her onto the bed. Su Qingyu glanced at the stove and remarked, "Let us exit through the back window." The three of them discreetly vacated the room, slipping out the rear window and returning to the servant quarters in the west wing. They did not light any lamps, opting instead to remain vigilant under the moonlight, observing the movements in the courtyard. Su Qingyu quietly inquired of Jinzhu and Fei Tsue, "Are you both well? Do you feel any discomfort?" After holding her breath earlier, she had preemptively warned the two maids, concerned they might be affected. Jinzhu and Fei Tsue shook their heads in unison, affirming, "We feel no discomfort." With that, Su Qingyu felt a sense of relief. Their exposure had been minimal and brief, thus they should be fine. Shortly thereafter, a man stealthily entered the courtyard and pushed open the door to the main room. Jinzhu and Fei Tsue were so frightened they dared not breathe, while Su Qingyu maintained an impassive expression. In this second life, her heart had hardened beyond stone. A startled exclamation from Su Yihui echoed from within the main room, and Su Qingyu, listening intently, remained motionless. Had she not been prepared, she would have been the one crying for help, yet no one would have shown her pity. Instead, they would only chastise her for her disgrace, accusing her of shame and tarnishing the family name. A biting cold wind swirled outside, the fresh snow on the ground forming a vortex. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the courtyard, accompanied by 4 or 5 others, likely drawn by Su Yihui's voice. As they rushed into the main room, Su Qingyu could not discern their identities, but was certain that none were Su Yuankai. Whether this individual had been sent by Su Yuankai or merely happened upon the scene by chance remained unclear. After a moment's contemplation, Su Qingyu stepped out of the west wing and made her way towards the main room. Just as she approached the door, she collided with Su Yuankai, who had rushed in from outside, clearly taken aback by her presence. His expression darkened immediately. "What are you doing here?" A smile graced Su Qinghau's lips as she replied, her tone laden with meaning. "Where did you think I ought to be, elder brother?" Su Yuankai glanced at the figures within the main room and hastily entered, with Su Qinghao trailing closely behind. Upon entering, the scene before them caused Su Yuankai to draw a sharp breath, his face ashen. Su Qinghao, too, was momentarily taken aback, her expression inscrutable. Chapter 18. Who is so kind-hearted? At this moment, the main room was in disarray. A man was half-seated beside the bed, cradling Su Qinghao, while another man lay on the ground, restrained by several attendants. Su Qinghao recognized the man on the bed as Su Yanping, the grandson of the Prime Minister Su Yishang. In her previous life, the illicit affair between Su Yihue and Su Yanping had transpired over 2 years later. Yet in this lifetime, their encounter had come so swiftly. These two truly seemed fated. The man on the ground, being held down by the attendants, was also familiar to her, Zhou Zheng, the young master of the Zhou Trading Company. In her past life, Su Yuankai and Zhou Zheng had fought over a courtesan, teaming up to beat the son of the Minister of Rights. On that occasion, she had returned home to deliver festival gifts and had found Zhou Zheng and Su Yuankai kneeling in the side hall, beseeching her father for assistance in speaking to the Minister of Rights family. Thus, it appeared that the man with ulterior motives entering was Zhou Zheng, while Su Yanping must have fortuitously passed by and heard the commotion, bursting in with his entourage. At this moment, Su Yihue, influenced by the aroma from the warming stove, had transformed from her originally fair complexion to an alluring shade of pink, one hand clutching Su Yanping's collar, aimlessly caressing it. Su Yuankai also recognized Su Yanping and cautiously approached, saying, "Young Master Su, what brings you here?" "Thank you for rescuing my sister." Su Yanping lowered his gaze to the enchanting girl in his embrace, his heart stirring with unease. "Is this your sister? This is quite troublesome, encountering such a predicament in the wilderness. You all should leave. I will handle this." Su Yanping was aware of Su Yuankai's status, yet he did not regard the Su family with much importance. Besides, should this matter come to light, he would still be seen as a hero for coming to their aid. Su Yuankai was in a state of panic. If his sister's virtue was to be tarnished because of him, how would he explain it upon returning home? However, bringing her down the mountain was not feasible either, as there was no antidote for this situation. He could not simply abandon his sister in the snow. Furthermore, with Su Yanping present, Su Yuankai felt utterly helpless and could only retreat in a fluster. Along with him were Su Qinghao and a servant from the Su family. Once outside the main room, Su Yuankai glared at Su Qinghao. "What have you done to Yihue? Why is she inside?" Su Qinghao gazed meaningfully at Su Yuankai. "I was about to ask, why is my third sister in my room? And brother, when did you arrive, and for what purpose?" She then turned her attention to Zhou Zheng, still pinned on the ground. "And who is this person? Why did he enter my room? I believe it would be prudent to take him to the Ministry of Justice." Upon hearing this, Su Yuankai's expression darkened, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. He then turned to Su Qinghao. "You are just a young lady. Do not linger here. Hurry back to your room." His intent was clear. He wished to prevent Su Qinghao from inquiring further. As for Zhou Zheng, he needed to release him, fearing that he might divulge something inappropriate. Su Qinghao, naturally discerning his intentions, refrained from exposing them and returned to the west wing with her maid. In the dense woods to the northwest of the wing, Wen Zhu was whispering to Master Yansan, "Master, I have checked. The eldest daughter of the Su family is unharmed. This matter appears to be directed at her. Fortunately, she is astute and had made preparations in advance." Master Yansan nodded slightly, and just as the master and servant were about to turn away, they heard voices emanating from the main room. Wen Zhu's expression shifted dramatically. "Third Master, Su Yiliang is utterly outrageous, daring to defile the sanctity of the Buddhist realm." Yansan Yi remained unperturbed, gently caressing the old sandalwood prayer beads on his wrist. "Is it not quite normal for two demons to infiltrate the Buddhist sect?" He then instructed Wen Zhu to inform their teacher, as the censors would present their impeachment documents in court the following day. Seizing the opportunity, while Su Qinghao was preoccupied with disciplining his grandson, he would efficiently attend to his own matters. He had been contemplating how to subtly divert Su Qinghao's attention, and the unexpected revelation from Wenju felt like a fortuitous gift. "Yes, I shall head to Elder Qin's residence immediately," Wenju replied with a bow. Soon, Su Qingyu returned to the western chamber with her maidservants. While the muffled sounds from the main room drifted through, the young ladies resorted to stuffing cotton balls in their ears, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, weariness overtook them, and they soon succumbed to sleep. The next morning, Su Qingyu was startled awake by the sound of weeping. The chill in the air made her reluctant to rise from her warm blankets, so she sent Jinju to investigate the commotion. Before long, Jinju lifted the curtain and entered, pausing at the doorway to warm herself before approaching the bedside. "Miss, I've gathered the news. Young Master Zhou descended the mountain last night. Half an hour ago, young Master Su exited the main room, and the maidservant has changed the third Miss's attire. Now, she is in tears with the eldest master." Su Qingyu acknowledged with a hum and instructed Jinju, "Once she has ceased crying, inquire with the eldest master about when we shall return." Fei Chui entered with warm water to assist Su Qingyu in her morning routine. "Miss, I have sent Granny Hu to fetch breakfast. We shall have a simple meal of soybean milk and pancakes." Su Qingyu was not particular about her meals. To her, the warm mountain spring water, soybean milk, and vegetarian pancakes were already quite delightful. After she and her attendants finished breakfast, they received a response from Su Yuankai, stating that they would return to the residence shortly. Su Yihui and Su Qingyu each took their maidservants in separate carriages, while Su Yuankai rode ahead, and they made their way back to the Marquis' residence in a grand procession. As the carriage halted at the second gate, they were met with the flustered approach of the steward, Su Zhong. "Young master, Mrs., the Marquis requests your immediate presence at Songha Hall." Su Qingyu inquired, "What has transpired?" Su Zhong instinctively glanced at Su Yihui before explaining. Today, while the Marquis was attending court, he was impeached by the censorate, accused of allowing the young ladies of the Su family and young Master Su to tarnish the purity of the Buddhist sanctuary through indecent acts. His Majesty reprimanded both the Marquis and Su Qinghao, instructing them to properly educate their descendants. Su Qingyu was taken aback. Impeached by the censorate? This incident has barely unfolded, yet they are already aware and have submitted a formal impeachment. Was it that the emperor's eyes and ears were exceptionally keen, or had the events of last night been witnessed by someone with ulterior motives? Nevertheless, this development could serve to keep her father occupied, for she anticipated that he would be furious upon learning of her forthcoming plans. She wondered who had been so kind-hearted as to draft the impeachment document. With other matters requiring her attention, Su Qingyu did not wish to dwell on the situation. "I have matters to attend to. Please inform my father that I shall visit later." With that, she returned to Bu Pavilion with her attendants. Upon returning, she changed her attire and refreshed her face and hair, while the jadeite, concerned about her dining experience at the temple, prepared some tea and snacks anew. Su Qingyu instructed Pearl to find her a dignified outfit, and then commanded, "Please inform the 4 managers of the Su family granary to come and report to me. Additionally, I wish to meet with the steward of the estate's accounts." Before long, Mr. Bai, the steward of the accounts, entered the side hall and respectfully greeted the young lady. He was already aware that the affairs of the inner courtyard had been entrusted to this young mistress. In his heart, Mr. Bai harbored skepticism. How could a girl of merely a dozen years manage any matters? He feared she might struggle with the abacus and fail to comprehend the account books. However, Su Qingyu remained unfazed by Mr. Bai's opinions of her. As long as she could execute her duties, it mattered not whether he was Mr. Bai or Mr. Black. After instructing Pearl to serve tea and closing the door, Su Qingyu spoke, "Mr. Bai, I summoned you today to inquire about the current amount of silver in the estate." In response to the young lady, Mr. Bai replied, "The estate currently possesses approximately 210,000 taels of silver. The income from several shops has just been received, and the harvest from the farms this year has been quite favorable." Su Qingyu nodded and continued, "Return to me with 300,000 taels, and repay the Lin family's debt of 300,000 taels. Chapter 19. Extending Life for the Lin Family Mister. Bai was leisurely sipping tea when Su Qinghau's words caused him to splutter the beverage onto the floor. Disregarding decorum, he placed his teacup on the enamel table and inquired, "What did the young lady say? Clear the Lin family's debts? That account which has lingered for over a decade?" Su Qinghao internally mused. How could Mr. Bai, despite his advanced years, still be so slow-witted? Was her message not clear enough? And such a vehement reaction was unwarranted. Concerning that debt, the current balance stood at 210,000 taels. She urged him to assess their inventory for anything of value that could be sold, be it antiques, paintings, or even properties, to swiftly gather 300,000 taels. Since her father dismissed her and her mother's worth, the debts must be repaid. It was unacceptable for her mother to rely on her dowry while her maternal family financially supported her father's mistress. Coincidentally, she needed funds to stockpile grain. Once she secured that amount, she could embark on a grand venture with her cousin. Mr. Bai swallowed hard, attempting to regain his composure amidst astonishment and trepidation. Having served as the accountant for the Marquis's household for decades, he had never encountered such a daunting task. 300,000 taels was no trifling matter. Without the Marquis's express command, would he dare to handle such a substantial sum? Was the young lady not being overly fanciful? Repaying 300,000 taels to the Lin family would leave the Marquis's household in dire straits. Young lady, this is a significant affair. I must consult the Marquis, Mr. Bai articulated. Su Qinghao scoffed, questioning when he had ever concerned himself with the financial matters of the household. With her mother currently at the estate to ensure a safe delivery, these affairs had been entrusted to her. She would bear the consequences, so why should he fear? Mr. Bai, with a resigned expression, glanced at Su Qinghao and replied, "Young lady, the amount is simply too large. It is truly unfeasible. If 300,000 taels were to be dispensed, would the Marquis not have him executed? Furthermore, if the Marquis intended to repay, would the debt have lingered for over a decade? It is evident that there is no intention to settle with the Lin family." Su Qinghao slammed her teacup down decisively and spoke coldly. "If my father lays blame upon you after the deed is done, I shall grant you 500 taels to relocate your family to Jiangnan. Should you refuse to assist me, I would not hesitate to replace you with another accountant by tomorrow. I am unconcerned whether you inform my father. Let him decide whom to trust, you or me." Mr. Bai was momentarily taken aback, followed by a tumult of conflicting emotions. The young lady, scarcely in her teenage years, exhibited a ruthlessness in her dealings that surpassed even that of the lady of the house. This left him with an inexplicable sense of unease. Faced with two divergent paths, he found himself compelled to make a choice. Su Qinghao, unhurried, calmly sipped her tea, not sparing Mr. Bai a glance. After a prolonged silence, Mr. Bai finally stirred, his wrinkled lips curling slightly. "What shall we sell, then? The properties may not be easily liquidated at present, but the antiques and paintings hold some value. In recent years, the household silver had never exceeded 300,000 taels. Whenever an upward trend was detected, the Marquis would procure antiques or rare books. On several occasions, the lady had been visibly displeased, yet refrained from voicing her grievances for the Marquis's sake. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qinghao declared, "Then let us sell the antiques and paintings. Choose the most valuable and marketable items. I will grant you 2 to 3 days to amass the 300,000 taels." Mr. Bai pondered for a moment before saying, "Very well, I shall heed your counsel, Mississippi. When the time comes, all documents requiring signatures must be duly signed by you." Su Qinghao smiled and replied, "Naturally, rest assured, I shall not impose any difficulties upon you, sir." Mr. Bai thought to himself, is this not imposing difficulties? He sensed that with the young lady at the helm, the atmosphere of the household had decidedly shifted. After bidding farewell to Mr. Bai, and after a brief interval, the 4 managers from Su's grain shop arrived. The Su family possessed 4 grain shops throughout the capital, located in the 4 cardinal districts. These establishments were part of the dowry bestowed upon the Lin family, and the managers were all members of the Lin family. Even the grain itself was sourced from Jiangnan by the Lin family, who subsequently dispatched it to these 4 shops. In essence, these grain shops serve as a continual source of income for the Su family, akin to hens that lay eggs, requiring no further exertion. As all profits belonged to the Su family, with the Lin family claiming none. Being one of the largest grain merchants in southern Jili, the Lin family shops enjoyed an excellent reputation in the capital, yielding annual profits exceeding 100,000 taels of silver. Lin Sheng, the manager of the Western District grain shop and the overall manager of the four establishments, was in his 40s, sporting a small goatee. Su Qinghao greeted Lin Sheng and the others with courtesy, offering them fine tea and engaging in pleasantries before inquiring, "Master Lin, how much rice do we currently have in our warehouses and shops here in the capital?" Without any hesitation, Lin Sheng responded, "There is still 30,000 sure of rice in the warehouse, and we expect an additional 20,000 sure by the end of the year." It was evident that he was intimately familiar with these accounts, requiring no further contemplation. Su Qinghao's brow furrowed slightly. 50,000 sure was far too inadequate. She then inquired about the current sales situation and the size of the warehouses before sending the managers on their way. After the managers departed, Su Qinghao rose and instructed Jinju, "Prepare the carriage. I wish to visit my second cousin." She then asked, "What news from Songhang? Have there been any updates?" Jinju replied, "The third miss and the eldest young master did not go to Songhang. Aunt Shui brought the third miss back to Furanjuan, saying she should rest first, and we can discuss these matters later." Although the Marquis is displeased, he did not express any further objections. Su Qinghao did not dwell on this, assuming Aunt Shui was merely concerned for her daughter. In the afternoon, within the flower hall behind the Lin family business, Su Qinghao was listening to her second cousin, Lin Wenbo, as he chattered on. "With such significant matters at hand, why did you not consult us? Marrying a dead man, what were you thinking? Do not speak of Master Shen. Even the emperor, once deceased, holds no value." Su Qinghao was alarmed and shot him a disapproving glance. "What are you saying, cousin? Such words cannot be uttered so freely. Be wary. There may be ears on the other side of the wall." Lin Wenbo recognized that his previous comment had overstepped boundaries, yet he continued his tirade unabated. "I have heard about Shun Zhao's situation. If you do not wish to marry him, I have ways to assist you. Why then, jump into the pit that is the Shun family? In my opinion, you should withdraw from this ill-fated union with Master Shen. If you fear being bullied, I could find someone suitable within the Lin family for you, perhaps your third cousin." Su Qinghao quickly interrupted Lin Wenbo, knowing that while her second cousin had many admirable qualities, his penchant for rambling could lead to endless discourse. "Cousin heir, I have come to seek your counsel regarding a matter of significance." Lin Wenbo raised his elegantly arched brows slightly, responding with a smile, "What matter might that be? Pray tell, I have heard that you now oversee the family affairs. Are you here to request my assistance?" Su Qinghao thought to herself that she was not there to ask for help. Rather, she had come to bestow a new lease of life upon the Lin family. Chapter 20. Entrapment. In the previous life, a catastrophic earthquake struck the provinces of Shaanxi and Gansu, followed by avalanches in the Tian Shan Mountains. The imperial court promptly mobilized grain relief from northern Jili. As a royal merchant, the Lin family also spared no effort in aiding the disaster victims. However, the earthquake occurred during the first month of the lunar calendar, when grain supplies in northern Jili were already strained, and sourcing grain from Jiangnan would require additional time. At that moment, Lin's mother was gravely ill, and all affairs of the Marquis' residence were entrusted to Gurun. One day, Gurun unexpectedly delivered 5,000 sure of rice to the Lin family, claiming it was procured from local farmers. At that time, the price of rice in the capital had surged from 1 or 2 taels per sure to 16 taels per sure. The Lin family rejoiced, as the court had been pressuring several prominent royal merchants to spare no effort in disaster relief. Upon receiving the grain, the Lin family immediately distributed porridge and rice. But that batch of grain tragically led to the deaths of over 1,000 disaster victims. Lin's uncle personally came to the capital, dispersing much of the family wealth and assets to safeguard the Lin family. In the aftermath, Gurun knelt before the Lin family, unable to rise, and Lin's uncle suspected she had also been ensnared in a scheme, but chose not to pursue the matter further. In her previous life, Su Qinghao believed that her cousin was merely deceived, yet now she reflects that it was clear someone had conspired with Gurun against the Lin family. This was certainly not a plot orchestrated solely by Gurun. There must be others conspiring to bring the Lin family to ruin. The enemy lurked in the shadows, while they were exposed to the peril, necessitating constant vigilance against hidden blades. Suddenly, Su Qinghao inquired, "Cousin, under whose patronage did the Lin family become royal merchants?" The Lin family was once the largest grain merchant in Jiangnan, and it was only in the past 3 to 4 years that they began earning silver as royal merchants. Lin Wenbo, perplexed by Su Qinghao's inquiry, replied, "The Lin family became royal merchants through the patronage of Master Shen. My father once met Master Shen and assisted him. Out of gratitude, he spoke on behalf of the Lin family." Su Qinghao took a deep breath, recalling the troubling events surrounding the Shen family in her previous life. They say that when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. In reality, it is a forced dispersion. After Master Shen's demise, the Shen family began to struggle, partly due to the mediocre capabilities of both branches, but a significant reason was that Master Shen's former political adversaries began to retaliate against the Shen family. If Lin's uncle had initially aligned with Master Shen, he would inevitably bear the Shen family's mark. And it would be understandable that those in the court coveted the Lin family's lucrative path. "Cousin, what is the current price of grain in Jiangnan?" Lin Wenbo answered, "It is approximately 1 tael of silver per shur now. As it is year-end, prices tend to rise at this time. During the autumn harvest, the average price is about 8 qian of silver." "Why do you ask?" Su Qinghao continued, "How much silver can you currently mobilize?" Lin Wenbo calculated, "About 500 to 600,000 taels, but this silver is due to be returned to my father by year-end." Su Qinghao's delicate fingers tapped rhythmically against the armrest of her chair as she pondered. "Find a way to procure 100,000 shur of grain and transport it to the capital before year-end. Is that feasible? With less than 2 months until the deadline, including procurement and transportation." Su Qinghao felt uncertain. Lin Wenbo, however, was taken aback. "Have you lost your senses? Currently, grain prices are at their peak, reaching a staggering 1 million pickles. We may not even be able to sell them all by next autumn. Once the new harvest arrives, we will be left with these stocks in hand." Su Qinghao was at a loss for how to explain this to Lin Wenbo, but it was imperative to collect as much grain as possible. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qinghao asked him mysteriously, "Are you familiar with Master Shen?" Noticing Su Qinghao's secretive demeanor, Lin Wenbo leaned in closer and lowered his voice. "Of course I know. It is said that Master Shen's skills in observing celestial phenomena and divination surpass even those of the chief of the Astronomy Bureau. I visited the Hugua Temple yesterday and heard Master Shen pray to the Buddha, foretelling that 2 months from now, a calamity will befall the northern provinces, causing widespread suffering and starvation among the people. I thought it prudent to prepare, given that we are aware of this impending disaster." Lin Wenbo was taken aback by her words. He knew his cousin had gone to the Hugua Temple, as he had visited the Ho residence yesterday to discuss her marriage, only to be informed that she was at the temple. It seemed implausible that Su Qinghao would seek to gather such a vast quantity of grain without reason. If Master Shen's prophecy held any truth, then preparations were indeed necessary. In business, the one who seizes the opportunity first prevails. After some deliberation, Lin Wenbo said, "This matter is beyond my authority. I must return to Yunzhou to consult my father. 1 million pickles of grain is too significant a decision for me to make unilaterally. It requires the full strength of the Lin family." Su Qinghao agreed. "That is wise, but it is crucial to keep this matter discreet. We must send out unfamiliar faces to procure grain, avoiding any overt association with the Lin family." Lin Wenbo nodded. "I understand. I will discuss this with my father. The fewer people who know, the better. After all, the calamity has not yet occurred, and spreading this information could lead to unnecessary speculation." After discussing a few more critical details with Lin Wenbo, Su Qinghao boarded the carriage to return to the Ho residence. Upon arriving at the Huajia gate, she noticed Amber anxiously waiting. As Su Qinghao disembarked, Amber hurriedly approached her, whispering, "Miss, the Lord has been waiting to question you." Su Qinghao raised an eyebrow. "Question me? What is the matter?" Amber followed closely, explaining, "The third miss attempted to take her own life today and was fortuitously interrupted by the Lord. She accused you of having an affair with Zhou Zheng, claiming that your clandestine meetings have implicated her, asserting that you intentionally harmed her." Before Amber could finish, they were intercepted by the butler, Su Zheng, who blocked their path. "Miss, The Lord has been waiting for you in the Songha Hall all day. You should go to him now." A flicker of annoyance crossed Su Qingyu's striking features as she replied coolly, "Very well, let us proceed." In the side chamber of Songha Hall, the old lady and Su Qinghao occupied the main seats, while Gu Ruiyun consoled the weeping Shui Yinyang. Upon Su Qingyu's entrance, Shui Yinyang reacted as if she had encountered an archenemy, rising to her feet to vehemently berate Su Qingyu. "You wretched girl, why must you bring ruin upon my daughter with your own depravity? I shall not rest until you are silenced. You disgraceful harbinger of misfortune. You speak of the number of men you have bedded outside. Do you not feel a twinge of jealousy towards my daughter, whose purity is as pristine as ice?" The words of Aunt Shui grow increasingly harsh, devoid of any semblance of a noble concubine from the Ho residence, resembling more the vitriol of a village shrew. A chill began to settle upon Su Qingyu's countenance. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, a resounding slap, causing Aunt Shui to stagger. Su Qingyu inquired coldly, "Are you awakened now? If not, drag her away and administer a beating with the rods." Chapter 21. The family law. Upon witnessing the scene, Gu Ruiyun supported Aunt Shui and addressed Su Qingyu, saying, "Qingyu, she is, after all, an elder. How can you resort to violence?" Su Qingyu, with a smile that held no warmth, turned her gaze toward Gu Ruiyun, retorting, "As a concubine, how can she claim to be an elder to me? In families such as ours, a concubine or secondary wife can never ascend to the status of a principal wife." "Cousin, what say you?" Gu Ruiyun's expression shifted, a tempest of emotions brewing within her, yet she restrained her ire. Su Qingyu's gaze was as frosty as a blade capable of cleaving a heart, startling Gu Ruiyun. Su Qinghao, witnessing the exchange, slammed his palm upon the table, causing the teacups to clink violently. "Wretched girl, you have committed such a grave misdeed, and yet shown no sign of remorse." Taking a deep breath, Su Qingyu suppressed the urge to strike Su Qinghao. "Father claims I have caused trouble. Where is the evidence? Even the Ministry of Justice requires proof for cases, and you cannot wrongfully accuse someone, can you?" Madame Su sat nearby. Her eyes narrowed as she manipulated the small Buddhist beads in her hands, revealing no trace of emotion. Suddenly, she spoke up. "Let Yi Wei and Yuan Kai come in. This matter must be resolved through direct confrontation." Before long, Su Yuan Kai and Su Yi Wei entered the room. Su Yi Wei wore a face of grievance as she approached Su Qingyu, casting a fierce glare in her direction. Aunt Shui, upon noticing her son and daughter's arrival, regained her composure and said, "Yi Wei, repeat what you just said, lest your elder sister deny it." Su Yi Wei glanced at Su Qingyu and recounted, "Last night, elder sister summoned me to her chamber for a conversation. Initially, all was well until there came a sudden knock at the door accompanied by male voices. I was terrified and inquired of elder sister who it was. She then seized a handkerchief and rendered me unconscious. Surely, that handkerchief was laced with a drug. It was premeditated." Upon hearing this, Su Yuankai stepped forward, saying, "Grandmother, father, that young Master Zhou has confessed, stating he is already acquainted with Su Qingyu, and their clandestine meeting at the temple was prearranged. Su Qingyu even mentioned offering her sister to him. Thankfully, young Master Su happened to pass by. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The siblings believed they had presented an impeccable case. The incident occurred in Su Qingyu's quarters, with witnesses to corroborate. And as long as grandmother and mother believed even a fraction of their tale, with Zhou Zheng persisting in his claims of involvement, the matter would be settled." Su Qinghao glared at Su Qingyu, rebuking her. "What more do you have to say? Our family's legitimate eldest daughter has engaged in such disgraceful conduct, bringing shame upon us. You have profoundly disappointed me." Su Qingyu, betraying no sign of fear, regarded Su Yuankai and Su Yi Wei with a hint of derision before inquiring, "Does my brother know young Master Zhou?" Su Yuankai, taken aback, retorted defiantly, "No, we do not know him." With a light chuckle, Su Qingyu replied, "Yet my brother and young Master Zhou are close friends, both esteemed guests at the Xiangchuan Tower, having become acquainted through their mutual indulgences in flower wine and visits to the gaming houses, particularly the one on Yong'an Street. Father could easily send someone to inquire at the Xiangchuan Tower and the casinos. They're well known to each other." Su Yuan Kai stood frozen in place. his countenance growing increasingly anxious as Su Qinghao spoke. "How do you know?" he stammered. Su Qinghao let out a soft laugh. "I inquired this morning for a mere few taels of silver." This revelation was something she had learned in her previous life, and she hadn't expected to employ it today. "Elder brother, given your close association with young Master Zhou, were you not ascended the mountain together? What was your purpose for going?" Without waiting for Su Yuankai's explanation, she raised her voice, bring forth the item. A servant entered, holding a warm stove, which was none other than the one previously owned by Su Yihui. Su Yihui's eyes widened in shock. She had only realized it was missing after boarding the carriage, believing she had left it at the Guogua Temple. How was it now in Su Qinghao's possession? Su Qinghao placed the warm stove on the table between Su Changyi and the matriarch. She continued, "The brocade enveloping this stove is embroidered with lotus leaves, and I had someone investigate. It bears the same stitching as that of my third sister's personal maid, Chui Lu. Furthermore, this stove was procured during the onset of winter, each uniquely styled, and the manor maintains a ledger documenting such purchases. The incense burned within is not of the ordinary kind used by young ladies. A physician could still discern its nature. Father, grandmother, after completing the prayer rites yesterday, I returned to my room. Later, feeling somewhat spooked by the woods behind the main residence, I sought refuge in the side chamber to squeeze in with Pearl. I am unaware of why my third sister ventured into my room, nor do I understand how young Master Zhou managed to enter. I implore you, father and grandmother, to investigate thoroughly, or perhaps send young Master Zhou directly to the Ministry of Justice. I too wish to comprehend why he intruded upon my chamber in the dead of night, as well as who placed aphrodisiac drugs in my third sister's incense burner." After her declaration, the matriarch ceased her meditation with the prayer beads, her sharp gaze fixed upon the siblings, Su Yuankai and Su Yihui. Su Changyi wore an expression of disbelief, his face dark with anger. Concubine Shui occasionally glanced at the matriarch, clearly terrified. Guru Oyen hung her head low, disappointment flickering in her eyes. Su Qinghao perceived the various thoughts swirling in their minds, but chose not to delve into them. Instead, she pressed Su Changyi for his course of action regarding this matter. "I harbor no enmity toward Zhou Zheng. Why then does he cast such slander upon me? It would be prudent to send him to the ministry for questioning, lest he be backed by someone scheming against our family." Both Su Changyi and the matriarch, seasoned individuals in their own right, were not blind to the intricacies at play. The squabbles among the young ladies and gentlemen of the household were of little concern to them. If it stirred their competitive spirits, it could be seen as beneficial. However, such antics should never tarnish the family's reputation or jeopardize the marriages of the younger generation. The incident at Guogua Temple had escalated to the imperial court by morning, rendering the Pingning Marquis household a subject of ridicule throughout the capital. Heaven knows the fury that had consumed Su Changyi that morning, wishing he could obliterate Su Qinghao. Now that it was clear the fault did not lie with Su Qinghao, his ire had shifted to Su Yuankai and Su Yihui. Summon the family law, Su Changyi pronounced in a grave tone. The mere mention of family law sent concubine Shui nearly fainting with fear. Su Qinghao timely supported Aunt Shui, whispering, "This matter cannot entirely be blamed on my elder brother. He acted out of a desire to defend his cousin. It remains uncertain whether this idea originated from him or was conceived by her. It is truly infuriating that she has tarnished her own reputation while attempting to drag my brother and third sister into her predicament." Su Qinghao's words were barely audible, intended solely for their ears. Aunt Shui, who previously harbored animosity towards Su Qinghao, found herself resenting Cheng Rujin as a result of this remark. She was well aware of her son's affections for Cheng Rujin, yet she had not anticipated that he would go to such lengths for her. Having taken such actions, he foolishly allowed his intentions to be unveiled. Just then, Guruyun approached to console her, saying, "Aunt Shui, this situation cannot be solely attributed to the eldest young lady. She acted in her own interest and neglected her brother and sister." What was meant to be a divisive comment, upon reaching Aunt Shui's ears, transformed into an evasion of responsibility. She forcefully pushed Guruyun aside and exclaimed, "There is no need for your feigned sympathy. It is all the work of your precious daughter." Chapter 22. punishment. The scene descended into chaos as Madame Shui berated Cheng Rujin, branding her a harbinger of misfortune, which incited her cousin to stir up trouble. Gu Ruyun lamented their plight as a mother and daughter, claiming their innocence and feigning a desire to end their lives. This was merely a ruse to elicit sympathy from Su Qinghao. However, at that moment, both Su Qinghao and the old madam wore grave expressions. Cheng Rujin was of the Su family lineage, and Su Yuankai was akin to her own brother. If Su Yuankai harbored ulterior motives, then the mother and son exchanged a knowing glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. As Gu Ruyun and Madame Shui tussled, the housekeeper presented the family's disciplinary rod. The Su family's punishment instrument was a whip, said to have been used by the first generation of the Pingning Marquis during the founding of the dynasty, and it had endured for 3 centuries. Su Qinghao seized the whip and cracked it through the air, commanding silence. Upon hearing his words, Gu Ruyun released her grip on Madame Shui's hair. Yet, Madame Shui's long nails remained embedded in Gu Ruyun's face, and when she let her hand fall, she exerted a slight pressure, eliciting a cry from Gu Ruyun as her left cheek was left bloodied. Su Qinghao, feeling a throbbing in his brow, could not fathom how their household had descended into such disarray. Someone, take the cousin down to tend to her wounds. Su Yuankai and Su Yihui shall each receive 10 lashes as punishment. As for Miss Cheng Rujin, before nightfall, she is to be sent to Cixin Monastery in Yunzhou for seclusion. Cheng Rujin could no longer remain in the Marquis's residence. He feared for his son's future should she stay. Upon hearing this, Gu Ruyun knelt beside Su Qinghao, pleading, "Cousin, you cannot do this. She is your niece. How could you send her to a monastery?" Su Qinghao leaned down, gritting his teeth as he whispered in her ear, "Did you not see Su Yuankai harboring inappropriate thoughts? I cannot allow her to ruin my son. This matter must proceed as I say. Do not force my hand." His gaze was cold and devoid of any room for negotiation. Gu Ruyun understood well that this situation could not be resolved through threats. If she angered him further, their fates would be perilous. Despite her deep concern for her daughter, she skillfully retreated, conceding, "What you say is reasonable, cousin. I understand." Madame Shui, upon learning that the 2 children were to be punished, initially contemplated interceding, but upon seeing Su Qinghao's demeanor, she was too frightened to approach. With a quick glance, she moved to the old madame's side. "Old madam, I recognize that the siblings' transgressions are unforgivable. However, the lashes will leave scars. What shall we do afterward? Could we perhaps consider an alternative form of punishment?" Madame Shui inquired cautiously, fearful of inciting the old madame's wrath. After a moment of contemplation, the old madam replied to Su Qinghao, "Madame Shui has a point. Let them kneel in the Buddhist hall for 3 days, and we shall discuss it further then." A hint of derision flickered in Su Qinghao's downcast eyes, yet she refrained from speaking further. The Su family had few heirs, and the old madam was loath to punish her grandson. As for Su Yihui, she was to be betrothed to the Su family and would not be allowed to suffer at this juncture. With all matters settled, Su Qinghao exited Songha Hall with a smile playing upon her lips, knowing that once Cheng Rujin was dispatched to Cixin Monastery, she would find it easier to act. Upon returning to the Bai Shui Pavilion, Su Qinghao encountered several housekeepers of the estate. During Lin's tenure as the head of the household, she focused solely on auditing the accounts and did not cultivate loyalty among the staff. Consequently, although the housekeepers dared not act recklessly, their allegiance was not particularly steadfast. Now that Su Qinghao had assumed control, they naturally began to harbor contempt, yet she chose not to confront this directly, simply instructing that the accounts be submitted promptly as per the established routine. After the housekeepers departed, Su Qinghao perused the previous account books, reading swiftly. As dusk descended, Zhenju hurriedly entered. "Miss, your cousin. It seems she cannot go to the Cixi monastery." Su Qinghao furrowed her brow slightly and looked up at Zhenju, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Zhenju, filled with indignation, responded, "The items your cousin intended to take have already been loaded onto the carriage, but suddenly, someone from the Shen family has arrived. They claim they wish to take your cousin as a concubine for young Master Shen, intending to bring her into the household once the mourning period is over." Perplexed, Su Qinghao gazed at Zhenju, questioning how the Shen family had abruptly changed their stance. On that day, it was evident from the old matriarch's demeanor that she had no intention of accepting Cheng Rujin. Su Qinghao had hoped to take advantage of the uncertainty surrounding the marriage to resolve the matter. Surely something must have transpired, for the Shen family would not consider taking a concubine at this juncture. With the uncle's remains still fresh, it would tarnish the family's reputation for the nephew to hastily acquire a concubine. Just then, Zhenzhu remarked, "I have inquired, but the Shen family is tight-lipped and refuses to divulge anything." As the two were conversing, Hupa entered, lifting the curtain. She leaned closer to Su Qinghao and whispered, "Miss, I have discovered that after our departure that day, young Master Shen refused food and drink, kneeling before the spirit of Third Master Shen. Even when the old matriarch called for him, he remained unmoving. Others believe he is dutifully mourning for his uncle, but in truth, he is using this as leverage to compel your cousin's entry into the family. It is said that since today, he has not only abstained from eating and drinking, but has also been continuously bowing, causing blood to flow from his forehead, which alarmed the old matriarch and prompted her to send someone to our residence." Su Qinghao turned to Hu Pe. "How did you learn of this? Was it not said that the Shen family members are notoriously discreet?" Hu Pe, with her head bowed respectfully, replied, "The servant who serves tea in the outer courtyard is my cousin, and this information was relayed by the steward of the Shen family to the Marquis. After the previous incident concerning the writing tablets, Su Qinghao had reprimanded Hu Pe, and since then, she had been particularly diligent in her duties." Pleased with Hu Pe's performance, Su Qinghao nodded, "You have done well. Take this golden plum blossom hairpin and also give your cousin 5 taels of silver." Hu Pe expressed her gratitude for the reward and added, "When I arrived, the Marquis had already instructed that your cousin's belongings be returned." Unfazed by the unexpected turn of events, Su Qinghao merely advised the others to keep a close watch on Cheng Rujin and continued her examination of the account books. Dinner consisted of a few vegetarian dishes and a bowl of mixed grain porridge. After the meal, intending to return to the study to review the accounts, she noticed Hu Pe rushing in once more. "Miss, your cousin has asked the small kitchen to prepare several dishes and has gone to the old matriarch's small Buddhist hall to see young Master Shen and Third Mississippi." Su Qinghao's vibrant red lips parted and closed as she inquired, "What dishes have been prepared?" "I prepared fried silverfish, crispy duck, braised pork knuckle with rock sugar, pickled mustard greens, and honey-glazed lotus root. The kitchen matron may be a relative of my aunt, and I made a point to inquire, yet she revealed nothing." A faint smile graced Su Qinghao's lips, and she said, "Come, let us pay a visit to grandmother." Chapter 23. Eating meat in the Buddha Hall? In the Songha Hall, Su Qinghao knelt beside the old matriarch, her eyes red-rimmed, while the maid, Fei Tsui, held a food box in her hand. The old matriarch was in her chamber, gently stringing Buddhist beads, and upon seeing Su Qinghao's tearful expression, she inquired, "What has happened?" With a humble demeanor, Su Qinghao replied, "Grandmother, I am concerned for my younger sister and elder brother. Given the biting cold today, I fear they may suffer from hunger and fall ill. That would be a dire situation." The old matriarch, taken aback by Su Qinghao's capacity for compassion despite having endured a scheming plot, felt a wave of warmth wash over her. "It is commendable that you still think of them. They must endure the cold, having committed such a grave error. Kneeling for 3 days is a light punishment." Su Qinghao gently clasped the old matriarch's arm, her voice taking on a playful tone as she pleaded, "Grandmother, I wish to plead for my elder brother and younger sister. I have prepared several vegetarian dishes. Shall we go and see them? They could use something to fill their stomachs, yes?" With her striking beauty accentuated by her innocent demeanor, Su Qinghao's earnest request softened the old matriarch's heart. Checking the time, she replied, "Very well, let us go at once. The sooner we depart, the sooner we shall return." With a smile, Su Qinghao assisted the old matriarch as they made their way toward the Buddha Hall in the backyard of Songha Hall. Upon pushing open the door to the outer chamber of the hall, laughter echoed from within, revealing the voice of Cheng Rujin. "Cousin, try this crispy duck. I had the kitchen fried a little longer, just for you." "Third cousin, I made this silver fish especially for you. Please taste it, and let me know if it suits your palate." Then came the voice of Su Yuankai. "Thank you, cousin. It is fortunate to have you thinking of us." "That's Su Qinghao. Next time I shall ensure she has no opportunity to rise. The old matriarch's expression darkened as she strode inside. There, she beheld 3 individuals seated on the floor, Su Yuankai and Su Yihui, devouring their meal, with grease smearing their lips. Typically, the old matriarch would rise early to pay her respects and would not visit in the evening. The 3 kneeling figures looked up in astonishment at the door, their expressions faltering under the weight of her fierce gaze. Cheng Rujin was the quickest to react, hastily kneeling to plead for forgiveness. Grandmother, please quell your anger. This was my fault. I thought of the cold and the harm of hunger, forgetting the rules of the Buddha Hall. I implore you to punish me. Rujin shall not utter a word of protest. Su Yuankai and Su Yihui quickly followed suit, kneeling beside her in earnest apology. Though their sincerity paled in comparison to Cheng Rujin's, especially as Su Yuankai swallowed a mouthful of meat while speaking, the old matriarch's anger surged. Her chest heaving as she commanded her chief maid, Zhichuan, inform the Marquis. I shall invoke the ancestral laws. Today, I wish to punish these 3 miscreants in the Buddha Hall. Su Qinghao supported the old matriarch, gently rubbing her back in an attempt to soothe her. Grandmother, please calm your temper. My cousin merely empathized with her elder brother. She simply forgot our Su family's rules. After all, she's not a true member of the Su family, which can be excused. The old matriarch recalled Cheng Rujin's background, a flicker of disdain surfacing in her gaze. Initially, she had perceived the girl as obedient and considerate, but now it appeared that she was merely lacking discernment. You are to become a concubine in the Shen household. Although you're not a daughter of the Su family, you have been raised within it. Once you join the Shen family, you must conduct yourself with utmost propriety and not bring shame to our family. The old matriarch deliberately emphasized that she is not a daughter of the Su family, intending to admonish her and harboring a desire to deny her identity. Cheng Rujin knelt with her head bowed, biting her silver teeth, harboring intense resentment towards Su Qinghao. Had it not been for Su Qinghao, how could grandmother have come to the ancestral hall at this time? Yes, grandmother, I shall not dare again. Shortly thereafter, Prince Pingning, Su Qinghao, entered swiftly, followed by the steward Su Zhong, who held a whip in his hands. On the way, Su Qinghao had already grasped the situation, so upon entering, he seized a whip and struck Su Yuankai's back. A cry of anguish escaped Su Yuankai's lips as blood began to seep from his back. A flicker of vengeful satisfaction crossed Su Qinghao's eyes, leaving her feeling entirely exhilarated. After delivering 3 lashes, Su Qinghao finally ceased his actions. Su Yuankai, unaccustomed to such punishment, knelt beside Su Qinghao's legs, begging for mercy. The old matriarch stood silently by, her eyes narrowed as she twisted a small bead of Buddhist prayer. Once Su Qinghao halted, she spoke. It is unbecoming for young ladies to be whipped. Let these 2 kneel here for 3 days. Yuan Mama, please personally oversee them, ensuring they receive no food and are not allowed to slack off. They shall remain kneeling for 3 days, as mandated. Punishment in the ancestral hall through kneeling is a common method among noble families. While ordinary kneeling punishment allows for occasional rest, this time the old matriarch was particularly severe, permitting no leniency. Kneeling for 3 days in the depths of winter could very well take half a life. Without waiting for their pleas, the old matriarch lifted her foot and exited, clearly unwilling to say more. Observing this, Su Qinghao commanded for Su Yuankai to be carried away, then also left. Only Cheng Rujin and Su Yihui remained in the ancestral hall, accompanied by Yuan Mama and the maid Panxia. Ladies, please kneel properly, Yuan Mama said sternly. The 2 had no choice but to kneel facing the Buddha statue. Su Qinghao glanced at the food box in her hands and regretfully remarked, "Then I shall have to take these vegetarian dishes back with me. Once you 2 have exited, I shall prepare a welcome for you." The following morning, upon rising, Su Qinghao heard that the Songhua Hall had sold off 2 gatekeeping matrons. She chuckled softly. It was high time for some house cleaning. After breakfast, she went to pay her respects to the old matriarch, then instructed Pearl to summon her mother's attendant, Lin Air. Lin Air, in her 40s, managed the family's dowry properties aside from the shops, including rural estates and urban real estate. "Miss, you called for me?" Lin Er inquired, after bowing respectfully upon entering. Su Qingyu gestured for her to sit, ordered tea, and then spoke in a low voice. Uncle Lin, I have a favor to ask of you. Please find a reliable and clever person to look into matters in Xuanfu. Seeing the gravity in Su Qingyu's expression, Lin Er's demeanor became solemn. Miss, please give your instructions. Su Qingyu remarked, I harbor doubts regarding whether Su Yuanchu is truly my father's bloodline. Years ago, my father brought this child back from Xianfang, and that concubine, Mou, was taken in during his time of exile. I wish to request Uncle Lin to investigate whether Mou was indeed pregnant and to uncover the details surrounding the birth. Since they assert that Su Yuanchu was born of the concubine Mou, let us turn their claim against them and see what further assertions they might make. Upon hearing this, Lin Er's expression shifted, recognizing the gravity of the matter. I shall personally journey to Xianfang and will inform others that I have family matters to attend to, he stated. Su Qingyu considered this and replied, that would be prudent. I trust you implicitly, Uncle Lin, given your meticulous nature. She then lowered her voice and cautioned, if this child was not born of Mou, it is imperative that we secure evidence on paper. It will be best to bring back anyone who can corroborate this. Do not hesitate to spend money. Carry ample silver with you. Additionally, remember, regardless of what you uncover, you must return before the new year. Chapter 24. The Ruffled Peacock after Lin Er departed. Su Qingyu had yet to sip her tea when Mr. Bai, the steward, arrived. Miss, we have sold 2 paintings from the previous dynasty. The buyer has offered 100,000 taels of silver. Here is the contract. Please affix your seal, Mr. Bai stated, clearly cautious, fearing that any fallout would befall him. Su Qingyu perused the document swiftly and found nothing amiss. She then produced her seal and pressed her handprint onto the paper. Very well. Are the 300,000 taels in banknotes prepared for me? Mr. Bai stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, Miss, you must retrieve the IOU before I can release the banknotes to you. Su Qingyu handed the note to Mr. Bai for accounting purposes. In truth, although the debt was recorded under the Su family, the IOU had long been in the hands of the Lin family, who had no intention of reclaiming the funds. Prior to their trip to the hot springs, Su Qingyu had ensured that the IOU was secured in her possession. I will prepare the banknotes immediately and deliver them to you shortly, Mr. Bai assured her. Before long, he personally delivered the 300,000 taels in banknotes, adding, Miss, once we return this sum to the Lin family, I fear we shall lack sufficient funds for purchasing the new year as provisions. Su Qingyu dismissed his concern with a nonchalant wave. It matters not. We shall manage according to the funds available. After a moment's contemplation, she continued, in the future, the accounts pertaining to my mother's dowry and those of the Marquis's household shall be kept separate. The expenses of the Marquis's household shall no longer rely on my mother's dowry estate. She intended to delineate the accounts, allowing the members of the Marquis's household to understand who had facilitated their comfortable lives over the years, lest their opulent lifestyle cloud their judgment. Mr. Bai was momentarily taken aback by her words, then inwardly lamented the increasing difficulty of his duties. Without the support of the matron's dowry estate, how would those in the Marquis's household survive? However, Su Qingyu remained unperturbed, adhering strictly to her principles of account management. Who could reproach her? As for whether her grandmother's delicacies would still be available or if her younger sisters could afford their jewelry, such matters were beyond her consideration. After diligently studying the accounts of the inner quarters for 2 consecutive days, Su Qingyu gained a solid understanding of the household's affairs. The atmosphere in the residence had been remarkably tranquil. The 2 young ladies were still kneeling in the Buddhist hall. The eldest son was bedridden from a recent beating, and the masters wore stern expressions, causing the servants to tread carefully in their duties. Only in Su Qingyu's Baishui pavilion was the atmosphere relatively relaxed. Pearl, having gathered some information from outside, rushed in to report, Miss, I heard that Cousin Tai has been kneeling before the old lady all morning, pleading for the release of the cousin girl, but she was sent away by the matriarch. Pearl could not suppress a giggle as she relayed the news. Su Qingyu shook her head, her phoenix eyes sparkling with mirth as she cast a sidelong glance at Pearl. You should learn to be more composed from Jade. Such impulsiveness will not serve you well in marriage. Pearl, who had been smiling moments ago, instantly blushed at the remark. Miss, what are you saying? I have no intention of marrying. I will serve you for a lifetime. Yet, Su Qingyu contemplated her responsibilities towards the young maids, planning to find suitable matches for them. Both mistress and maid harbored their thoughts as silence enveloped the room. Madam, the Su family has come to propose a match for the third young lady and the sixth young master of the Su family. As Fei Zue entered, she disrupted the tranquil atmosphere. Su Qingyu withdrew her wandering thoughts and casually remarked, "It has been nearly 3 days since this matter arose, and only now has the Su family come to propose, which seems rather insincere. Logically, after the two families were impeached, the Su family should have sent someone that very afternoon. Their delay of 2 or 3 days suggests dissatisfaction with the match, yet they are compelled to propose, as the matter has already reached the emperor's ears. Nevertheless, for the Su family, being able to ally with the Su family is indeed a cause for celebration." Presently, Su Qinghao, the prime minister, hails from an imperial lineage and has held sway over the cabinet for over a decade, making him the most trusted minister of the current emperor. Su Yangping, who has successfully secured a favorable match with Su Yihui, is the illegitimate grandson of Su Qinghao and is referred to as the sixth young master. The news of the engagement between the Su and Su families swiftly spread throughout the Marquis's residence. The following day, Su Yihui and Cheng Rujing were released, and Su Yihui returned home to change into a new outfit before arriving at Bishi Pavilion. Clad in a peach-red gown adorned with gold phoenix patterns and sporting a jeweled hairpin, she entered with her chin held high, almost reaching the heavens. Upon seeing Su Yihui in such a manner, Su Qingyu could not help but think of the flamboyant peacock from the classic of Mountains and Seas. She looked up at the intricately carved beams of the room, striving to suppress a smile. Noticing Su Qingyu fiddling with a warm jade hairpin, Su Yihui approached, took it in her hands, and was overtaken by a wave of jealousy, pondering how Su Qingyu always effortlessly obtained such fine items. Though she thought this, a smirk of disdain crept upon her lips, as if to say, "What worth does such a trinket hold?" After all, the Su family's betrothal gifts would surely far surpass this. In truth, the Su family had yet to formally propose. She merely sought to belittle Su Qingyu with her comments. In Su Yihui's eyes, when the Su family did propose, their gifts would undoubtedly be exceptional. Feigning surprise, Su Qingyu remarked, "The Su family is indeed attentive to my third sister. This hairpin was a coming-of-age gift from my uncle, costing around 8,000 taels of silver, including materials and craftsmanship. If the Su family's betrothal gifts include something like this, then my sister's dowry would be the finest in the capital." Su Yihui was momentarily taken aback upon hearing that the hairpin was worth over 8,000 taels. Surely, the Su family would not bestow such an extravagant hairpin even for a legitimate wife. The greater the family, the more rules they adhered to. For example, the Su family's legitimate daughter's dowry is typically prepared at 20,000 taels, while a branch daughter's is merely 10,000. As for the dowries provided by close relatives, those are calculated separately. For instance, when Su Qingyu marries, her mother, Madame Lin, would allocate a portion of her own dowry for her, and her maternal family would also provide a significant contribution. Su Yihui, lacking the support of a wealthy maternal family, would have a comparatively meager dowry. At this moment, the more Su Yihui gazed at the hairpin, the more envious she felt. Why was she a branch daughter? Why did she not have a wealthy maternal family? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her grip inadvertently slackened, causing the hairpin to slip from her fingers. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Yihui's eyes. Since she could not possess a hairpin worth 8,000 taels, she would ensure Su Qingyu could not wear it either. She did not believe that if it broke, Su Qingyu would make her pay for it. If she were to be made to compensate, she would seek solace in her grandmother's arms. For no amount of silver could justify the distress it would cause her sisters at home. Just as the hairpin was about to fall to the ground, the attentive Jade swiftly bent down and caught it in her hand. "Miss San, you ought to be more cautious. If it were to break, would you be able to repay the betrothal gift?" Jade spoke with a hint of coldness, and after uttering her words, she carefully stepped aside, safeguarding the hairpin. Chapter 25. Cooking in person. Su Yihui left Bu Pavilion with a heavy heart and headed directly to Shuexiang Courtyard, where Aunt Shui resided. "Aunt, How much will my dowry be when I marry? Su Yihui inquired impatiently as soon as she entered. Aunt Shui pondered for a moment and replied, "The dowry for a legitimate daughter is 20,000 taels, while for a legitimate daughter it is 10,000 taels. We will prepare according to this standard. The lady has gone to nurture her pregnancy, and I will personally discuss your dowry with the Marquis, ensuring that it is carefully selected for you. But Aunt, 10,000 taels is hardly sufficient, Su Yihui retorted. Please speak to father on my behalf. I would appreciate a larger dowry. This way, I can hold my own when I marry into the Su family." The eldest daughter-in-law of the Su family is the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Duan, and it is said that she entered the Su family with a grand bridal procession worth 10 miles, with merely 10,000 taels. I fear I will be bullied by my sisters-in-law. Upon hearing this, Aunt Shui's expression grew somber. It was unfortunate that Su Yihui came from a humble background. If only she had been born into a more esteemed family, there would be no concern regarding her dowry. Though the Su family adhered to these customs, the daughter's reasoning was sound. The Su family was indeed among the highest echelons of power in the court. Thus, it would be reasonable for her to have a more substantial dowry, which could potentially benefit the Marquis's career. With this thought, Aunt Shui felt reassured. So what if she was a concubine's daughter? As long as the marriage was advantageous, the family would regard their daughter with more esteem. Yihui, I will certainly discuss this matter with your father. You must not leave for your marriage in a state of poverty. Seeing Aunt Shui's resolute demeanor, Su Yihui felt a wave of relief wash over her, contemplating that she must have an elegant headdress prepared for the occasion. The Su family had arranged marriages for 3 daughters in quick succession. 2 were scandals, and 1 was to a deceased man. Consequently, the family had been particularly subdued of late. Even Su Qinghao rarely indulged in drinking outside. After court, he would head straight home. Su Qinghao had been diligently reviewing the accounts of each courtyard for several days, yet she had made no progress and hadn't even asked further questions. The previously anxious matrons and stewards had breathed a sigh of relief, secretly speculating that perhaps the eldest young lady was incapable of comprehending the accounts. One morning, as Su Qinghao was preparing to send clothing to Lin Shi at the estate, Fei Chui entered in haste. "Miss, there's trouble. 2 cooks from the old lady's kitchen have both fallen ill with stomach ailments. Should we seek a vegetarian chef?" While the kitchen staff could manage, their dishes were not as refined. Normally, this would be acceptable, but with guests arriving today, any lapse in culinary quality would reflect poorly on Su Qinghao, the lady of the household. Su Qinghao raised her delicate brows, her alluring visage darkening with concern. "I shall investigate," she declared, skeptical of the uncanny coincidence that as Madame Zhao entered the residence, the cook succumbed to illness. Should someone harbor malicious intent, even 8 additional cooks would prove futile. Quietly, Su Qinghao slipped through the small door of Songha Hall into the backyard kitchen, which was already in disarray. Several maids, typically tasked with washing and chopping vegetables, stood idle, uncertain of their next steps. Upon her arrival, they seemed to find their resolve. The young lady was here. What should they do now? Su Qinghao cast a discerning glance at the group, surveying the scene before her. Gently rolling up her sleeves, she instructed, "You all may leave." Old woman Wang, standing aside, seized the opportunity, approaching with a smile. "Young lady, perhaps we should invite a vegetarian chef to assist? We cannot afford to delay the old lady's lunch." Su Qinghao shot her a cold glance. "I am capable of cooking. You all may leave. It suffices for me and Pearl." Seeing her determination, old woman Wang adopted a conciliatory tone. "You wish to cook yourself? How about we stay to wash and prepare the ingredients?" "I fear for your—" Su Qinghao interrupted firmly. "Leave now. If the grandmother's lunch is delayed, I shall bear the responsibility alone." Exchanging glances, Wang and the other 3 maids shared amused expressions, murmuring as they exited, "It isn't that we won't help. Just don't blame us if something goes awry." Pearl, indignant, exclaimed, "Miss, these people are utterly unreasonable. Serving the old lady does not warrant such arrogance." Su Qinghao scoffed lightly, replying, "Let them be. Our priority is to manage lunch." Pearl, suddenly anxious, protested, "Miss, I only know how to prepare a midnight snack in kanji. I cannot make vegetarian dishes for the old lady." Su Qinghao shot her a dismissive glance. "Your limitations do not concern me. I am capable." In her past life, The old matriarch had treated her with great kindness, and during the matriarch's illness, Su Qinghao had served her closely, acquiring the skills to prepare vegetarian fare. She began inspecting the kitchen's ingredients, contemplating the dishes to prepare, while Pearl followed her instructions to wash and chop vegetables. "Miss, when did you learn to cook? You truly have a knack for it. The radish flour you crafted is quite lovely," Pearl remarked, her spirits lifting as she admired the delicately carved vegetable. "Do not rush to celebrate. First, procure some pure vegetable oil. The oils here are mixed with animal fat," Su Qinghao advised. Chapter 26. Inedible vegetables. Zhen Zhu was taken aback and approached the jar, questioning how the young lady discerned its contents. To her, it appeared no different from the usual vegetable oil. Su Qinghao, pressed for time, simply instructed her. "Inform them that we are overwhelmed here and return with assistance. I require only a small amount of vegetable oil. Procure a smaller porcelain bottle to carry it discreetly, avoiding any suspicion. Additionally, please bring me a change of clothing." Heeding her words with a solemn nod, Zhen Zhu pushed the door open and departed. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Zhen Zhu returned alongside Shui Fei, both presenting 4 small porcelain bottles filled with vegetable oil. The 3 of them then worked in harmony, one tending the fire, another chopping vegetables, while the last prepared the dishes. As mealtime approached, 8 vegetarian dishes and a soup were meticulously prepared. Su Qinghao donned a moonlight white satin jacket adorned with a pattern of crescent moons and a green embroidered skirt, personally leading the servants to the dining hall of Songhe Pavilion. Upon her entrance, she coincidentally encountered both old Madame Su and Madame Zhao, who had just arrived. With proper decorum, Su Qinghao approached and greeted them, stating, "The dishes today are inspired by what I learned at the Huguo Temple a few days ago. I hope grandmother and Madame Zhao will not find them lacking." Madame Zhao, in her 50s, though of modest stature, radiated vitality. Upon gazing at Su Qinghao, her eyes sparkled with admiration. "No wonder my sister praises you so highly. Your beauty and poise are indeed exceptional in the capital." As she spoke, she grasped Su Qinghao's hand and removed a jade bracelet of deep green hue from her wrist, presenting it to her. Having encountered many exquisite items, Su Qinghao instantly recognized the bracelet's superior quality. "Madame Zhao, this bracelet is too precious." Before she could finish her sentence, Madame Zhao interjected, "No need for such formalities. You should address me as Aunt. It is a gift from an elder, and you must accept it." "Yes, Aunt," Su Qinghao replied obediently, and Madame Zhao beamed with delight, reluctant to release her grip. "This girl is simply delightful. It is a pity that Ji Xiao is not here to witness it. However, fret not. Now that you have called me aunt, should you encounter any grievances in the Shen household, I shall certainly advocate for you." Noticing the exchange, old Madame Su chuckled and remarked, "Our girl here speaks and acts without fault. She manages the household affairs, sparing us any concern. Strengthening ties with the Duke of Wei's household is something we greatly desire." The Zhao family, as founding contributors to the nation, held significant influence, with the current duke commanding a formidable army of 200,000 in Qianzhou. Su Qinghao assisted her elders in taking their seats and personally lifted the cover from the dish. "Grandmother, Aunt, this dish is called Luohan tofu, made with tofu from the Huguo Temple and complemented with some herbs sent from the hot spring estate. This dish is named Buddha's Light Shining Everywhere, crafted with ginkgo nuts." Just as Su Qinghao was introducing the dishes, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Old Madame Su furrowed her brows slightly, wondering who was so impolite as to disrupt her gathering. "Aunt, this dish is inedible," Guriyun declared, disregarding the maid's attempts to restrain her as she resolutely entered. Behind her followed Cheng Rujin, who was carrying a food box. Madame Su cast an irritated glance at Guriyun. "What is this ruckus? Are you not aware that we have esteemed guests?" Guriyun stepped forward with Cheng Rujin to pay her respects to Madame Zhao, then explained, "Aunt, I was just informed. The staff neglected their duties and mixed animal oil into the oil sent to the small kitchen. The young lady, being so young, likely did not notice. Thankfully, neither you nor the Duchess has begun to eat. Otherwise, it would have been a grave mistake. It was Rujin who..." Upon learning that the cook for vegetarian dishes was ill this morning, prepared several vegetarian dishes to bring to you. Upon hearing about the oil, I hurriedly accompanied her here. Although her culinary skills are modest, her intentions are sincere. I hope you and the Duchess do not take offense. Su Qinghao lowered her head, a cold smile playing at the corners of her lips. Guruyin truly could not contain her impatience, rushing in to claim credit without a care for her own tongue. Upon hearing this, Madame Su turned to Su Qinghao. What is the matter? Su Qinghao looked at Guruyin with a hint of grievance, saying, What do you mean, cousin? How could I not know that grandmother sincerely desires to eat vegetarian? I prepared all these dishes myself. How could there be animal oil? I understand that due to the incident at the Shen family last time, you and your sister have had your reservations about me. But that does not justify such baseless accusations. Her voice trembled, barely holding back tears. Seeing her distress, Madame Zhao quickly pulled Su Qinghao closer. Look at our poor girl. How unjustly treated. I have been eating vegetarian for 30 years. I can tell at a glance if there's animal oil. I can assure you that today's dishes are all made with vegetable oil. Madame Su, upon hearing this, quickly picked up her chopsticks and tasted a piece of bamboo shoot, then abruptly dropped her chopsticks. Ruyun, these dishes are made with vegetable oil. There is not a trace of animal oil. What is the meaning of this commotion? Guruyin exclaimed, Impossible. Madame Zhao frowned and turned to Madame Su, and who is this? Upon being questioned, Guruyin hurriedly stepped forward. Esteemed matron, I am Guruyin, and this is my younger sister Rujin, who is also to be wed into the Shen family. We shall be relying on your support in the future. Rujin quickly urged, stepped forward to pay her respects. However, Madame Zhao interjected, No, a concubine should not presume to connect with me. One must act according to one's status and speak appropriately. It is best not to overstep. She then turned to Madame Su and said, In families like ours, we must exercise caution, lest insignificant individuals bring calamity upon the household. Madame Su's face fell, forcing a smile as she replied, You speak wisely. She then shot a glare at Guruyin. Why are you still here? Thus, Guruyin, with Chung Rujin in tow, left Songhua Hall in a state of humiliation. Meanwhile, Su Qinghao remained to dine with the two elder ladies, and after their meal, the servants brought tea while the two elder ladies resumed their discussion regarding marriage arrangements. A single remark from Madame Zhao left Su Qinghao utterly stunned. Chapter 27. Managing the household, although Ji Xiu has departed. The third mistress of the Shen family cannot be subjected to indignities. The western courtyard, where Ji Xiu resided, has already begun renovations, and upon entering the residence, Qinghao has taken up residence there, free from the constraints of the first and second households. Qinghao found herself momentarily paralyzed by the situation. She recalled that in her previous life, the Shen family had arranged for the third master to marry the daughter of a merchant from the Jiang family, who was discreetly brought to the ancestral home for the wedding ceremony, subsequently residing alone in a house to the west of the city. How is it that everything has changed for her? Upon this reflection, Qinghao came to a sudden realization. The daughter of a small merchant could not be compared to that of a noble house. Her status necessitated her residing in the Shen family's ancestral home. There was no way the Shen family would permit her to live in a modest courtyard in the western part of the city. She raised her head, smiling as she expressed, Thank you for your kindness, old matriarch. I am truly honored. Given the circumstances, she could only accept the situation gracefully. It would be unreasonable to propose a separation of households. Fortunately, the western courtyard had its own entrance, which should not interfere with her personal affairs. After finally bidding farewell to Madame Zhao, the two of them returned to the banquet hall of Songhua Hall. Qinghao lowered her voice, saying, Grandmother, today the cook in the small kitchen has fallen ill, and someone has added lard to the kitchen oil. I believe it is imperative to investigate thoroughly. We cannot be lenient with those servants who require punishment, if they dare to create disturbances even during the grand banquet for esteemed guests. Who knows what calamities they might provoke in the future? The old matriarch's expression darkened ominously. Her greatest concern was the reputation of the noble house. Madame Zhao's earlier remarks had left her feeling somewhat humiliated, and the anger surged within her at the thought. Investigate this matter. Anyone found culpable shall not be spared. They must be dismissed without exception. If you find it difficult to be resolute, return to me, and I shall handle them myself. Qingyu laughed lightly, saying, there is no need to trouble grandmother. As I am to marry into the Shen family, I must learn to manage these affairs. If grandmother can trust me, I shall take full responsibility. The old matriarch responded with satisfaction. You may take charge. Even if there are minor errors, do not fear. I shall support you in all matters. Lately, the household had been plagued with troubles one after another, and the old matriarch suddenly realized that her legitimate granddaughter was far superior to the others. Previously, she had thought Su Qinghao was dignified and Cheng Rujin endearing, but after some observation, she found them to be nothing more than pretentious decorative pillows. Having gained the matriarch's approval, Qingyu rose from the main courtyard and proceeded to the small kitchen at the back. A group of matrons were busy picking vegetables at the entrance, and from her elevated position, Qingyu commanded, bring those four to the Hanyan Pavilion. The Hanyan Pavilion was an abandoned residence, where Qingyu intended to deal with the pests within the Su family's inner quarters. Behind her were two coarse matrons, whom she specifically requested from Mama Yuan. Upon hearing her words, the two matrons stepped forward and scolded. Did you not hear what the young lady said? Get up and make your way over. In a side hall of the Hanyan Pavilion, Qingyu sat at the head, sipping tea, while the four matrons knelt on the ground. Speak, she commanded. Who changed the oil, and who tampered with the medicine for the two masters? The leading matron, with her neck craned defiantly, retorted, Miss, do not unjustly accuse me. I have served in the small kitchen for over a decade and have never engaged in any wrongdoing. Su Qinghao slammed the teacup heavily onto the table, producing a dull thud. Do you think I would interrogate you without having thoroughly investigated the matter? I am affording you the opportunity to speak the truth. Should you refuse, I shall be compelled to reveal the facts myself. Over the years, how much profit have you accrued from the small kitchen? Do not presume that I am unaware. The deputy steward in charge of purchases from the main kitchen is your distant cousin, is he not? And one of the minor stewards overseeing the rare medicinal herbs is your son-in-law. I have calculated it. Your relatives have all secured lucrative positions, amassing at least 50,000 taels over these years. 50,000 taels, a sum sufficient for your entire family to perish several times over. Upon hearing Su Qingyu's words, the matron's face drained of color. Miss, this is an injustice. How could we possibly possess such capability? 50,000 taels is no trifling sum. The matriarch has overseen this household for many years and would never permit us such latitude. Suinyu es mirquel inwardly, knowing that they alone could not have pocketed such a vast amount. The majority have likely found its way into Guru Yun's coffers. In recent years, her mother had focused her energies on the storefronts, while Guru Yun had assisted with matters within the household, turning a blind eye to many issues to maintain peace at home. However, whatever wealth Guru Yun had consumed from the Su family must eventually be returned. Rising from her seat, Su Qinghao approached the matron, leaning slightly forward as she spoke coldly. Will you not confess? If you remain silent, I can easily have your entire family sold off to the lowest and filthiest places. The matron trembled on the ground, her body shaking at the chilling words of the young mistress. I will speak. It was my cousin's wife. Su Qinghao continued her interrogation, questioning 5 individuals, all of whom were affiliated with Guru Yun. After completing her inquiries, she confined them to a side room and sat in the parlor, contemplating her next steps and how to compel Guru Yun to return the silver. At that moment, Zhenzhu entered with steaming tea. Miss, we owe a great deal to Yu Tao this time. Her list has saved us considerable effort. Su Qinghao nodded, replying, Send her 20 taels of silver as a token of gratitude. No sooner had she spoken than the decrepit courtyard of Han Yin Pavilion was violently breached. As Su Qinghao stormed in with a group of men, accompanied by Aunt Shui, both their faces grim, Su Qinghao furrowed her brow and rose to meet them. Father, what brings you here? Is there something amiss? Without a word, Su Qinghao raised his wrist and struck towards Su Qingyao's face. Chapter 28. The fire. Just as the broad palm was about to strike Su Qingyao's face, Su Qingyao's wrist was seized by the nearby Jade. With a sharp tug, Jade pulled his wrist aside, causing Su Qinghao to stagger 2 steps, nearly losing his balance. Aunt Shui admonished sternly, How dare you, a mere servant, act against the Lord? Jade, however, stepped back in silence. Even if she faced punishment, she could not allow her young lady to be harmed. The third young master had sent her to protect the lady. Su Qinghao took a couple of steps forward, extending her hand to support Su Qinghao. Father, what has happened? What have I done to provoke your anger? Su Qinghao flung Su Qinghao away, pointing at her with a furious voice. Where's the money from the accounts? You have the audacity to embezzle 300,000 taels. Where is it? Bring it to me at once. If it weren't for Aunt Shui constantly discussing the dowry for Su Qinghao, he would not have gone to withdraw funds. However, upon his visit to the accounts office, Mr. Bai informed him that there was only 10,000 taels left. The remaining 300,000 had been taken by the eldest daughter to settle debts with the Lin family. Su Qingyao's fury was palpable, and he felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Su Qinghao. She realized that this matter could not be concealed any longer, nor had she intended to keep it from him. Father, naturally, the money was returned to the Lin family. It is only right to repay debts, is it not? Who permitted you to repay it? That sum was still of use to me. I demand you retrieve it immediately. Su Qinghao replied in a low, stern tone. Su Qinghao frowned. How could the esteemed Duke of Pingning utter such shameless words? It was evident that the Duke's household was fundamentally corrupted. Father, this debt has been outstanding for over a decade. Uncle has already been very generous by waiving the interest. If news spreads that the Duke of Pingning has not repaid his debts to Uncle, it would not reflect well on us. I feared it would become gossip, so I repaid it upon seeing the funds. What would we say if we were to reclaim it? That you never intended to repay? Su Qinghao spoke throughout with a gentle and composed demeanor, patiently explaining her reasoning. Yet, to Su Qingyao's ears, her words became a blatant affront, akin to a public slap to the face, his dignity trampled upon. You, with such a significant matter, how could you decide without consulting me first? Is this how your mother taught you? Mentioning Lin's name ignited a flicker of hatred in Su Qingyao's downcast eyes. How could he dare to reference her mother? All these years, her mother had diligently managed the household while he kept a mistress right under her nose. If he had any regard for her mother's virtues, he would not have acted in such a manner. My mother taught me well. She instilled in me the importance of being forthright and living without regret. Su Qingyao's tone noticeably chilled, revealing her impatience. Aunt Shui had been watching silently, awaiting the return of the funds to prepare Su Qinghao's dowry. Su Qinghao had promised her 3,000 taels for this purpose, but after waiting, he realized that Su Qinghao had no intention of retrieving the money at all. She could not help but step forward. Miss, you possess a heart of steel. As you witness your sister's engagement, you have taken all the family's money. How can you expect your sister to marry? Su Qinghao observed the distraught expression of Aunt Shui and suddenly chuckled softly. Aunt, my actions are for the family's benefit. After all, even if I do not take this money, it would end up in the hands of outsiders. Aunt Shui, bewildered, queried, What do you mean? Who are the outsiders? Are you implying that your sister is an outsider? Suin you offer no explanation, merely stating, Aunt. You must discuss the dowry for our third sister with father, as it is his duty as a parent. Su Qinghao pointed an accusatory finger at Su Qinghao, wanting to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words due to her interruption. Ultimately, he was in the wrong in this matter. Repaying debts is a fundamental principle. He may wish to avoid repayment, but he could not outright refuse. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, Su Qinghao spoke in a low voice. Let this matter rest for now. Should there be a next time, I shall show no mercy. With that, he flicked his robe and turned to leave. Aunt Shui, seeing this, could only follow behind, as she still needed to discuss with the Marquis how to gather a dowry for her daughter. After bidding farewell to the two, Su Qinghao sat down once more, exhaling a sigh and taking a sip of tea. The day's tumult had indeed left her somewhat fatigued. Zhenzhu entered quietly, saying, Miss, the old lady has learned that the blood swallow has been severed. She is furious about the matter of the 300,000 taels. Su Qinghao raised an eyebrow. Let her be angry, for she had calculated the consequences the day she took the silver. However, this could serve as an opportune moment. A thought stirred within her, and after a moment of contemplation, she beckoned Jadeite closer. You go find Yu Tao tonight. Jadeite nodded, assuring, I will remember, Mississippi, rest assured. I shall handle it well. Su Qinghao gazed at Jadeite, recalling the fervent desire Jadeite held before her untimely demise in her previous life. and softly declared, "Once I am wed, I will allow you to return to the Lin family." Jadeite paused, then lowered her head, saying, "I am yours, miss, and I shall follow you in this lifetime." Su Qinghao said no more, offering a few final instructions to Jadeite before rising to return to the Bihue pavilion. That evening, until the moon hung low amidst the willow branches, Su Qinghao remained clad in her brocade jacket in the banquet hall, showing no intention of washing up or resting. Zhenzhu and the others did not urge her, fully aware that their mistress had significant matters to attend to that night. After a considerable time had passed, Agate hurriedly dashed in, exclaiming, "Miss, there's a fire over there. We must leave at once." Agate's impatient nature wished to pull Su Qinghao immediately to witness the commotion. Hearing this, Amber swiftly fetched a cloak and meticulously helped Su Qinghao don it, stating, "There is no need for us to arrive too early. That would seem disingenuous." She then inquired of Agate, "Have the old lady and Aunt Shui been informed?" Agate replied, "Messengers have been dispatched, and the household servants are already rushing to extinguish the fire." Su Qinghao acknowledged with a sound, and once suitably attired, she led her companions towards Xiaohua Hall. Upon exiting Bihue Pavilion, they beheld the direction of Xiaohua Hall ablaze, with flames reaching high into the sky, and the entire Mark residence thrown into disarray. The matrons scurried about relaying news, while young servants rushed towards Xiaohua Hall with firefighting equipment. Su Qinghao walked at a leisurely pace. Thus, by the time she arrived, both Aunt Shui and Aunt Lien had already gathered. Following Aunt Shui was Su Yihue, while Aunt Lien had her arm around Su Qinghao. Upon seeing her approach, Aunt Shui merely inclined her body slightly, unmistakably harboring resentment, whereas Aunt Lien stepped forward to greet Su Qinghao, saying, "Greetings." Mississippi Su Qinghao also respectfully performed a courtesy, "Greetings, elder sister." Su Qinghao assisted Aunt Lien to her feet, noticing her pale complexion. "Have you not rested well? I possess a wild ginseng. I shall have someone deliver it to you shortly." Though Aunt Lien was not yet 30, her visage appeared somewhat haggard. She was clad in a fashionable azure dress adorned with cloud patterns from a few years past, and atop her head was a hairpin of rose gold with emerald accents, slightly bent, suggesting it had seen better days. Standing next to Aunt Shui, she appeared several years older than her. "Thank you for your concern, Mississippi. Such fine items would be wasted on me. It would be better to reserve them for the madam's recovery," Aunt Lien replied graciously. Suddenly, Su Qinghao, standing beside Aunt Lien, tightened her little face and clenched her fists, exclaiming, "Elder sister, even if those items were given to Aunt, they would." Before Su Qinghao could finish her sentence, Aunt Lien interrupted sharply, "Silence. This is not a place for you to speak." Chapter 29. What distinction is there between this and catching a cheating partner in bed? Seeing the situation, Su Qinghao fell silent, her cherubic face still taut. Su Qinghao sensed something was amiss and intended to inquire further about Su Qinghau's predicament. Before she could voice her question, the voice of the old matriarch rang out from behind them. "What is happening? Has anyone been rescued?" Su Qinghao turned to pay her respects, only to find the old matriarch's gaze fixed upon her, brimming with evident ire. During the midday banquet for Madame Zhao, she had thought this girl was well-mannered and sensible, only to be taken aback by the surprise that followed in the afternoon. 300,000 taels of silver had been silently misappropriated. However, this was not the time to discuss such matters. The mere thought of her son possibly being inside sent the matriarch into a frenzy, her hand trembling uncontrollably as it clutched that of Nurse Yuan. Feigning ignorance of the old matriarch's expression, Su Qinghao stepped forward to offer a semblance of support, saying, "Grandmother, do not worry. The servants are extinguishing the fire." She then inquired of a nearby young servant, "Have you informed father? This matter requires his oversight." Upon hearing this, the old matriarch's demeanor shifted with a hint of panic. "Your father may not be in the residence. Focus on extinguishing the flames for now." At that moment, the Xiaohua Hall remained engulfed in flames, and the womenfolk outside wore expressions of distress, occasionally receiving updates from the servants. Cheng Ru Jean dashed over, crying out for her mother while attempting to rush inside, only to be restrained by two matrons. Amidst the chaos, Su Qinghao maintained her composure, the flickering flames casting a glow in her eyes, merging with the depths of her inner light. Suddenly, the jade-like figure of Yu stood silently beside her, offering a slight nod. A smile graced Su Qinghau's lips. The sensation of reclaiming debts was indeed delightful. As the fire began to diminish, the fourth young master, Su Yuanche, was carried out by his nurse. The old matriarch promptly ordered someone to summon a doctor and arrange for Su Yuanche to be taken to the Songyi Hall. Just as he was whisked away, two figures emerged from the main chamber of the Shaohua Hall, draped in wet blankets, their bare thighs visible through the fabric. The old matriarch, upon witnessing this, quickly whispered instructions to Nurse Yuan. "Hurry, take them away before they are discovered." The two figures, bent over and covered in blankets, obscured their faces, leading everyone to assume they were Guoruo Yun and her maid. However, Su Qinghao suddenly exclaimed, "Father, how did you end up here? Are you all right?" She rushed forward and lifted the blanket from their heads. Su Changye's face reddened in embarrassment, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. What distinction is there between this and catching a cheating partner in bed? The most shocked were Aunt Shui and Aunt Lien, who had never imagined that the Marquis and this visiting cousin would be entangled in such a manner. Aunt Lien, accustomed to submission, hung her head in silence while covering Su Shen's eyes. Conversely, Aunt Shui could hardly contain her rising anger, sarcastically remarking, "Cousin, you truly possess remarkable skills. I had wondered why the Marquis frequented the inner chambers less. It turns out it was because of you. What is this? If word gets out, people will think our family has no decorum, that cousins are clandestinely communicating like this." Standing off to the side, Cheng Rujin was equally stunned but dared not utter a word. For many years, everything had been tranquil. How could it suddenly ignite and be discovered? She abruptly realized that everything had spiraled out of control since the funeral of the late Master Shen. Aunt Shui continued to murmur veiled accusations, while the matriarch, who had just been squinting, suddenly opened her eyes wide and fell silent. Startled, Aunt Shui quickly ceased her remarks. Yet her gaze towards Guru Yun was laden with scorn and animosity. After a moment of contemplation, the matriarch reached a resolute decision. Given that Guru Yun was already a widow, it would be permissible for her to be taken as a concubine, although she belonged to the family of a disgraced minister. That incident had transpired several years ago and should no longer pose an issue. Just as she was about to speak, someone unexpectedly emerged from Shaohua Hall carrying something. "Matriarch, Miss, these are the valuables we have seized, and there are several more boxes that will soon be brought forth." The servant's words captured everyone's attention. Valuables? Years ago, the Cheng family faced exile, and all their wealth had been confiscated by the state treasury. When Guru Yun was rescued through Su Qinghau's connections, she had scarcely enough money to buy a garment. From where could such wealth originate? Even after spending years in the Su household, the occasional gifts from the matriarch would not suffice to amass such a fortune. Su Qinghao had already stepped forward and lifted the lids of two boxes. One was filled with silver ingots, while the other contained exquisite antique jewelry, each piece a paragon of craftsmanship. The servants continued to bring forth boxes, revealing a veritable trove of gems, antiques, and rare tomes before the assembled crowd. Su Qinghao looked at Guru Yun in disbelief. "Cousin, today I interrogated the servants, and several claimed you were the mastermind behind this. They alleged that the embezzled silver had found its way into your pockets. I was skeptical, yet it appears you truly committed such deeds." In her anguish, Su Qinghao approached the matriarch once more. "Grandmother, I had my reasons for relocating those 300,000 taels of silver. After my mother passed, I scrutinized the household accounts and discovered discrepancies that belied their apparent balance. Subsequently, I discreetly examined the external accounts and found that father had purchased numerous jewels and antiques, yet the inventory did not correspond, with a shortfall of several tens of thousands of taels. I suspected father had been deceived. Coincidentally, my uncle encountered some difficulties, so I returned the silver to him first. My rationale was that as families connected by marriage, we should support one another in times of trouble rather than allow outsiders to exploit us. However, I never anticipated that these valuables and silver would end up in my cousin's hands." Su Qinghau's remarks highlighted two pressing issues: the indiscretions involving Su Qinghao and Guru Yun, as well as Guru Yun's misappropriation of funds. These matters were beyond the purview of a mere junior, effectively compelling the matriarch to make a decision. The matriarch turned her gaze towards Su Qinghao, exclaiming in frustration, "Both of you, go tidy yourselves and change your attire. You will report to Songha Hall shortly." She then addressed Aunt Shui and the others. "You should all come as well." Aunt Lien, concerned for her daughter's youth, instructed the wet nurse to take Su Shunsi back first. A throng of individuals followed the matriarch to the Songha Hall, where several chests of treasures were also carried along. After the passage of half an hour, Su Qinghao arrived at the side chamber of the Songha Hall with Guru Yun, and everyone took their seats according to their seniority. At this moment, the old lady found herself in a state of considerable distress. She had not anticipated that Su Qinghao would bestow such a substantial gift upon Guru Yun, especially in front of everyone. In the inner quarters, discontent arises not from scarcity, but from inequality. Guru Yun was not even considered concubine, and who could possibly accept this? She felt an immense sense of relief that Lin had gone to the estate. Otherwise, given Lin's temperament, the situation could have escalated unfavorably and might have even jeopardized her pregnancy. Su Qinghao, observing the silence, remained unperturbed, leisurely sipping her tea. After a considerable time, the old lady finally spoke, addressing Qinghao. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Chapter 30. Elevating the concubine. At this moment, Su Qinghao found himself entangled in a web of confusion, as the events had unfolded far too abruptly for him to contemplate thoroughly. Noticing the old matriarch's inquiry, he responded, "Since the truth is already known, let us take Nua Yun as a concubine. I had concealed this matter due to her somewhat peculiar background. As for those items, they were merely gifts I bestowed upon her for amusement. The matter of embezzlement requires further investigation, as it may well be mere slander from his servants." His words were clear in their intent to protect Guru Yun. However, Su Qinghao interjected unexpectedly, saying, as a daughter, "I have no authority to question my father's decision to take a concubine. Yet, those items must all be reclaimed." Su Qinghao furrowed his brow, directing a look of disapproval at Su Qinghao. "What do you mean by that? The gifts I have given cannot simply be retrieved." With a scoff, Su Qinghao retorted, "Father, have you forgotten that the silver you spend on those items was earned from my mother's dowry? This wealth sustains the Su family and provides for my half-sister's dowry, which is also my mother's duty as the lady of the marquisate. However, it cannot be squandered on a shameless concubine. All the items recovered from Shaohua Hall will be directed into the public treasury. How can a relative merely residing in the Su household claim our family's wealth?" Turning her gaze towards Aunt Shui, Su Qinghao asked, "What say you, Aunt? My sister's dowry has yet to be settled, yet it appears we are to enrich outsiders instead. It is utterly unreasonable. Will these fine treasures become my cousin's dowry? I cannot accept that." When Cheng Rujin found herself drawn into the conversation, a flood of pent-up grievances surged within her. Rising to her feet, she glared at Su Qinghao. "Who are you calling an outsider?" "I." Her words were abruptly interrupted by Guru Yun, who commanded, "Rujin, step aside. This matter does not concern you." With a sweet smile, Su Qinghao knew that Guru Yun dared not acknowledge Cheng Rujin as a blood relative of the Su family, nor could she admit that Su Yuancheng was her son. Having been in the Su household for less than 5 years, with Cheng Rujin at 15 and Su Yuancheng at 5, if their kinship were to be substantiated, Guru Yun would be branded an unfaithful woman, a scandal of unthinkable magnitude. Seeing the unfolding drama, Aunt Shui eagerly chimed in, "The eldest lady speaks wisely. The mistress has toiled for this family. If she were to learn of the Marquis's actions, the heartbreak would be unimaginable. We sisters have served the Marquis wholeheartedly. If you wish to associate with someone like her, the entire Su family would become the subject of ridicule." As Aunt Shui spoke, she exchanged glances with Aunt Lien, who had initially remained silent, but, recalling the pregnant mistress, felt a surge of indignation. She finally interjected, "The Marquis's actions are most disrespectful to the mistress." Faced with the rising tide of discontent, Su Qinghao found himself in a quandary. Prior to this, he had promised Guru Yun to safeguard her possessions. Yet now he was at a loss. Guru Yun, with her phoenix-like eyes fixed upon Su Qinghao, harbored unspoken intentions that only he could decipher. With a slight cough, he resolved, "Let us heed your counsel. These items shall be recorded in the public accounts." However, if Ryun has endured considerable grievances over the years while following me, I must elevate her to the status of a secondary wife." Upon uttering these words, the onlookers, including the matriarch, were momentarily rendered speechless. In noble families, the notion of a secondary wife is a departure from the established hierarchy of primary and secondary spouses. It signals the beginning of a decline, as the head of the family favors concubines over his legitimate wife. The matriarch, slapping the table, declared it unacceptable, for such a custom does not exist. Yet, Su Qinghao remained resolute, asserting that Ryun had already suffered enough indignities as a secondary wife. "If we do not make a grand announcement, others will not scrutinize our household's affairs." He then gently patted Gu Ruyun's hand in a gesture of reassurance. Concubine Shui looked towards Su Qinghao, hoping that this young lady would speak up, preferably to dismiss Gu Ruyun. However, Su Qinghao continued to sip her tea, seemingly indifferent to Su Qinghao's intentions to elevate Gu Ruyun. The higher she was raised, the harder the fall would be for the Su family. Moreover, she discerned that her father likely held some leverage over Gu Ruyun. Determined in his stance regarding the secondary wife, Su Qinghao caught the matriarch's attention, who turned to Su Qinghao. "Qinghao, what is your opinion? This matter should rightly involve your mother." Su Qinghao lifted her gaze and responded, "Grandmother, this is a matter concerning my father's household. I cannot interject. As for my mother, it would be best not to involve her. Her health is paramount, and these troubling matters should not reach her ears." Her words, referring to the situation as troubling and sordid, caused Su Qinghao and Gu Ruyun's expressions to darken once more. With the entire family watching their predicament, Su Qinghao felt a surge of frustration, trapped with nowhere to vent it. Ultimately, the matriarch could not oppose Su Qinghao and consented to Gu Ruyun's elevation as a secondary wife. Su Qinghao remained unperturbed. What did it matter if a lowly creature, destined for an early demise, became a secondary wife? Once her mother returned from confinement, the weeds would surely have grown over their graves. For now, indulging her with a semblance of dignity would only hasten her self-destruction. Concubine Shui seethed with indignation, while concubine Lian worried that this would affect the matriarch's mood. Before long, a servant from Shaohua Hall entered to report that several pieces of furniture had been damaged in a fire, along with the servants' contracts being burned to ashes. Fortunately, there were no injuries among the staff. Before Gu Ruyun could respond, Su Qinghao swiftly interjected, "Cousin, do not fret. I shall send someone to the magistrate's office to have the contracts reissued." Furrowing her brow, Gu Ruyun intended to decline the offer, but remembered that reissuing the contracts required the estate's seal, which she was not authorized to procure. Thus, she quelled her unease and thanked Su Qinghao. Observing Su Qinghao's lack of opposition to her elevation, Gu Ruyun thought to herself that, after all, she was merely a child, outwardly strong but inwardly fragile. "My lord, with Shaohua Hall burned, repairs may take some time. Since the lady is nurturing the child at the estate, it would be wise for me to temporarily reside in Zuoyuan." Su Qinghao nearly laughed at Gu Ruyun's audacity to openly covet the position of the mistress. "Cousin, should the vacant space be granted to you? Has it been vacant for years? Or shall we consider sending you to the palace?" Her words cast a shadow over Su Qinghao's face. "What are you saying?" Such remarks should not be made lightly. I merely wish to convey that one must recognize their own position and refrain from coveting that which does not belong to them. The old matron, silently manipulating the small leaf Buddhist beads in her hand, squinted slightly, her expression betraying neither joy nor anger. It was only after Su Qinghao had finished speaking that she uttered, "Ruoyun, you may take the child and reside with me for the time being. The courtyard will be in a state of repair for 5 to 7 days. As for the elevation of your wife, there is no need for public announcement. A simple family meal will suffice." Gu Ruyun understood that the old matron harbored dissent regarding this matter. She could only acquiesce obediently, suppressing any hint of resentment. To establish oneself within this household, it was imperative to earn the old matron's support. On a frigid winter night, with the cold wind howling, as she exited the main hall of Songhatang, Su Qinghao instinctively pulled her fox fur cloak tighter around her. Upon leaving the courtyard, she proceeded toward Bai Shui Gu when, suddenly, a hurried footfall echoed beside her. "Su Qinghao, was it you? Did you do this on purpose?" Cheng Rujin, in a state of agitation, rushed forward and grasped the sleeve of Su Qinghau's garment. Chapter 31. Are you worthy? The recent series of events had descended upon Cheng Rujin like a nightmarish tempest, affording her no respite for reflection. Today, outside Shaohua Hall, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of the vindictive satisfaction glimmering in Su Qinghau's eyes, a stark reminder that coincidences are but a myth in this world. First, her clandestine affair with Shen Zhao was exposed. Next, the prospects of Yuan Qiqing's situation crumbled. She narrowly escaped being sent to a temple, and now, inexplicably, Shaohua Hall had caught fire. Not only had her mother's secrets been unveiled, but the family fortune accumulated over the years had also been swept away. If these occurrences were mere accidents, then surely fate had dealt an uncommonly cruel hand to the two of them. Su Qinghao turned to face Cheng Rujin, shaking off the grasp of her arm. Her cousin had become increasingly disrespectful, even omitting the honorific of cousin. Did she believe that her mother's position as a concubine would elevate her to the status of a legitimate daughter of the Su family? Cheng Rujin's usually enchanting eyes now burned with a fierce intensity as she fixed her gaze upon Su Qinghao. Did you know all along about my relationship with brother Shen Zhao? Were you scheming against me out of spite? Su Qinghao initially furrowed her brow before a sardonic smile graced her lips. Your affair with brother Shen Zhao? How artfully you phrase your indiscretions. It seems your mother has imparted quite the repertoire of seductive tricks to you. Truly, you two are cut from the same cloth. One seduces my father, while the other pursues my betrothed. And now, look where you both find yourselves, reduced to concubines. How dare you question me, you wretched creature? Su Qinghao maintained her composure, devoid of malice, yet every word pierced Cheng Rujin's heart like a dagger. The lantern held by the maid cast a dim, hazy glow on Cheng Rujin's face, obscuring her features. Brother Shen Zhao loves me. Even if you were to expose me here and now, what would it matter? You will only end up marrying a corpse. Cousin, the dead are of no use. Soon, we shall both be wed into the Shen family, and you will truly understand the disparity. Shen Zhao is the heir to the Shen estate. What good will it do you when the formidable Shen San has passed? In less than 2 years, Su Qinghao will find herself reliant on her own wits to survive in the Shen household. The thought of that day approaching brought a sense of exhilaration to Cheng Rujin's heart. However, Su Qinghao stepped closer, unperturbed and unruffled, and softly replied, My dear cousin, you misinterpret a word. I shall marry, while you can only be carried in through the side gate. With a playful smile, Su Qinghao turned and walked away, revealing the true nature of this seemingly innocent flower. Upon returning to Bishi Pavilion, Su Qinghao summoned Fei Cui and instructed her in a hushed tone. You must travel to Yinzhou Prefecture and enlist the help of my third cousin to investigate the negligence of Governor Qing Shuwen during the disaster relief efforts years ago. Focus particularly on Gu Riyun and her former husband, Cheng Yu. The more detailed the information, the better. Upon hearing of the trip to Yinzhou, Fei Cui's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Rest assured, miss, I shall see to this matter diligently. After I leave, please take Agate with you when you go out. Though her temperament may be somewhat impetuous, her skills are no less than mine. Su Qinghao's eyes flickered with thought as she recalled Agate, her long fingers instinctively tapping against the armrest of her chair. After her rebirth, she had not given much thought to the matter of Agate. The brutal scene from her past life resurfaced vividly in her mind. The feelings of love turned to hatred regarding Agate compelled her to keep it nearby for the time being. Early the next morning, Fei Cui departed from the Marquis's residence, claiming that her mother was ill and she needed to return to Yinzhou City. Agate entered with clothing prepared for Su Qinghao and tentatively inquired, Miss, where's Fei Cui gone? Su Qinghao casually replied, She has returned to Yinzhou. I have matters to discuss with my cousin. Agate paused, biting her lip and setting the clothes down, her expression one of despondency. Su Qinghao cast a cold glance her way, but said nothing. Days passed, and the repairs to Shaohua Hall were nearly complete. Su Qinghao hosted a banquet at home and adorned Shaohua Hall with bright red silk. From that day forth, Gu Riyun was acknowledged as Lady Yin. Despite the title, her status was akin to that of a concubine, as all accounts, both inside and outside the estate, were managed by Su Qinghao. Gu Rian needed to consider Su Qingyu's mood even for the purchase of a needle. Soon, the contract of sale for Xiaohua Hall was finalized, and Su Qingyu returned it to Gu Rian, save for the one belonging to Yue Tao, which was a false contract. The presence of both genuine and counterfeit documents ensured that suspicion was averted. Previously, Gu Riyun's spies placed throughout the estate had been thoroughly sold off by Su Qingyu. The household staff, adept at sensing shifts in power, quickly discerned the new order of things. In a matter of days, they approached Su Qingyu with deference and compliance. However, the old matriarch remained irate over the matter of the 300,000 taels and did not extend Su Qingyu any kindness. Su Qingyu was indifferent to this. The old matriarch, being one who valued profit above all, would never treat her well. As long as no one publicly accused her of being unfilial, that was sufficient. Thus, Su Qingyu continued her daily visits to pay respects, disregarding the old matriarch's demeanor entirely. After meeting with the various stewards, Su Qingyu rose and said, "Let us visit Aunt Lian. I trust the tonics have been delivered regularly. I wonder how she is faring." Zhenju promptly handed her a warming stove and brought over a newly crafted sable cloak. Agate, mindful of Fei Sui's instructions before her departure to closely guard the young lady's safety, remained vigilant whenever Su Qingyu stepped outside, even if merely to another courtyard. Fearing any opportunistic threats, Aunt Lian resided in the Rui Pavilion, located in the northeastern corner of the Marquis's residence, where numerous winter greens thrived, stretching toward the gentle winter breeze. Su Qingyu only brought 2 maids with her, and the 3 of them proceeded directly into the courtyard of the Rui Pavilion. Upon entering, they heard Su Shuni's voice emanating from the main room. "What are you doing? Do not take my aunt's belongings. If you continue, I will inform my elder sister." A servant timidly stepped forward to pay his respects, but was halted by Su Qingyu. She walked steadily to the entrance of the main room, frowning as she listened to the commotion inside. It was the voice of Aunt Shui. "Go tell her. If you have the courage, why wait until today? Just like your mother, you are a coward." Following that, Su Yihui's voice rang out, "Bring the items over. Do you think you deserve such superior tonics?" Enraged, Su Qingyu kicked the door open. "If I do not deserve it, do you think you do?" Upon entering, one immediately beheld Aunt Lian tightly embracing Su Shunxiai, whose delicate, pale visage was streaked with tears. Her small fists were clenched resolutely, and had it not been for Aunt Lian's restraining presence, she would have charged forward to confront the culprit. Meanwhile, Aunt Shui and Su Yihui stood by the table, each holding 3 or 4 ornate boxes, supplements sent by Su Qingyu over the past few days. Su Qingyu's piercing gaze fell upon Aunt Shui and her daughter as she coldly commanded, "Put them down." Chapter 32. Educating my younger sister upon the arrival of Su Qingyu. Aunt Shui was taken aback. She hastily returned the items in her hand to the table and explained, "Aunt Lian mentioned that there were leftovers she couldn't finish, so she wanted to give some to me." "What brings you here, miss?" Seeing Su Qingyu enter, Su Qinghao felt a surge of emotions as Aunt Shui continued to weave her web of deceit. Overwhelmed by the grievances of the past years, she burst into tears. While sobbing, she pointed an accusatory finger at Aunt Shui, exclaiming, "You are lying. When did my aunt ever say she couldn't finish them? It was you who forcefully took them, and you even threatened my aunt. She has endured it all to avoid causing trouble for our mother." Aunt Lian quickly clasped Su Qinghai's hand, her voice trembling as she interjected, "Do not speak such nonsense. Aunt Shui has never threatened me. These items, I willingly offered them to her." Su Qingyu regarded Aunt Lian with suspicion, for the scene before her clearly indicated that Aunt Shui was the one bullying others, showing no signs of voluntary action. What had caused Aunt Lian to behave in such a manner? Surely, even the most timid of individuals would not be reduced to such fear. Relieved by Aunt Lian's defense, Aunt Shui exhaled, grateful that she would not have to confront the young lady directly. She placed all the items down and awkwardly stated, "You two carry on. I shall take my leave." Before departing, she cast a glance at Aunt Lian, a glimmer of menace in her eyes that Su Qingyu keenly perceived. Aunt Lian, caught by that glance, instinctively recoiled, as if haunted by a dreadful thought. Once Aunt Shui had left with Su Yihui, Su Qingyu stepped forward, gently pulling Su Qinghao into her embrace. With her delicate fingers brushing against the corners of her tear-stained eyes, she whispered, "Do not cry. If anyone dares to bully you again, stand up for yourself. If you cannot manage, come to me." With tears glistening on her lashes, Su Qinghao looked up at Su Qinghao, her voice barely above a whisper, "Can I really?" Her aunt had always advised her to adhere to the rules of the household, to be obedient, to avoid causing trouble, and to never provoke her elder siblings. Her aunt had said that they, mother and daughter, were different from others and were not entitled to make mistakes. Observing the cautious glimmer in Su Qinghai's eyes, Su Qinghao felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. She recalled a moment from her previous life when she visited home before her mother passed away. Finding Su Qinghao kneeling beside her mother's bed, tenderly assisting her in taking medicine. In those final days, Su Qinghao had cared for her mother more than she, the biological daughter, had. Holding the little girl tightly, Su Qinghao reassured her, "Of course you can. You are my dear sister. Who would dare to bully you while I stand by?" Once Su Qinghao had dried her tears and stepped aside, Su Qinghao turned her attention to Aunt Lien, inquiring, "What is truly happening here? This has not just begun, has it?" Aunt Lien's usually calm eyes flickered with a hint of panic as she began to explain, "It is not a frequent occurrence. Aunt Shui simply covets anything valuable she sees." Su Qinghao interjected, "It is not infrequent. She, however..." Her words were abruptly cut off by Aunt Lien, who chastised her, "Child, do not speak such fabrications. There is nothing of the sort." After reprimanding Su Qinghao, Aunt Lien turned to Su Qinghao and added, "Do not heed her childish remarks, Mississippi. She is young and cannot bear grievances. Living under one roof, it is natural to have some minor disagreements." Su Qinghao gazed thoughtfully at Aunt Lien, pondering why she continued to conceal the truth despite being bullied. Was it due to excessive honesty and timidity, or was there some undisclosed secret? Noticing Aunt Lien's reluctance to speak, Su Qinghao refrained from pressing further. Instead, she took Su Shuni's hand and addressed Aunt Lien. "Aunt, my fourth sister is not a child anymore. I was considering whether she might accompany me to learn about household management. In 3 months, she will be marrying into the Shen family, and she has been contemplating how to handle the family affairs during this time. After much consideration, I believe Su Shuni is a commendable choice. She is sincerely filial yet not weak, and mother also holds her in high regard. Once I am married, I would have this girl assist mother in managing the household for a few years. Eventually, we could find a suitable reason to place it under mother's name, and she could help her seek a good marriage proposal." Aunt Lien did not exhibit any signs of joy, but appeared rather hesitant. Was this not against the rules? After all, she was of illegitimate birth. "Aunt, I wish to learn household management from my elder sister. If I succeed, it will bring you better days." Su Shuni interjected with earnest determination. The little girl still bore a hint of baby fat, giving her a cherubic appearance. Yet her gaze was resolute as she looked up at Su Qinghao. "Elder sister, I want to learn accounting and household management. I will study diligently." Su Qinghao embraced her, gently pinching her cheek, and replied, "Very well. Starting tomorrow, after breakfast, you shall come to the study at Bu Pavilion to find me." Su Shuni nodded vigorously. "I will remember and be sure to arrive on time every day." On the way back to Bu Pavilion, Su Qinghao quietly inquired of Pearl, "Have you heard any rumors about Aunt Shui bullying Aunt Lien?" Pearl shook her head, explaining that she had not heard of such matters. If it were widely known, the madam would certainly inquire. Su Qinghao considered this and agreed with Pearl's reasoning. If rumors had circulated, their mother would not have allowed Aunt Lien to suffer in silence. But why did Aunt Lien endure such indignities? The confusion clouded her mind, and she did not notice someone blocking her path. "Qinghao, today I sent someone to the storeroom for blood swallow, but the staff refused to give it to me. In the past, my servants would retrieve it monthly without any obstruction." Su Qingyao's scattered thoughts were drawn back as she recognized Gu Ruiyun had approached her. Blood swallow? Only the legitimate master of the household is entitled to such delicacies. Neither Aunt Shui nor Aunt Lien hold that privilege, Su Qingyao replied coldly, not even sparing Gu Ruiyun a glance. However, Gu Ruiyun persisted. "The doctor advised that my health is poor, and it is best for me to consume blood swallow regularly. This is known to the old lady and the marquis. Are you deliberately making things difficult for me, miss?" Su Qinghao scoffed lightly, deliberately making things difficult. You are hardly worthy of that. Once, as a cousin in the household, you were treated as a guest, enjoying the best of everything. Now, as merely my father's concubine, your treatment must naturally align with that status, which is not comparable to before. Having said this, Su Qinghao turned to walk past Guru Yun, but paused after taking only a few steps. Without turning back, she remarked, "Your present is the very future of your daughter in the Shen family. The bond between you two is unbroken." Guru Yun, in a fit of rage, returned to Shaohua Hall, wreaking havoc in her chamber until her fury subsided. In the entirety of Shaohua Hall, only the elder maid, LV Ru, dared to venture in and offer comfort, for she had been by Guru Yun's side since childhood and was the one she trusted most. "Madam, please do not be angry. The eldest young lady will soon be married. Your days of happiness are still ahead," she gently reassured. Guru Yun, her lips tightly pressed together, gritted her teeth and commanded, "LV Ru, go inform Zhou Buren that I accept his proposal." Chapter 33. The proposal from the Su family. Lu Ru paused in surprise and softly inquired, "He has been rejected by you so many times. How is it that she suddenly agreed?" Guru Yun's pale fingers caressed the delicate patterns of the Celadon lotus teacup, her eyes flashing with a piercing brilliance. "In the past, I was reluctant to collaborate with Zhou Buren because I aspire to take over those 4 grain businesses. Now that I see no opportunity ahead, I must forge a new path. When the Lin mother and daughter find themselves devoid of profitable enterprises, I shall see how they continue to wield authority at home. Since it is the Ho residence that dictates who provides for the family, I shall have to resort to some formidable measures." However, Lu Ru hesitated. "Madam, if the Ho Yi discovers your dealings with Steward Zhou, it could lead to trouble. Are you truly intent on collaborating with him? It would be wiser for you to serve the Ho Yi well. In that case, the future of the young master and mistress would not be grim." Guru Yun scoffed, declaring, "The Ho Yi merely flatters me with empty words while refusing to offer any tangible benefits. As for Zhou Buren, I can certainly manage him." As the 12th month approached, the affair regarding Su Yihui and Su Yanping at the Huguo Temple gradually faded from discussion. It was said that Su Guolao had confined his grandson at home for nearly a month before finally releasing him. Seeing that the matter had not caused much of a stir, the Su family discreetly sent a marriage proposal to the Su family. After all, the couple had already consummated their marriage. It was prudent to expedite the wedding arrangements. The delegation from the Su family included the Duke of Enduring Loyalty, a relative by marriage, and Lord Xiao, the Minister of Rights. Regardless of the actual value of the bride price, the arrival of these 2 dignitaries alone granted the Su family considerable esteem. Upon hearing of their arrival, Su Qinghau's face lit up with joy. The exchange of betrothal gifts took place at the main hall entrance. Su Qinghao, responsible for overseeing the inventory of the gifts, hurriedly approached upon learning of the Su family's visit. A steady stream of gifts poured into the Su family's estate, filling the courtyard to the brim. Not far away, Su Yihui donned a striking red firefox fur cloak, radiating brilliance. Beside her, Cheng Rujin resembled a delicate white flower blossoming in winter. The 2, arm in arm, made their way towards Su Qinghao. "Cousin, the Su family's betrothal gifts are extraordinarily lavish. It is evident they hold you in high regard," Cheng Rujin remarked, having discarded any pretense since her falling out with Su Qinghao. Having grown closer to Su Yihui during these days, her words brought a smile to Su Yihui's face, her chin nearly reaching her forehead in delight. Inside, the Duke of Enduring Loyalty engaged in a few pleasantries with Su Qinghao and the old matriarch before presenting the list of betrothal gifts. "Su Ho, esteemed matriarch, Su Guolao places great importance on this union. The young lady of the Su family is indeed fortunate." As Su Qinghao took the list to read, he suddenly heard the servant outside announcing the details of the bride price. 50,000 taels of silver in betrothal gifts, 200 pounds of wedding cakes, 6 carts of sacrificial offerings, and seafood. Su Qinghao rapidly rose estanist. The Su family had offered 50,000 taels of silver? How could this be possible? Years ago, when a legitimate daughter of the Duke of Enduring Loyalty wed the Su family's eldest grandson, the bride price was exactly 50,000 taels, causing a sensation throughout the capital. The The comparison between the illegitimate daughter of the Su family and the legitimate daughter of the Prince of Duan's residence is utterly unfounded. Similarly, the legitimate grandson of the Su family cannot possibly be equated with a child born out of wedlock. Why would the Su family be so generous? At this moment, the Prince of Duan was taken aback. He recalled that the list of betrothal gifts indicated an amount of 5,000 taels. Yet the murmurs outside proclaimed it to be 50,000 taels. Could it be a mere mistake? However, the betrothal is not solely reliant on the reading of the list. It also requires the Su family's verification before it can be acknowledged. The absence of any objections from the Su family suggested that it was indeed 50,000 taels. Had the Su family changed their mind, yet forgotten to amend the document in his possession? After much contemplation, the Prince of Duan found this explanation to be somewhat plausible. Yet he could not shake the feeling that the Su family was belittling his residents by offering the same betrothal gifts for their illegitimate daughter as for his own. In the courtyard, Su Qinghao was overwhelmed with joy. She had never anticipated such a lavish betrothal gift from the Su family. Casting a glance at her elder sister, Su Qinghao, who was busy instructing the servants, Su Qinghao strutted over with what she believed to be the most graceful of steps. Truly, it is a bother to rely on my elder sister for the betrothal gifts. She must be exhausted from the effort. I heard that both the Prince of Duan and Minister Chiu personally attended this time. Indeed, one must marry a living man to attain such dignity. Beside her, Cheng Rujin scoffed. The Shen family must be preparing to send their betrothal gifts soon as well. I wonder if they will present a box of paper money? Su Qinghao frowned slightly at Cheng Rujin's words and replied coolly, that would still be preferable to being a concubine with nothing to one's name. Such crude remarks are unbecoming of a lady from a noble family. Yet Su Qinghao felt a sense of satisfaction after speaking them. The surrounding maids and young servants lowered their heads, their lips tightly pressed together. Someone stifled a laugh, which was soon followed by a ripple of laughter. Though tranquility was quickly restored, Cheng Rujin's face flushed with indignation. She huffed, let us see if you'll still be laughing when your cousin receives her betrothal gifts. With Master Shen gone, what value does the Shen family have left to offer you? You have become worthless to them. This was a consolation Cheng Rujin often reminded herself of, even if she were a concubine to Shen Zhao. It was far more splendid than being the legitimate wife of a deceased man like Su Qinghao. Su Qinghao surveyed the bridal dowry being stored, her chin held high, exuding an air of arrogance that made her seem more like a legitimate daughter than Su Qinghao herself. Affecting an air of generosity, she declared, elder sister, should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out at the Su residence. I shall not stand idly by. Third sister, you are marrying the illegitimate son of the Su family, not the esteemed Su Qinghao. Did she genuinely believe that the useless Su Yangping could achieve anything significant? The Su family's illustrious lineage did not guarantee that Su Yangping would amount to anything. Left speechless by Su Qinghao's retort, Su Qinghao finally managed to exclaim, you are simply envious. If you possess any capability, why not have the Shen family bestow upon you such generous betrothal gifts? At this juncture, the young servant who was announcing the betrothal gifts was nearly hoarse. Having only read a fraction of the list, the betrothal gifts from the Su family, upon hearing them, were clearly the result of considerable thought, with each item being a masterpiece among the finest. The exquisite paper from Xuanxu, the fragrant agarwood from Guangfu, the vermilion from Chenxi, and the amber from Dadian. Yunnan, none of these gifts were mere formalities. At this moment, the expression of Prince Duan within the room had contorted in disbelief, for none of the gifts matched those listed on the engagement document. What was the Su family truly implying? Su Qinghao supported the elderly matriarch at the entrance of the main hall, his face adorned with an unbroken smile as he observed the lively engagement festivities unfolding in the courtyard. Regardless of the circumstances, it was a positive sign that the Su family valued Su Qinghao. Each gift had to be scrutinized by the steward of the Su family before being officially recorded and brought inside. Suddenly, Su Qinghao's gaze fell upon a delicate enamel box, which contained a pair of jade auspicious rui, known for their rarity. The most remarkable aspect of these jade rui was that, when placed together, a singular red that could be discerned at their center. Su Qinghao narrowed her eyes, recalling that she had seen this pair of jade rui in the possession of the late matriarch Shen during her previous life. How could they possibly be included among the Su family's betrothal gifts? She was certain they belonged to the late matriarch Shen, as items of such quality were exceedingly rare, and it was improbable to find another identical pair. Wait, bring that pair of jade rui here for me to examine. Upon hearing her words, the young servant carrying the gifts hurriedly presented the Namu box before Su Qinghao. She picked up the jade rui and scrutinized them closely, from their texture and details. She was convinced they indeed belonged to the late matriarch Shen. Yet how could Shen family possessions be among the Su family's betrothal gifts? In her previous life, these items had remained with the late matriarch Shen. What could have gone awry? As Su Qinghao was lost in thought, Su Qinghao unexpectedly approached from behind and elbowed her sharply. Su Qinghao was caught off guard, losing her balance as her center of gravity shifted forward, causing the jade rui in her hand to fly out of her grasp. Chapter 34. The family law. As the jade pendant was about to fall to the ground, Agate swiftly stepped forward, bent down, and caught it just in time. Su Qinghao let out a sigh of relief, grateful that the precious item was unharmed. However, Su Qinghao suddenly advanced, striking Agate across the face with a sharp slap. "What do you think you are? Who permitted you to touch my betrothal gift?" she exclaimed, casting a sidelong glance at Su Qinghao. "Is it because I am marrying well that you look down upon me and seek to ruin my gift?" Confused, Su Qinghao gazed at Su Qinghao and replied coldly, "What are you talking about? The jade pendant is perfectly fine. Moreover, on what grounds do you strike my servant?" At that moment, the entire courtyard fell silent, the commotion drawing out Su Qinghao, the old matriarch, Prince Duan, and Lord Xiao, with tears streaming down her face. Su Qinghao rushed to Su Qinghao, pleading, "Father, my elder sister intends to marry a dead man. How can she touch my betrothal gift? What are her intentions? And that lowly maid of hers has also seized my jade pendant. If the Su family finds out, they will think poorly of us." With a stern expression, Su Qinghao addressed Su Qinghao impatiently. "I have never heard of such a rule. Who says that servants cannot touch betrothal gifts? If it were damaged, I would naturally compensate you. But as it stands, the item is intact, so cease your unreasonable behavior. Besides, you bumped into me from behind. Otherwise, I would not have lost hold of it." Su Qinghao, upon hearing this, began to cry in distress. "Father, I did not bump into her. You can ask cousin Rujin." Chung Rujin stepped forward, asserting, "I was with third sister the entire time. She did not touch eldest sister at all. In fact, eldest sister appeared visibly displeased while inspecting third sister's betrothal gifts. Perhaps it was a moment of confusion. Grandmother should forgive her this once." While seemingly interceding for Su Qinghao, Rujin inadvertently solidified the narrative that Su Qinghao was envious of her sister and had intentionally damaged the betrothal gift. Observing the unfolding scene, Su Shanxi, who had been quietly learning to keep accounts, hurried forward to stand before them. "Father, grandmother, I witnessed third sister bumping into eldest sister. I can testify for eldest sister." Su Qinghao frowned at Su Shanxi, surprised by her sudden boldness, as she was typically timid. Glaring at her, she commanded, "This is not your concern. Step aside." Shortly thereafter, Su Qinghao waved his hand, and a servant pulled Su Shanxi to the side. Logically, with the jade pendant unscathed, Su Qinghao should have intervened to defuse the sisters' minor quarrel. However, harboring resentment towards Su Qinghao due to the matter of the 300,000 taels, he seized the opportunity to reprimand her, intending to remind her of her place within the household. The eldest daughter had grown increasingly audacious lately, and he had been searching for a moment to chastise her. Furthermore, with Su Qinghao receiving favor from the Su family, he leaned more towards her side in this affair. Su Qinghao was at fault. Her actions had humiliated both the Su and Su families in front of so many witnesses, warranting familial discipline. Su Qinghao furoit herbroth, contemplating the absurdity of being punished by family law over an undamaged jade pendant. The Su family's obsession with status truly seemed to be a generational inheritance, etched into their very bones. Agate approached Su Qinghao with a composed demeanor. Today, should anyone dare to harm the young mistress, she would confront them with unwavering resolve. While Su Qinghao awaited the steward to bring forth the family law, Su Qinghao boldly stepped closer to him, whispering in a voice audible only to the two of them, "If you wish to strike, then do so. However, I cannot guarantee that there will be meals to enjoy in the mansion come tomorrow. If I am to suffer, then your concubines and offspring should not expect to fare any better. Can you imagine the reaction of your elder uncle if he were to learn that you struck me over a mere illegitimate daughter?" Su Qinghao had long resented that her father, despite his years of toil in the pursuit of status, had only managed to attain the position of Deputy Minister of Revenue, a direct consequence of his inability to discern the true nature of things. Even now, he believed her mother had married him above her station, looking down upon the merchant lineage of the Lin family. Little did he realize that without the Lin family as support, the Su family would have long since fallen into decline. They would have lacked even the funds to cultivate connections. Presently, the wealth and commerce of the household rested firmly in her hands, and yet he dared to invoke family punishment over such trivial matters. Su Qinghao scoffed inwardly. What was wrong with an alliance with the Su family? The Su family had the potential to elevate his career and sustain the entire household. It seemed he had forgotten that his promotion to Deputy Minister of Revenue was also facilitated by the Lin family's financial backing. Thus, Su Qinghao felt compelled to remind him, to help him grasp the current dynamics within the household. Su Qinghao was shaken by Su Qinghao's words, feeling as though his throat was being tightly gripped, and the one doing the choking was none other than his own daughter. Enraged, he hissed, "You wretched girl, I am your father. It is you and your mother who depend on me, not the Lin family." Recalling the tragic fate she had suffered in her past life at the hands of the Su family, hatred surged within her, and she retorted, "Did you ever consider us when you favored your concubines over your wife? Did you think of us while you were secretly consorting with Guruyun beneath my mother's very nose? You think we depend on you? If we continue to rely on you, we may as well be reduced to nothing but bones." With each word, her tone grew colder, and for the first time, Su Qinghao recognized this sinister aspect of his legitimate daughter. Just then, the steward arrived with the family law in hand. Provoked beyond reason by Su Qinghao's remarks, Su Qinghao seized the whip and, taking 2 steps back, struck out towards her. Caught off guard, Su Qinghao could not evade the blow, which was about to land on her back. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers, bewildered as to what had angered the Duke of Pingmingso. Then, a scream pierced the air, not from Su Qinghao, but from Agate. Unable to intervene in time, Agate leapt onto Su Qinghao's back, enduring the full force of Su Qinghao's strike. Su Qinghao quickly turned to assess Agate's injuries. "Agate, are you all right?" Agate, adorned in a green patterned garment, had a gash across her back, blood seeping through the cotton underneath. Her face turned pale as she leaned against Pearl, beads of sweat forming on her brow. The whip used by the Su family to enforce discipline strikes with the smooth side as a typical whip, while the reverse side is equipped with barbs. This time, Su Qinghao wielded the whip with the barbed side, exerting all his strength. Had it not been for Ma Now, it would have been Su Qinghao who lay on the brink of death. Su Qinghao's eyes were suffused with crimson as she slowly raised her gaze towards Su Qinghao. Her hand, however, stealthily reached for the short dagger that Ma Now kept at her waist. Yet, the moment she touched the hilt, Ma Now swiftly grasped her wrist, gently shaking her head as she whispered, "Miss, now is not the time to act." Chapter 35. Whom exactly did we engage? If the young lady were to act against the Marquis at this moment, the accusation of patricide would plunge her into an abyss of despair. She had promised the third young master to protect the young lady at all costs. With unwavering determination, Su Qinghao resolved to bring an end to all of this today. Heaven had granted her a second chance at life, not to endure further humiliation. Just as Su Qinghao was about to stealthily draw her dagger, 2 figures suddenly pushed through the crowd. Have the engagement gifts been announced? Are we late? The speaker was Duke Zhao Jingwu of Wei, accompanied by the loyal Marquis Song Zan. Both were esteemed military leaders from noble families, and the presence of either would be a tremendous honor for the Su family, let alone the two together. At that moment, Su Qinghao could not afford to pay heed to Su Qinghao. He hurried forward to greet them and inquired, "What brings you both here?" Duke Wei surveyed the surroundings and, noticing an unusual atmosphere within the Su family, assumed it was due to his tardiness. Apologetically, he remarked, "I must take the blame for today's engagement. I encountered an old friend on the way and conversed for a while. Did they read the engagement gifts in my absence?" The loyal Marquis, who maintained a close rapport with Duke Wei, jested, "This is entirely your fault. A lazy donkey takes longer to grind. I suggested proceeding with the engagement. Yet you insisted on chatting with Chun Lao-san." Understanding dawned upon Su Qinghao. Not only had the Su family invited Prince Duan and Minister Chiu for the engagement, but they had also included the loyal Marquis and Duke Wei. Such an honor was unprecedented among the noble families of the capital. Yet, it was peculiar as he had not heard of a close relationship between Duke Wei and Elder Su. Though slightly dubious, Su Qinghao remained convinced that this was the Su family's attempt to bestow honor upon the Su family. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Yihui's face brightened with pride as she cast a disdainful glance at Su Qinghao. She then instructed a nearby servant, "Why haven't you taken that girl away? This engagement is turning into a farce, and it's truly inauspicious." Turning to Duke Wei and the loyal Marquis, she explained, "I apologize for the commotion, esteemed sirs. My elder sister is rather thoughtless and fails to recognize the significance of this important occasion. Please do not take offense. Typically, it would be unorthodox for Su Yihui to speak in such a setting, yet she compelled herself to assert her presence, eager to showcase her connection to the esteemed Su family." Before Duke Wei could respond, Su Yihui raised her voice again, "Father, let my elder sister return home. The more I think about it, the more I sense misfortune. She is to marry a deceased man. It would be best if she kept her distance from my engagement gifts, lest I attract bad luck that could reflect poorly on the Su family." Duke Wei's expression suddenly grew peculiar as he turned to Su Yihui. "What did you just say? Marrying a deceased man is inauspicious?" Su Yihui thought to herself. Since Duke Wei was assisting the Su family with the engagement, he would surely consider everything from their perspective. Noticing his grave demeanor, she felt a rush of satisfaction, convinced that he too regarded the matter as a violation of the Su family's taboos. If this escalated, her father might confine Su Qinghao to her quarters directly. And even if he did not, he would certainly reprimand her in front of everyone, leaving her humiliated. With this in mind, Su Yihui replied to Duke Wei, "My elder sister is betrothed to the third young master of the Shen family. On such a joyous occasion, she presumes to oversee the engagement gifts, which is nothing short of inviting misfortune." My father uttered a few words to her, and she became quite upset, accompanied by her maid, threatening to take drastic measures. And the maid was already in distress. "I truly apologize for the spectacle this has caused. I shall send her back immediately." Upon finishing her words, she cast a sharp glare at Su Qinghao, stating, "Elder sister, if you do not return, you risk jeopardizing my marriage. Can you bear the consequences?" With the support of the marriage alliance with the Su family, Su Yihui today felt a sense of triumph, her demeanor considerably more assertive than usual. Su Qinghao, meanwhile, was instructing her maid to send the agate back and to find a skilled physician. Hearing Su Yihui's remarks, she turned and coldly responded, "Lord Shen sacrificed himself for the nation. Marrying him is an honor to me. Should you dare to utter any more ill omens, do not expect me to be courteous." The first part of her statement was merely casual, while the latter expressed her true sentiments. To her astonishment, as soon as her words fell, Duke Wei bellowed in approval, exclaiming, "Well said." In the next moment, his countenance darkened, radiating a palpable fury directed at Su Qinghao. "Lord Su, your daughter dares to malign my nephew in such a manner. Do you not owe me an explanation regarding this matter?" The loyal and righteous Marquis wore an expression of indignation, his gaze sharp enough to suggest he might resort to violence at any moment. Su Qinghao suddenly awoke to the gravity of the situation. Duke Wei was the maternal uncle of Lord Shen, and while he had come to propose a marriage, it was not intended for the Su family. "Your Grace, were you not here on behalf of the Su family?" Su Qinghao inquired tentatively. Duke Wei scoffed. "The Su family? What business do I have with them? My purpose, along with the loyal and righteous Marquis, is to facilitate a marriage proposal from the Shen family to the eldest daughter of the Su family. the loyal and righteous Marquis, who held a long-standing disdain for the Su family, added curtly, "The Su family does not command my respect." Su Qinghao then turned to the attendant who had recited the list of betrothal gifts, asking, "Whose gifts were mentioned earlier?" The attendant, taken aback, replied, "Of course. They were from the Shen family." So, he had recited the wrong names all along? Observing the unfolding situation, Su Qinghao approached Duke Wei and the loyal and righteous Marquis, bowing respectfully before stating, "Fortunately, you both arrived in time. Otherwise, I fear I would have been buried alongside Lord Shen." Driven to despair by a pair of jade, auspicious symbols, Duke Wei and the loyal and righteous Marquis exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed as to what had transpired. How could a mere delay result in such turmoil? "Dear niece, please enlighten your uncle about the matter. I assure you, the Duke Wei household will stand by you in this grave situation." Zhao Jingwu and Shen Jishio were related as uncle and nephew by blood, yet privately, they shared a bond akin to that of kindred spirits. A few days ago, upon hearing that the eldest daughter of the Su family was willing to remain faithful to Shen Jishio, Zhao Jingwu had been profoundly moved. While virtuous women were not scarce, few possessed the noble lineage and grace of Su Qinghao. At this moment, recalling Shen Jishio incited a surge of indignation within Zhao Jingwu. He could not allow anyone to bully Shen Jishio's wife before his very eyes, for that would reflect his own inadequacy. Noticing the escalating tension, Su Qinghao hurriedly interjected, "This is all a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. Qinghao, it was my fault earlier. Thankfully, your maid is loyal, and I shall reward her generously." The elderly matriarch also stepped forward to counsel. "Qinghao, let us focus on the pressing matters at hand. These issues can be discussed behind closed doors." Su Qinghao bit her lower lip tightly, tears welling in her eyes, portraying a facade of strength coupled with deep-seated concerns. Gratefully, she addressed the Duke of Wei, expressing, "Thank you for your concern, Your Grace. It is merely a matter of household trivialities. I would not wish to take up your valuable time." Her demeanor only served to infuriate the Duke further, for it was evident that this young woman was under the duress of the Su family, too frightened to speak her mind. This matter must be clarified today. What transpired within the Su household before I and the Marquis of Zhongyi arrived? You are not only the legitimate eldest daughter of the Su family, but also the betrothed third wife of the Shen family. How can you allow yourself to be subjected to such indignities? Chapter 36. Support standing at the side. Su Qinghao wore a tense expression. Noticing that her elder sister remained silent, she felt a surge of anxiety. She discerned that the two newcomers had the power to advocate for her sister. What if they left without her sister speaking up? Suddenly, the 12-year-old clenched her fists, her gaze growing resolute. She broke free from the old woman's grasp and rushed to stand before the Duke of Wei, declaring, "Your Grace, many people are bullying my elder sister. My third sister claims this is her betrothal gift and mocks my sister for marrying a dead man, saying it serves no purpose. After my sister looked at that jade Rui, my third sister pushed her, yet nothing was broken. Father blames my sister and threatens to punish her. If it weren't for the loyal agate, my sister would likely have been beaten to death by father by now. I wish to ask your Grace, is it just because my sister is to marry a dead man that she deserves to be treated this way?" Su Qinghao lowered her eyes, a glimmer of amusement flickering within. Had the occasion allowed, she would have applauded Su Qinghao. She had not anticipated Su Qinghao stepping forward. She had intended to stall a bit longer before speaking, but the impact of Su Qinghai's words, especially the final remark about deserving to be bullied for marrying a dead man, effectively trampled upon the reputation of the Shen family and Master Shen. Indeed, the Duke of Wei's countenance darkened even further as he turned his gaze towards Su Qinghao. "Lord Pingning, would you care to provide an explanation? How is it that the fiancée of Jishio has been subjected to such humiliation before her marriage? This matter must be clarified. The Shen family and the Zhao family would not rest until justice was served." The loyal and righteous Lord Song Zhan also interjected with a cold snort. "My Song family will never stand idly by while Madame Shen is bullied." Both were seasoned warriors from the frontier, their imposing presence rendering the Su family members present too intimidated to speak. Su Qinghao felt a chill run down his spine. He had never anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. He inwardly blamed the Duke of Wei for not bringing the betrothal gifts along with the proposal. He raised his wrist to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, forcing a smile as he said, "You both have misunderstood. She is my only legitimate daughter, and I am already distressed." The Duke of Wei, however, did not believe his words, responding coldly, "I have long heard of Lord Song's penchant for favoring concubines over wives, and it seems the rumors outside are not without merit. I must submit a memorial to the throne, seeking justice for Zhixiao. He sacrificed himself for the nation. Yet his fiancée, he has been so humiliated. It is a profound betrayal to loyal subjects. I would also like to inquire of Lord Pingning, if Zhixiao were alive, would you still wear the same expression today?" Su Qinghao stood to the side, her face flushed, torn between shame and anger. She loathed these people with all her heart. Her previous glory now felt utterly debased. Hearing the Duke of Wei's words, she could not help but mutter under her breath. Master Shen would never marry her if he were alive. Yet, in the hushed courtyard, her whisper rang out with startling clarity. Before the elders of the Su family could reprimand Su Qinghao, the Duke Wei had already picked up a whip nearby and, with a sharp crack, struck Su Qinghao directly. "Ah!" The Duke's voice thundered. "When has it become the prerogative of a mere concubine to interject?" Su Qinghao's startled cry overlapped with the Duke's inquiry. Su Qinghao, feeling anger at the Duke's violent actions within the Su household, was nonetheless cautious not to offend him and sought to ease the tense atmosphere. "Please do not be angered. Esteemed Duke, I shall ensure this wayward daughter is strictly disciplined upon our return." He continued, "Might I invite you to the hall for some tea? Qingyu, you are the most adept at brewing tea. Please prepare a pot of Maojian for our esteemed guests." At that moment, Su Qingyao's demeanor towards Su Qingyu was almost tender, tinged with an unspoken plea. The Duke was aware that his purpose was to propose a marriage, not to engage in conflict. Even if he were to support Su Qingyu, he must maintain a level of decorum and not diminish the Su family's dignity. Seizing the opportunity presented by Su Qinghao, he smoothly acquiesced, smiling as he addressed Su Qingyu. "Today, I shall request a cup of tea from you. My dear niece, do not find us a bother." Su Qingyu responded with a smile. "Oh, how could that be? I hope you do not find me lacking." She then instructed those nearby to prepare in the small tea room. The matriarch signaled to continue tallying the betrothal gifts, and with the assistance of several stewards, the courtyard once again filled with a festive atmosphere. Su Qinghao had intended to have her servant support her to tend to her injuries, but before she could take more than a few steps, she heard an announcement. The betrothal gifts from the Su family had arrived. Within the room, the Prince of Duan could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Yet, matters must proceed, and he suggested, "Since we have finished reading the major portion of the Shen family's gifts, let us move to the side for the handover while we read the list from the Su family, so we may return home sooner." The members of the Su family had no objections, and the Duke concurred. The handover of the betrothal gifts in the courtyard was divided into two groups. Thankfully, despite the bustle, there was no chaos. Upon hearing the arrival of the Su family's gifts, Su Qinghao halted, intending to listen before departing. The voice of a young servant rang out. "The betrothal gold amounts to 5,000 taels of silver, 100 pounds of wedding cakes, 4 carts of 3 sacrificial animals and seafood." Enduring the agony in her back, Su Qinghao listened to the list of gifts and felt an overwhelming surge of pain. The Shen family's betrothal gold was 50,000 taels, while the Su family's was a mere 5,000. The disparity was glaringly evident. The mockery and humiliation she had inflicted upon Su Qingyu now echoed back to her with full force. Cheng Rujin, standing nearby, cautiously urged, "Cousin, do not be upset. Gifts are inanimate, while people are alive. As long as young Master Su dotes on you, what is there to fear?" Su Qinghao's face turned pale as she gasped for breath, glaring fiercely at Su Qingyu in the distance before collapsing into the arms of her maid. From afar, Su Qingyu observed Su Qinghao being carried away, concealing her simmering resentment, and entered the main hall with a smile, carrying the tea. Soon, the betrothal gift from both families were exchanged, and Su Qinghao, fully alert, bid farewell to the guests who had come for the proposal. With her concern for the injured man now in mind, Su Qinghao, seeing that all was well, turned and made her way toward the inner courtyard. Su Qinghao reprimanded behind her, "Stop right there. I have yet to settle today's matters with you." Chapter 37. Inform me upon death, even though the Shen family regarded Su Qinghao highly during the betrothal. It could not change the fact that she was destined to marry a deceased man. Su Qinghao felt that this daughter had little utility left. In contrast, marrying into the Su family, Su Yihue had a greater potential to bring benefits to the family. Su Qinghao halted her steps but did not turn back, coldly stating, "I wish to return and check on my maid. Father should visit third sister as well. It would be unfortunate if a scar affected her marriage prospects." With that, she turned away and left. In the guest room of Bishu Pavilion, where the servants resided, Ma Nao was half reclining on Zhenju's shoulder, sipping medicine. Upon seeing Su Qinghao enter, both Ma Nao and Zhenju attempted to rise and pay their respects, but she stopped them. "Do not move. Drink your medicine properly. Is your body still in pain?" At that moment, Ma Nao was clad in a thin nightgown. The room was warm with a charcoal stove. Hearing Su Qinghao's inquiry, Ma Nao smiled and replied, "It no longer hurts, miss, do not worry. I am tough. I will recover swiftly." With a complex expression, Su Qinghao gazed at Ma Nao. In her past life, she had nearly perished at the hands of Ma Nao's dagger, and in this life, Ma Nao had endured a whipping for her. One matter balanced against another. Could it be said that they were even now? Noticing Su Qinghao staring at her in a daze, Ma Nao assumed she was still concerned and offered reassurance. "Miss, you need not worry. This is what I am meant to do. Third young master instructed me to protect you at all costs." A bitter smile flickered across Su Qinghao's face. Her third cousin truly knew how to send her help. The two individuals he sent were entirely preoccupied with him. What a situation this was. She collected her thoughts and instructed Ma Nao, "Do not leave your bed these days. Take good care of yourself." Then, addressing Zhenju, she added, "Find 2 reliable maidservants to attend to her daily needs. She must recover fully, without leaving any lingering issues." Ma Nao, somewhat anxious, insisted, "No, I must protect the miss closely." Su Qinghao comforted her, "I shall not be leaving the residence much these days. Moreover, Fei Chui will be returning soon." As the three of them conversed, Hoopa suddenly rushed in, lifting the curtain in haste, rubbing her hands together and exhaling warm breath. She said, "Miss, news has come from the Furong courtyard that the third miss has developed a fever and has been speaking incoherently." Recalling the whip from the Duke of Wei, Su Qinghao understood. She had received the same punishment, but the Duke, being a martial general, possessed far greater strength than Su Qinghao. Adding to that, Su Yihue had been raised in luxury and was likely agitated. Her condition could very well be serious. She replied with a faint acknowledgement, "Inform me upon her death. I shall personally oversee the funeral arrangements, ensuring she receives a grand burial." After a moment's thought, she inquired, "Is father at the Furong courtyard?" Hoopa shook her head. "The Marquis has gone to Xiaohua Hall." A cold laugh escaped Su Qinghao's lips. Her father was preoccupied with Guyan even while his daughter was gravely ill. It appeared her father was not merely indifferent to her. However, Su Qinghao misunderstood Su Qinghao. He had originally approached the Furong courtyard, but was diverted by Guriyun's maid, who requested his presence at Xiaohua Hall, claiming Madame Yun had urgent matters to discuss. Unaware of the circumstances, Su Qinghao turned back towards the Furong courtyard. Upon entering, he found Guriyun had prepared food and drink, awaiting his arrival. "The Marquis has come? Please take a seat. These dishes are all prepared by my own hands, made with your favorites in mind. I have heard about the recent events. Do take care not to let them trouble your health, my lord." Guriyun naturally stepped forward to remove Su Qinghao's heavy cloak, standing behind him to gently massage his head as he settled into his seat. It is no wonder that Su Qinghao holds affection for Guriyun. Not only is she gentle in her service, but she also possesses a remarkable understanding of his needs. Unlike the rigid temperament of Lin, or the frivolous nature of concubine Shui, who only knows how to act spoiled without regard for others, and certainly not like the dullness of concubine Lien. Coupled with their childhood bond and their 2 children, Guriyun occupies the place of his true wife, the one with whom he can share his innermost thoughts. He squinted his eyes, resting his head against her, allowing himself to relax completely. While continuing her tender massage, Guriyun remarked, "My lord, Our household now relies heavily on the eldest young lady for sustenance. This cannot continue. I fear she is growing increasingly dismissive of others. If this persists, will we not be reduced to begging for our meals? Su Qinghao felt a surge of resentment as he recalled Su Qingyu's recent conduct. Once she is married, it will be better. The lady is with child, and when the time comes, all the family affairs will be entrusted to you. Hearing Su Qingyao's words, Gu Ruiyun did not feel particularly pleased. He had stated this countless times without success. She softly advised, "My lord, the eldest young lady will not easily relinquish her hold. I fear she may prefer to ruin the business rather than share it with us. However, I do have an idea that could resolve these issues once and for all." Su Qinghao turned to grasp Gu Ruiyun's hand, his eyes opening as he inquired, "What is this idea? Come, sit down, and let us discuss it over a meal." Gu Ruiyun turned to take a seat beside him, first ladling a bowl of soup for him before speaking. "Do you remember the steward of the Cheng family, Zhou Buren? He is now engaged in the herbal medicine business in the capital. He has long aspired to open a grain shop, but has lacked the connections. In recent days, he reached out to me, expressing a desire for your assistance in connecting him with grain merchants in Jiangnan. He will provide the funds, and we can leverage our connections to split the profits evenly." Upon hearing Zhou Buren's name, Su Qingyao's expression shifted immediately. "Did you not say that Steward Zhou had been dealt with? Why is he in the capital now? He is privy to many of our affairs." Gu Ruiyun, noticing his agitation, quickly reassured him, "Do not worry, my lord. We are all in this together. He would not dare to expose you. To do so would be to implicate himself, as he was involved in those past matters." After a lengthy conversation, Gu Ruiyun managed to allay his concerns. "My lord, all you need to do is write a couple of letters to familiar grain merchants in Jiangnan, and this matter will be settled. As a third-rank minister of revenue, those merchants will surely show you the proper respect." Su Qinghao pondered the situation. While his rank of third-rank minister of revenue may not hold much weight in the capital, it certainly commands respect among the grain merchants of Jiangnan. If it merely requires writing a couple of letters to facilitate Zhou Buren's connections, then it is indeed feasible. But why does he not contact the Jiangnan merchants himself? Su Qinghao waited. With a gentle smile, Gu Ruiyun delicately served a piece of food to Su Qinghao and then explained, "Currently, the grain supply in northern Jili has been monopolized by the Lin, Shang, and Feng families. I have inquired with the grain merchants from Jiangnan, yet they have turned a blind eye to my requests. The world of commerce is indeed a different realm. If I wish to engage in the grain trade, I must rely on your guidance. We shall not compete with those imperial merchants. Our goal is merely to supplant the Su family's grain businesses. I have already devised a plan." Seeing Su Qinghao still deep in thought, Gu Ruiyun rose and settled into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. "My lord, there is no need for further contemplation. Once we send out this letter today, it won't be long before we begin to reap profits. At that point, we shall no longer be beholden to the whims of the madam or the young lady. I have grown weary of living under the scrutiny of others." Chapter 38. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Su Qinghao gently grasped Gu Ruiyun's chin, teasingly remarking, "Very well, I shall write the letter after dinner." Upon hearing his agreement, Gu Ruiyun's face instantly brightened with joy, just as she attempted to distance herself from his embrace. Su Qinghao held the back of her head and pressed his lips against her alluring red ones. Half an hour later, Gu Ruiyun reclined against the headboard, her fair neck adorned with faint marks. "My lord, shall we visit Yihui? That girl has endured much suffering. I wonder how she is faring," Gu Ruiyun suddenly suggested. It was then that Su Qinghao recalled that Su Yihui was still unwell. He rose, donned his garments, and the two made their way to Furong Garden. Upon their arrival, they found Su Yihui had already taken her medicine and fallen asleep. The doctor assured them that her life was not in danger, but she required careful tending. Madame Shui was still unable to accept Gu Ruiyun's status as the legitimate wife. So even though Gu Ruiyun expressed her concern for Su Yihui in a gentle manner, Madame Shui maintained a cool demeanor. Yet, Gu Ruiyun seemed oblivious to Madame Shui's disdain, softly persuading Su Qinghao, "My lord, you should return to rest. I will stay here at Furong Garden tonight to take care of Yihui." Su Qinghao replied, "That is agreeable. If anything arises, have someone inform me." After bidding Su Qinghao farewell, Madame Shui coldly remarked, You have exhibited enough of your virtue. You may leave now. However, Gurian settled herself by the window on a small couch and smiled, saying, Has Madame Shui not yet comprehended? We must now navigate the world according to the eldest young lady's whims. There is no need for you to compete with me. I am of no hindrance to you. Perhaps you should contemplate how to secure a more substantial dowry for the third young lady and how to procure additional properties for the eldest young master. Madame Shui was momentarily taken aback by Guru Yun's words and retorted, It has nothing to do with you. The thought of the Lord secretly favoring Guru Yun for so many years, and now Guru Yun becoming the lady of the house, infuriated her. No matter how right Guru Yun's assertions were, she could not muster a kind word. Guru Yun was undeterred, letting out a sigh as she said, I understand that you harbor resentment towards me. However, I am left with little choice. Having been nearly exiled due to my husband's family, I have only just found a place to settle. What could I possibly do? If not me, it would be someone else. Can the Lord truly sever ties with the women surrounding him? Madame Shui contemplated Guru Yun's words and recalled the incidents concerning the Chung family, feeling a flicker of emotion. But you are deserving. You are now the legitimate wife. Madame Shui still clung to her grievances regarding Guru Yun's status. Guru Yun managed a wry smile and replied, With a lady present, what difference is there between me and a concubine? I am even worse off than you. At least you hold the title of a proper concubine. What am I? The eldest young lady still scorns me as an unashamed mistress. Had Guru Yun maintained a more assertive stance as the legitimate wife, Madame Shui might have dismissed her. However, by lowering her own posture, Guru Yun inadvertently diminished the animosity in Madame Shui's heart. Upon hearing Guru Yun mention being scolded by Su Qinghao, Madame Shui instinctively offered a few words of comfort, saying, The eldest young lady not only scolds you, but also looks down upon us. After all, as the legitimate daughter of a noble family, our lowly status cannot compare. Guru Yun responded, saying, She may insult me, and I shall accept it. However, your family S.E. Hui is to marry into the Su family, and today she has so openly belittled Yi Hui. I truly can no longer tolerate it. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Guru Yun and Aunt Shui are reconciled due to their shared disdain for Su Qinghao. The two engaged in intimate conversations late into the night, and by the time Guru Yun departed, Aunt Shui affectionately addressed her as Sister Yun. Time swiftly passed into the 12th month. At the beginning of each month, the 4 grain merchants of a Su family would deliver the previous month's profits to the Marquis's residence. Su Qinghao had been eagerly awaiting this sum to cultivate his connections in the officialdom by year's end. Yet it was already the 3rd day of the month, and the funds had yet to arrive. He directly sought out Su Qinghao, entering and immediately questioning, Why has the money from those grain merchants not been deposited? Have you urged them? Su Qinghao was currently instructing Su Shuni on how to compile the accounts and quickly identify discrepancies. She was pleasantly surprised to find that Su Shuni was exceptionally quick at arithmetic and possessed a good intuition. Thus, she had been generously imparting her knowledge to her younger sister. In less than a month, Su Shuni made remarkable progress, already capable of assisting in verifying the accounts and adeptly manipulating the abacus. Hearing Su Qingyao's inquiry, Su Qinghao lifted her head from the pile of account books and replied, Those grain merchants are part of my mother's South Dowry estate, and according to custom, the profits from the dowry belong to my mother personally. While there may have been previous misunderstandings, I have already given orders that from now on, what belongs to whom shall remain so. Su Qinghao was rendered speechless with anger. Taking a moment before saying, Are you not a daughter of the Su family? Must you sever ties with your family over a mere sum of money? His tone softened considerably, revealing his urgency for the funds. Su Qinghao remained unfazed, insisting that she was merely adhering to the rules and had not violated family customs. As for the family's financial shortfalls, that was a matter for the head of the family to address. Providing for the household was the duty of a man. Su Qinghao felt his face redden with embarrassment at Su Qingyao's words. While it was true that the Marquis's residence utilized the Lin family's dowry estate, he remained the head of the household, and no one dared to openly challenge him in such a manner. You are truly just like your mother. They say merchants are cunning and ruthless, and it seems that is indeed the case. after experiencing a life-and-death ordeal in her previous life. Su Qinghao felt nothing but boundless resentment towards the people of the Su family. No matter what Su Qinghao said, it stirred not a ripple in her heart. If my mother were truly cunning and heartless, it would be better. Alas, she was simply too sentimental. Had she been truly unfeeling, she would not have been trapped in this inner residence for over a decade, nor would she have met an untimely and unjust death in her past life. Su Qinghao wished to say more, but Su Qinghao had already lowered her head to continue her work. In a fit of anger, he flung his robe and left the study. After his departure, Su Qinghao let out a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death." Su Qinghao turned to her and asked, "What are you afraid of?" "Afraid of father?" Susundi nadif. "Elder sister, are you not afraid?" Father's stern expression is quite intimidating. Su Qinghao embraced Su Qinghao shoulders, gently rubbing her shoulder, and softly said, "As long as you are strong enough, you need not fear anyone." Susundi nadif slightly. Both understanding and not fully comprehending, etching the words into her memory. As evening approached, Fei Tsue returned to the Ho residence, braving the biting wind and snow. Su Qinghao met with Fei Tsue privately in the banquet room of the eastern side. "You must be weary from your journey. Did you see my cousin, San? What did he say?" Chapter 39. Did Guruyin send her a gift? Jade took out an envelope from her bosom and handed it to Su Qinghao, saying, "This is from the third young master for you, miss. He mentioned that he has gathered this much information for now and will continue to investigate further. Additionally, I accompanied the second young master into the capital, and he asked me to inform you that the Lin family has managed to procure a total of 150,000 pickles of grain, which has already been delivered to the capital for storage." Su Qinghao nodded, pleasantly surprised that the quantity exceeded her expectations by 50,000 pickles. She opened the letter from her cousin, Lin Wuchen, which detailed the circumstances surrounding the exile of the Cheng family. Years ago, Cheng Rujin's grandfather, Cheng Shuwen, served as the governor of Fujian, while his father, Cheng Yu, was the eldest son of the Cheng family, with household affairs managed by Guruyin, the matriarch. In the summer of the 12th year of the Xuande reign, a devastating flood struck Fujian, leaving the populace in dire straits. The court allocated disaster relief funds, ordering Cheng Shuwen to procure grain locally in Jiangnan for relief efforts. Initially, the operation proceeded smoothly, and the displaced citizens were adequately resettled. However, the Minister of Revenue, Chen Zheng, unexpectedly conducted a covert inspection of Jiangnan, discovering that the grain collected by the Cheng family was of inferior quality, yet reported at the price of second-grade grain. Before Chen Zheng could conduct a thorough investigation, Su Qinghao, an official dispatch to Fujian, presented detailed evidence that directly implicated the Cheng family in embezzling disaster relief funds. Chen Zheng, acting swiftly, submitted a memorial to the emperor, resulting in the exile of the entire Cheng family. Su Qinghao, having garnered merit from this incident, was subsequently reassigned to oversee military provisions in Xianzhou, and within a year, he returned to the capital. His ability to plead for leniency on behalf of Guruyin and her daughter stemmed from the significant contributions he made in the Cheng family affair. Su Qinghao vaguely recalled that Guruyin entered the residence about 6 months after the Cheng family's downfall, a period during which she likely gave birth. According to Su Qinghao, the concubine Mo conceived her child in Fujian and delivered in Xianzhou, aligning perfectly with Guruyin's timeline. She also remembered what Yu Wedao had mentioned, that Su Qinghao seemed to hold some leverage over Guruyin. Was there perhaps more to the Fujian incident than met the eye? Noticing that Su Qinghao was lost in thought, Jade stood quietly by, refraining from interrupting. Though her mind was preoccupied with the peculiar scene she had witnessed upon entering the capital. "Jade, you have traveled a long way. There is nothing further for you to do here. Please return and rest." Su Qinghao's words snapped Jade back to reality. She replied, "Miss, on my way back to the manor today, I passed by our shop on the west side of the city and discovered a new grain shop open nearby. Named Zhou's Grain Shop. I felt something was amiss and checked other shops. Each one had a Zhou's Grain Shop next door." Su Qinghao was taken aback. How could no one inform me of such a significant development? Please send someone to find Lin Sheng and inquire about this matter. As soon as she finished speaking, Pearl entered, lifting the brocade curtain. "Miss, the The manager Lin Sheng requests an audience. Su Qinghao instructed Jade to return and rest while she took Pearl to the study in the outer courtyard to meet Lin Sheng. Inside the study, Lin Sheng paced anxiously. As soon as Su Qinghao entered, he spoke urgently. Miss, several of our shops have had grain shops named Zhou's Grain Shop open beside them. I suspect this is a deliberate move targeted at our stores. Have you investigated? Who is the owner? When do they plan to commence operations? Su Qinghao took her seat at the main table and gestured for Lin Sheng to remain calm and sit down to speak slowly. After Lin Sheng settled in, he accepted the tea that Zhan Zhu offered and whispered before meeting the young lady. I dispatched someone to investigate. It is now known that this shop is connected to the Zhou family. The Zhou family associated with the herbal medicine business? Yes, that very Zhou family. The individuals renovating the shop these days are from the Zhou clan. Initially, I presumed they were opening a pharmacy, but upon their unveiling of the sign today, I learned it is actually a grain store. Su Qinghao's delicate fingers instinctively tapped the surface of the desk as she pondered for a moment before stating, regardless of who is behind this, we shall proceed with our business. It matters not how much we earn in these days. However, we must keep a vigilant watch over our warehouse and shop, lest someone covertly undermines us. Lin Sheng interjected. The second young master mentioned there are 150,000 pickles of grain entering the capital. If our business is affected at this juncture, waving her hand dismissively, Su Qinghao replied, I have my own plans for that 150,000 pickles. Do not fret. Should anything arise, inform me promptly. After Lin Sheng departed, Su Qinghao found herself alone in the study, reflecting on the calamity of her past life. Suddenly, she recalled the stern third master and wondered if he could evade the impending disaster. The following morning, as was her custom, Su Qinghao was in the study instructing Su Xuanxi on accountancy when Zhan Zhu entered bearing a letter, presenting it to Su Qinghao. Miss, this is a message from manager Lin Sheng. Su Qinghao opened the letter and began to read. In Lin Sheng's correspondence, he reported that the Zhou grain store was inaugurating its operations today, with all their grain priced lower than that of their shop, even nearing cost price. Remarkably, throughout the entire morning, not a single pickle of grain had been sold. Lin Sheng queried Su Qinghao on how to proceed, suggesting a potential price reduction. Su Qinghao's brows knitted slightly. A price drop was out of the question. After contemplating, she took up her pen and composed a reply, instructing Lin Sheng not to reduce prices but rather to arrange for the procurement of grain from the Zhou store, acquiring as much as possible while remaining discreet. Once the letter was completed, Su Qinghao commanded Zhan Zhu, you shall personally deliver this letter and ensure Lin Sheng acts according to my instructions. An hour later, Zhan Zhu returned with news, discreetly informing Su Qinghao, Miss, I spotted Green Rue, the maid close to our distant aunt, conversing with the shop manager at the Zhou grain store, appearing quite familiar, feigning interest in purchasing rice. I gathered information from a clerk who casually remarked that the young lady from earlier was indeed a favored maid of the master. Su Qinghao's brows arched in intrigue. Oh, this matter has become quite interesting. If that shop is connected to Guruyun, it is clearly aimed at targeting me. They likely intend to seize the market through lower prices, thereby undermining the original Su grain store to replace it. A smile graced Su Qinghao's lips as she mused. She had felt that 150,000 pickles would not suffice, and it seemed Guruyun was delivering her a gift. The next morning, Su Qinghao made her way early to Songha Hall to pay her respects to the matriarch. Just as she stepped into the hall, Guruyun arrived, accompanied by Cheng Rujin and Su Yuanchao. Guruyun's face was alight with uncontainable joy, and there was a subtle air of triumph as she regarded Su Qinghao. At this moment, Su Qinghao's initial 5 points of suspicion surged to 8. The Zhou Grain Company was likely the handiwork of Guruyun. However, it remained uncertain whether any other members of the Su family were involved. Upon seeing her grandson, Su Yuanzhe arrive, the old matriarch quickly embraced him and instructed Mama Yuan to bring a bowl of sweetened milk curd, a delicacy favored by Yuanzhe. She also requested a warm bowl of almond tea for her cousin. Standing quietly to the side, Su Qinghao's expression remained unchanged. For the old matriarch had been rather indifferent towards her lately, neglecting to include her in meals or refreshments. Of course, her daily visits were merely to uphold the fade of filial piety. Soon, The almond tea was handed to Cheng Rujin, who, just as she was about to take a sip, suddenly furrowed her brow. Without warning, she set down the delicate porcelain bowl and dashed out. Su Qinghao, hearing the retching sounds from outside, felt an indescribable emotion stir within her. Chapter 40. Pregnancy. As in her previous life, Cheng Rujin was indeed pregnant. As expected, the old lady summoned a trusted physician to confirm that Cheng Rujin had been with child for over a month. Gu Ruiyan felt no shame at all. Rather, her face radiated with joy. "Aunt, should we inform the Shen family about Rujin's pregnancy? They must come to fetch her soon." Madame Su pondered for a moment before replying. "Then let us send word to the Shen family." Madame Shen would certainly not allow a descendant of the Shen family to be born in the Su household. "Rujin, prepare yourself." Both Gu Ruiyan and Cheng Rujin were overjoyed. Bearing the next heir of the Shen family was indeed a momentous occasion. With this child, Cheng Rujin would be able to secure her position within the Shen household. As they exited Songhua Hall, Zhenju, filled with indignation, remarked, "Miss, we were careless from the beginning. We should have administered a bowl of contraceptive medicine to cousin Rujin." Su Qinghao merely curled her lips in a faint smile, choosing not to respond. Since the day she returned from the Shen family, she had indeed contemplated this issue, but deliberately chose to overlook it. She wished to see if Cheng Rujin would, like in her past life, fall into pregnancy. Did Cheng Rujin believe that conceiving this child would elevate her from a wild chicken to a phoenix? Su Qinghao was determined to show her what it meant to soar to great heights only to plummet into the depths of despair. "Zhenju, prepare the carriage. I must visit the granary," Su Qinghao instructed. At this juncture, the matters concerning the granary were of paramount importance, while Cheng Rujin required a decisive strike when the opportunity arose. Su Qinghao, accompanied by Zhenju and Fei Cui, boarded the carriage and set off towards the Su granary located in the west of the city. As they passed by Fanjin Lu, Su Qinghao recalled the string of 7 treasure beads and called out, "Stop the carriage. Let us see if the bead string has been repaired." The beads had been sent by Fei Cui, who had promised to collect them in half a month, but the matter had been delayed when Fei Cui returned to Yinzhou. Upon entering Fanjin Lu, a young attendant greeted them promptly. "Miss Su, what brings you here today?" Su Qinghao was considered a valued customer at Fanjin Lu, as most of her jewelry was crafted by their master artisans. Furthermore, her generous spending and affable nature earned her the establishment's esteem. Fei Cui inquired, "Is the string of 7 treasure beads I sent previously repaired? We have come by to collect it." The attendant replied eagerly, "Indeed, it has been repaired by Master Jin himself. However, might I kindly ask Miss Su to enjoy some tea at the side and wait a moment? Master Jin is currently attending to a distinguished guest." Su Qinghao nodded. "That would be acceptable." Fanjin Lu was the largest silver shop in the capital, catering to countless esteemed guests daily, and even princesses of noble families would not dare to act grandly here. The attendant served exquisite purple bamboo tea and 2 plates of pastries, all of which were favorites of Su Qinghao. It was said that the variety of teas at Fanjin Lu surpassed even those found in the households of the most powerful families in the capital. After waiting for approximately a quarter of an hour, footsteps echoed down from the upper floor, growing nearer. Master Jin descended, holding a Nama box, accompanied by none other than Shen Zhao. Upon seeing Su Qinghao, Shen Zhao paused momentarily, his expression revealing a flicker of impatience. This woman truly was a persistent specter. She had come to Fanjin Lu knowing he was there to collect the funerary items for his late uncle, intentionally seeking him out, no doubt. Was her declaration of wishing to marry his uncle genuine, or was it merely a ploy to enter the Shen family through him? Su Qinghao was oblivious to Shen Zhao's thoughts and approached Master Jin to greet him. Master Jin handed her the box in his hands and apologetically remarked, "Miss Su, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Please take a look and see if it meets your satisfaction." The cord was specially requested from Master Sin, identical to the original one. Su Qinghao smiled as she accepted it, expressing her gratitude. "I am well aware of Master Jin's craftsmanship. You have truly put in great effort." After speaking, she opened the sandalwood box to inspect it and found that the damaged beads had all been restored, leaving no trace of their prior state. Satisfied, she was about to close the box when Shen Zhao seized the bead necklace from within. He took a couple of steps forward and sternly questioned Su Qinghao. How did this necklace come to be in your possession? You shameless woman. Do you think that by secretly taking this necklace, I would regard you differently? Dream on. Su Qinghao looked at Shen Zhao as if he were a fool, wanting to ask, are you out of your mind? Shen Zhao's voice was raised, drawing the attention of other patrons in the Fanjin Pavilion who were admiring jewelry. The recent annulment of the engagement between the Su and Shen families had caused quite a stir in the capital, especially regarding the marriage of the eldest daughter of the Su family to the deceased third Master Shen. Many speculated that the eldest son of the Shen family had wronged the eldest daughter of the Su family, leading her to marry a deceased man out of heartbreak and despair. Hearing Shen Zhao's words only solidified the crowd's assumptions. Was the eldest daughter of the Su family still unwilling to let go? Had she come to confront him intentionally? Some whispered that it was indeed a pitiable situation. They had heard she was deeply infatuated with the eldest son of the Shen family, while he seemed preoccupied with a cousin from the Su family. Thus, the eldest daughter of the Su family had been married off to the third Master Shen, perhaps still filled with resentment. Someone gasped, then living under the same roof, the nephew and his aunt. While not explicitly stated, a knowing smile spread among the onlookers. Zhen Zhu turned to argue with them, but was stopped by Su Qinghao. Such matters only served to exacerbate the situation. She reached for the bead necklace in Shen Zhao's hand, coldly stating, "This does not belong to Cheng Rujin. It would be prudent for you, young Master Shen, to ascertain the facts before speaking. Your woman has stolen my belongings, and you, quite brazenly, have attempted to snatch it back. You two are indeed a perfect match." Su Qinghao did not dwell on Shen Zhao's reaction, assuming he mistook the necklace for Cheng Rujin's simply because he had seen her wearing it. Taking the necklace back, she carefully placed it into the Nama box and handed it to Fei Chui. However, Shen Zhao remained relentless, blocking Su Qinghao's path. "This is impossible. This necklace has been worn by Rujin since childhood, and I saw it 4 years ago. Rujin was right. You speak not a single truth." Su Qinghao furuit herberais, contemplating the implications of his words. For years ago, she distinctly remembered the necklace had been lost last year. How could it have been with Cheng Rujin then? The onlookers, interpreting her expression as one of guilt and inability to respond, began to murmur among themselves. After all, she is a lady of the Marquisate. How could she steal from another? Indeed, I find young Master Shen's assertions to be quite sincere, not at all fabricated. No wonder he refuses to marry her. Her character seems quite questionable. Su Qinghao was acutely aware of the adage that a rumor, once spread, could become a formidable force. If the matter at hand were not clarified today, the ensuing gossip could spiral into something unmanageable. Shen Zhao stood proudly, exuding an air of righteous indignation, particularly upon hearing the hushed whispers of those around. A look of self-satisfaction involuntarily graced her features. Su Qinghao proceeded to open the box and retrieve the string of beads within. The few words she uttered instantly altered Shen Zhao's countenance. Chapter 41. Who was that person 4 years ago? Ladies and gentlemen, behold this exquisite string of beads known as the Seven Treasures Bead Bracelet. It was bestowed upon me by Master Shen during a visit to the Hugua Temple with my grandfather a decade ago. Over the past 10 years, I have had the privilege of having this bracelet repaired twice at the Fanjin building, the last occasion being 6 years ago. Master Jin, you were the one who conducted the repairs back then, were you not? Master Jin had long wished to clarify the matter, but Shen Zhao had been monopolizing the conversation, leaving him searching for an opportune moment to speak. Upon hearing Su Qinghao's inquiry, he promptly interjected, "Miss Su is indeed correct. I assisted in the repairs of this bracelet 6 years ago. It is rather embarrassing to admit, but the young lady has a great fondness for this string of beads, and I even sought the guidance of Master Shen on her behalf. However, Master Shen stated that he only crafted a single string of the Seven Treasures bead bracelet, which he gifted to Miss Su's family. Of course, such a creation could be replicated, as it is not the sole one of its kind in existence. Yet, have you all observed the cord? That is imbued with Master Shen's blessing." Master Jin's explanation was crystal clear, and those gathered began to comprehend the situation. Su Qinghao cast a cold glance at Shen Zhao. "Have you grasped the matter? Moreover, as I am now considered an elder of the Shen family. I kindly ask you to exercise decorum in your speech." At this moment, Shen Zhao stood there, stunned. This bracelet belonged to Su Qinghao. But what of the one belonging to Cheng Rujin? Could it be that there exists another identical bead? And who was that individual from 4 years ago? Ignoring the dazed Shen Zhao, Su Qinghao navigated through the crowd and exited the Fanjin building, making her way towards the grain shop. At the entrance of the Su grain shop, a throng of people gathered, not to enter the establishment itself, but rather to overflow from the adjacent Zhou grain shop. Su Qinghao glanced at the posted price, 1 tael and 2 qian of silver per jean. Currently, in the southern region, grain merchants were purchasing at an average price of 1 tael of silver, considering the losses of transportation fees. Selling at 1 tael and 2 qian merely allowed for a break-even point. Upon alighting from her carriage and entering the Su grain shop, she noted that the price displayed at the entrance was 1 tael and 5 qian of silver. Inside, 2 young clerks hung their heads, appearing listless, and even Master Lin wore a troubled expression. Upon seeing Su Qinghao, Master Lin hurriedly ushered her to the back for a private conversation. "Miss, I have read your letter from yesterday, and have already dispatched someone to take care of the matter. However, I am still somewhat concerned about whether we can truly sell such a large quantity of grain." Indeed, Master Lin had sent someone to purchase grain from the Zhou Trading Company, but he had been cautious, fearing to allow them to buy too much. He had initially intended to visit Su Qinghao today, but was surprised to find her arriving in person. Understanding Master Lin's apprehensions, Su Qinghao had come today to provide him with reassurance. "Master Lin, to be candid, this batch of grain has already been secured for sale. You may rest easy. It will all be transported after the new year." Master Lin was taken aback. "Secured for sale? 150,000 sure?" Su Qinghao nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, so you need not worry. I am even concerned that it may not be sufficient. Since there is grain available next door, it conveniently alleviates our burden." She then produced 30,000 taels in silver notes and handed them to Master Lin. "Find someone trustworthy and familiar, and inform others that he has come to discuss business with you. Then, devise a means for him to be lured away by the Zhou family, converting this 30,000 taels entirely into grain." Yesterday, after much contemplation, she concluded that relying on small purchases was too sluggish and thus resolved to orchestrate an operation to procure all the grain at once. The 300,000 taels she initially intended to return to the Lin family would have to wait until this matter was settled. Lin Sheng gazed at the 300,000 taels in his hand, pondering whether the young lady could have been deceived. With such a vast quantity of grain, what would happen if it could not be sold? By next autumn's harvest, when a deluge of grain flooded the market, they would be forced to sell a loss. Yet, as the proprietor, Su Qinghao's decisions were beyond his scrutiny. He carefully stored the banknotes and assured her, "Do not worry, miss. I shall see to it diligently. I suspect their granary may not even contain 20 to 30,000 sure. If it falls short, pay the deposit and ensure they complete the delivery before the year ends. Additionally, ascertain the origin of their grain and inform the second young master once you have clarity. Convey my instructions. We shall intercept all the grain that the Zhou family plans to transport to the capital before the year's end." As Su Qinghao departed, she cast a lingering glance at the Zhou family's granary, a faint smile gracing her lips. She was in high spirits today. The more grain, the better. Guru Yun had presented her with an extraordinary gift. Upon returning home, she initially intended to head to the outer courtyard study. However, as she passed the flower hall, she noticed Yu Xiao, the maid of Cheng Rujin, stationed at the entrance. Inside the flower hall, Shen Zhao grasped Cheng Rujin's wrist, interrogating her vehemently. "You deceived me, did you not? Speak." Shen Zhao's frantic outburst startled Su Qinghao, prompting her to pause, wondering if he had indeed lost his mind. Was it possible that Cheng Rujin had betrayed him? Just as she contemplated stepping away, Shen Zhao spotted her and rushed out from the flower hall. "Qinghao, do not leave yet. I need to ask you something." Shen Zhao stood anxiously beside Su Qinghao, even grasping her arm. Su Qinghao shook her arm free. "What are you doing?" Emerald and Pearl promptly shielded Su Qinghao behind them, both young maids regarding Shen Zhao with wary expressions. Shen Zhao attempted to approach Su Qinghao. "I have a question for you. Did you visit the foot of Shishan in the outskirts of the capital 4 years ago? Before Su Qinghao could respond, Cheng Rujin dashed out, taking hold of Shun Zhao's arm. Brother Shun, it is not as you think, that bead necklace. It indeed belongs to her. But it was I who was there that day. You must believe me. Su Qinghao, bewildered, could not comprehend their conversation. Suddenly, Shun Zhao turned to her, inquiring, "Is it true that a chef at your maternal grandmother's house makes delectable roast duck?" Su Qinghao was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, "How do you know?" At this, Shun Zhao released Cheng Rujin's arm and moved closer to Su Qinghao. "Qinghao, it was you who saved me that year. You also helped me regain my composure. Do you not remember? It was in that cave at the outskirts of the capital when I fell unconscious. Do you recall?" A sudden realization struck Su Qinghao. For years prior, her grandmother had come to the outskirts of the capital to recuperate, and she had brought Cheng Rujin along for a visit. The estate was situated right at the foot of Shishan, where they often played hide and seek nearby. On that day, she inadvertently approached the edge of an abandoned pit and noticed the grass nearby had been pressed down. Intrigued, she leaned over the edge to peer inside, faintly discerning the silhouette of a figure. Being young and unaware of fear, her sole desire was to investigate the condition of the person within. Fortunately, having often played at the foot of the mountains in the outskirts of Beijing during her childhood, she was nimble in her movements. As she descended along the edge, she discovered a youth who had fainted, unresponsive to her calls. Having previously read Essentials of Resuscitation, she recalled that administering breath and pressing on the chest could save a life. At that moment, her thoughts were singularly focused on ensuring the man did not perish. Following the instructions from the book, she began to administer breath and applied pressure to his chest, all the while engaging him in conversation. The specifics of what she said elude her now, but she seemed to recall urging him to awaken quickly so that she could take him to enjoy her grandmother's roasted duck. Upon noticing signs of consciousness returning, she swiftly climbed back up to seek assistance, fortuitously encountering a servant who was searching for him. She indicated the direction and, having entrusted the matter to them, hurried off to find Cheng Rujin. Just as she located Cheng Rujin, she realized her bead string was missing. Cheng Rujin suggested she rest while she searched for it. Indeed, it was not long before Cheng Rujin successfully retrieved the bead string for her. Su Qinghao turned to Shun Zhao and asked, "Are you the youth from the cave?" Chapter 42. Mistaken Identity? Shun Zhao, upon realizing her identity, exclaimed with delight, "It is I, dear Qingyao's sister. Only today did I learn that it was you who saved me. You were the one who brought me back to life. I had mistaken you for someone else before. Please do not hold it against me." Upon hearing this, Cheng Rujin's eyes flickered with evident panic. Yet she forced herself to regain her composure. She stepped forward, confronting Su Qinghao with fervor. "Cousin, why do you lie? It was I who saved Brother Shen Zhao. That day when I admired your beautiful beaded necklace, you lent it to me. Afterwards, I rescued Brother Shen Zhao and returned the necklace to you. How could you deceive him? You have not given up on him, have you? You are now his future aunt-in-law. You must not engage in such shameless behavior." Shen Zhao was not foolish. He perceived the turmoil in Cheng Rujin's eyes and noted the sudden clarity on Su Qingyao's face. However, he remained silent, eager to hear Su Qingyao's response. If she vigorously refuted Cheng Rujin, it would indicate that she still harbored feelings for him. Wouldn't it? For Su Qinghao, the events of the past were trivial, so trivial that she had long forgotten the details. Whether Shun Zhao had mistaken identities was of no concern to her. Yet, Cheng Rujin's relentless twisting of the truth and her aggressive demeanor ignited Su Qingyao's competitive spirit. A cold smile graced her lips as she retorted, "Borrow? Cousin, why not ask Master Shen if this necklace can be borrowed? When Master Shen gifted it to me, he explicitly stated that it must not be worn by another. Whoever does so will suffer misfortune. At that time, I had no inkling of your shamelessness. I regarded you as my own sister. How could I possibly harm you?" Su Qinghao continued, "Your entanglement with young Master Shen is of no concern to me, but do not think you can step over me to ascend." Her final words were delivered with an intensified force, her gaze dark and piercing. Cheng Rujin found herself at a loss, unable to articulate a rebuttal to Su Qingyao's incisive remarks. The details of that day were already murky in her memory. The more she spoke, the more she faltered. Regret washed over her. After establishing a relationship with Shen Zhao through that necklace last year, she should have discarded it immediately. Yet, seeing how deeply Shen Zhao cherished it, she had hesitated to part with it. She first learned of this predicament at a floral gathering, where Shen Zhao sat alone in a pavilion, engrossed in painting the very beaded necklace. He wore a dark green embroidered robe, his countenance resembling that of a jade crown, his demeanor unparalleled. She was entranced, gazing at his painting, and inquired, "Is that the seven-treasure necklace?" Shen Zhao, filled with elation, pressed her, "Miss, have you seen this necklace? Do you know the one who wears it?" Almost unconsciously, she claimed, "This necklace belongs to me." From that day forth, Shen Zhao's demeanor towards her changed, distinct from how he treated others. She had believed this secret could endure a lifetime, yet it was unveiled sooner than expected. The true architect of her downfall was none other than Su Qinghao, who had ruined everything for her. Cheng Rujin glanced at Shen Zhao, who was now gazing intently at Su Qinghao, his eyes alight with the joy of rediscovery. "Qinghao, sister, it was you who saved me. I was deceived by Cheng Rujin. I shall return to my grandmother and declare our engagement anew." A flicker of impatience crossed Su Qinghao's features. Her intent was merely to hinder Cheng Rujin's success. Yet that did not imply she desired to continue entangling herself with Shen Zhao. "Mr. Shen, I am now your future aunt-in-law. It will be wise for you to think before you speak." She suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had she known Shen Zhao harbored such thoughts, she would have stated earlier that it was Cheng Rujin who came to his rescue, binding the two of them together for eternity. Shen Zhao, however, assumed Su Qinghao was considering their engagement and hastily remarked, "Your betrothal to my uncle can be annulled. He is deceased. Why would you marry him? I was in the wrong before, but I assure you, I will be devoted to you from now on, with no one else by my side. Will you forgive me?" Shen Zhao implored earnestly. Su Qinghao, however, felt that fate had played a cruel trick on her. In her previous life, she had longed to live happily with Shen Zhao, yet he had shattered everything with his own hands. In this life, she only wished to protect her loved ones and trample her enemies beneath her feet. While Shen Zhao presented himself with an air of deep affection, she felt no stirrings of emotion, only revulsion. "Mr. Shen, should you utter such words again, I would not hesitate to seek the matriarch of the Shen family for justice. Pearl, Jade, let us depart." Su Qinghao strode towards the inner courtyard without a hint of hesitation. Shen Zhao watched her retreating figure, murmuring, "Sister Qinghao, I will make amends. I know you still harbor feelings for me." He recalled the way Su Qinghao had once looked at him, her eyes sparkling with adoration. He berated himself for his foolishness in misjudging her. Cheng Rujin, noticing his daze, approached and clutched his sleeve. "Brother Shen, it is my fault, but it is also because I love you. We have a child now. I will soon join you at the Shen residence." She envisioned Shen Zhao looking at her with the same gentle gaze as before, holding her close to comfort her. Shen Zhao turned to Cheng Rujin, devoid of warmth, his gaze icy enough to chill the heart. In the next moment, a sharp sound echoed through the air as he struck her across the face. "How dare you mention entering the Shen household? A woman like you, full of deceit and base character, is unworthy." As the heir of the Shen family, he could not afford to be lenient. Cheng Rujin realized for the first time that when Shen Zhao was ruthless, he spared no sentiment. Caught off guard, she stumbled, and had it not been for a maid's timely support, she might have fallen. Yet, she disregarded her own dignity and dared not confront Shen Zhao. Cautiously, she advanced, humbly seeking his favor. "Brother Shen, I truly understand my mistakes. I just wanted to be with you. I promise to obey you from now on. Please do not be angry with me." Tears streamed down her face as she spoke, her voice quavering. In the past, Shen Zhao would have been deeply pained by her tears. Today, however, he found her tear-streaked visage to be merely irritating. He yearned to return to the Shen family. To seek his grandmother's intervention, he wished to marry Su Qinghao. He understood that if he missed this opportunity, regret would surely follow. Once Su Qinghao became the third mistress of the Shen family, any chance of reconciliation would vanish forever. Ignoring Cheng Rujin, Shen Zhao hastily departed from the Su residence. his expression a mixture of urgency and anticipation. Cheng Rujin gazed at Shun Zhao's departing figure, her sobs intensifying. The commotion had already reached Gu Ruiyun's ears. As soon as Shun Zhao left, she hurriedly approached. Upon seeing her mother, Cheng Rujin dashed into her embrace, crying, "Mother, he intends to marry Su Qinghao. What should I do? What am I to do?" Chapter 43. Let her fall from grace. Gu Ruiyun surveyed her surroundings, noting the absence of outsiders. Save for Cheng Rujin's 2 personal maids. In a hushed yet firm tone, she commanded, "What transpired earlier must remain confidential. Ensure your lips are sealed. Should I discover any traitor among you, do not expect my leniency." Having instructed the maids, Gu Ruiyun assisted Cheng Rujin to Xiaohua Hall, where mother and daughter retreated to a private chamber to discuss intimate matters. "Please, tell me what exactly happened," Gu Ruiyun inquired, her demeanor calm and unhurried. Gently, she wiped away the tears from Cheng Rujin's eyes, which brought an unexpected sense of comfort to her daughter. After dabbing her tears with a handkerchief, Cheng Rujin recounted the day's events in detail, including the origin of the 7 treasure pearl bracelet. Gu Ruiyun remained silent for a moment, lost in contemplation. Just as Cheng Rujin anticipated a reprimand from her mother, Gu Ruiyun spoke, "Consider this incident as if it never occurred. Focus on nurturing your pregnancy. Ensuring the health of this child is paramount. He is the firstborn of the Shun family's current generation." Cheng Rujin, puzzled, looked at her mother. "But Shun Zhao intends to marry Su Qinghao and plans to seek the old matriarch's approval. Are we to do nothing?" With a cold laugh, Gu Ruiyun replied, "Does he truly believe that Su Qinghao can be his bride simply by desire? The old matriarch will never agree." The engagement between Su Qinghao and Shun Zhao was a private arrangement between the 2 families. It could be quietly retracted without consequence. However, the betrothal with Shun San Yi has already been presented to the emperor. How could it possibly be reassigned to Shun Zhao? What would that make of the Shun family? Furthermore, you 2 have already shared an intimate bond, and now with your pregnancy, the Shun family will not allow their heir to be abandoned. Rest assured, it will not be long before the Shun family will welcome you into their household. Once you are within the Shun family, you can gradually win over Shun Zhao. By the time the child is born, your position within the family will be secured. With a child by your side, even if Shun Zhao favors another in the future, you will have the firstborn to rely upon. What is there to fear? Gu Ruiyun's reasoning was both sound and persuasive, soothing Cheng Rujin's anxious heart. Mother is right. I have been too hasty. Rujin, remember, this firstborn is far more significant than Shun Zhao's affections, Gu Ruiyun emphasized. Cheng Rujin nodded vigorously, but soon spoke with indignation. What about Su Qinghao? Mother, I am unwilling to accept this. Why should she, as the legitimate daughter of the Su family, wield such power within the household? At her words, Gu Ruiyun scoffed. Her days of fortune are numbered. Today, her shop failed to make a single sale. Do not worry. It will not be long before her grain businesses close down. Without income, I wonder how she will maintain her standing in the household. Once my shops yield sufficient profit, I will have the Marquis directly divorce Lin Shi, and then I shall become the matriarch of the Su family. Cheng Rujin felt a surge of optimism upon hearing her mother's words, eagerly anticipating the day when Su Qinghao would be reduced to a position of humility, begging at her feet. Meanwhile, Su Qinghao, the object of Cheng Rujin's thoughts, was in the study of Bu Pavilion, diligently writing something down. Once finished, she handed the paper to Jinju, instructing her to discreetly procure the herbs according to the prescription. Additionally, please procure a fine gold-threaded soft pillow from the storeroom. The more exquisite, the better, and bring it to me. Pearl, though somewhat perplexed, glanced at the prescription. She recognized only the saffron among the unfamiliar ingredients. Miss, ISNT saffron known to potentially induce miscarriage in women? She inquired. The young lady nodded, stating she cannot give birth to the legitimate son of the Shen family. I shall not allow Cheng Rujin to have an easy life. Permitting her to bear a child in the past was an act of foolishness on my part. In this life, Cheng Rujin's dream of securing her position in the Shun family through a child shall remain just that, a dream. With merely 10 days remaining until the burial of the third Master Shun, the Shun family would likely come to retrieve Cheng Rujin beforehand. She intended to cast her from the heights of fortune into the depths of despair. Pearl swiftly returned with a medicine and a splendid pillow from the storeroom. The two of them diligently filled the pillow with the medicinal powder. Once everything was prepared, Su Qinghao instructed Pearl to return the pillow to the storeroom and asked Yuedao to find a way to mention it to Guru Yun. Indeed, just a couple of days later, Guru Yun sought the pillow from the storeroom. 3 days later, the Shen family sent a sedan to escort Cheng Rujin to the manor. There were no betrothal gifts, no dowry, nor any celebratory decorations or fanfare. Cheng Rujin departed from the Su family with only 2 close maidservants. That evening, Su Qinghao instructed Fei Cui to discreetly remove the pillow and incinerate it in the small kitchen of Bihui Pavilion. A few days later, the Shen family sent someone to escort Su Qinghao, in her capacity as the widow of the third Master Shen, to attend the burial ceremony. Clad in mourning attire, she arrived early at the Shen residence, where the servants assisted her in changing into the appropriate mourning garments. The entire morning was filled with intricate rituals, each step performed with solemnity and reverence, without a hint of negligence. Throughout, she chose to completely ignore Shen Zhao, who occasionally cast glances in her direction. Once the ceremony concluded, several of Shen Zhao's relatives carried the coffin to the outskirts of the capital for burial, believing the rituals had ended. Su Qinghao prepared to take her leave. However, the old matriarch remarked, "You must be tired after this morning's exertions. I shall have someone take you to the Listening Snow Pavilion to rest, and after dinner, I will arrange for your return." Su Qinghao, not wishing to offend the old lady, replied, "As you wish." The Listening Snow Pavilion was a guest house of the Su family, where a maid led the 3 of them inside. They were served nourishing soup and pastries, said to be prepared especially for her by the old matriarch. Before long, the old matriarch's senior maid, Han Sue, entered with a large red lacquer tray. "Miss Su, this is the attire that the old matriarch has sent for you," she announced. It was a light blue brocade robe with subtle patterns, paired with a moon-white skirt adorned with 12 panels and a waist belt embellished with pearl-sized beads. The craftsmanship was exquisite. Even in its simplicity, it could not conceal its elegance. Su Qinghao gestured for Pearl to accept it and exchanged a knowing glance. Meanwhile, Fei Cui produced a small pouch of silver coins from her bosom and discreetly placed it into Han Sue's hands. "This is a token of appreciation from our young lady for your assistance today," she said. Han Sue hurriedly declined, saying, "Miss, you are too gracious. It is the old matriarch who has been concerned about you. This outfit was completed some time ago, and the old matriarch personally inspected it multiple times to ensure its quality." Su Qinghao felt a gentle warmth in her heart and smiled as she said, "The old lady is kind-hearted, treating me as her own child. In the future, we shall frequently visit one another. This small sum of silver is merely a token for tea, so please do not decline." Han Shui, unable to refuse Su Qinghao, accepted the reward and expressed her gratitude. "Miss Su, please take a rest. I must return to the old lady with a message." Su Qinghao gestured for Pearl to escort Han Shui out. Just as they were about to rise, they heard voices from outside. "I wish to see my cousin. Please go in and announce my arrival." Su Qinghao's expression momentarily froze as she recognized the voice of Cheng Rujin. Chapter 44. This is blackmail, she pondered for a moment and, with a hint of regret, addressed Han Shui. "Dear lady, might you retreat to the inner quarters for a while? My cousin is rather sensitive. Should she learn of the old lady's attentiveness towards me, I fear it may stir unwarranted thoughts in her mind, potentially affecting the child." Han Shui, not suspecting anything amiss, believed that Su Qinghao was merely aware of the old lady's disdain for the concubine Cheng and wished to avoid any unnecessary conflict. Han Shui settled in the inner chamber, while Su Qinghao took a seat in the outer parlor, instructing Pearl to invite her cousin inside. As soon as Cheng Rujin entered, she directed Pearl and Fei Cui, "You both may leave. I have matters to discuss with my cousin." Naturally, the 2 maids were reluctant to comply, especially Fei Cui, who not only refused to leave, but also stepped closer, anxious that Cheng Rujin might suddenly resort to violence against her mistress. Su Qinghao gestured for Pearl and Fei Cui to exit, curious to discern Cheng Rujin's intentions. If her instincts were correct, it seemed that Cheng Rujin must have suffered a miscarriage. observing Cheng Rujin's pallid complexion, akin to that of parchment, replete with evident signs of illness. Su Qinghao noted that no word of her miscarriage had reached the Shen family today. Had she kept it from others? "What brings you here, dear cousin? Please have a seat." Su Qinghao offered gently, her tone calm as she poured a cup of warm water and extended it to Cheng Rujin. Cheng Rujin seized the teacup and hurled it to the floor, prompting Su Qinghao to retreat a few paces to avoid the mess. "Miss, are you all right?" Fei Sui's anxious voice sounded from outside. "I'm fine. Pay no mind to me," Su Qinghao replied softly. She cast a glance at the shards of porcelain on the ground before turning her attention back to Cheng Rujin. "What is the meaning of this? Have I offended you in some way?" Her tone had grown considerably colder. Cheng Rujin scoffed. "Su Qinghao, do not feign ignorance with me. You have been instigating discord between me and Brother Xinjiao. Now that he is ignoring me, are you pleased with the outcome? If you still harbor feelings for him, you should marry him openly. What is this nonsense about breaking off the engagement only to rekindle things with him?" Su Qinghao furrowed her brow and sighed. "Cousin, you are still with child. Do not let your emotions get the better of you." As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Cheng Rujin's expression. The moment the mention of the child arose, Cheng Rujin's eyes flickered, her face contorting as if recalling something she was unwilling to confront. At that instant, Su Qinghao concluded that the child was indeed lost. Cheng Rujin, neglecting her health, had come only to spew such trivialities? Su Qinghao steeled herself, sensing that there was something significant at play that eluded her comprehension. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Han Chui's shadow on the ground. "Listen, cousin," Su Qinghao began, "you need not doubt my relationship with young Master Shen. Once he engaged in such indiscretions with you before marriage, I lost all regard for him. Our union was never founded on affection, merely a matter of parental arrangement. I was indeed angered by your actions, as anyone would be when faced with such betrayal. Now that you have entered the Shen family and I am betrothed to Master Shen, I assure you, I would never stoop to such disgraceful behavior. Return home. I will treat today as conversation as if it never transpired, and I shall speak of it to no one." Su Qinghao resembled an elder sister, gently guiding her younger sibling with a nurturing demeanor. These words, rather than being directed solely at Cheng Rujin, were ostensibly meant for the old matriarch. Today, she had discreetly inquired and learned that Shen Zhao had sought out the matriarch upon returning to the residence, expressing his desire to marry her, only to be rebuffed. She believed her words today would assuage the matriarch's lingering doubts. Cheng Rujin looked at Su Qinghao in confusion. Given her temperament, shouldn't she be scolding or physically confronting her? Why was she persistently offering counsel? She could not fathom why Su Qinghao had suddenly adopted such a demeanor. Yet she had no time to linger in uncertainty and decided to take matters into her own hands. "Su Qinghao, if I am to suffer, you shall not fare any better." With that, she lunged toward the nearby Nama table, exclaiming, "Cousin, why did you push me?" "Moments latte." Cheng Rujin collided with the table's edge, sliding down to the floor. The first to rush in was Yushio, exclaiming, "Miss, what has happened? I shall summon help immediately. Please hold on, for you carry a child." In the next instant, Cheng Rujin clutched her abdomen, grimacing as she cried out, "It hurts." Yushio, quickly inform the madam and the old matriarch that someone intends to harm the heir of the Shen family. Su Qinghao stood aside, coldly observing Cheng Rujin. Her ploy of feigned distress was indeed cunning. Yushio dashed out, while Su Qinghao instructed Jinju and Fei Sui to lift Cheng Rujin onto the bed. Meanwhile, Han Sui, who had been hiding inside, nodded to Su Qinghao before hastily departing. Whether to summon a doctor or to report to the matriarch remained unknown. Before long, the old matriarch arrived, accompanied by the madam, Chen Shi, followed by a throng of maids and servants. Given the gravity of the situation concerning the Shen family's lineage, both women wore somber expressions. The matriarch's attendant, Mama Hua, approached first to assess the situation, shaking her head as she returned to the matriarch, stating, "Old matriarch, it seems we cannot preserve her." Chen Shi furrowed her brow, demanding to know what had transpired. How did the concubine come to the Shueshua Hall? And how did she fall? Yushio, Cheng Rujin's maid, stepped forward, replying, to report to the old matriarch and the madam. Our mistress heard that the eldest young lady had arrived today and wished to visit her cousin. The cousins were conversing inside, sending the servants out. While we were outside, we overheard the eldest young lady continuously berating our mistress, accusing her of being seductive and attempting to ensnare young Master Shen, even shattering a teacup. Our mistress, feeling guilty, kept apologizing. Then we heard her cry out, "Why did my elder cousin push me?" followed by the sound of her fall. When we entered, our mistress was already collapsed by the table, crying out in pain. Upon hearing this, Chun Shi turned to Su Qinghao, her voice sharp with accusation. "How could you be so cruel? This is our family's heir. How dare you act so violently?" Although it was generally unacceptable for a concubine to be with child before the official wife had entered the household, once the pregnancy had commenced, it could not simply be terminated. Moreover, as Shen Zhao was the eldest grandson of the Shen family, if a legitimate son were born now, it would bolster their chances during future disputes over inheritance. They had already conspired to claim that the child was conceived before the passing of the third Master Shen. Upon entering, Cheng Rujin found that Chun was still somewhat concerned, harboring hopes that she might bear a son. However, Su Qinghao turned to the old matriarch, asserting, "Madam, I'm not to blame for this. My maid can testify on my behalf." Zhen Zhu interjected, "That Yu Xiao is distorting the truth. It was she who scolded our young lady upon her entrance, and she was the one who shattered the teacup." Yu Xiao retorted, "You are merely the young lady's maid, hence your bias towards her. Do you suppose our aunt could possibly collide with the table on her own?" Su Qinghao thought to herself, "But did she not indeed cause the collision?" "Madam, my cousin's well-being is of utmost importance. We should await the physician's arrival to discern the truth. As for our dispute, once my cousin has recovered, we may confront each other directly." The old matriarch pondered in silence, lost in her thoughts. Yet, Chun was relentless, declaring, "Mother, how could someone like her be allowed to marry into the Shen family? I propose we annul the engagement and seek a more suitable match for Ji Xiao." Chapter 45. No pregnancy. Madam Chun seethed with resentment towards Su Qinghao, her teeth grinding in frustration. Her son had become a mere shadow of himself due to her influence, and the well-being of a once healthy child had been compromised. Determined to seek justice for her grandson, she resolved that even if a life could not be exchanged for a life, Su Qinghao must not be allowed to live in peace. As Madame Chun prepared to voice her thoughts, the old matriarch interjected with a stern tone, urging patience until the physician's arrival. She held an unwavering belief in Su Qinghao's character, a conviction that was inexplicable yet steadfast. The day the Duke of Wei, Zhao Jingwu, had come to propose, he had shared the details of the Su family. And Su Qinghao's declaration that marrying the esteemed Shen Sanyi was a matter of honor had touched her deeply. For that reason alone, she was willing to trust that the girl could not possibly stoop to such depths. Su Qinghao was taken aback. She had anticipated being reprimanded by the old matriarch. Moments later, Han Shui entered, escorting the physician in haste. Upon recognizing the visitor, the old matriarch exclaimed, "Dr. Zhang, you have returned from your visit. Please examine her." Dr. Zhang approached respectfully and, after setting down his medicine box, proceeded to check Cheng Rujin's pulse. Madame Chun, watching anxiously from the side, inquired, "Dr. Zhang, is the child in her womb safe?" Taken aback, Dr. Zhang stood and replied, "Madam, this concubine Cheng is not pregnant. She merely suffers from stagnant qi and blood stasis, which is causing her pain. I will prescribe a remedy, and she shall improve in a couple of days." The revelation left both the old matriarch and Madame Chun in stunned silence. How can this be? She was examined by a physician from Yonghao the day she entered the manor and was told she was a month along. How can it be that you find no signs of pregnancy? Madame Chun pressed. Confident in his diagnostic abilities, Dr. Zhang considered the possibility that the previous physician may have erred, though he refrained from stating it outright, merely explaining, "Madam, it is not uncommon for outside physicians to make mistakes in their diagnoses." With her gaze lowered, Su Qinghao remained composed. The prescription was one she had come across in her past life while researching medical texts. It could induce a miscarriage, a detail that ordinary physicians might overlook. The old matriarch approached the bedside, her cold stare fixed upon Cheng Rujin. "Did you feign pregnancy to secure your place in the Shen family, and now attempt to frame Qinghao? Truly, you are calculating." Cheng Rujin, utterly bewildered, thought to herself, shouldn't he, the doctor, have confirmed the loss? How could he claim she had never been pregnant? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, and she turned to Su Qinghao, her voice sharp with accusation. Did you bribe the doctor? She then addressed Dr. Zhang. How much did she pay you to conspire against me? Tell me, how much did she offer? Dr. Zhang, having served as the physician of the Shen family for decades, was indignant at such insinuations. He had no desire to engage in a dispute with Cheng Rujin and simply stated to the old matriarch, Madam, I have served this family faithfully for many years and have never acted against my conscience. Taking a deep breath, the old matriarch responded, I am well aware of Dr. Zhang's integrity. Lady Hua, witnessing the exchange, stepped forward to address Cheng Rujin. Concubine Cheng, refrain from making unfounded accusations. Dr. Zhang is our family's physician and could not possibly be swayed by Miss Su. Furthermore, Miss Su would never engage in such underhanded tactics. Chen stood aside, pondering for a moment, then gestured for Dr. Chen to leave. Turning to the old lady, she said, Mother, even if concubine Cheng is not with child, it does not alter the fact that Su Qinghao has insulted my cousin and harbors ulterior motives. In my opinion, she should not be allowed to enter the Shen residence. If she does, it will surely throw the inner quarters into disarray, leading to scandalous affairs between our nephew and his aunt, making our Su family the laughingstock of the entire capital. Su Qinghao frowned deeply, finding Chen's words exceedingly harsh. Just as she was about to speak, Han Shui approached the old lady and whispered, Old madam, when Miss Cheng entered today, I was in the inner room examining Miss Su's embroidery and happened to witness the entire incident. Han Shui, the old lady's trusted maid, would not be swayed even if Dr. Zhang had been bribed. Please, tell us what transpired. Han Shui recounted the events in detail, including how Cheng Rujin berated Su Qinghao and how Su Qinghao attempted to explain herself. She even described how Cheng Rujin had collided with the table. Once she finished her account, everyone in the room understood the situation. Cheng Rujin had come to extort, intending to place the blame of the Shen family's misfortune on Su Qinghao. The old lady's face turned crimson with anger. How could a mere concubine, who had just entered the household days ago, cause such chaos? Someone, take concubine Cheng and confine her to the woodshed. Her maid, full of lies, should be punished severely. Chen, unwilling to let the matter rest, pressed on, Mother, what about Su Qinghao? The old lady shot her a cold glance. If you continue to speak of such matters, you shall join her in the woodshed. Startled, Chen promptly fell silent. The old lady usually had a gentle temperament, but if truly provoked, her wrath was not something Chen could bear. Su Qinghao watched as Cheng Rujin was led away by two matrons, a sense of vindictive pleasure filling her cold, alluring eyes. Subsequently, the old lady took Su Qinghao to Qingyuan residence for a meal, accompanied by Shenyu. After dining, Shenyu and Mama Hua escorted Su Qinghao to the second gate to board the carriage. Just as she was about to enter, Shen Zhao approached from a distance, quickening his pace upon seeing Su Qinghao preparing to leave. Qinghao, may I speak with you privately for a moment? Shen Zhao said, leaning closer with a tone of feigned amiability. Mama Hua, standing nearby, subtly furrowed her brow, disapproving of the eldest young master's lack of discretion. Su Qinghao had no intention of conversing with Shen Zhao alone. With a frigid tone, she replied, If you have something to say, please do so here. Xiaoyan and Mama Hua are not outsiders. Her implication was clear. He should refrain from any private discourse. Yet Shen Zhao seemed oblivious, disregarding Mama Hua's presence entirely, adopting a tone of insistent flattery. Qinghao, I was in the wrong before. What must I do for your forgiveness? I never wished to marry Cheng Rujin. It has always been you I desired. I merely mistook the wrong person. If you care for Cheng Rujin, I can send her to the countryside to fend for herself. Should you be concerned about that child, I can arrange for her to terminate the pregnancy. Just say the word, and I shall comply with anything you ask. Chapter 46. Will you remain a widow for life? A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through Su Qinghao's heart. She had spent 3 years with Shen Zhao in her previous life, yet she felt she had never truly understood him. In that life, Shen Zhao had taken her life in a cruel manner for Cheng Rujin, and in this life, He was willing to forsake Cheng Rujin and their child for her. In truth, he loved no one. He was merely lost in the obsessions of his youth. What appeared to be deep affection was, in reality, a chilling indifference. Su Qinghao interrupted Shen Zhao, questioning the appropriateness of his words so soon after the burial of the third master. Regardless of what Shen Zhao professed, it could not alter the deep-seated grievances between them. She had yet to take action against him, merely awaiting the right opportunity. Hearing Su Qinghao invoke Shen Zhixiu to press him, a sinister glint surfaced in Shen Zhao's eyes as he retorted, "Is this how you intend to live your life? A widow forever?" Su Qinghao found his words laughable. Had she not lived 3 years as a widow in her past life? In such a setting, it was unwise to engage in further conversation with Shen Zhao, for the more she spoke, the more mistakes she would make. Turning to old Madame Hua, she said, "I must take my leave." As she prepared to step into the carriage, Shen Zhao furrowed his brow and reached for her arm. Shen Yu hastily intervened, exclaiming, "Elder brother, do not act this way. It would not bode well if others witnessed it." Shen Zhao replied tersely, "Be silent. Your opinion is unwarranted." Observing the scene, old Madame Hua stepped forward, asserting, "Young master, the old madam awaits your response." Her tone carried a clear warning. Su Qinghao nodded in acknowledgement to old Madame Hua and offered Shen Yu an apologetic smile as the carriage slowly departed from the Shen residence. It was not until the following afternoon that Gu Ruiyun learned of Cheng Rujin's confinement. Having been informed by a servant whom Cheng Rujin had secretly bribed with silver to deliver the message to the Su household. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, Gu Ruiyun stormed to Bishi Pavilion, demanding an explanation from Su Qinghao. Su Qinghao merely replied coolly, "Send her back." In less than 15 minutes, Gu Ruiyun returned to Xiaohua Hall, her face flushed with rage and limping from a beating she had received from Emerald, yet she dared not speak of it. Like Su Qinghao had surmised, Cheng Rujin's predicament within the Shen family was not something she wished to reveal to the old madam. Days later, Lin Sheng dispatched a messenger to report that the 30,000 taels of silver had been exchanged for 25,000 stones of grain, now stored away. During this period, the Su grain store had not sold a single pound of grain, and not just the Su family. The entire grain trade in the capital had plummeted. The Zhou grain store, however, was bustling with customers, with lines stretching 2 miles before the doors even opened. Su Qinghao and Gu Ruiyun appeared increasingly pleased, as though they were eagerly anticipating the closure of Su Qinghao's grain business. On the 20th day of the 12th month, during morning greetings, the old madam mentioned the Lin family, inquiring when Su Qinghao would bring Lin back for the new year. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qinghao declined, citing her mother's severe illness that rendered her bedridden. Though the old madam was displeased, the prospect of the legitimate grandchild in Lin's womb softened her response. In the ensuing days, the Su family returned to a semblance of tranquility. During greetings, Su Yuankai and Su Yihui treated Su Qinghao as if nothing had ever transpired. Exiting Songha Hall, Su Qinghao released a sigh of relief. Concerning the matter of where to spend the new year, she deliberated for several days before ultimately deciding to allow her mother to remain in the village. Recently, she had visited several times, observing her mother tending to flowers and sewing little garments for the children. Her spirits and demeanor markedly improved compared to her previous state After the new year, she would become preoccupied with various matters, fearful that she might not be able to care for her mother, dreading a repeat of past regrets. In the ensuing days, the capital began to bustle with preparations for the festivities, as each household joyfully organized their new year as provisions. On the 29th day of the 12th month, Lin Er, whom Su Qinghao had been anxiously awaiting, finally returned. Although Lin Er had departed, Su Qinghao felt a tinge of regret. Despite the distance from Xianfu to the provinces of Shaanxi and Gansu, the threat of bandits loomed nearby. Thankfully, Lin Er had heeded her instructions and returned early. In the study, Lin Er sat in a Nanma chair by the window, cradling a cup of hot tea. He had rushed over without even changing his clothes upon returning from Xianfu. After allowing Lin Er a moment to catch his breath, Su Qinghao inquired, "Uncle Lin, what have you discovered?" A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Lin Er's eyes as he mysteriously replied, "Miss, it turns out the 4th young master is indeed not the child of the concubine MOU. This revelation aligned with Su Qinghao's expectations. She was less concerned about the outcome and more focused on the evidence. Is there a witness? She asked calmly. Lin Er thought to himself. The young lady truly possesses the poise necessary to manage the family affairs. Hearing such significant news, she remained composed. MOU has passed. Yet she had a close maid who had returned to her hometown to arrange a marriage, thus escaping a calamity. I have brought her back and settled her in the dowry residence to the east of the city. I also secured a few servants acquainted with the marquis, and I prepared affidavits which they have all duly signed. As Su Qinghao reviewed the affidavits, she found the identities and testimonies of the witnesses satisfactory. She carefully stored the documents and instructed Lin Er to take good care of the witnesses, ensuring they were well-fed and comfortable, yet forbidding them from leaving. With the imminent chaos in North Zhili just days away, she had no time to confront Guruyan. The Lin family's survival amidst this impending disaster was of utmost importance. After Lin Er departed, Su Qinghao sat alone at her desk, lost in thought. In recent days, she often dreamt of the displaced victims from her previous life, their hands outstretched towards her, pleading for a bowl of porridge. She questioned herself repeatedly. If she reported to the court, could she save their lives? Had she erred in her judgment? Yet she understood that even if she reported to the court, no one would believe her. The government would not relocate over 5 million people from Shaanxi and Gansu based on her mere words. All she could do was stockpile as much grain as possible. For in due time, a bowl of porridge might indeed save a life. Miss, the rewards for each courtyard have been distributed, announced Shinju. Su Qinghao, returning to her senses, acknowledged this. On New Year's Eve, she managed the affairs of the household before heading directly to the village to celebrate the new year with the Lin family. Meanwhile, the Su family endured the most meager of celebrations, their funds depleted and expenses high, prompting Su Qinghao to vent his frustrations at Su Qinghao within the confines of the estate. However, these considerations were far from Su Qinghao's mind. Her sole desire was to spend quality time with her mother. This year, Lin Wenbo did not return to Yinzhou due to issues concerning the grain, and instead, he went to the hot spring village. The three of them celebrated the new year together, creating a lively and harmonious atmosphere. On the third day of the new year, early in the morning, a steward from the Lin family knocked on the door of the village. Second young master, Miss Biao. An urgent dispatch arrived last night from 800 miles away. There has been an earthquake in the provinces of Shaanxi and Gansu. This morning, the grain prices in the capital have surged to 3 taels of silver per stone. Should we raise our prices accordingly? Before Lin Wenbo could respond, Su Qinghao interjected. We shall not open the door today, second young master, and I need to deliberate further. The steward glanced at Lin Wenbo's expression and replied, Understood, Miss Biao. Once the steward departed, only Lin Wenbo and Su Qinghao remained in the flower hall. Lin Wenbo anxiously inquired, Cousin, what shall we do? Are we not selling the 150,000 stones of grain? Chapter 47. A climate of anxious anticipation, Su Qinghao remarked, Of course we must sell, but not in this manner. As soon as the news of the earthquake in the Shaanxi and Gansu provinces reached the capital, the grain merchants in the city sensed an impending shortage. On the first day of trading, they instinctively began to inflate prices. What started at 3 taels of silver per shire of grain soared to 5 taels by the second day. The merchants' price hikes incited panic among the populace, leading to long queues as citizens rushed to purchase grain, plunging the capital into a state of unease. At that time, the responsibility for disaster relief fell to the Chief Minister Su Qinghao. His first course of action was to take decisive measures against several prominent grain merchants, accusing them of maliciously inflating prices. The Lin and Su families, among others, were compelled to contribute 30,000 shares of grain and 500,000 taels of silver to quell the government's ire. Half a month later, a stream of displaced refugees arrived in the capital, yet by that time, all grain from the North Zhili had been dispatched to the northwest for disaster relief, plunging the city back into turmoil. It was not until the end of the lunar month that grain from Jiangnan arrived, alleviating the crisis. Lin Wenbo, perplexed, inquired, Then how should we sell? Su Qinghao pondered and asked, Cousin, do you believe today's price of 3 taels will rise tomorrow? Lin Wenbo replied, it will undoubtedly increase. It is evident to any discerning individual that North Zhili is facing a grain shortage. It is likely that prices may reach 10 taels before long. Su Qinghao further questioned, in this time of national crisis, if we raise our prices, will the court not hold us accountable? When public outrage peaks, we, the leading grain merchants, will be deemed the culprits. The profits we have amassed may very well need to be returned in full. Lin Wenbo, no naive youth, was well acquainted with the intricacies of the capital after years of oversight. He understood that during national disasters, the primary force in disaster relief consisted of merchants like themselves. Not only was it their duty as traders to assist the populace, but maintaining good relations with the government was also crucial. The scenario Su Qinghao described was indeed plausible. Following the trend of price increases could very likely spiral out of control. Seeing that he grasped the implications, Su Qinghao continued, cousin, this time we do not seek to profit immensely. We merely wish for the Lin family to avoid retribution from the court. Fortunately, Su Qinghao's concerns were limited to these 4 grain shops. The Lin family's extensive enterprises could easily attract unwanted attention, resulting in significant repercussions. Lin Wenbo nodded slightly and inquired, then how shall we sell? To sell at fair prices would surely offend all the merchants in the capital. The current situation differed greatly from the previous instance when a Zhou family grain shop reduced prices. Even a mere 3 qian decrease had already incited widespread complaints among the capital's merchants. Under such circumstances, if the Su and Lin families sold at fair prices, they would undoubtedly face inquiries from other merchants. Su Qinghao contemplated thoughtfully and stated, I have an idea. The two deliberated for nearly half an hour before rising to bid farewell to the Lin family and returning to the city together. Upon entering the city, Lin Wenbo's carriage veered towards the Lin family business, as he had numerous matters to attend to that day. Su Qinghao instructed the driver to head towards the shop in the west of the city. As she gently lifted the carriage curtain, the entire capital seemed to come alive. The streets were bustling with people, and at every grain shop, regardless of size, long queues formed outside. Pearl gazed outside through the gaps of the carriage, her heart heavy with emotion. Miss, why does it appear so frightening? She inquired. Have the people of the capital gone mad? Su Qinghao's expression hardened as she surveyed the scene outside. This is merely the beginning. In a month's time, the capital will descend into further chaos. The carriage halted opposite the Su family's grain shop, while the Zhou family's establishment was bustling with patrons selling grain at a price of 3 taels of silver per stone. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng, the manager of the Su family grain shop, had just received word from the Lin family steward that all businesses under the Su and Lin families would be closed for the day. The waiting crowd of commoners fixated on the Su family shop, hoping to confirm the price before queuing to purchase. To their dismay, instead of a price announcement, they were met with the news of the shop's closure. As Lin Sheng prepared to close the doors, someone shouted from the crowd, "Aren't you opening today?" Lin Sheng stood at the entrance, clasping his hands in apology. "I sincerely apologize, everyone. We are closed for the day." At that moment, an individual emerged from the Zhou family grain shop, forcefully pushing into the throng outside Su's establishment, and exclaimed loudly, "Is the Su family waiting for prices to rise? Do you possess no conscience?" Others echoed the sentiment, questioning whether the Su family intended to sell at an inflated price later. Lin Sheng could only respond ambiguously. "We will only know about pricing when we reopen tomorrow." The man immediately retorted, "You are merely waiting for the price hike. I shall never purchase grain from your establishment again." The crowd easily swayed, particularly in such a tumultuous time, quickly branding the Su family grain shop as a den of unscrupulous merchants, while the Zhou family shop became the embodiment of integrity in the eyes of the people. Pearl watched the turmoil outside, her chest heaving with indignation, and stood up to exit the carriage. "Miss, I shall confront them," she declared, only to be restrained by Jade, who advised the miss has her own plans. Defeated, Pearl sank back into her seat. "Miss, we cannot allow them to tarnish our reputation." Su Qinghao continued to observe the outside, noting that Lin Sheng had indeed closed the shop, while the crowd's fury escalated, hurling spoiled vegetables and eggs towards the establishment. "Let us return to there is nothing to be done here. Tomorrow will bring resolution." Pearl inquired, puzzled. "Will our shop also sell at 3 taels of silver per stone tomorrow?" Su Qingyu shook her head. No, we shall not sell at that price. Curiosity piqued within her regarding the Zhou family's listed price for the morrow. Upon returning to the Pingning, Su Qingyu first sought the old matriarch-esque greeting, bringing along fresh vegetables from the estate. The matriarch did not inquire much about Su Qingyu's New Year visit to the estate, only expressing concern for Lin's health. Su Qingyu wondered when her grandmother had become so lenient. She had anticipated a scolding upon her return. Lost in her thoughts, she heard the matriarch say, on New Year's Eve, the emperor specifically mentioned Shen Jishio and bestowed a reward upon old Madame Shen. In gratitude, old Madame Shen sent a portion of the reward to you. The items are at Bihue Pavilion. Do take some time in the coming days to pay your respects to old Madame Shen and casually mention your second uncle's affairs. During the last matchmaking discussion, Madame Shen brought up this matter. However, given the numerous trivialities concerning her family, I fear she may have forgotten. Chapter 48. Su Qingye is captured. It was then that Su Qingyu finally grasped the meaning behind the old matriarch's words. Her second uncle, Su Qinghao, currently held the position of a fourth-rank military officer in Qianzhou, while his wife and children remained with him, unable to return home for the new year due to the remote location. She also had a half-brother, Su Qingxuan, who now served as the fourth-rank governor of Suzhou. In her previous life, the old lady of the Shen family had not mentioned this matter, and her second uncle had stayed in Qianzhou for 3 years without being recalled to the capital. However, there was one thing she always remembered. 2 years after her marriage, her grandmother celebrated her 60th birthday. Both her second and third uncles returned, bringing their families along. Her second uncle spoke disparagingly of the Shen family's decline, lamenting that she had not contributed much to the family. In contrast, her third uncle privately inquired about her well-being, asking if the Shen family treated her kindly. Before leaving, he had particularly instructed her to send word should she encounter any difficulties. With a sudden spark of inspiration in her downcast eyes, Su Qingyu lifted her head and smiled, saying, I will remember this and find an opportunity to mention it to the old matriarch of the Shen family. As she exited Songha Hall and headed towards Bishi Pavilion, she unexpectedly ran into Guruyu. The young lady had returned and heard that the entrance of Su's grain store had been littered with rotten vegetable leaves and eggs. What the predicament? Would their flourishing business come to a halt? Su Qingyu regarded Guruyu with an inscrutable expression and replied, This is just the beginning. Tomorrow, I will open the store and sell at 5 taels of silver per sure. That is 2 taels more than today. Do you have any idea how much silver my stockpile grain is worth? A few vegetable leaves and eggs are hardly a concern, and I need not even clean them up. With that, Su Qingyu raised her chin and departed. Gu Liyun squinted, contemplating the implications of the 5 taels. How much less would their shop sell today? Realizing this, Gu Liyun promptly instructed her maid, Lirue, to inform Zhou Buren that they would not be selling today. She also wanted to inquire about the prices at other shops for the following day. If they all sold at 5 taels, they would do the same. That evening, Lin Wenbo sent a message, stating succinctly, all is well. The next morning, Su Qingyu arrived at the shop early. As before, long lines formed at the entrances of all the grain stores in the capital. When the hour of Chen arrived, all shops opened simultaneously. The listed price at Zhou's grain store was 5 taels of silver per sure, whereas Su's grain store, Lin's grain store, and other medium to large grain establishments in the capital displayed a price of 1 tael and 5 qian per sure. In an instant, the area in front of Su's grain store erupted with chatter as the citizens questioned the sudden return to the price of 1 tael and 5 qian per sure. Lin Sheng stood at the entrance, explaining loudly, Today, all grain stores in the capital have agreed upon a standard. Bringing your household registration to purchase grain will cost 1 tael and 5 qian per sure. But each household can only buy a maximum of 2 sure. Upon hearing that a household registration was required, some began to fret, asking, What if 2 sure is not enough for us? Can't we buy a little more? If I buy 2 sure here with my registration, can I still purchase more elsewhere? Lin Sheng replied, 2 sure of grain is sufficient for most families to last a month, and by the end of the month, grains from Jiangnan will have arrived. Regardless of where you go to buy, your registration will be stamped, and once you have purchased 2 sure, you cannot buy more elsewhere. Yesterday, a villager who had previously criticized the Su family's grain shop expressed his remorse, saying, "Master Lin, I truly apologize for the misunderstanding." Lin Sheng responded with a smile. "You too were misled. Our Su family grain shop has been established for over 20 years. You may rest assured, our rice is of excellent quality and our price is fair." Once the crowd grasped the situation, they hurried home to fetch their household registrations and lined up to purchase rice. Compared to the chaos of the previous day, the capital had regained a sense of order. The managers of several shops under the Zhou family hurriedly returned to their home, seeking guidance from Master Zhou. However, before Master Zhou could ascertain the situation, the Zhou grain shop was sealed by the officials of Shuntian Prefecture, accused of maliciously inflating prices. It was reported that Zhou Buren, the owner of the Zhou grain shop, was also taken to Shuntian Prefecture for questioning. At the moment the seal was affixed, the populace erupted in cheers. Su Qinghao and Lin Wenbo were enjoying tea in the back hall of the shop when the jubilant shouts from outside startled them. "Cousin, how did you manage to persuade the merchants and the Fong family?" "I never imagined it would go so smoothly." They all agreed, Lin Wenbo remarked. "I merely reiterated what you told me, and they, being quite astute, accepted without hesitation." The head of the Fong family happened to be in the capital and took the lead in consulting with Elder Su, who expressed satisfaction with the response strategy devised by our families. From Elder Su's words, it seemed the court was preparing to address the price hikes by grain merchants within the next couple of days. After meeting with Elder Su, both the Fong family and the merchants were immensely grateful to me. Additionally, the court requested that we contribute a portion of grain for disaster relief. I recall your instructions that the capital's granary could only allocate 200,000 stones. Su Qinghao inquired, did they believe it? Lin Wenbo chuckled softly. Why wouldn't they? The Fong family can only provide 150,000 stones, and the merchants even less, merely 100,000 stones. Our contribution is still considerable. After pondering for a moment, Su Qinghao remarked, before the grain from Jiangnan arrives, the supply in North Zhili will undoubtedly be scarce. Subsequently, the court will likely requisition grain from these major grain merchants. You should always align with them, feigning a reluctant compliance. Never allow anyone to perceive us as affluent. Overflowing with grain. Lin Wenbo nodded in agreement. I understand how to proceed. Over the years, I have often interacted with the officials and am well aware of their character. Seeing that everything was progressing smoothly, Su Qinghao decided to return to the Marquis's residence. Gu Riyun was anxiously pacing back and forth at the entrance, seemingly awaiting someone. Su Qinghao signaled for the carriage to stop, disembarked, and approached, asking, Aunt, why are you here? Is there something amiss? Upon seeing Su Qinghao, Gu Riyun recalled the event of the day and could not help but ask, why did you suddenly sell at 1 tael and 5 coins? Did you not say yesterday that you would sell for 5 taels of silver? Su Qinghao did not respond directly, but retorted, what does this have to do with you? Aunt, our residence has ample grain. You need not worry. Gu Riyun was left at a loss for words, only able to respond awkwardly. I was merely curious, just asking. Su Qinghao acknowledged her with an "oh," turned, and entered the residence, ignoring her further. Gu Riyun waited patiently for some time before Green Ru returned. Madam, Boss Zhou has been taken away by the Shuntian Prefecture. Just last night, didn't they say they would sell for 5 taels of silver today? How has everything changed? Gu Riyun pressed on. Green Ru replied softly, I have heard that young Master Lin was moving about in the Fong and merchant households yesterday. It is likely he is behind this. Gu Riyun clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth as she muttered, Su Qinghao, you shall pay for this. By evening, the Su family gathered in their respective courtyards for dinner, but suddenly, Su Qinghao was taken away by officials from the Dali Temple. Upon hearing the news, the family set down their chopsticks and hurried to Songha Hall. By the time Su Qinghao arrived, most of the family members were already present. Su Yuankai was comforting the matriarch, while the 2 aunts appeared at a loss, and Gu Riyun's face was ashen. Grandmother, why has father been taken by the Dali Temple? Upon seeing Su Qinghao enter, Gu Riyun exclaimed loudly, why do you still ask? Isn't it all you're doing? You plotted against the Zhou family, and now Boss Zhou has implicated the Marquis. Was this your intention? To deliberately frame your father? Chapter 49. Assisting you in securing Su Qinghao upon hearing Gu Riyun's words. The other members of the Su family turned their gazes towards Su Qinghao. The elderly matriarch, seated at the head, wore a frosty expression, her piercing eyes fixed intently upon her. Su Qinghao cast a bewildered glance at Gu Ruyun, struggling to decipher her meaning. What connection could this possibly have with her father? The Zhou grain company was sealed due to price manipulation. How could this possibly implicate her? Gu Ruyun, pointing an accusing finger at Su Qinghao, unleashed a torrent of insults. You little wretch! I refuse to believe you are unaware of the Zhou grain company's ties to the Marquis. You vile creature! You must be hoping for your father's downfall. With a cold stare, Su Qinghao responded, Fate Sue, remove her and administer 10 lashes. How dare this concubine insult a legitimate daughter? Who grants her such audacity? Fate Sue swiftly entered and seized Gu Ruyun's wrist, single-handedly dragging her out to the courtyard. Soon, the anguished cries of Gu Ruyun echoed from within. Madame Xue, who had initially intended to interject, hastily silenced herself, uttering not a single word. The matriarch offered no objection, her fingers deftly twisting the small Buddhist beads at an increasingly rapid pace. Su Qinghao stepped forward and spoke softly, Grandmother. The Zhou family's predicament has nothing to do with me. You are aware that I have little involvement in the shop's affairs. Most of the time, it is my second cousin who oversees them. As for my father's relationship with the Zhou family, I am utterly in the dark. Why has he been apprehended? What did the Dali Temple state? Upon hearing this, the matriarch set down her beads and replied, The Zhou Grain Company holds half of the Su family's shares. Your father sought out grain merchants from Jiangnan in secret. Now, Mr. Zhou has implicated your father, and the Dali Temple's grounds for arrest are collusion between officials and merchants, manipulating grain prices, which has caused chaos in the capital. A flicker of emotion crossed Su Qinghao's face. It appeared the court intended to set an example. It was likely that several ministers had not anticipated capturing such a substantial figure as the Marquis Pingning. She feigned an expression of sudden understanding and continued. How did my father come to know this Mr. Zhou? Did he facilitate introductions? Could this all be part of someone else's scheme? My father has never shown interest in business. Why would he suddenly open a shop? The matriarch's expression darkened at her words. It was your maternal cousin who orchestrated this. She introduced your father to Mr. Zhou. This also explained why Su Qinghao had struck Gu Ruyun, as the matriarch shared her ire toward her. Su Qinghao responded with an "oh," and added, Your maternal cousin is misguided. How could my father, a man of office, engage in such collusion? It is hardly worth risking the entire marquisate over a mere sum of money. Standing nearby, Su Yuankai cast an exasperated glance at Su Qinghao, unable to tolerate her air of superiority. He spoke curtly, Sister, enough of this. You must hurry and seek out old Madame Shen. Devise a way to extricate our father. As soon as Su Yuankai's words left his lips, all eyes turned expectantly towards Su Qinghao. Despite the usual discord within the household, to these individuals, Su Qinghao was the very essence of the marquisate. In this moment, they united in purpose, wholeheartedly dedicated to rescuing Su Qinghao. Su Qinghao, however, did not acquiesce to this matter. Instead, she spoke up, Elder brother, you are being foolish. This is something we must not pursue with the Shen family. Su Yuankai is nortiv. I see you are reluctant to exert yourself for our father, or perhaps you fear that seeking out old Madame Shen will bring you shame in the Shen household. Upon hearing this, old Madame Su interjected, Qingyu, your elder brother is right. This is not the time to worry about appearances. Even if it means kneeling in supplication, you must seek the Shen family's assistance. A cold smile flickered within Su Qinghao, though her expression remained gentle. Grandmother, it is not that I do not wish to help. If it could save father, I would gladly sacrifice myself. However, consider this. With Third Master Shen already gone, how much power does the Shen family possess now? I have heard that Elder Su is in full charge of the disaster relief efforts. Given that my third sister has connections with the Su family, would it not be wiser to approach Elder Su directly? Elder brother, you share a legitimate relationship with the young master of the Su family. This would be an opportune moment for you to visit the Su residence. Perhaps you might earn Elder Su's favorable regard. Upon hearing this, old Madame Su's eyes brightened. Qingyu makes a valid point. Seeking the Shen family is indeed less advantageous than directly appealing to Elder Su. Meanwhile, Su Yihue raised her chin slightly, clearly considering herself a benefactor of the Su family. On the other hand, Su Yuankai felt a sense of panic upon realizing this task fell to him. Me? Approach young Master Su? Is that feasible? I am well aware of my own limitations. Unless Elder Su has lost his senses, he is unlikely to regard me with any esteem. Aunt Shui, filled with exasperation, retorted, You are the eldest son of the Marquis household. Your father is in trouble. It falls upon you to maneuver and engage with others. She then reassured old Madame Su. Rest easy, madam. With this alliance to the Su family, the Marquis will be fine. After discussing their course of action, everyone exited the Songa Hall, allowing old Madame Su to rest properly. Just outside the hall's entrance, Su Yihue remarked meaningfully, Elder sister, no matter how formidable Third Master Shen was, he cannot rise from the grave to assist you. What a pity it is that the esteemed daughter of the Marquis household has fallen to such a fate. Su Qinghao smiled softly at Su Yihue. The matter of our father's rescue rests entirely upon my third sister. If the Su family values her, they will certainly lend their aid. Su Yihue scoffed, as if that needed stating. The Su family will not stand idly by. Then I shall await my third sister's good news. When that time comes, you shall be our family's foremost benefactor. Both father and grandmother will regard you with new eyes. Su Yihue cast a contemptuous glance at Su Qinghao, adjusted her cloak, and walked away. My lady, are you not providing an opportunity for the young master and third young lady to shine? Pearl remarked indignantly, observing Su Yihue's retreating figure. Su Yuankai is unlikely to garner any admiration. He won't even have the chance to meet Elder Su. Pearl, perplexed, inquired how could that be? Are our families not connected by marriage? As you mentioned, the young master is indeed the brother-in-law of young Master Su. Su Qinghao lifted her foot and walked towards the Bishui pavilion, continuing, While it is true that we are related by marriage, the sixth young master, Su, holds little standing within the Su family. How could his in-laws possess such audacity? The elder Su has 7 sons and 18 grandsons. Su Liangping is not only a son born out of wedlock, but also lacks any notable talents. Thus, how could the elder Su take him seriously? Moreover, if the officials from the Dali Temple acted without the elder Su's directive, how would they dare to apprehend my father? Should this action stem from another's command, it would signify a lack of respect for the elder Su. Conversely, if the elder Su were overseeing the matter, it would be a case of upholding justice and sacrificing familial ties. Currently, during this critical phase of disaster relief, the elder Su would not jeopardize his reputation for the sake of Su Qinghao. Trading an unappreciated illegitimate grandson-in-law for a favorable reputation is undoubtedly a shrewd exchange. In the following days, Su Yuankai incessantly claimed he was still in discussions with the Su family. However, as far as Su Qinghao knew, he had not even crossed the threshold of the Su residence. One day, the matriarch of the Shen family unexpectedly sent a sedan chair to the Su household, stating her intention to invite Su Qinghao for a conversation. Upon arriving at the Shen residence, the first words spoken by the matriarch were, Qinghao, you need not worry about your father's situation. I have already requested the Duke of Wei to intercede on his behalf, and he shall be released shortly. Su Qinghao was momentarily speechless. To be fair, she felt deeply touched by the efforts the matriarch had made on her behalf. Yet, the thought that Su Qinghao would be released shortly after such a brief confinement left her feeling inexplicably frustrated. Concealing her true emotions, she feigned exuberance. Really? How could I trouble you with such matters? The matriarch, holding Su Qinghao's hand, chided, You should not be so distant. It's been several days, and you have yet to visit me. I only learned of your father's predicament from my eldest yesterday. I did not wish to disturb the matriarch, fearing I might intrude upon your tranquility. The matriarch playfully scolded her for being overly formal and urged her to come to her whenever she faced difficulties. After conversing with the elder for quite some time, Su Qinghao took her leave. Not far from Qingyuan residence, beneath an ancient tree, Shen Zhao stared intently at Su Qinghao's retreating figure, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Cheng Rujin appeared beside Shen Zhao, her frail form seemingly capable of being swept away by a mere gust of wind. Brother Shen Zhao, I know you have feelings for your cousin. I possess a means to help you win her heart. Chapter 50. Found him in the brothel. Chung Rujin was confined by the old lady in the woodshed for 3 days before being released. During this time, she was preoccupied with winning over Shun Zhao. Shun Zhao harbored resentment and had not shown her any warmth. At this moment, upon hearing Chung Rujin's words, his expression softened slightly. What method? Chung Rujin whispered. Every year on the 15th of the first month, my elder cousin goes to the Hugwu Temple to light a perpetual lamp for our grandfather. If our Su family were to join this year, then? Shun Zhao's demeanor gradually brightened, and as Chung Rujin finished her last word, the frown on his brow relaxed. What you propose is indeed an excellent idea. By then, it will be too late for her to object to the betrothal. I will go find grandmother shortly and tell her we will go to Hugwu Temple to light a lamp for my third uncle on the 15th. She should agree. Seeing that Shun Zhao accepted her suggestion, Chung Rujin, seizing the moment of his good spirits, gently grasped his arm. Brother Shun Zhao, I am willing to serve alongside my cousin as one wife. Once she enters the door, I will respect her and certainly not provoke her anger. If she still holds a grudge, I will kneel and ask for her forgiveness. If that fails, I can practice in Hugwu Temple. As long as my cousin can forgive me and consent to marry you, I am willing to do anything. Chung Rujin spoke with a quivering voice, her eyes glistening with tears at the corners, yet she feigned strength by biting her lower lip, gazing intently at Shun Zhao. Although Shun Zhao was angry, there was still some bond between them. He sighed, why must he go to such lengths? Hearing the softness in his tone felt like a reprieve to Chung Rujin, and she quietly replied, Brother Shun Zhao, as long as you are well, I am content with whatever happens. Shun Zhao wrapped his arm around Chung Rujin's shoulders, reassuring her. Rest assured, even if Qingyu's sister marries in, I will not neglect you. Chung Rujin nestled her face in the crook of Shun Zhao's neck, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Since Shun Zhao was so intent on winning Su Qingyu, she would lend him a hand. When the situation escalated, Su Qingyu would have no choice but to become a concubine. After all concubines were of equal status. None were inherently superior. Once he had secured her, it would not be long before Shun Zhao grew weary of her. Unbeknownst to Su Qingyu, who had already begun to dig her own grave, she returned to the Marquis's residence in a carriage only to discover that her father, Su Qinghao, had been released. As she entered through the flower gate, a brazier was set up along the bluestone path leading to the inner courtyard. The members of the Su family surrounded Su Qinghao, showering him with auspicious words as though they cost nothing. Gu Ryun held a brand new broom, symbolically sweeping it over Su Qinghao, and remarked, Marquis, this time, Yuan Kai and Yi Hui have made significant contributions. These two children have worried themselves sick over your matter. Concubine Shui hurriedly interjected, what contributions? This is what they are supposed to do as children. Gu Ryun, however, disagreed, stating, that may be true, but it also requires the children to possess filial piety. At that time, when the old lady asked the eldest daughter to plead with the Shun family, the eldest daughter repeatedly refused. I believe she does not regard the Marquis as her father, and she does not take it to heart. Su Qinghao gazed at Su Yuan Kai and Su Yihui, expressing his satisfaction. You two have worked hard. Your father is well aware. Su Yuan Kai appeared somewhat flustered, yet he feigned calmness as he replied. It is my duty to serve father. I dare not claim it has been arduous. The old matriarch looked upon the siblings with a smile, reflecting on how they had grown and could now share in the family's burdens. Previously, she had worried that elder Su might be difficult to approach, but the matter had unfolded smoothly. I shall prepare a generous gift to present to elder Su, she declared. Su Qingyu, having listened for a while, approached with a smile. Father has returned? That is splendid news. Grandmother, father, given the substantial assistance we received from the Shun family and the Zhao family of the Duke of Wei, should we not send some tokens of gratitude? Her sincere inquiry left everyone momentarily bewildered. The old matriarch was the first to voice her confusion. Was it not the Su family who offered their help? Why then do you mention the Shen family? Su Qinghao also turned to Su Qingyu, instinctively believing that the Su family had indeed been the primary benefactor. Did you not refuse to seek aid from the Shen family? Why then seek to claim credit for their efforts? Su Qingyu replied with a smile. I initially thought it would be more convenient to approach Elder Su. But seeing that my brother had not entered the Su residence for 3 consecutive days, I grew anxious. Today, I intended to request assistance from Elder Shen's matron. But to my surprise, by the time I arrived, she had already enlisted the Duke of Wei to intercede on our behalf. The old matriarch frowned, directing her gaze at Su Yuankai. You did not enter the Su residence? Su Yuankai, already on edge, became even more flustered under Su Qingyu's public scrutiny. I did not enter, but I did see young Master Su. I found him at Nani Pavilion. Nani Pavilion was a well-known establishment in the capital, primarily known for its male courtesans. The revelation of Su Yuankai encountering Su Liangping at Nani Pavilion was rather intriguing. Su Yihui, perplexed, inquired, What sort of place is Nani Pavilion? A tavern? Su Qingyu tilted her head, suppressing a laugh. She longed to explain the nature of Nani Pavilion to Su Yihui, but could not speak or clarify, needing to maintain her fade of ignorance. Su Qingye shot Su Yuankai an angry glare. What nonsense are you spouting with the ladies present? Realizing his blunder, Su Yuankai could only stand timidly, silent. The old matriarch expressed her disappointment towards Su Yuankai. As the eldest son of the Su family, not only have you failed to handle this matter properly, but you also misled the family. You have greatly disappointed me. Her cold gaze shifted to Su Yihui, implicitly conveying, if the Su family regards you so lightly, what use are you? Su Yihui wished for nothing more than to vanish into a crevice, unable to meet the matriarch's gaze, and lowered her eyes in shame. Qingyu, assist me inside, the old matriarch said gently. Her tone softened as she looked at Su Qingyu with newfound warmth. Having grown accustomed to the old matriarch's fickleness, Su Qingyu calmly stepped forward to support her arm, devoid of any hint of pride. With Su Qingye's return, the family shared a reunion meal at noon. 2 days later, Su Qingyu set off in a carriage to visit Lin Wenbo. Cousin, has that basho been released? Yes, he has, but he is no longer permitted to operate a shop, Lin Wenbo said, while calculating on his abacus. These days, Lin Wenbo has been so overwhelmed that his appearance has aged considerably since last year. He must be aware that we have plotted against him, and he is likely to be particularly vigilant regarding the shop and the storeroom. If he decides to resort to desperate measures, such as setting a fire or poisoning, our entire family could face dire consequences. Lin Wenbo pushed the final abacus bead into place, noted down a figure, and then lifted his head. He moved his stiff neck and remarked, The Zhou family is merely a minor concern. We must remain vigilant. There's been another matter recently that I have yet to discuss with you. Chapter 51. An unexpected encounter at the Guogwa Temple. Su Qingyu casually picked up a piece of millefeuille and took a bite, inquiring, What is it? Observing the solemn demeanor of her cousin, Lin Wenbo, she surmised it was likely a matter of significance. Lin Wenbo pondered before responding. In the capital, grain is already being collected from the common folk, with a price of 4 taels of silver per shur. Many households that purchase 2 shur of grain using their household registration have already sold it, yielding a profit of 5 taels of silver. Su Qingyu was not at all surprised. Her initial intention had merely been to quell the court's ire. Presently, in several prefectures surrounding the capital, grain prices had surged to 7 or 8 taels per shur. In the capital, the price was 1 tael and 5 chien per shur with household registration, and 5 taels without. It was evident that some individuals were hoarding grain from the capital to sell in other prefectures or directly transport it to the northwest. Now, grain merchants were hesitant to sell in excess, and by midday, all grain shops in the capital had shuttered their doors. After a moment's contemplation, Su Qingyu remarked, We need not concern ourselves with them. Once they sell their grain, they shall have nothing left to eat. The grain prices in the capital will soon rise again. We have done all we can, and the court will have little to say. At this point, Su Qingyu curiously asked, Cousin, what do you think motivates those people? Are they not afraid of their families going hungry? A flicker of anger crossed Lin Wenbo's face as he replied, I have indeed investigated this matter. When they were collecting grain, they spread rumors that grain from Jiangnan had already arrived. They claimed that within a few days, prices will return to normal. Su Qingyu stated solemnly, Isn't that spreading falsehoods? The earlier shipments from Jiangnan were intended for disaster relief in the northwest. The capital still has its reserves. Such greed for profit truly reveals a lack of conscience. Lin Wenbo lowered his head, massaging his throbbing forehead, his expression weary. Su Qinghao rose to take her leave, reminding him to get a good night's rest. On the 15th day of the first month, grain prices in the capital had escalated to 8 taels per shur, and long queues formed daily just to purchase it. However, this development had little effect on the prominent families of the capital. As was customary, many went to Guogui Temple to pray and offer incense. The Su family, as usual, was led by the matriarch and the female relatives in a carriage to the temple. Su Qinghao peered through the curtain of the carriage, aware that the next half-month would be the most challenging for the capital, as refugees were soon to arrive. The carriage halted at the entrance of Guogui Temple, where the Su family had already reserved a resting courtyard. Upon arriving at the courtyard entrance, they encountered the Shen family, who were also entering. An exchange of pleasantries ensued. Su Qinghao scanned the group, noting the presence of the matriarch of the Shen family, the eldest Madam Chen, the second Madam Yang, the third Miss Shun Yu, the eldest son, Shun Zhao, and Cheng Rujin. Dear cousin, I was in the wrong before. Please do not hold it against me. After this incident, I have come to understand my mistakes and should not blame you. Cheng Rujin approached cautiously to apologize to Su Qinghao. Su Qinghao raised an eyebrow. An apology from Cheng Rujin was indeed a novelty. However, if she believed it, the heavens would surely strike her down. There is no need for apologies, dear cousin. It is only natural for us to have some misunderstandings, she replied indifferently. Cheng Rujin said little, merely following Su Qinghao into the room after she entered. Su Qinghao paused, furrowing her brow as she inquired, "Is there something you need, cousin?" Cheng Rujin pursed her lips, appearing as though she wished to speak yet hesitated. Observing this, Su Qinghao decided to disregard her and turned to the water basin to cleanse her hands. Cheng Rujin hurriedly retrieved a pair of interlocking jade pendants from her bosom, offering one to Su Qinghao. "Cousin, this is a jade pendant I have cherished since childhood. I give it to you. If you're willing to reconcile with me, keep it. If not, return it to me by evening, and I shall understand your sentiments." With that, Cheng Rujin dashed out of the room. Ming Ao, eager and straightforward, remarked, "Miss, do you believe Miss Cheng is truly seeking redemption? Will you forgive her?" At that moment, Fei Cui entered with hot water and interjected, "What redemption is there to speak of? I believe one's nature is immutable." Su Qinghao, meanwhile, was examining the jade pendant, her lips curling into a clear smirk of derision. She recognized the pendant as one gifted to Shun Zhao by his grandmother. What was Cheng Rujin implying by placing it in her hands? Regardless of the intent, it was evident that her motives were far from pure. Fei Cui, noticing her expression, suggested, "Miss, shall I return this to Miss Cheng?" Su Qinghao, with a playful smile, replied, "No need. I shall find it a worthy home." After the group finished their tasks, they joined the matriarch to light the eternal lamp. Seizing a moment of privacy, Su Qinghao discreetly pulled Yuan Momo aside. "Momo, I found a jade pendant. Please hold on to it for me. I will inquire about its owner and then retrieve it from you." She handed the pendant to Yuan Momo, who, perceiving nothing amiss, thought it prudent to avoid any potential embarrassment for a young master. She accepted the pendant, saying, "Very well, I shall keep it safe." After lighting the eternal lamp, Su Qinghao softly addressed the matriarch, "Grandmother, I shall go recite scriptures for grandfather." Behind her, Fei Cui held a stack of the Ksitigarbha Sutra, which Su Qinghao had painstakingly transcribed over the past year. Su Qinghao shared a deep bond with her grandfather, so every lantern festival, she would light the eternal lamp and recite scriptures for an hour. This had been her tradition for the past 8 years. The matriarch nodded in approval, saying, "Go on. Your grandfather has not neglected you." Every time Su Qinghao recited scriptures, she would retreat to the less frequented hall of guidance, the very place where she had once performed a rite for Master Shen. This time, the three of them made their way there as usual, but upon reaching the entrance, Su Qinghao suddenly instructed, "Once inside, you two should find a place to hide. I can't shake the feeling that our encounter with the Shen family today is too coincidental." She had brought Fei Cui and Ming Ao along specifically to prepare for any unforeseen events. Upon entering the grand hall, Su Qingyu knelt on the mat, with the transcribed scriptures placed before her. After reciting these texts, they would be offered at the altar. Fei Zui and Ming Ao swiftly leaped onto the beams, concealing themselves as they observed below. Su Qingyu, with reverence, gazed at the statue of the Buddha above, softly reciting her prayers. After nearly a quarter of an hour, as the first recitation of the scriptures remained unfinished, footsteps were heard approaching from behind. Su Qingyu turned her head and saw Shen Zhao and Cheng Rujin entering together. Shen Zhao immediately crouched beside Su Qingyu and spoke softly. "Sister Qingyu, you should call off your engagement with third uncle. He is but a lifeless soul and cannot bring you happiness." Chapter 52, when he professed his admiration for you. Su Qingyu set down the scriptures in her hand and inquired, "Is your third uncle aware of your slander against him? While he was alive, he essentially upheld the entire Shen family. Now that he has passed, you dare to undermine his legacy?" Her voice was cold, laced with disdain. Shen Zhao's expression shifted slightly before quickly returning to its former composure. "Sister Qingyu, I truly hold feelings for you. Can you not find it in your heart to forgive my past transgressions?" As soon as Shen Zhao finished speaking, Cheng Rujin knelt before them. "Cousin, please do not torment brother Shen Zhao any longer. I know you harbor feelings for him, but this is merely a result of our quarrel. I promise I will never vie for his affection again. If you find me distasteful, I can retreat to a temple to cultivate my spirit. Please, have a little compassion for brother Shen Zhao. He loves you, and you two are meant to be together." Su Qingyu furuit hadbudais, contemplating how these two could speak with such conviction. Their words almost swayed her. Rising to her feet, she coldly declared, "You may leave now. Do not hinder me from reciting scriptures for my grandfather. The man I intend to marry is your third uncle. If you continue with these claims, I shall have no choice but to seek the matriarch's counsel." However, Shen Zhao interjected, "You cannot marry my third uncle. You have provoked me, and we have shared intimate ties." A surge of fury coursed through Su Qingyu, her cold gaze radiating an icy glare. "Young Master Shen, I was but 11 years old then, naive and innocent. I would have endeavored to rescue even mere dog. You, having received an education, should comprehend this principle." She lamented that fate had not granted her the opportunity to be reborn at 11, to bury that cave forever. A bitter smile crept across Su Qingyu's face. She had saved Shen Zhao's life once, yet he had ended hers in a previous life. She would seek an opportunity to reclaim both lives. Noticing that Su Qingyu's tone remained unyielding, a glimmer of determination flickered in Shen Zhao's eyes. Unobtrusively, he moved behind her and swiftly covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief. Su Qingyu collapsed to the ground. Shen Zhao retrieved a piece of paper from his robe, while Cheng Rujin produced a block of red ink, seizing Su Qingyu's hand to stamp it with a vivid handprint. "Brother Shen Zhao, with this agreement of lifelong commitment signed, she cannot refuse," he declared solemnly as he tucked the paper away. "Lock the doors of this grand hall. Once the marriage is settled, release her." They scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was watching before exiting the hall, followed by the sound of the doors locking behind them. As their footsteps faded, the hall returned to silence. Yet, Su Qingyu suddenly rose, brushing off the dust from her clothes. Just as she was about to summon Fei Zui and Hupa, a figure emerged from behind the hall. Dressed in elegant green and standing tall, he gazed at her with a subtle smile. Su Qingyu's lips curved upward. "Third Master Yen, you have returned?" The thought that he might have evaded a calamity due to her words filled her with an inexplicable joy. "When did you arrive?" She pressed further. Master Yen stroked his chin, his voice resonating like the clear sound of water over smooth stones. "He spoke of admiration for you." Su Qingyu. Suddenly, he recalled the connection between the person before him and the third master of the Shen family, realizing the necessity of clarification. If she wished to become the esteemed mistress of the Shen household, she must not allow them to think she had any connection with Shen Zhao. This Master Yen was the nephew of the old matriarch of the Shen family. A few careless words could lead her into trouble. Su Qingyu cleared her throat softly and said, "His youthful spirit may sometimes lead him astray. Please do not take it to heart. When we return to Jinling, I will prepare some local delicacies from the capital for you to take back. Su Qinghau's enchanting eyes sparkled with a mischievous glimmer. Master Yan's brows furrowed slightly as he remarked meaningfully, "Why do I feel as though you were trying to silence me?" Su Qinghao hurriedly replied, No. You are Master Yan of the Yin family. My humble offerings are hardly sufficient to silence you." Master Yin chuckled heartily, suggesting that she should focus on the marriage contract, which had already borne her seal. Su Qinghao slapped her forehead, startled by Master Yin, nearly forgetting the important matter at hand. "Emerald, go and stealthily retrieve that marriage contract and also inquire about the movements of young Master Shen," Su Qinghao declared. However, Master Yin interjected, "I have already instructed someone to handle it." Su Qinghao was taken aback. Was he genuinely so kind-hearted? That is much appreciated. She then ordered, "Emerald, you need not fetch the marriage contract. Just keep an eye on young Master Shen. You saved my life. This is but a small favor." Remembering he had returned from the northwest, Su Qinghao quickly asked, "How is the situation there? Are there many refugees on the road?" Upon hearing this, a shadow of worry crossed Master Yan's eyes as he pondered before responding. "This earthquake is the most severe in the 300 years since the founding of the Great Zhou. The Tian Shan avalanche has displaced over 5 million people. Some of the victims have been settled nearby, while others are making their way to the capital. Some seeking relatives, and others left with no options." As Su Qinghao listened to Master Yin, she felt an inexplicable sense of attending a court meeting. If he were in government, he would surely stabilize the nation, she mused. In her previous life, the old matriarch of the Shen family had mentioned Master Yin, describing him as a free spirit, unbound by conventions. However, through their recent interactions, she found him to be surprisingly composed, akin to one who has long occupied a high position. Seeing the concern etched on his face, she assumed he was troubled by the calamity in the northwest and offered reassurance. "The capital has already mobilized substantial grain supplies to the northwest. I believe it won't be long before the displaced are settled." Master Yin nodded slightly, yet remained silent with a smile. When Wenju entered after unlocking the door, Su Qinghao was kneeling on the ground reciting scriptures, while Master Yin stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing deeply outside through the window. "Third Master, I have retrieved the items. I also brought brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones." Wenju placed the items on the long table where Su Qinghao was laying the scriptures, then knelt down to prepare the ink. Master Yin turned back, kneeling at the table, spread out the paper, and began to write. Su Qinghao, already kneeling behind the long table, looked up to see that Master Yin was composing yet another marriage contract. "What is this?" Master Yin San offered no explanation, inscribing 2 names beneath the marriage contract, Su Qinghao and Shen Jixiao. Su Qinghao narrowed her eyes. The elegant script upon the new document bore the unmistakable handwriting of Shen Zhao. It appeared that this Master Yin rarely ventured to the capital. How could he so adeptly mimic Shen Zhao's calligraphy? Or perhaps he possessed an extraordinary talent in the art of writing. Once he had completed the document, Yin San handed it to Wenju, instructing her to return it to Shen Zhao. His tone remained gentle, yet Su Qinghao discerned an underlying chill in his words. Before long, Wenju returned, speaking in hushed tones. "Master, the matter has been resolved. Furthermore, the person you wish to see has arrived." At this, Yin San rose to depart, and Wenju presented him with a dark fox fur cloak. "I am to meet someone. Should you require assistance, send someone to find Master Shen. He knows my whereabouts." With that, he turned and exited. Su Qinghao was at a loss. She could hardly fathom what business she might have with him. As she pondered, Fei Tsue suddenly entered, exclaiming, "Miss, young Master Shen has summoned both the Su and Shen families, stating that he has made a private vow with you to secure a lifelong commitment, and that both families must renegotiate your marriage." Chapter 53. I testify for her. In the shimmering depths of Su Qinghao's eyes, a layer of coldness emerged. The agate, having leapt down from the beam, remarked, "This young Master Shen is utterly shameless, capable of such deeds. He and the cousin truly make a fitting pair." Jade, taking up the cloak, assisted Su Qinghao in donning it, expressing her concerns. "I fear that if this turmoil continues, Mrs. reputation will be tarnished." Should this matter reach others' ears, they will merely label Shen Zhao a youthful rogue, while the eldest lady will be deemed a temptress, especially given the familial ties between nephew and aunt. The coldness in Su Qinghau's gaze intensified. Previously, she had refrained from confronting Shen Zhao, intending to wait until she entered the Shen household. Little did she anticipate that a mere 7 treasure bead string would stir such trouble. The trio of master and servants exited the welcoming hall, circumventing to the front hall, where the members of the Shen family resided. Within the main room, 2 elderly matriarchs occupied the seats of honor, while others were seated on either side, with Shen Zhao standing in the center. As Su Qinghao approached the doorway, she overheard Shen Zhao say, "Sister Qinghao is too shy to speak before everyone, so I shall take it upon myself. Indeed, we are mutually affectionate, and she has forgiven me for my previous misdeeds, with the marriage document and tokens as evidence. I implore grandmother and old Madam Su to re-engage us." The assembly exchanged glances astonished. Could it be that these 2 youngsters had secretly pledged their lives to one another once more? Old Madam Shen, harboring a mix of belief and skepticism, turned her gaze toward Shen Zhao. "Is what you say true? Does Qinghao feel the same?" She held no doubts regarding Su Qinghau's character, yet in life, matters of the heart are often the most intricate. Given that these 2 had previously been betrothed, it was plausible that Su Qinghao, in her sorrow, had chosen to marry anew, only to find regret in her decision. If such were the case, this marriage truly warranted a reconsideration. Otherwise, dwelling under the same roof would inevitably lead to disgraceful incidents. Old Madam Su, on the other hand, felt a twinge of delight. She always believed that Su Qinghau's marriage to Shen Zhao was far preferable to her union with the deceased third Master Shen. She turned to old Madam Shen, sister-in-law. "What do you propose we do? If we alter the marriage arrangement again, how shall we explain it to the emperor?" The implication was clear. She tacitly agreed with Shen Zhao's claims. Old Madam Shen pondered for a moment before responding. The individual has passed, and the emperor does not pry excessively. However, I must inquire directly with Qinghao. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhao interjected, "Grandmother, Sister Qinghao is modest. If you pose the question so directly, how could she possibly respond?" He then produced a jade pendant, stating, "I have given the other half of this pendant to Sister Qinghao to assure you of her sincerity. She has even pressed her handprint on the marriage document." This jade pendant matched the one given to Su Qinghao by Cheng Rujin, forming a pair. It seemed he was wary that Su Qinghao might deny the arrangement, and should the pendant be discovered, it would serve as undeniable proof of their clandestine agreement. At the entrance, a maid from the Shen household, noticing Su Qinghao lingering at the threshold, raised her voice to "Greetings, Miss Su. Allow me to open the door for you." Su Qinghao glanced at the maid, not wishing to trouble her, and stepped inside. The occupants within were momentarily taken aback by the sound, particularly Shen Zhao and Cheng Rujin, who appeared visibly flustered. Upon entering, Su Qinghao acknowledged everyone with a courteous nod and inquired, "What brings you all together? What are you discussing?" Shen Zhao, feigning composure, spoke in a tone of feigned amiability. "Sister Qinghao, discussions regarding our marriage are currently underway." Su Qinghao raised an eyebrow, questioning the appropriateness of such a union between nephew and aunt. Shen Zhao's expression faltered momentarily, before he lamentably remarked, "Sister Qinghao, you previously accepted my jade pendant and consented to this marriage. Are you now having second thoughts?" This clever tactic of turning her rebuttal into a suggestion of reneging was not lost on Su Qinghao. "Jade pendant? What jade pendant?" "The same as this one," Shen Zhao replied, producing a jade pendant for her inspection. Su Qinghao's expression turned inscrutable, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Are you suggesting that a mere jade pendant can secure a betrothal? Does this mean whoever possesses this pendant today is destined to be the matriarch of the Shen family?" Shen Zhao, under the misconception that Su Qinghao did not recognize the pendant as one previously given to her by Cheng Rujin, asserted, "Indeed, it serves as a token of our affection." Su Qinghao feigned surprise and called out, "Mother Yuan, where is the jade pendant I entrusted to you? Please present it to young Master Shen for his perusal." Mother Yuan, who had been standing behind the matriarch, suddenly recalled the pendant upon hearing Su Qinghao's words. She hastily produced it and handed it to Shen Zhao, stating, "Young master, this pendant was found by the young lady. I have not conferred it to you in private." The onlookers scrutinized Shen Zhao, questioning the authenticity of his professed mutual affection. The matriarch's countenance darkened, her disappointment in her eldest grandson palpable. She declared sternly, "Enough. Let this matter cease. Consider today as if it never occurred." Yet Shen Zhao remained undeterred, retrieving a document from his breast pocket and vocally challenging Su Qinghao. "And what of this marriage contract? How do you explain it? Our handprints adorn this document. Have you forgotten your earlier vows of togetherness?" With that, he unfurled the contract, gesturing for her to observe. Su Qinghao coldly retorted, "What are you speaking of? Do you not wish to examine the document you hold?" Shen Zhao was taken aback, directing his gaze at the contents of the paper. While the text remained unchanged, the names inscribed at the bottom had transformed into Su Qinghao and Shen Zhixiu. Had he not been aware of his own previous writings, he might have believed this to be his own hand. The matriarch motioned for Mother Hua to retrieve the document. Her gaze fixating on the name Shen Zhixiu for an extended moment, her eyes growing moist. The room fell into a heavy silence. Shen Zhao's crimson gaze bore into Su Qinghao, his obsession palpable. "Then what was that intimate encounter we shared in the reception hall?" Su Qinghao, momentarily stunned, sensed that Shen Zhao intended to drag her down with him. She cast a cold glance at him, her eyes alight with unbridled fury. "Shen Zhao, your words must be substantiated. I could swear before the Buddha that nothing unsavory has transpired between us." Cheng Rujin turned to her trusted maid, Rui, exchanging a knowing glance. Rui, like the recently punished Yuxiu, had served Cheng Rujin loyally for many years. She discerned the expression in Cheng Rujin's eyes and took a few steps forward, saying, "I can vouch for the young master. Just now, I accompanied Aunt Cheng to find him and happened upon the young lady. She was in an embrace with the young master." At these words, everyone present gasped in astonishment. "Old madam," Shen turned to Rui and asked in a solemn tone, "Is what you said true?" Rui nodded and replied, "What I have said is absolutely true. I can even swear before the Buddha, with no falsehood in my words." Suddenly, the matriarch of the Shen family, Madame Chen, interjected, "Su Qinghao, you cannot toy with my son like this, being affectionate one moment and refusing to marry him the next." Su Qinghao retorted coldly, "I did not." Madame Chen scoffed, "You claim you did not. But is there anyone who can testify for you? Aside from your maid, can anyone prove that Zhao is lying?" Su Qinghao bit her lip, torn over whether to summon the esteemed Master Yan. However, it seemed he was clandestinely meeting someone. Would calling upon him as a witness only embroil him in trouble? To the onlookers, Su Qinghao's indecision appeared more akin to guilt. Madame Chen continued, "Since no one can corroborate your claims, shouldn't you confess the truth? How exactly did you seduce my son? Speak." A smooth, refined voice resonated, and the main door was promptly pushed open. Chapter 54. Has the Shen family come to withdraw the engagement? As Su Qinghao discerned the voice of Master Yan San, she turned to face him. Outside, snowflakes had begun to drift down, dusting the black cloak with a delicate layer of white. When he glanced at Su Qinghao, he nodded slightly, his profound gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of one's heart. "Zhixiu, you're not dead?" The sorrowful voice of the old matriarch of the Shen family echoed behind Su Qinghao, causing her to freeze in place. Following her, the members of the Shen family surged forward, enveloping him in a flurry of tears and questions. The cacophony of weeping, comforting words, and various inquiries intertwined in the air. Yet, Su Qinghao stood motionless, lost in thought as she gazed at him. He was indeed Shen Zhixiu, the third master of the Shen family. Thus he had not perished. However, it didn't align with her memories, for he had never appeared in her past life. There was no tale of resurrection. Could it be that in her previous life, he had met his demise in the Northwest, and this time, due to her words, he had narrowly escaped the calamity? What would become of her plans for a carefree life, free from the obligations of marriage? While it was certainly a blessing that he was alive, Su Qinghao felt as though her meticulously crafted plans had been thrown into disarray. After 2 months of vegetarianism, coupled with the recitation of scriptures and the performance of rituals, what was the meaning of it all? After offering solace to the old matriarch, Shen Zhixiu finally noticed Su Qinghao still in a daze. He cleared his throat gently and said, "Mother, please take a seat. I shall handle the matters here." As he spoke, he cast a cold glance at Shen Zhao. Shen Yu, with a handkerchief in hand, bent down to comfort the tearful old matriarch, her own eyes glistening with tears. Lady Shen, standing by, offered words of consolation, while others either sat or stood, each lost in their own thoughts. Shen Zhixiu removed his heavy cloak, handing it to Wenju before taking his seat beside the two elder ladies. Previously, I encountered the eldest daughter of the Su family in the receiving hall, but I did not witness the events Shen Zhao mentioned. Shen Zhao, please recount the details once more. As a maid entered with freshly brewed tea, Shen Zhixiu lifted the cup and took a sip. A flicker of struggle crossed Shen Zhao's eyes as he began. "Third uncle, my feelings for Sister Qingyu are truly mutual." Before he could finish, he was met with Shen Zhixiu's icy stare, which held an undeniable intensity. Rephrase that, came the commanding voice. Feeling the chill of perspiration trickle down his back, Shen Zhao collapsed to his knees. "Third uncle, it was merely my unrequited feelings. All I have said was fabricated." Shen Zhixiu acknowledged him with a curt sound before stating coolly, "Once we return to the estate, discipline will be enforced. As for the maid who testified, she shall face severe consequences upon our return." He then turned to the two elder ladies, speaking in a deliberative tone, "Mother, aunt, as night approaches, shall we return to the capital?" In just a few exchanges, this tumultuous affair was swiftly concluded, leaving the others still reeling from the shock of his miraculous return to life as they prepared to depart for home. In a daze, Su Qinghao climbed into the carriage, her thoughts a tumultuous whirlwind. "Miss, does this not mean you are now the legitimate third wife of the Shen family?" asked Ma now excitedly. Jadeite also turned to Su Qinghao. "Miss, the wedding was originally set for the 15th of February. Now that he has returned, will the date change?" Su Qinghao peered through the crevice of the carriage curtain, observing the scattered refugees outside, and remarked, "I am uncertain. Perhaps it requires a discussion between two families." The Shen family was willing to permit her to wed the deceased Shen Sanyi, yet they might not be so eager to see her marry a living man. With a sigh, Su Qinghao lamented that the presence of a living man brought forth numerous complications. Upon disembarking from the carriage, everyone proceeded to the elderly matriarch's Songha hall. The guests took their seats according to their ages, while the maids served water for hand-washing and brought forth steaming tea. The matriarch, with a complex expression, cast a glance at Su Qinghao before turning to inquire of Su Qinghao, "In your opinion, do you think the Shen family will retract the engagement?" Su Qingyao's demeanor was tense. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "It is uncertain. The living and the dead are not the same. However, I can assure you of one thing. Should the Shen family choose to withdraw, the Su family shall receive substantial benefits." A wave of desolation surged within Su Qinghao. She, along with the other young ladies of her household, and even those from other noble families in the capital, seemed akin to mere commodities, periodically assessed for their worth by their families. The matriarch then queried Su Qinghao, "Considering that Shen Zhixiu was previously the Minister of Revenue and your superior, cannot you fathom his temperament?" Su Qinghao shook his head and replied, "How can I comprehend the disposition of one who entered the cabinet before reaching 30? After a brief silence, the matriarch spoke again. "I am reminded of an old matter. Prior to Shen Zhixiu's incident, the Shen family was indeed negotiating a marriage with Princess Chaoyun of the Shanjun Wangfu. It is said that Shen Zhixiu did not oppose the match, and the families were on the verge of determining their compatibilities when news of his misfortune arrived. Now that he has unexpectedly returned to life, might there be a renewed discussion with the Shanjun Wangfu?" Su Qingyao's expression shifted slightly. She was entirely unaware of this matter. After marrying into the Shen family in her past life, no one had ever mentioned it. Nevertheless, even if the Shen family were to rekindle negotiations with the Shanjun Wangfu, it would bear little consequence. She could simply withdraw from the engagement again, as she had done before. Seeing that no further conclusions could be drawn, the matriarch dismissed everyone, but cautioned them not to speak recklessly until the Shen family provided further information. Upon exiting the Songha Hall, The snow had begun to fall heavily. If elder sister is rejected again, she may truly find it impossible to marry. Would she then be destined to a life of solitary contemplation? Su Yihui's voice emerged from beside her, laced with a palpable sense of schadenfreude. Su Qinghao did not falter in her stride, merely turning to retort. Third sister might want to inquire into the situation regarding the Nani Pavilion. It would be unwise to find oneself entangled with a multitude of suitors should you enter the Su family. Su Yihui's face flushed crimson, involuntarily recalling what she had previously learned, and glared at Su Qinghao before turning on her heel to depart. Upon returning to the Bishi Pavilion and resting for a while, Jinju and Hubo brought forth the dishes. Su Qinghao glanced at the offerings: stir-fried spinach, cold mixed bamboo shoots, pine nut tofu, and sautéed with ear mushrooms. Even the soup was a modest lotus root broth devoid of richness. Please have the kitchen prepare a pine nut stir-fried chicken and a dish of shad fish, she instructed. Jinju, perplexed, asked, Miss, are you not inclined to eat vegetarian? Fei Tsue promptly interjected, I shall relay this at once, and pulled Jinju aside to elucidate the circumstances. Before long, the sautéed pine nuts with chicken and the steamed shad were served. Su Qinghao, having tasted not a single vegetarian dish, devoured both meat dishes with great relish. Beside her, Zhenju muttered, he seems to have flourished, while our young lady has slimmed down considerably over the past 2 months. The following morning, as Su Qinghao was preparing herself, Agate rushed in, breathless and visibly anxious. Mississippi. Before Agate could finish her sentence, Su Qinghao, with a light and teasing tone, interjected, what is it? Have the Shen family come to terminate the engagement? Chapter 55. Young Master Lin enters the capital. Mineo took a deep breath, adjusting her composure, and waved her hand, saying no. It is not the Shen family that has called off the engagement. It is the third young master who has come to the capital. Su Qinghao was taken aback. Cousin San has come to the capital? Is there a reason? Mineo explained. The second young lady is pregnant, but it seems her condition is not favorable. She has been so nauseous that she nearly faints. The family has sent the third young master to replace the second young master. Su Qinghao glanced at her reflection in the mirror and instructed, let us change attire. I shall go to see Cousin Aroff. Pearl brought forth a light green skirt, but Su Qinghao remarked, let's change the color. Something more vibrant would suffice. Ultimately, she chose a deep crimson embroidered outfit adorned with lotus patterns, complemented by a stone blue silk cape. Given the recent unrest in the capital, both Jade and Mineo, skilled in martial arts, accompanied her as a precaution whenever she ventured outside. Mineo, typically indifferent to adornment, surprisingly wore a gold hairpin today, while Jade maintained her usual demeanor, occasionally lost in thought. With a resigned shake of her head, Su Qinghao chose to remain oblivious to their sentiments. Upon arriving at the back entrance of the Lin merchant house, several carriages were stationed nearby, with servants busily loading supplies. Upon noticing Su Qinghao's arrival, someone stepped forward to greet her. Greetings, miss. The second and third young masters are conversing in the back hall. Su Qinghao nodded and entered, with Jade and Mineo each carrying a fragrant sandalwood box. How is Cousin Air? Should we send Dr. Chen back with her? Su Qinghao inquired as she entered. Dr. Chen was the family physician for the Lin family in the capital, previously sent by Su Qinghao to assist with the second young lady's pregnancy. Lin Wenba replied, Yinzhou Prefecture is not without physicians. There's no need to call someone from Aunt S' side. Your cousin is well. The doctor said that after a couple of months of nausea, she will be fine. Hearing this, Su Qinghao felt somewhat reassured and turned her gaze to the young man seated beside Lin Wenba. With a smile, she said, Cousin San, you must be weary from your journey. Lin Wuqing, in his early 20s, was graceful and refined, clad in a moon-white brocade robe, exuding an ethereal charm. He feigned displeasure as he looked at Su Qinghao. After all this time, you finally remember me. I've been thinking of you and brought you plenty of treats. Su Qinghao, having a close relationship with her cousins, recognized his jest and replied playfully, of course, I must first inquire about Cousin Air. She bears the noble responsibility of bringing forth heirs for our Lin family. Ah, with our third young master entering the capital, I wonder how many young ladies will lose sleep over it, she mused. Lin Wuqing affectionately regarded her and shook his head with a smile. Your tongue is as sharp as ever. I cannot win against you. Su Qingyu gestured for Jade and Mineo to bring forth the items, handing them to Lin Wenbo. Cousin, within this box is a set of headpieces and a selection of floral-scented cosmetics from Huaxiang Tower, all for Cousin Heir. Please tell her that I will visit when I have the time. Lin Wenbo accepted the items without hesitation, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries among the three siblings, he departed in his carriage. In the study, Lin Wuqing and Su Qingyu sat facing each other. Now, let us discuss your engagement. What is the situation? He prompted. I have long wished to come to the capital, but I have been preoccupied with matters. Su Qingyu idly played with a white jade paperweight on the desk. Expressing her helplessness, what can we do? Let us see what the Shen family has to say. Speaking of the Lin brothers, they indulged Su Qingyu without boundaries. However, when it comes to the closest relationship, she could confide her thoughts to her cousin, Lin Wuqing. Lin Wuqing cast her a sidelong glance. After such a significant event, you didn't even consult us. You have truly grown wings. He had initially intended to directly annul their engagement upon arriving in the capital, but he hadn't anticipated that he would suddenly return from the dead, complicating matters. As they conversed, a steward knocked at the door and entered, reporting, Third young master. Today the grain price is 10 taels of silver per stone, and refugees have begun to arrive in the capital in droves. The steward's demeanor was markedly more restrained than when addressing Lin Wenbo. The Lin family, from top to bottom, understood that while the third young master was the gentlest in temperament, he could be ruthless should anyone cross his boundaries. After the steward left, Su Qingyu remarked, we should prepare to distribute porridge. The number of refugees will only increase. Lin Wuqing rose and stepped outside to instruct the steward briefly. Upon returning, he brought up Su Qingyu's marriage again, stating that regardless of whether the Shen family would annul the engagement, they should at least inform the Su family today. If you have any news on your side, please ensure someone informs me. Unbeknownst to them, the old matriarch of the Shen family was also in a state of anxiety. Since Shen Jixio's return last night, she had yet to exchange a single private word with her son. She was uncertain of his thoughts regarding the marriage. Furthermore, news of the third master of the Shen family returning alive had spread throughout the capital overnight. Early that morning, the Shen family's doorkeeper received a basket of invitations, and those with closer connections came directly to pay their respects. In the main hall of Qingyuan residence, the old matriarch had just found a moment of peace while Yuan Mama was massaging her legs. Is Jixio back from the palace yet? She inquired. Yuan Mama replied, the third master is likely preoccupied today. Do not fret, my lady. Matters must be handled one at a time. Now that the third master has returned, there is a steadfast anchor for the family's affairs, allowing you to worry less. After weeping the previous night, the old matriarch had not lost her smile. The sorrow and suppression of the past 2 months had vanished, and she appeared to have regained several years of youth overnight. Oh, madam, the princess of Shanjun has arrived, reported the head maid, Han Sui. The old matriarch's expression shifted quickly. Invite her in. The Shanjun Wang was a prince of different lineage, bestowed by the founding emperor, and had fallen into decline over the past century. However, the current Shanjun Wang, Li Jingchuan, had married the emperor's sister, Princess Yongjia. After her marriage, Princess Yongjia had assumed the title of Shanjun Wangfei, effectively revitalizing the Shanjun Wangfu. It was Princess Yongjia's eldest daughter, Princess Chaoyan, who had previously discussed a marriage alliance with Shen Jixio. The first wife, Chun, accompanied Princess Yongjia, exchanging pleasantries as they entered the main hall of Qingyuan residence. The old matriarch had already awaited them at the entrance, offering her respects to the Shanjun Wangfei. Just as she began to speak, she was interrupted by Princess Yongjia, who graciously replied, "You are too kind. I cannot accept your courtesy." After taking her seat, Princess Yongjia began to engage in pleasantries with the elder matron, expressing her joy over Minister Shen's fortunate turn of events. It was indeed a moment of great delight to learn that after the morning court, the emperor had summoned Minister Shen to his study for a conversation. The elder matron graciously acknowledged, attributing his safe return to the emperor's favor and thanking the princess for her concern. However, Princess Yongjia suddenly produced a handkerchief, dabbing at her tears. The elder matron, taken aback, inquired, "What troubles you, my dear? Did I speak amiss?" With a sigh, Princess Yongjia lamented. Ever since Minister Shen's misfortune, Chaoyan has been consumed by worry, neglecting her meals and losing weight. Yesterday, upon hearing the news of his miraculous revival, she was overjoyed and, for the first time in ages, managed to eat a bowl of porridge this morning. She urged me to come see you, hoping to finalize her marriage plans. I have yet to inform her of your agreement with the Su family. If she were to discover this, it would surely shatter her heart. The thought of my dear daughter in such distress rends my soul as if by a knife. Chapter 56. Spreading rumors by one's own strength. Madame Shen pondered for a moment before offering her consolation. Do not worry, Your Highness. With talents and beauty like that of Princess Chaoyan, the young men of the capital will surely be at her beck and call. Princess Yongjia sighed and replied, My daughter has inherited my disposition. She is steadfast in her affections. Once she sets her heart on someone, it is difficult for her to waver. A bittersweet smile flickered across Madame Shen's face, and she resorted to trivial conversation with Princess Yongjia, deliberately avoiding any mention of Shen Jixio. She had yet to converse with her son, and thus could not share any opinions outwardly. Moreover, in her heart, she favored Su Qinghao. To the Shen family, status was merely an embellishment. She genuinely wished for her son to find a companion he cherished, even if her family background were somewhat less illustrious. Princess Yongjia understood that this matter required further deliberation. Her visit today was merely to convey her stance to the Shen family. Upon realizing that Madame Shen grasped her intent, she took her leave. After bidding farewell to Princess Yongjia, Chen Shi assisted Madame Shen to sit down. Mother, I believe we should withdraw from the engagement with the Su family. Su Qinghao is simply unworthy of Jixio, and the Su family cannot compare to the Shan prince's manner. However, Madame Shen held a differing opinion, stating, if we were to break off the engagement while Jixio is absent, and then he were to return only to withdraw, it would leave the Shen family open to ridicule. Furthermore, I find that girl from the Su family to be quite commendable. Although she is young, she conducts herself with great propriety and balance. Chen Shi, unimpressed by Madame Shen's praise for Su Qinghao, urged, Mother, you are well aware of Zhao's feelings. I genuinely fear that this may lead to some disgrace in the future. It would be better to sever this engagement promptly. You should inquire again with Jixio. He may not even have an interest in that girl from the Su family. At the entrance, Shen Yu, holding a bowl of bird's nest soup, was incensed. How could her mother consider ruining Su Jie's marriage simply because her elder brother was entangled with her? Although the engagement was under Chen Shi's name, her emotional connection with Chen Shi was shallow, while her bond with Madame Shen was profound. She had intended to bring the bird's nest soup to her grandmother, thinking she might be tired after a long morning, but was taken aback by Chen Shi's comments. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yu gently knocked on the door and entered. Holding the soup, she playfully pleaded with Madame Shen to visit the Fanjin Pavilion to see the jewelry, to which Madame Shen readily agreed. Once outside the residence, Shen Yu promptly boarded a carriage to the Su family. Su Qinghao had her taken to the outer courtyard study, and upon entering, Shen Yu exclaimed, Su Jie, I have significant news to discuss with you. Su Qinghao, upon hearing this, instructed Zhuangju to escort the fourth miss downstairs, saying, You may all leave now. The servants filed out, leaving only Su Qinghao and Shen Yu in the study. She personally poured a glass of water for Shen Yu and inquired, What is it? What significant news do you have? Yet, she already harbored her own suspicions. With righteous indignation, Shen Yu declared, Ever since my third uncle returned, these people have come alive with ambition. First, Princess Yongjia came, attempting to rekindle the engagement, but my grandmother managed to avert that. Just when Princess Yongjia left, my mother urged my grandmother to annul your betrothal with my third uncle. I believe my mother is doing this deliberately, claiming to fear that my elder brother's relationship with you might escalate. What is going on between you two? It is not my elder brother who is entangled in this matter. Shen Yu, parched and exasperated, lifted her teacup and drained it in one go. She continued, My third uncle has yet to express his stance, yet they all appear as if they can hardly wait. Since Princess Chaoyan is so fond of my third uncle, why is it that when he departs, her family remains silent? It is only when they see him alive that they regain their spirits. Su Qinghao gazed at Shen Yu with affectionate warmth, sensing the girl's frustration over her own predicament. Sister Yu, do not be upset. Even if the engagement were to be called off, it is of no consequence. The arrangement between my third uncle and me was merely a twist of fate. At that time, he was unaware. Should he wish to dissolve the engagement, I would understand. Su Qinghao was mentally prepared for a potential dissolution, as she had no desire to cling to the esteemed Shun Sanyi. However, Shen Yu countered, that is not acceptable. Once engaged, how can one simply withdraw? Moreover, in all of the capital, I see only you, Sister Su, as worthy of my third uncle. Su Qinghao chuckled heartily. You are only saying this because of your affection for me. Others may not share your sentiment. Yet, Shen Yu suddenly spoke in a conspiratorial tone. Yesterday at the Hugui Temple, I observed closely. After entering the room, my third uncle cast several glances in your direction. He seldom directs his gaze towards others. Upon his return home this evening, I must inquire about his thoughts. Sensing that Su Qinghao might worry, she comforted her. Rest assured, Sister Su. This marriage is not something my mother can simply call off. Even my grandmother cannot make that decision. Ultimately, it shall depend on my third uncle's wishes. Meanwhile, hidden beneath the eaves at the back of the study, Su Yihue was nestled in a corner, eavesdropping on their conversation. She had planned to meet a close friend, but had instead witnessed Shen Yu entering Su Qinghao's study, with the maid being sent away. Suspecting they were discussing something private, she quietly moved closer and indeed overheard their exchange. To her ears, Shen Yu's discourse indicated, the Shen family intends to dissolve the engagement. Within 3 days, Su Yihue, by her own efforts, had spread the news of the impending dissolution between the Su and Shun families throughout the capital. The Shun family, however, remained unresponsive, neither retracting the engagement nor clarifying the rumors. In contrast, Su Qinghao paid little heed to the matter, as food prices in the capital had skyrocketed to 15 taels of silver per stone, and the number of refugees was increasing. Both she and Lin Wuqing were completely occupied. Just as the Su family was engulfed in unease, the Marquis's residence welcomed the distinguished guest. In the main hall of the principal courtyard, the elderly matriarch of the Su family was enjoying tea with Princess Yongjia, pondering the reason for her visit. As the Su family had no previous dealings with the Wang family, Madam Matriarch, I have come to discuss a matter with you. Princess Yongjia said after exchanging a few pleasantries, getting straight to the point. The matriarch smiled politely. If the princess has matters to convey, please send someone to inform us. There is no need for you to come personally. With a gentle smile, Princess Yongjia replied, you may find it amusing, but I have taken a liking to one of the daughters of the Su family and wish to arrange a match for my fourth son. The fourth son she referred to is Li Yunzhou, the only illegitimate heir of the Wang family. Though born of lesser status, Princess Yongjia treated him as her own, regarding him no differently than her legitimate sons. Upon hearing this, the venerable matriarch's face lit up with joy. The princess inquired, which daughter from our esteemed family do you refer to? Presently, the only unmarried daughter from the first branch is the illegitimate Su Shanxi. Could it be that Princess Yongjia has taken a liking to the legitimate daughter of the second branch? If she has indeed set her sights on the legitimate daughter of the second branch, it would simplify matters considerably regarding the return of the second son to the capital. Then, Princess Yongjia declared, I have taken a fancy to your first branch's legitimate daughter, Miss Su Qinghao of the Su family. Chapter 57. A distinguished guest arrives. Madame Su was utterly astonished as she gazed at Princess Yongjia. However, she was already aware of the engagement between the Shun family and her own. With a sigh, Princess Yongjia spoke. I have come today with the intention of offering my apologies. The Shun family has decided to re-establish the engagement with our esteemed Duke of Shan. Yet they find it difficult to express this directly. I genuinely harbor affection for your eldest daughter, which has led me to contemplate an alliance with the Su family. I wonder, does Madame Su hold any reservations regarding our family? Madame Su was momentarily taken aback, struggling to regain her composure, and managed to force a smile as she replied, how could I harbor any disdain? It is merely that the Shan family has not approached us directly. Might that not be somewhat inappropriate? Princess Yongjia hastily clarified, Lord Shen has returned to the capital unexpectedly, and the Shen family is currently preoccupied with numerous matters, thus entrusting this to me. The Shen family has assured that the betrothal gifts need not be returned, regarding it as compensation to the Su family. Furthermore, concerning your second master's reassignment back to the capital, news will surely arrive in the next 2 months, accompanied by 2 promotions. Upon hearing these 2 conditions, Madame Su's thoughts were stirred, yet she still hesitated, saying, I cannot make this decision unilaterally. I must confer with my family. Perhaps I should send someone tomorrow to inform the princess? Princess Yongjia, however, wished to expedite matters and smiled. What will be difficult about this? Why not invite Duke Pingning to join us? We can address any concerns face to face. Rest assured, the betrothal gifts from our Duke of Shan will be quite substantial. I have also brought the documents regarding the annulment of the engagement, awaiting the Su family signature. Once both families have dissolved the engagement, my family shall come to propose marriage tomorrow. In resignation, Madame Su instructed Granny Yuan to summon the Duke. Meanwhile, in the outer courtyard study, Su Qinghao was also visited by 2 unexpected guests. Pearl entered to report that the 3rd young master wished to see her. Su Qinghao instructed her to bring him to the study, only to be surprised that Lin Wuqing was accompanied by another person. The newcomer, shrouded in a dark cloak and with his head bowed, removed his hat upon entering, revealing himself to be Master Shen. Mr. Shen, are you incognito? Su Qinghao inquired. Shen Jishio offered a wry smile. I apologize for the intrusion, Miss Su. Su Qinghao scrutinized him, remarking, how is it that after only a few days, you appear so haggard? Realizing her words might be overly familiar, she felt a twinge of embarrassment, as their relationship had not yet reached such intimacy. Before Shen Jishio could respond, Lin Wuqing teased, he hasn't slept well these past few days. If the grain prices do not stabilize soon, he may very well sacrifice himself for the country. Su Qinghao cast a doubtful glance between the 2. Are you quite familiar with each other? Lin Wuqing jested. Do not elevate me. This is none other than the esteemed Lord Shen. Shen Jishio shot Lin Wuqing a sidelong glance and explained to Su Qinghao indeed. We were acquainted previously, and we are considered old friends. Understanding dawned upon Su Qinghao. It appeared that the relationship between the Lin family and Shen Jishio was far more intricate than it appeared on the surface. No wonder there were those in her previous life who dared to act against the Lin family. Furthermore, her uncle had also spared no effort in assisting Shen Zhao in the past, perhaps not solely due to her. Su Qinghao invited them to take a seat and instructed her maid to serve tea. What could be the purpose of the 3rd master's visit? Surely, he did not come to annul the engagement in person. Upon realizing that he had come regarding grain prices, Su Qinghao teased him lightly. Shen Jishio, with a serene countenance, did not appear embarrassed or flushed. Rather, he earnestly stated, I am not here to annul the engagement. He further elaborated, the emperor has entrusted me with a task that requires me to lower the grain prices in the capital within 3 days by any means necessary. Su Qinghao was taken aback. 3 days? Grain from Jiangnan would take at least half a month to reach the capital, wouldn't it? The only way to lower the prices was to ensure a sufficient supply of grain entered the market. Shen Jishio nodded, acknowledging, it is too late for the grain from Jiangnan. The few grain merchants in the capital have limited stocks, and, collectively, they do not possess enough to make a significant impact. Su Qinghao cast a mysterious glance at Lin Wuqiang, realizing that her cousin had likely divulged their family's circumstances to Shen Jishio. The intent behind Shen Jishio's visit was apparent. He hoped she would release their stored grain to alleviate the capital's urgent predicament. To the Lin family, Shen Jishio represented a crucial ally whom they could not afford to disregard. With her head bowed in contemplation for a moment, Su Qinghao inquired, can the 3rd master guarantee that the grain will not be taken away by merchants? Once prices drop, merchants would swiftly acquire grain for resale in other provinces, turning the capital into a wholesale center for grain in northern Jili. The limited amount of grain in her possession would barely suffice to lower the prices in the capital, and if released into the broader northern Jili market, it would scarcely make a ripple. Shen Jishio replied solemnly, I have considered this. I will station guards at all 4 city gates of the capital to ensure that not a single grain is allowed to leave. The capital is the emperor's domain, and with the current chaos, it is important to maintain his dignity. I'm only responsible for the capital. Other regions are beyond my jurisdiction. In truth, lowering grain prices in the capital was the most challenging task due to its large population and the influx of refugees. Although he was a minister in the cabinet, he could not conjure up grain out of thin air. Elder Su was well aware of the difficulties and had purposely shifted the responsibility onto him. Su Qinghao, her slender fingers tapping thoughtfully on the table, eventually asked, "What is the highest price you can accept for grain on the market?" After a moment's reflection, Shun Jishio replied, 1 tael and 5 cash of silver. Su Qinghao shook her head. "That is impossible. This batch of grain was purchased at a high price at the end of the year, and the cost is considerable. Then what price do you propose?" Shun Jishio's lips curled into a slight smile. After calculating in her mind, Su Qinghao stated 2 taels of silver per stone. "We can coordinate with several grain merchants in the capital to establish a unified price. We will retain only a small quantity for disaster relief and porridge distribution, while the remainder can be released into the market." Without hesitation, Shun Jishio responded, "Agreed. Let us proceed at your proposed price." The three exchanged smiles, and the matter was settled. Lin Wuchan glanced at Shun Jishio and remarked, "Having assisted with such a significant task, shouldn't the Elder Shen treat us to a meal?" Shun Jishio chuckled, "You are quite easy to please. I shall remember this favor. In the future, should the Lin family or Miss Su require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Su Qinghao thought to herself, perhaps it would be better to call off the engagement altogether. Before I could decide whether to mention it, a knock echoed from outside the study. Moments later, Jade hurriedly entered. "Miss, Princess Yongjia has brought the letter of annulment from the Shen family, stating the cancellation of your engagement with Master Shen-san, as she intends to betroth herself to the 4th young master of the Li family. Currently, both the Marquis and the old madam have already consented and are in the process of signing the annulment document." Lin Wuchen frowned and stood up, casting a glance at Shun Jishio. "Is the elder Shen truly so adept at securing advantages for our family, while simultaneously humiliating my cousin? You are indeed remarkable, having already arranged a new match for my cousin." Chapter 58. Have I been betrothed to my unmarried bride? Upon hearing the words, Shun Jishio spoke in a deep voice, "I am unaware of this matter. Where is she? Lead the way." Lin Wuchen glanced at Shun Jishio's grim expression, feeling a flicker of doubt. Could it be that he truly had no knowledge of this? The three of them proceeded to the main hall of the outer courtyard, not far away. Even from a distance, the sounds of cordial exchanges wafted out from within. "Old Madam, Lord Su, from now on we shall be one family. Your Highness, we are honored to form a union with the House of the Kind Prince. It is indeed a great elevation for our Su family." Shun Jishio strode into the main hall, casting a cold glance over the gathered company, finally resting his gaze upon Su Qinghao. "The Su family has formed a connection with the House of the Kind Prince. Which young lady has been betrothed?" Upon Shun Jishio's sudden entrance, Princess Yongjia, Su Qinghao, and the old matron were momentarily taken aback. Su Qinghao promptly offered his respects. "Lord Shun, what brings you here?" The princess, intent on marrying her daughter to Shun Jishio, adopted an exceptionally gentle demeanor. "Lord Shun, how is it that you find yourself so leisurely today?" Shun Jishio returned a respectful gesture to Princess Yongjia and the old matron, then remarked, "Lord Su has yet to respond to my inquiry." At that moment, Su Qinghao and Lin Wuchen also entered, silently positioning themselves to observe the unfolding situation. Realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed, Princess Yongjia stepped forward to clarify, "Lord Shun, I have come to propose a marriage between the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Qinghao, and the 4th young master of the Li family, Li Yunzhou." Upon hearing the name Li Yunzhou, Su Qinghao instinctively furrowed her brow. As an illegitimate son of the House of the Kind Prince, Li Yunzhou had once been the envy of many, for his stepmother, Princess Yongjia, treated him as her own. However, in a past life, it was Li Yunzhou and Song Hong Shun, a scion of the loyal and righteous Marquis, who achieved great merit together, jointly eradicating the Liao kingdom that had long occupied the northeast of the Great Zhou. Upon returning to the capital, Song Hong Shun's first action was to divorce Su Yihui, who had been entangled in an affair with Su Liangping, while Li Yunzhou, upon his return, declared a complete severance of relations with the House of the Kind Prince on the day of his title's bestowal. It was then that the people of the capital realized that Princess Yongjia's kindness towards her illegitimate son was merely a fade. In truth, Li Yinzhou had endured bullying and maltreatment within the household. The current emperor, enraged, severely punished both the kind prince and Princess Yongjia. While granting Li Yinzhou a residence of his own, Su Qinghau's eyes narrowed slightly. Was Princess Yongjia attempting to bring her back to the estate for further torment? Shen Jishio inquired in a solemn tone. Has Lord Su consented to this? Su Qinghao instinctively nodded in agreement. Shen Jishio's demeanor remained inscrutable, revealing no overt signs of elation or anger. However, his next question sent a chill of dread coursing through Su Qinghao. Has Lord Su truly betrothed my unwed bride? Su Qinghao hastily produced the signed annulment document, cautiously extending it to Shen Jishio. Lord Shen, please take a look. This is the annulment document sent by the Shen family. Shen Jishio took it, opened it with a glance, and a wave of cold swept over him. Indeed, the seal of the Shen family was present, and it had been duly signed by the Su family as well. Legally, this annulment document was now in effect. He turned to Princess Yongjia and asked, was this annulment document sent by you, Your Highness? Has the engagement with the fourth young master been settled immediately following the annulment? Shen Jishio's gaze seemed capable of penetrating the depths of the human heart, causing Princess Yongjia to instinctively avert her eyes. After a brief, awkward chuckle, she remarked, the matter of breaking off the engagement is entrusted to me. As for the betrothal, there is no rush. With that, Princess Yongjia excused herself, claiming to have other matters to attend to. Shen Jishio collected the engagement dissolution document and, after a moment's contemplation, stated, I must return to verify its authenticity. Let today's affairs conclude here. With that, he turned and made his way outside. As he passed by Lin Wuchen, Shen Jishio whispered, give me 2 days. I shall provide you with an explanation. This was directed both at Lin Wuchen and Su Qinghao. Shen Jishio returned directly to his residence, and upon entering, the first order of business was to summon all family members. Present were the matriarch, Madame Shen, the eldest son, Shen Jiheng, the first wife, Madame Chen, the second son, Shen Jishu, and the second wife, Madame Yang. Once the 6 of them were seated according to age, Shen Jishio presented the engagement dissolution document to Madame Shen, inquiring, Mother, is this your intention? Madame Shen opened the document, and her expression immediately shifted. With a piercing gaze, she directed her attention toward Madame Chen, eldest daughter-in-law. This is your doing, isn't it? How calculating of you to dare engage in such matters. As she spoke, she flung the document aside. Shen Jiheng, taken aback, reprimanded Madame Chen. Such a significant matter, and you did not consult Mother or Jishio. Meanwhile, Madame Yang, sitting nearby, glanced at the document yet remained silent, her eyes gleaming with a hidden excitement. Madame Chen stammered, Princess Yongjia approached me several times. I found it difficult to refuse. Moreover, that Su Qinghao is simply not a suitable match for Jishio. Shen Jishio furrowed his brow, feeling it inappropriate to chastise his elder sister-in-law directly. So he turned to the matriarch. Madame Shen, infuriated, struck the wooden table with force, declaring, whether or not she is a suitable match for Jishio is not for you to decide. What business do you have meddling in the affairs of your younger brother when you have yet to properly manage your own children? Have I been too lenient with you in recent years? From today, let the second daughter-in-law oversee the household duties. Madame Yang's expression brightened, though she maintained a facade of composure, replying, Yes, Mother, I shall not disappoint your expectations. The matriarch then cast a cold glance at the others, speaking sternly. Do not think I am unaware of your convoluted thoughts. All of you, remain quiet. Should anyone disturb the peace of this household, I shall not let it rest. She then instructed, You may all leave. Jishio, stay. Once the room was left with just the 2 of them, Madame Shen turned to Shen Jishio and inquired, What are your thoughts on this matter? The engagement is effectively terminated. Do you intend to pursue a connection with the Duke of Shan, or shall you consider other young ladies? Shen Jishio tapped his fingers lightly on the table and replied softly, The engagement may be dissolved, yet it is possible to renew the proposal and establish a new betrothal. Madame Shen looked at him in surprise. Did this imply he held an interest in Su Qinghao? Previously, he had always expressed reluctance when discussing marriage. His casual remarks about the Duke of Shan's proposal seemed insincere, but now, his earnestness about renewing the proposal was indeed unexpected. Madame Shen's face blossomed with a smile. Since this is your desire, I shall personally visit the Su family tomorrow to finalize this matter. Suddenly, Shen Jixio recalled the indifferent expression on Su Qinghao's face when she learned of the Shen family's intention to break off the engagement. He interjected, "Mother, perhaps it would be prudent to delay your visit until tomorrow. I wish to inquire further with her. It is essential that she consents willingly." The old matriarch cast a shrewd glance at Shen Jixio and inquired, "And what if she refuses?" Without hesitation, Shen Jixio replied, "If she declines, then so be it. Marriage is not a matter to be forced." If there is anyone who understands Shen Jixio, it would undoubtedly be Madame Shen. She looked at him meaningfully and remarked, "Then you must hasten to ask her and provide me with a definitive answer." Regardless of Shen Jixio's sentiments, the engagement annulment between the Shen and Su families had already become a reality. Within the span of a day, this news spread throughout the capital. Su Qinghao felt a significant weight lift from her heart, as she had been focused on managing her shop and collaborating with other grain merchants to drive down prices. In just 2 days, the grain prices in the capital plummeted to 2 taels of silver per stone. As Shen Jixio had predicted, not a single grain could be transported out of the 4 gates of the city. With the sudden drop in grain prices, the common folk ceased their panic buying, their faces reflecting a joyous relief from the calamity. One day, Su Qinghao took Su Shanxi to the shop, intending to teach her how to engage with the shopkeepers. As noon approached, Su Shanxi tugged at Su Qinghao's hand and asked, "Elder sister, everyone says the pork knuckle at Rui Lu is delicious. Have you tried it?" Su Qinghao chuckled heartily, pinching Su Shanxi's cheek as she replied, "Elder sister has not yet tasted it. How about we go and sample it together this noon?" In the elegant private room on the 2nd floor of Rui Lu, Su Qinghao ordered all the signature dishes. Just as the waiter brought the dishes, someone entered behind him. "Qinghao, what a coincidence." Chapter 59. A ruthless beating in a bright and elegant private room. Su Qinghao sat by the window, where a waiter had just delivered tea and fruit. Su Shuni sat opposite her, savoring a crisp pear from Shijiang. The moment Shen Zhao entered and spoke, Su Qinghao's cheerful demeanor vanished without a trace. She cast a glance at the waiter, questioning how anyone could be allowed to disturb a guest's meal in their establishment. Startled, the waiter quickly retreated. After all, it was not within his power to obstruct the young master of the Shen family. Leaning against the doorframe, Shen Zhao crossed his arms, surveying Su Qinghao with a sly gaze. "Your engagement with my third uncle has been annulled. Why not marry me instead as a legitimate wife?" Without raising her eyes, Su Qinghao replied coldly, "How could I, a mere mortal, be worthy of a man like you, who speaks nothing but deceit and embodies treachery? I shall not aspire to the likes of you, but you and my cousin would indeed make a perfect match." After enduring a barrage of insults from Su Qinghao, Shen Zhao's expression darkened further. With a scoff, he retorted, "Do you truly believe you can still secure a suitable marriage? No one in the capital would dare to wed someone rejected twice by the Shen family." Having repeatedly lowered himself without eliciting a smile in return, Shen Zhao's patience was wearing thin. Su Qinghao, sensing an opportunity, remarked with a hint of a smile, "Did you not arrange a suitable match for me? The princess of Shan County has only recently gone to court for a proposal." Shen Zhao, amused by the notion, responded with a hint of sarcasm. "Princess Yongjia has no intention of marrying you. She merely seeks to coax you into withdrawing your engagement, thereby facilitating the marriage of Princess Chaoyan to my third uncle." Understanding the implications, Su Qinghao realized her suspicions were correct. Shen Zhao continued, "Your best option now is to marry me, where you may still have a chance at being a legitimate wife." Yet, Su Qinghao wished to end the conversation and turned to Fei Zui and Ma Nao, commanding, "Please escort the young master of the Shen family out." The emphasis on her request was unmistakable. Fei Zui and Ma Nao, having long found Shen Zhao insufferable, were eager to act. Seeing Su Qinghao's intent to dismiss him, Shen Zhao suddenly stepped forward. "One day, you will find yourself on your knees, begging to marry me. Although only 13, Su Qinghao was perceptive enough to understand the situation. Noticing the man approaching her sister, she instinctively stood and threw herself in front of Shen Zhao. Leave my sister alone. Irritated, Shen Zhao, confronted by an unknown girl, kicked out in frustration. In a swift exchange, Fei Zue and Ma Nao were unable to intervene in time. Su Qinghao cried out as she was sent crashing against the wall, then fell heavily to the ground. Su Qinghao gasped in horror, rushing to her sister's side and kneeling beside her. Fourth sister, are you all right? Gently cradling Su Qinghao, she turned to Fei Zue and Ma Nao, her voice cold and commanding. Strike back, hit him until he's utterly defeated. Filled with righteous fury, Fei Zue and Ma Nao were resolute, knowing that should anything happen to the fourth young lady under their watch, they would bear the grave consequences. Su Qinghao closed her eyes, instinctively clutching her abdomen as waves of pain coursed through her, causing beads of cold sweat to form at her temples. Su Qinghao gently embraced her, her eyes brimming with tears as she comforted, Sister, I shall take you to see a doctor at once. She turned to glance towards the door of the private room, where Fei Zue and Ma Nao were entangled with Shen Zhao and the servants of the Shen family. Not daring to delay further, Su Qinghao hoisted Su Qinghao into her arms, intent on seeking medical assistance. However, before they could exit the room, a contingent of officers from the Wuqing patrol entered. Who was causing a disturbance here? The leader, a man in his 20s clad in armor, surveyed the scene. At that moment, Shen Zhao had been rendered unable to stand by the blows of Fei Zue and Ma Nao, and only after a struggle did a servant manage to assist him to his feet. Arrest these individuals. Shen Zhao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke darkly. The young officer, evidently recognizing Shen Zhao, approached obsequiously. It is the esteemed young Master Shen. What has transpired here? Shen Zhao spat, blood splattering forth. These ruffians have assaulted me. What do you propose to do about it? The young officer quickly replied, Who would dare strike young Master Shen? Rest assured, I shall apprehend them immediately. Su Qinghao furrowed her brows at the officer. Is this how you conduct your duties? Arresting individuals without understanding the situation? My sister has been gravely injured by him, and I must take her for treatment. With that, she attempted to push past. Yet, the soldiers barred her way, the young officer sneering, You think you can leave after attacking young Master Shen? Seize them. As the soldiers advanced to apprehend Su Qinghao, she stepped back, shielding Su Qinghao in her arms. Fei Zue and Ma Nao firmly stood guard in front of her. Su Qinghao glanced down at her sister and addressed the officer. I am the eldest daughter of the Pingning Marquis Su family. My sister is gravely injured, and I must take her to seek medical care. If you wish to pursue this matter, I can accompany young Master Shen to the criminal department later. Now step aside. Her final words carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing her connection to the noble family, the young officer hesitated. He looked to Shen Zhao, young Master Shen. Should we not allow them to see a doctor? Shen Zhao coldly retorted, See a doctor? I have yet to receive treatment myself after this assault. Arrest them. If the Su family raises a fuss, the Shen family will bear the responsibility. No sooner had Shen Zhao spoken than a chilling voice emerged from the crowd. I was unaware you had the authority to represent the Shen family. The young officer and the surrounding soldiers promptly knelt, exclaiming, We pay our respects to Lord Shen. Shen Zhixiu, draped in a gray fur cloak, bore a stern countenance. Lin Wuchen, standing behind him, quickly advanced a few steps, reaching Su Qinghao's side. What has transpired here? How has it come to this? Su Qinghao coldly explained, Shen Zhao kicked my fourth sister, and I am urgently trying to take her to a doctor. These officers are bullying us, demanding our arrest without inquiry. Noticing Shen Zhixiu's arrival, Shen Zhao instinctively shrank back. Upon hearing Su Qinghao's words, he felt compelled to defend himself. My kicking your sister was an unintentional mishap, whereas your actions against me were deliberate. Can they be equated? Su Qinghao, filled with rage, could not help but laugh mockingly. Indeed, young Master Shen was remarkably erudite, adept at twisting right and wrong. Lin Wuchen, having grasped the entirety of the situation, wore a solemn expression. Qinghao, I shall take fourth sister to see a doctor. You remain here to handle the subsequent matters with young Master Shen. Given the circumstances, It appeared that Su Qinghao would be unable to depart anytime soon, yet the child's well-being could not be delayed. Su Qinghao candid over Su Qinghao, instructing her, "You and cousin Shen must go together, and should anything arise, return to me immediately." Grasping Su Qinghao, Fei Zue hurriedly departed with Lin Wuchen. Before leaving, Lin Wuchen cast a meaningful glance at Shen Jishio, but refrained from uttering a word. The officials remained kneeling on the ground, and Shen Jishio pulled up a chair to sit, gesturing for Su Qinghao to join him. Su Qinghao, unperturbed, casually drew a chair and took a seat. "Are you the city patrol commander of the military governor's office?" Shen Jishio inquired of the officer kneeling at the forefront. The man replied, "I am Wang Zhen, the commander of the Western City Military Governor's Office." Shen Jishio turned to Wenju and stated, "Inform Lord Zhongyi that Shen Zhao has interfered with the operations of the five cities Military Governor's Office. I request that he handle this matter impartially. As for his subordinates, let him decide their fate." Wang Zhen, despondently kneeling, realized his career was effectively at an end. Upon hearing that he was to be charged, Shen Zhao also knelt, pleading, "Third uncle, this is merely a scuffle. If one must be imprisoned, should we not be confined together? If I am to be incarcerated, she must be imprisoned alongside me." Chapter 60. Are you willing to marry as scheduled? After hearing his words, Shen Jishio closed his eyes for a moment. Upon reopening them, a chill resided within his gaze. His voice, when he finally spoke, was frigid. "Shen Zhao, during my absence, you have turned our home upside down. I have been preoccupied with disaster relief and have had no time to address your mischief. Yet you remain unrestrained and increasingly audacious. Since you do not wish to visit the military jail, so be it." Surprise flickered across Shen Zhao's face, and he thought to himself that his uncle still cared for him. However, Shen Jishio continued, considering what transpired at the Hugui Temple last time, coupled with today's events. "Wenju, instruct someone to escort the young master home and administer 50 lashes, no leniency allowed." Su Qinghao raised an eyebrow, wondering if 50 lashes might take half his life. Shen Zhao, bewildered, knelt and pleaded for mercy. "Uncle, I understand my mistakes. Please spare me." Wenju exited to summon a few individuals, relaying the instructions. In no time, personnel from the military jail arrived and took Shen Zhao away. With matters to discuss with Su Qinghao, Shen Jishio commanded, "Everyone leave." After a brief glance at Su Qinghao and receiving a slight nod, Mou stepped out alongside Wenju. Although Su Qinghao was preoccupied with thoughts of Su Xuanxi, she sensed that Shen Jishio had something to convey. After a moment's contemplation, she surmised what he intended to say and took the initiative to speak. "The betrothal gift will be returned tomorrow. Are you willing to marry as scheduled?" They spoke almost in unison. Su Qinghao was taken aback. She had assumed he was here to conclude this matter, fearing he might be too embarrassed to voice it. She broached the subject of the betrothal gift to bring closure. Given the numerous entanglements between her and Shen Zhao before him, she speculated that he might also wish to annul the engagement. So what did his current stance mean? Marry as scheduled? Su Qinghao found herself momentarily at a loss. "We have already annulled the engagement. It cannot proceed as planned, can it?" she asked softly. Shen Jishio remained silent for a moment, and after a while, he replied, "An annulment can still be reversed. Moreover, the document of annulment was forged and holds no validity." If he was not mistaken, when Su Qinghao mentioned the annulment, her tone had been notably cheerful, which caused an involuntary heaviness in Shen Jishio's heart. His words remained gentle and composed, yet Su Qinghao could easily detect the underlying frostiness. He was angry. Although he appeared unchanged, she could sense his ire. She was puzzled. Was it due to her entanglement with Shen Zhao? But why should he be angry? The turmoil was instigated by the Shen family. Whether it held validity was not solely for Third Master to decide. The annulment document bore the Shen family seal. If it was a forgery, it merely indicated Third Master's lax governance. You have seen it for yourself. The eldest son of the Shen family has persistently pursued me. If I were to marry into the Shen family, I fear the household would be in disarray. At that point, while you protect your own offspring, would the blame not fall upon me? Her tone was equally frigid, offering Shen Jishio no quarter. In truth, from the moment Shen Jishio returned to the capital, She had been contemplating this issue. The discord between her and Shen Zhao has reached such a point that she is no longer suited to marry into the Shen family. Over time, rumors will inevitably circulate, leading to rifts between husband and wife, making it difficult for them to live harmoniously. What is more crucial is that she is utterly unprepared to wed a living man. In her prior musings about her later life, there was no mention of Shen Zhixiu, nor of any man at all. When Shen Zhixiu uttered the two words, "I won't," Su Qinghao was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him in confusion. Shen Zhixiu continued, "I will handle this matter. You need not worry excessively. The engagement that was previously arranged cannot be altered hastily. Do you have any other reasons for wishing to withdraw from the engagement?" Observing his seriousness, Su Qinghao responded earnestly, "I once believed you were dead, and I had prepared myself to marry a corpse. However, your sudden revival has left me somewhat disoriented." Shen Zhixiu was left speechless. Did she truly believe that his death was preferable to his life? Or was it that her earlier agreement to marry the deceased Shen San was genuinely motivated by Shen Zhao? In her anger, she sought to annul the engagement with Shen Zhao, yet out of reluctance, she desired to enter the Shen family. It appeared that wedding the deceased Shen San indeed was the most suitable choice. This realization sent a chill coursing through Shen Zhixiu's heart. He recalled his earlier conversation with the old matriarch of the Shen family, where she had stated that if Su Qinghao was unwilling, it would be best to let it go. Such matters should not be forced. Thus, he contemplated dismissing the marriage altogether. Yet when he spoke again, he suggested that both life and death had their respective advantages and disadvantages. He jested, "Surely, my existence cannot be devoid of benefits?" Ultimately, he found himself unable to voice that particular sentiment. Su Qinghao felt her lips twitch involuntarily. It seemed as if she wished for his demise. Nonetheless, his words reverberated within her heart. Given the influence of the Su family, they would not permit her to remain unmarried indefinitely. Shen Zhao had once pointed out that a person who has been rejected twice by the Shen family would find no suitor among the prominent families in the capital. The Su family would likely seek a more pragmatic solution, marrying her off to a merchant or to serve as a secondary wife, aiming to maximize their benefits. Rather than engaging in a protracted struggle regarding her marital prospects, it would be wiser to marry Shen Zhixiu, for she did not harbor any aversion towards him. Furthermore, she was quite familiar with the Shen family, and the old matriarch was known for her benevolence. Shen Zhixiu's energies were directed towards the court, and all she needed to do was maintain mutual respect and fulfill her role as a competent third wife of the Shen family. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Qinghao's mind became considerably clearer. As she contemplated whether there were additional aspects to consider, she turned her gaze towards the window, only to furrow her brow suddenly. Rising from her seat, she leaned closer to the window. Outside, she noticed two individuals boarding a carriage, Gu Riyun and Zhou Buren, the owner of the Zhou Trading Company. Were they sharing a carriage? Watching them depart in the carriage, Su Qinghao called out sternly, "Mao Now, go downstairs and follow that green-draped carriage. It carries my cousin and Zhou Buren. Find out where they are headed and what they are doing." Shen Zhixiu, upon witnessing this, raised his voice, "Wenju, you go personally." She then said to Su Qinghao, "It would be best for your maid to remain here to attend to you, as Wenju is quite capable." Su Qinghao could only nod in gratitude, pondering whether to wait for Wenju's return or to visit Su Qinghao first. "Miss, the fourth miss is no longer in danger," suddenly interjected Agate from outside the door. "The second young master has sent someone to assure you not to worry. She has merely sustained some superficial injuries." Su Qinghao let out a sigh of relief. It was a comfort that her younger sister was safe. The waiter gradually brought the dishes to the table, and the enticing aroma of the braised pork knuckle stirred her appetite. She reached out to take a piece of the meat and placed it in her mouth, her lips glistening with a sheen of grease. After savoring the morsel, she recalled that she had not yet concluded her discussion regarding Shen Zhixiu. "Then we should take a moment to inform both families. The marriage is to proceed as planned." Shen Zhixiu was taken aback. Did this imply her consent? Chapter 61. Does he like you? Very well. I shall choose a day to send forth the betrothal gifts. Shen Zhixiu spoke with his customary gentleness, a faint smile gracing his lips. Su Qinghao waved her hand dismissively. We have already exchanged betrothal gifts. What more is there to do? However, Shen Jishio recalled the rumors circulating in the capital over the past few days and replied softly, I will handle these matters appropriately. Believing they had reached a mutual understanding, Su Qinghao inquired, Are you finished? May I eat now? After a morning of turmoil and a skirmish, her hunger was genuine. Shen Jishio gestured for her to eat, while he merely sipped a cup of tea, barely touching his chopsticks. Today, Su Qinghao had ordered an array of signature meat dishes. Glancing at the table, Shen Jishio rose and approached the door of the private room, instructing, Please stir-fry some lotus root and prepare a spinach dish. Before long, the waiter brought forth the 2 vegetarian dishes. Yet, Su Qinghao did not even lift her eyelids, wholly engrossed in battling the pork knuckle before her. In the capital, it seemed she alone could indulge in such greasy delights while seated opposite the esteemed Third Master Shen. Noticing her struggle, Shen Jishio placed a portion of lotus root on her plate, saying, Do have some vegetables. Su Qinghao pouted, wiping the corners of her mouth with a silk handkerchief, and retorted, In my effort to observe mourning for you, I have already subsisted on vegetarian fare for 2 months. What? Is the Shen family unable to afford me meat? Shen Jishio paused momentarily, his chopsticks hovering over the spinach. Mourning. Is that a requirement of the Shen family? Su Qinghao shook her head. Not exactly. But once the engagement is established, certain customs must be observed. Shen Jishio withdrew his chopsticks from the spinach dish and served her a chicken leg instead, then inquired, What else is required for mourning? Su Qinghao began to enumerate on her fingers. One must refrain from wearing bright clothing, avoid gaudy jewelry, and not apply heavy makeup. Shen Jishio recalled the day at the Hugwa Temple, where she had diligently copied scriptures, prepared delicacies, and conducted a ritual for his repose. A swell of emotion stirred within him. She likely observed mourning with more sincerity than most of the Shen family. That truly is a burden you bear, Shen Jishio remarked with a hint of a smile. When Wenju returned, Su Qinghao had nearly finished her meal. Third Master, Miss Su. I followed them to a residence in the eastern part of the city, Wenju reported, his expression slightly flushed. They. Wenju hesitated, his face betraying embarrassment. Su Qinghao looked at Wenju in confusion. Is it that you found nothing substantial that you feel shy? Just tell me what you observed, Su Qinghao urged. Wenju's face reddened further, as he thought to himself that what he had seen was indeed difficult to articulate. Shen Jishio furrowed his brows, directing his gaze at Wenju. What is the matter? Speak candidly. Unable to evade the inquiry, Wenju steeled himself and said, Once they entered the residence, they became affectionate. It appears this is not their first encounter, but rather a relationship they have maintained for many years. Su Qinghao was taken aback. Gu Riyun and Zhou Buren are involved in such a relationship? What did they say? Su Qinghao pressed further. Having served alongside Shen Jishio for many years, Wenju had witnessed more explosive situations than this one. However, to speak of such matters in the presence of a young lady, he found himself at a loss for words. Prior to speaking, he had anticipated that Miss Su would blush and lower her gaze, too shy to utter a sound. As Su Qinghao pressed for answers, Wenju continued, Aside from a few intimate remarks, not much else was said. The lady mentioned that their son could recite poetry. Suddenly, Su Qinghao sprang to her feet, exclaiming, Did I hear you correctly? She referred to our son? Wenju nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is precisely what was said. Shen Jishio turned to Su Qinghao, gently inquiring, What is the matter? Is something amiss? Su Qinghao's mind was in disarray. Just the previous morning at Songha Hall, she had heard Su Yizhe recite a poem for the old matriarch, who appeared overjoyed. Could it be that Su Yizhe was the son of that Mr. Zhou? And what status did this Mr. Zhou hold? Shen Jishio gestured for Wenju to leave, then rose to guide Su Qinghao back to her seat. Pouring her a cup of warm tea, in a soft, soothing tone, he asked, You referred to that woman as your maternal aunt. She is the biological mother of Shun Zhao's concubine, the newly elevated wife of the Pingning Marquis. His voice was gentle and rich, which inexplicably calmed Su Qinghao's anxious demeanor. She lifted the roux kiln teacup from the table and took a sip before slowly responding. That woman was previously residing in our home as my maternal aunt. She's my grandmother's niece. The man is the proprietor of the Zhou family business in the city, who recently partnered with the Su family in grain sales. Su Qinghao briefly recounted the previous dealings with the Zhou grain business, mentioning that the child was actually born to Guruyan. She refrained from disclosing that she possessed knowledge from a previous life, merely stating that she had heard it from Guruyan's maid. Zhou, Shen Zhishio murmured. The case involving the Cheng family was handled by my mentor, Elder Chun. I personally organized the documents later, and I recall that the steward of the Cheng family bore the surname Zhou. Given the circumstances at the time, this individual should have been exiled as well. However, he leveraged connections and spent a considerable amount of silver. Being a minor accomplice, my teacher chose to turn a blind eye. Do not rush. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly upon our return. Su Qinghao wished not to trouble him further, replying, I have already asked my cousin to assist in the investigation, so there is no need for your involvement. Yet Shen Zhishio insisted, the intricacies involved are beyond the capacity of those outside the official sphere to unravel. Even if you enlist Wuchen, he will ultimately need to seek my assistance. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghao ceased her pleasantries. If he were willing to help, it might yield unexpected revelations. After leaving Rui Building, Su Qinghao made her way to the back courtyard of Lin's trading company to fetch Su Xuanyi. When she arrived, Fei Zue was inside attending to Su Xuanyi, while Lin Wuchen awaited outside. Su Qinghao stepped in to check on Su Xuanyi, who was still asleep and had already received medication. Fei Zue spoke softly. She had porridge for lunch and took her medicine. She is much better now. We shall return home once she awakens. After giving Fei Zue her instructions, Su Qinghao exited to converse with Lin Wuchen. Thank you, cousin, for looking after my fourth sister. I heard that all the porridge stalls have been moved outside the city, starting today. Su Qinghao poured herself a cup of warm water and inquired. Lin Wuchen replied, indeed. It was an order issued by Shen Zhishio. Now, with the added burden of disaster relief in the capital and its surrounding areas, it all rests upon his shoulders. How has he dealt with Shen Zhao? Lin Wuchen suddenly inquired, his tone somewhat harsh and laced with anger. Su Qinghao did not hold back, detailing Shen Zhishio's stance and his intention to proceed with the marriage as planned. Lin Wuchen's gaze flickered slightly as he remarked, he took the initiative to mention marriage? How curious. Does he harbor feelings for you? Chapter 62. Who would dare propose? Su Qinghao was momentarily taken aback and responded, that is impossible. Her relationship with Shen Zhishio was far removed from anything resembling affection. Lin Wuchen continued to tease, then why did he take the initiative to propose marriage to you? This is quite uncharacteristic of him. Su Qinghao was left in a daze by Lin Wuchen's inquiry. Why would he wish to marry her? Suddenly, a thought struck her, one she had previously overlooked. Recently, it had been rumored in the capital that Master Shen had miraculously survived a fall from the valley, truly a stroke of great fortune. It was also said that he had recuperated for 2 months at his estate before returning to the capital. Yet, on the day of the Shen family funeral, she had distinctly encountered him in the study, where he appeared to be perfectly well. Thus, a vague suspicion began to form in Su Qinghao's mind. Was Shen Zhishio concerned that she might reveal the truth of his feigned death? Lost in thought, Emerald emerged from the inner chamber. Miss, the fourth miss has awakened. Shall we return to the residence now? Su Qinghao nodded, instructing, help the fourth miss get dressed. Afterward, she reminded Lin Wuchen, currently, various families are distributing kanji outside the city. We must be vigilant about safety. I have an idea. You should inform Master Shen. Su Qinghao spoke with Lin Wuchen for a full quarter of an hour before Emerald reappeared with Su Xuanyi. Su Qinghao approached and gently touched Su Xuanyi's face, inquiring, does it still hurt? Su Xuanyi shook her head. It no longer hurts. Eldest sister, do not worry. Suddenly, Su Qinghao stepped back, noticing the new emerald green embroidered dress adorned with lotus petals that Su Xuanyi was wearing. This attire? Lin Wuchen explained. Her previous one was soiled, so I purchased this from a ready-made clothing shop. Su Qinghao smiled in gratitude. You are truly considerate, third cousin. Thank you so much. Su Xuanyi also stepped forward to express her thanks, calling him third cousin. Before they departed, Lin Wuchen added to Su Qinghao. The number of refugees outside the city has increased. Should we not bring our aunt back? If anything were to happen at the estate, we would be unable to assist. Su Qinghao was suddenly alarmed. She had neglected this matter. In her previous life, The refugees had been within the city, where it was relatively safer. Now, with the refugees encamped outside, the potential for unrest was high. Third young master, there has been a disturbance among the refugees outside the city, but the authorities have already suppressed it, a servant reported. Su Qinghao immediately grew anxious. I shall go retrieve my mother at once. Lin Wuchen stopped her, saying, You take the fourth miss home. I will go fetch our aunt. After a moment's consideration, Su Qinghao agreed. She then led Su Qinghao to the carriage. You have endured much today. Rest for a couple of days when we return and take some more medicine. Su Qinghao consoled, wrapping her arm around Su Qinghao shoulder. Su Qinghao looked up and smiled at her, two dimples appearing on her cheeks. It no longer hurts. It was just that kick that stung. Recalling Shun Zhao's kick, a surge of resentment welled up within Su Qinghao. She reassured Su Qinghao. He received 50 lashes. That should serve as some retribution for you. One day, I shall personally avenge you. Su Qinghao gazed at Su Qinghao, noticing the sudden chill in her expression, which inexplicably caused her heart to ache. She blinked a few times and gently touched Su Qinghao's face, saying, Eldest sister, there is no need for revenge, and do not be angry. Su Qinghao gently patted her shoulder, assuring her that the elder sister was not upset. After the two sisters returned home, Su Qinghao went to rest with concubine Lian, while Su Qinghao instructed the servants of ZY Courtyard to tidy the house once more. An hour later, Lin Wuching safely brought Lin Shi back. Lin Shi, now over 3 months pregnant, had a slightly rounded abdomen, and her complexion was noticeably better than when she was at the Marquis's residence. Su Qinghao busied herself by ordering additional dishes from the kitchen and assisting Lin Shi with her personal care and clothing changes. The mother and daughter scarcely exchanged formal words before proceeding to pay their respects to the matriarch. Su Qinghao only managed to briefly explain the matter of Gu Riyun being elevated to the status of a legitimate wife, fearing that Lin Shi might be distressed. To her surprise, Lin Shi was only momentarily taken aback before she resumed her grooming and changing of clothes, showing no signs of anger whatsoever. She merely remarked, Whether he takes a concubine or elevates a legitimate wife, it is not worth my ire. Su Qinghao felt a profound sadness. How bitter must the mother's heart be? Witnessing the young couple reach such a point, upon hearing of Lin Shi's return, the matriarch specifically ordered that dinner be served in Songa Hall today, at the dining table. As Su Qinghao gazed at Gu Riyun, she recalled what Wenju had said earlier that day. Lady Yun had recently endured 10 lashes. How could she have recovered so swiftly? Gu Riyun replied with a forced smile, I am quite resilient. I am not so delicate. After a moment's thought, she added with a smile, Since the engagement between the eldest lady and Master Shen has been called off, should we not seek other suitable families? Lin Shi lifted her gaze, casting a cold glance at Gu Riyun. Was there still decorum in this household? What right does a concubine have to inquire about the marriage of the legitimate daughter? The disdain in her tone was palpable. Gu Riyun, feeling embarrassed, lowered her head, biting her lip to suppress her resentment. However, her words served as a reminder to the matriarch. Qinghao, what do you think should be done about Qingyao's marriage? Su Qinghao looked troubled and replied, After being rejected twice by the Shen family, which family in the capital would dare propose now? The matriarch pondered for a moment before suggesting, What about the Shanjun Wangfu? Should we inquire with Princess Yongjia? Although the fourth young master of the Shanjun Wangfu is a bastardy, he possesses a distinguished lineage, making him a fitting match. Su Qinghao felt a cold amusement. The Shanjun Wangfu had no intention of marrying her, but merely sought to pave the way for Princess Chaoyan. Nonetheless, she chose not to elaborate further. She anticipated that the Shen family would soon bring this matter to light. However, Lin Shi became displeased, setting down her bowl and wiping her mouth as she stated, Even if my daughter has been rejected twice, she will not marry someone indiscriminately. The matriarch expressed her disapproval, saying, How can it be considered marrying indiscriminately? A family like the Shanjun Wangfu is a step up for us. Lin Shi replied coolly, That must depend on Qingyao's willingness. If she is unwilling, even a royal family is not an option. The matriarch frowned, putting down her chopsticks and retorting coldly, She is my granddaughter. Would I ever harm her? If there are suitable matches now and she refuses, she will only end up marrying into a humble household in the future. Lin Shi was equally unyielding, responding, "Then let her marry into the Lin family. I still have a cousin who is unmarried." Su Qinghao was taken aback by Lin Shi's words. Her mother actually wished for her to marry her third cousin, fearing that Lin might be upset and jeopardize her health. She deftly shifted the topic, inquiring whether Gu Riyun had been taking proper care of herself after her miscarriage. Gu Riyun offered a few perfunctory remarks before falling silent, anxious to avoid any further mention of Cheng Rujin. After dinner, Su Qinghao accompanied Lin back to Zaiwiyuan. To allay her worries, she recounted her interactions with Shen Jixio. However, Lin expressed some reservations, pondering whether the 13-year age gap was too considerable. Su Qinghao was compelled to extol Shen Jixio with a plethora of commendations, describing him as composed, dignified, gentle as jade, and a paragon of gentlemanly virtue. She exhausted every suitable term in her praise. Lin, though silent thereafter, contemplated the necessity of meeting Shen Jixio, recognizing the importance of safeguarding her daughter's future in such a significant matter. Over the next 2 days, Su Qinghao remained at Zaiwiyuan, keeping Lin company. She meticulously scrutinized all the attending servants to ensure there were no oversights. One day, as Su Qinghao was preparing to join Lin for breakfast, a maid named Agate entered to report, "Miss, the third young master has sent word that 2,000 refugees have died outside the city. The authorities now suspect that they consumed the relief porridge we provided, and those distributing the porridge have been detained." Chapter 63. The encounter of enemies. Upon hearing that 2,000 lives have been lost, Su Qinghao was taken aback. In a solemn voice, she instructed, "Change my attire. I shall leave the city." In her previous life, during the Lin family's porridge distribution, over 1,000 people perished, which severely depleted the Lin family's vitality. This time, she had taken precautions, yet her heart remained tumultuous, fearing that some oversight might occur. Agate deftly applied makeup, styled her hair, and assisted in her attire. Once fully adorned, the carriage was prepared. Accompanied by Jade and Agate, Su Qinghao set off from the western city gate directly to the gathering place of the refugees outside the city. Today, the entire western gate was under strict guard, with no unauthorized individuals permitted to exit the capital. As the person in charge of the Su family's grain business, Su Qinghao was granted passage. Upon disembarking from the carriage, she was met with the sight of soldiers stationed everywhere, guards every 3 steps, sentries every 5. Su Qinghao located the tent where the Su family was distributing porridge and, in the rear, found Lin Wuqing. When she entered, Lin Wuqing was conversing with 2 stewards. Noticing her arrival, he dismissed them and, rubbing his swollen brow, remarked, "Fortunately, you reminded me that day. Otherwise, this matter could have escalated into a real predicament." At that moment, Lin Wuqing felt a wave of dread wash over him. Had it not been for Su Qinghao's warning, he would never have considered taking precautions in this regard. For years, the Lin family had dispensed porridge and grain during calamities without ever encountering fatal incidents. After all, no one would intentionally harm the lives of the afflicted. However, once politics became involved, the situation grew precarious. The capital was precisely the political epicenter of the entire Dezhou dynasty. Just a few days into this silent warfare had left Lin Wuqing both mentally and physically exhausted. Su Qinghao poured him a cup of water, inquiring, "What is the current situation?" Lin Wuqing, parched from a busy morning, gulped down the water and replied, "The emperor has dispatched the Ministry of Justice for a thorough investigation. Shen Jixio is currently with Minister Wang of the ministry." This matter had escalated significantly, entangling the lives of 2,000 refugees along with 3 grain merchants and 8 noble houses. Should it be confirmed that we are at fault, the first to be held accountable will be Shen Jixio. Su Qinghao's countenance grew grave. This was precisely what she had feared. Such a substantial issue could not be resolved merely by a few grain merchants bearing the brunt of the blame. Or perhaps, this situation was directed at Shen Jixio. Just then, a young servant entered, reporting, "Third young master, those who previously served porridge have gone to cooperate with the inquiries, and now there aren't enough people to work ahead." At this, Su Qinghao turned to leave, determined to accompany Jade and Agate, for waiting for the investigation's outcome was agonizing. Lin Wuqing quickly instructed the young servant, "Take care of Miss Su. Ensure she is not jostled." He could not attend to Su Qinghao further, as he needed to confer with the heads of the Fong and merchant families to strategize. In the event that the responsibility fell upon each family, they needed to prepare an escape plan. Reaching the porridge tent, Su Qinghao found a long line of refugees already formed. Even after the recent tragedy of 2,000 deaths from poisoning, the queue remained extensive. As the refugees wryly joked, they would rather risk poisoning than face starvation, a grim yet harsh reality. Naturally, some stood by, observing, contemplating whether it was safe to approach for porridge. Today, the rice for the porridge was inspected by several esteemed doctors to ensure absolute perfection. Su Qinghao, accompanied by 2 maidservants, began ladling the porridge. After serving only 4 or 5 individuals, her eyes became misty with unshed tears. The recipients wore tattered cotton garments, their hands and faces chapped from the biting wind. Some children and elderly had flushed faces, clearly suffering from high fevers. Jade, with a quivering voice, remarked, "Miss, these people are truly pitiable." Suddenly, those waiting in line noticed that the porridge ladled by the 3 young ladies was particularly generous, resulting in a longer queue on their side. An hour later, the morning supply of porridge was completely depleted, and Su Qinghao bent down to tidy up the ladle. Why was she personally attending to such tasks? Was there a shortage of help? Unbeknownst to her, Shen Jishio had approached and stood before her, casting a shadow over the scant sunlight. Su Qinghao lifted her gaze to him, but her attention was drawn to the figure behind him. She froze, and the spoon she held clattered into the porridge bucket. The excruciating pain she had felt at the moment of her demise in her previous life surged through her once more, and the last image she could recall was that of Mr. Zhou's face. If Cheng Rujin and Shun Zhao were the executioners of her demise, then Mr. Zhou was the blade. Now that very blade had reappeared before her eyes. Su Qinghao clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. Yet she remained oblivious to the pain. Noticing Su Qinghao's unusual demeanor, Shen Jishio stepped closer and gently inquired, "What is the matter?" His soothing voice pulled Su Qinghao from her tumultuous memories. She quickly lowered her gaze and murmured, "Perhaps I'm just tired. I feel a bit dizzy." Shen Jishio furrowed his brow and instructed the nearby Wanzhu to inquire at the various households if there was insufficient help. The station soldiers should assist with ladling the porridge at noon. Afterward, he turned to the middle-aged man behind him and said, "Mr. Zhou, would you kindly check her pulse?" Su Qinghao was somewhat taken aback. She could discern that Shen Jishio was exceedingly courteous to this man. However, upon reflection, one who could directly alter another's appearance must possess considerable skill. "Who is this?" Su Qinghao feigned curiosity and asked. Shen Jishio introduced, "This is Mr. Zhou, a physician of remarkable expertise. Let him examine you." Su Qinghao felt averse and softly replied, "I am fine. I merely feel a bit fatigued from serving porridge this morning. There is no need to trouble, Mr. Zhou." Yet, Shen Jishio insisted, "Is it a jest to disregard your discomfort? Come inside. I have matters to discuss with Wuchan." His tone left no room for dissent. Wenju, momentarily stunned, stepped forward and said, "Third Master, Minister Wang is still waiting." Shen Jishio shot her a glance, and Wenju quickly fell silent, refraining from further comment. The group entered the rear tent in succession, where Lin Wuchan rose to greet them. Just as he was about to speak, Shen Jishio interjected, "We shall converse later. First, let Mr. Zhou check her pulse." Lin Wuchan looked at Su Qinghao with concern. "What is wrong? Are you unwell?" Su Qinghao smiled reassuringly. "I assure you, I am fine. There is no need to burden Mr. Zhou." However, Lin Wuchan firmly pressed her down onto a chair and addressed Mr. Zhou. "I appreciate your assistance." Mr. Zhou gently stroked his beard and took a seat opposite Su Qinghao. The fingers delicately probed upward, and after a moment of contemplation, inquired, "Miss Su, have you perhaps been startled today? It seems your spirit is lacking, and your thoughts are somewhat elusive. I shall prescribe a remedy. After 3 days of consumption, you should feel rejuvenated." With a furrowed brow, Shen Jishio questioned, "What could have startled you? Did something happen on your way here?" Su Qinghao endeavored to conceal the emotions swirling within her gaze, replying softly, "No, I merely experienced a troubling dream this morning." The prescribed remedy was handed to the jade-like hands of the attendant, Yet Su Qinghao had no intention of partaking in it. If this Mr. Zhou was indeed affiliated with Shen Zhixiu, why then did he assist Shen Zhao in committing such cruel acts in his previous life? Until she could ascertain his true nature, she would remain vigilant against him. Seeing that Su Qinghao was unharmed, Shen Zhixiu and Lin Wuchen settled into their seats. "What have you discovered? What did Minister Wang say?" Lin Wuchen inquired. Chapter 64. The Crown Prince arrives. Shen Zhixiu smiled and remarked, "Thanks to your previous suggestion, we have kept the porridge samples under careful watch for 2 days. Mr. Zhou has already inspected them, and there are no issues. The rice stocks from each household have also been examined, and everything appears normal." Lin Wuchen inquired, "So, is there something I can assist you with?" With a light cough, Shen Zhixiu calmly replied, "I merely came to inform you, to alleviate your concerns. Mr. Zhou and I need to proceed with a body examination. We shall take our leave." As Shen Zhixiu and Mr. Zhou turned to exit the tent, Su Qinghao quietly muttered, "Wasn't there something to discuss? Is this what you call having business?" The authorities were investigating a case, and they, as merchants, had no part in it. They could only anxiously await news while fulfilling their own responsibilities. When noon arrived for distributing the porridge, indeed, officials came to assist at every household. Unable to remain idle, Su Qinghao joined in, doing what she could. After completing the body examination, Shen Zhixiu was on his way back when he encountered Su Qinghao, who was assisting in distributing medicinal herbs. He approached and asked, "Have you had lunch yet?" Su Qinghao rose, wiping the sweat from her brow with her sleeve, and casually replied, "Not yet. I can manage with a little something here." They couldn't do much, but during such times, sharing a pot of porridge with the victims, instead of indulging in lavish meals, was an act of kindness. Just as Shen Zhixiu was about to say something, the sound of a carriage approaching from the city gate caught their attention. Followed by the sharp announcement from the inner court, "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." A flurry of activity ensued as everyone prepared to welcome the Crown Prince. Shen Zhixiu, however, seemed unfazed, as if he had anticipated the visit. He turned to Su Qinghao and said, "I will go meet His Highness. You need not concern yourself with this. The situation outside is unstable. It would be prudent for you to return home early." Su Qinghao, feeling perplexed, thought to herself how Shen Sanyi, known for his brevity, had been more talkative than her second cousin in these recent days. Yet, she kept her thoughts to herself and nodded, saying, "Understood. Sanyi, take care." Neither of them noticed that behind the Crown Prince's carriage followed another adorned vehicle. A woman inside was lifting the curtain to observe them, her bright eyes scrutinizing Su Qinghao with a piercing gaze. Regardless of the Crown Prince's purpose, it held no impact on Su Qinghao. She was busy instructing others to prepare warming herbs, intending to distribute a bowl to the disaster victims. "Miss Su, you truly possess a kind heart, even coming out here to do such things," someone remarked. Turning to recognize the speaker, Su Qinghao performed a courteous bow, replying, "I greet you, Princess Chaoyuan." The woman was indeed Princess Chaoyuan of the Shangwa Wangfu, who had previously discussed a potential match with Shen Zhixiu. Li Chaoyuan scrutinized Su Qinghao with a smile that, upon closer inspection, lacked warmth and bore a hint of scrutiny. As Su Qinghao and the others kept their heads lowered, they remained oblivious to her subtle demeanor. "Miss Su, there's no need for excessive courtesy. I merely came along with my cousin, the Crown Prince, to take a look," Li Chaoyuan said with a smile. Su Qinghao raised her gaze to behold Li Chaoyuan, adorned in exquisite jewels and a lavish red fox fur cloak, her makeup meticulously applied, exuding an air of opulence. "This place is rather untidy. I hope it does not soil the princess's garments," Su Qinghao murmured softly. She wished to avoid entanglements with Princess Chaoyuan, primarily due to the awkwardness stemming from the unresolved marriage proposal between Princess Chaoyuan and Shen Zhixiu. Additionally, the reputation of this individual in her past life was far from favorable. In her previous existence, Li Chaoyuan eventually married the Crown Prince, becoming his principal consort. Within a year of her marriage into the Eastern Palace, she was responsible for the deaths of 8 lives, including those of a side consort and several palace maids. This scandal was later revealed by the 4th young master of the Li family, Li Yunzhou, as an act of vengeance against Princess Yongjia after he was conferred a title. Stains on the dress are inconsequential, I have a spare in the carriage, Li Chaoyun said gently. Just then, a maidservant approached with tea, announcing, Your Highness. Please enjoy the tea. As Li Chaoyun accepted the teacup, she leaned closer to Su Qinghao and inquired, What are you doing? What is this? Perhaps due to her distraction or a slip of her hand, Li Chaoyun inadvertently tilted the teacup, spilling its contents. My sincerest apologies, Miss Su. I didn't tea-hold it properly, Li Chaoyun said earnestly, retrieving a handkerchief to assist Su Qinghao in wiping away the tea stains. Naturally, Su Qinghao could not admonish her, and instead, as she wiped the moisture, she replied, There is no need for formality, Your Highness. It is a trivial matter. Meanwhile, the anxious maid, Emerald, interjected, Miss, we left in such haste this morning that we did not bring any extra clothing. In truth, aside from attending banquets, they seldom took spare garments when venturing out. Li Chaoyun turned to her maid and commanded, Go, fetch the clothes from my carriage for Miss Su. But Your Highness, I cannot accept your clothing, Su Qinghao protested. Li Chaoyun reassured her, It is merely a garment. Besides, it is only right that I compensate you with a new one for soiling your attire. Su Qinghao glanced down at her stained collar, realizing that appearing in her current state was unacceptable. With a grateful smile, she responded, Then I must thank you, Your Highness. Before long, Li Chaoyun's maid returned, bearing a complete outfit. Su Qinghao took it and stepped into an empty tent. Before changing, she and Emerald thoroughly inspected the garment, even taking time to smell it, examining every seam with scrutiny. The two of them could discern no flaws. It was simply an ordinary coat and skirt, not even a style from the current year. Was Li Chaoyun's spill truly an accident? However, Su Qinghao remained vigilant. After changing, she asked Emerald for her opinion on the attire. Emerald scrutinized her from head to toe and remarked, There is nothing amiss, but is this truly Princess Chaoyun's? Compared to what she is wearing, it appears somewhat shabby. Su Qinghao looked down at the outfit. It was evident it was new, yet it did not quite match Li Chaoyun's status. While she pondered this, she heard Li Chaoyun call out, Miss Su, does the clothing fit well? Forgetting her contemplation, Su Qinghao adjusted the hem of her dress and stepped outside. Thank you, Your Highness. The clothing fits perfectly. Li Chaoyun surveyed her with satisfaction, declaring, It suits you splendidly, as if it were tailored specifically for you. The Crown Prince's departure from the palace served a dual purpose, to soothe the distressed populace and to investigate the matter of the poison. Symbolically, he visited the porridge distribution tents set up for the needy, accompanied by Shen Zhixio and Minister Wang from the Ministry of Justice. Upon the Crown Prince's arrival, Su Qinghao and Lin Wuchen, along with others, knelt in reverence, clad in a resplendent apricot yellow dragon robe. The 18 or 19-year-old prince exuded an air of noble grace with every gesture. He surveyed his surroundings before commanding, You may rise. As Su Qinghao stood, she blended into the crowd, appearing rather inconspicuous. Yet, the Crown Prince spotted her instantly, his gaze lingering upon her for an extended moment. Observing this, Li Chaoyun discreetly approached the Crown Prince and whispered in a tone audible only to him, Cousin, that young lady is Su Qinghao, the eldest daughter of the Pingming Marquis. She recently annulled her engagement with Master Shen. It is said that she possesses a kind heart and exceptional composure, managing the mundane affairs of the Su family. The Crown Prince fixed his gaze upon Su Qinghao, absorbing Li Chaoyun's words, and an unexplainable ripple of emotion stirred within his eyes. It was as if he were not merely observing Su Qinghao, but also peering through her to glimpse others beyond. Chapter 65. A woman cannot be left behind as the Crown Prince's companion. Shen Zhixio noticed his unwavering gaze upon Su Qinghao. With a flicker of thought, he stepped forward and remarked, Your Highness, the hour is late. It is time for you to return to the palace. The Crown Prince snapped back to reality and averted his gaze, responding nonchalantly, Let us return. Li Chaoyun cast a lingering look at Su Qinghao, a subtle smile of triumph gracing her lips. After they boarded their carriage, Li Chaoyun turned her attention to the striking man kneeling at the forefront, her eyes narrowing slightly. Such a man was only worthy of her, Li Chaoyun. Once the carriage of the Crown Prince and Princess Chaoyun departed slowly, the onlookers finally rose. Shen Zhixio turned to address the crowd, stating, The matter has been clarified. The unfortunate deaths of the villagers were due to the consumption of toxic wild grasses at the mountain's foot. This has been reported to the court. Henceforth, disaster relief shall proceed as normal, and restrictions shall be lifted. In unison, the crowd exclaimed, Master Shen is astute. Lin Wuchen cast a perplexed glance at Shen Jishio. Eating wild grasses? Over 2,000 individuals ascended the mountain to graze. This was not hurting sheep. Yet, if Shen Jishio had reached this conclusion, there must be sound reasoning behind it. Lin Wuchen would not voice his doubts, but would offer unwavering support. After the crowd dispersed, Wenju approached Shen Jishio, saying, Third Master, it is time to visit Elder Chen. He is awaiting you. Shen Jishio pondered for a moment before instructing Wenju to send someone to the Su residence to inform Su Ho that he should await him at the main gate. He intended to verbally confirm the continuation of their marriage arrangement with Su Qinghao. His recent busyness had only allowed for a brief exchange at the entrance. Having given his instructions to Wenju, Shen Jishio turned to Su Qinghao and said, The hour is late. Allow me to escort you home. Lin Wuchen, upon hearing this, scrutinized their expressions back and forth before teasingly interjecting, As your own cousin, I shall see her home. There is no need to trouble Master Shen. Understanding Lin Wuchen's insinuation, Shen Jishio quietly replied, Our engagement will continue. The previous annulment is null and void. It is fitting that I escort her home and speak with Su Ho. Lin Wuchen, fully aware of Shen Jishio's intentions, aimed to jest further, but was interrupted by Su Qinghao. Cousin, you should return to your duties. We shall depart now. With a smile lingering in his eyes, Lin Wuchen turned and headed toward the tent, muttering, A woman cannot be left behind. Su Qinghao shook her head in resignation at his retreating figure before turning to Shen Jishio. Third Master, if your desire to marry me stems from the incident in the study at the Shen residence, I assure you, I shall not disclose it to anyone. You may contemplate this on our way back. There is still time to reconsider. Su Qinghao spoke earnestly, and after finishing, she turned to board the carriage with her maid. Shen Jishio, momentarily taken aback by her words, contemplated her thoughts. Did she truly perceive it this way? Yet, the events of that day in the study had not weighed upon his mind. Even if someone were to use his feigned death against him, he would emerge unscathed. Noticing a hint of discontent, perhaps disappointment or even anger, on Shen Jishio's face, Wenju cautiously approached him and inquired, Third Master, shall we still visit the Su residence? Shen Jishio gently caressed the old sandalwood beads on his wrist and said, Let us proceed. On the way back to the manor, Su Qinghao pondered Shen Jishio's earlier demeanor, which seemed tinged with anger. Had her candidness offended him, causing such ire? Yet, the words she had uttered were necessary. Before Su Qinghao's carriage could even reach the manor, she was intercepted by Su Qinghao. What ails my father? Is there some matter at hand? Upon descending from her carriage, she found Su Qinghao anxiously standing at the entrance of the Su family estate, his countenance clouded with worry. How dare you inquire? I have heard that during the disaster relief efforts, people were lost due to negligence. Is this not a consequence of your oversight? I warn you, if this matter is pursued, the Su family shall bear no responsibility. You will face the consequences alone. For a moment, Su Qinghao was uncertain whether to be enraged or amused. Here stood a dignified official of high rank, yet he had received no news for an extended period. This only served to highlight Su Qinghao's ineffectiveness in his role. Had he possessed even a modicum of insight, he would have discovered that the crown prince had ventured outside the city, leading to the swift resolution of the case. No matter how one twisted the narrative, the Su family could not be implicated. Father, are you aware that the crown prince left the city today? Su Qinghao suddenly inquired. Su Qinghao was taken aback. The crown prince has departed? I was not informed. Then are you aware that the matter concerning the unfortunate deaths among the disaster victims has already been resolved by Lord Shen and Minister Wang of the Ministry of Justice? Su Qinghao pressed further. Su Qinghao appeared even more bewildered. Resolved? How can that be? Does it involve our family? Su Qinghao shook her head slightly. If her father devoted even a fraction of the attention he reserved for the inner household to the affairs of the court, his political career would indeed flourish. She was certain that these incidents had already circulated among the prominent households of the capital, yet her father remained preoccupied with distancing himself from her. Su Qinghao's face flushed with embarrassment at Su Qinghau's words. Though she spoke sincerely, the truth stung like a bitter irony to his ears. How dare you speak to me so? Do not think that just because you manage the household now, I shall not discipline you. His voice lacked conviction, and he dared not raise his hand against her, having suffered defeats at her hands too often to maintain his authority. Who does Duke Su intend to strike? Shen Zhixiu suddenly approached. Su Qinghao had not even noticed his arrival. By the time he did, Shen had already dismounted and was making his way toward the entrance. Ever since Shen Zhixiu had sent word for him to wait at the door, he had been grappling with the uncertainty of why the esteemed official sought him. The earlier reprimand directed at Su Qinghao had stemmed from this very anxiety. He had reflected upon it and concluded that Shen Zhixiu's visit was indeed prompted by Su Qinghao's missteps during the disaster relief, inciting the elder's displeasure. Lord Shen, I am merely disciplining my wayward daughter. If she has faltered in her duties regarding the poison victims, please feel free to impose any punishment you deem fit. The Su family shall not contest your decisions. At that moment, Su Qinghao realized that her previous words had been utterly futile, akin to playing a lute to a cow. Shen Zhixiu, too, was taken aback by Su Qinghao's remarks, gazing at him with an expression of bewilderment. The words spoken sent a chill down Su Qinghao's spine, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Chapter 66. Does the Crown Prince desire to bring Su Qinghao into the Easter Palace? Shen Zhixiu refrained from explaining matters outside the city and began, I have come today to discuss an important matter with Lord Su. The marriage between myself and the eldest daughter of the Su family shall proceed as planned. The date of our union will be determined at a later time. However, should you wish to reprimand your daughter in the future, I kindly ask that you consider the implications. After all, she is yet to be formally wed into the Shen family. Public admonishments from you would be rather undignified for us, would it not? In addressing the matter of marriage, Shen Zhixiu naturally regarded himself as a junior, speaking with utmost courtesy. Yet, this polite remark caused beads of cold sweat to form on Su Qinghao's forehead, while simultaneously igniting a flicker of secret delight within him. Was he not, after all, to become the father-in-law of the esteemed Elder Shen? With such a connection, who would dare to underestimate him in the court? This thought brought an immediate smile to Su Qinghao's face. Elder Shen has misunderstood. Qinghao is my cherished daughter, and we dote on her dearly. He then turned to Su Qinghao, saying, My dear Qinghao, you have worked hard these past few days. Today, your father has specially prepared a set of ruby jewelry for you. You shall receive it upon our return home. Su Qinghao responded with a smile, Thank you, father. Having concluded the matter at hand, Shen Zhixiu took his leave and departed in his carriage directly to the residence of Elder Chen. Within the Chen family's study, the deputy minister of the cabinet, Chen Zheng, sat behind his desk, facing Shen Zhixiu. Teacher, having traced this matter to Elder Su, I have decided to conclude the investigation. It is unnecessary to disturb the waters with such matters. He cannot be toppled by these means. Chen Zheng, a man in his 50s dressed in a dark formal robe, gently stroked his goatee. You have made a wise decision. Even the findings from your recent inquiries in the Northwest should remain undisclosed for now. It is imperative to wait until the Emperor grows discontented with him, ensuring that the timing and circumstances align perfectly for a decisive strike. His reliance on such tactics to contend with you indicates that he possesses no other strategies, Shen Zhixiu added, then proceeded to inform Chen Zheng about the Crown Prince's departure from the city. Teacher, as the Crown Prince's mentor, you were the one who petitioned for his ascension. Once he takes the throne, you will undoubtedly be the most deserving candidate for the position of Prime Minister. Chen Zheng laughed heartily, gazing at Shen Zhixiu with admiration. Indeed, you and the Crown Prince are akin to brothers in learning. The day Elder Su steps down, the position you have been supporting should rightfully be yours. However, Shen Zhixiu did not display any signs of glee or arrogance. Instead, he humbly replied, I am still inexperienced and require further training. Suddenly, Chen Zheng spoke up, Zhixiu. Today, I encountered the Prince of Shan. Why has the marriage between your families not yet been finalized? In my view, this union should indeed be established. Yet, Shen Zhixiu shook his head, saying, I have resolved to continue my engagement with the Su family and shall set a date for our wedding, inviting you to the celebration. Chen Zheng was taken aback, then disapproved, stating, How can the Su family possibly compare to the Prince of Shan's household? The Princess Yongjia still holds sway with the emperor, and Princess Chaoyun enjoys his favor. If you were to marry Princess Chaoyun— Before Qinzheng could finish his thought, Shen Jishio interrupted. Teacher, I have made my decision. I appreciate your concern for my well-being, but matters of marriage must also heed the whims of fate. Upon leaving the Qin residence, Shen Jishio returned directly to the Shen household. Upon learning that he had already spoken with the Su family, the matriarch of the Shen family inquired, "What shall we do about this matter? The betrothal gifts have already been presented, yet rumors abound that our two families have called off the engagement. Should we retrieve the betrothal gifts and then reissue them? Presenting the betrothal gifts is the most auspicious ceremony to signify our family's union. It would be quite inappropriate to inform everyone that the marriage is back on. However, reclaiming the betrothal gifts from the Shen family seems rather unorthodox." At that moment, Shen Jishio interjected, "What I previously offered was merely a token for her adornments. I shall prepare a separate betrothal gift. However, given that we are currently in a critical phase of disaster relief, it would be unwise to make a grand display of the betrothal. Once this matter has settled, I will then prepare the betrothal gifts with peace of mind." The matriarch was somewhat taken aback. Her son was indeed considering every aspect for his future bride. The previous betrothal gifts had cost nearly 100,000 taels of silver, and using that sum for the Su family's daughter to enhance her trousseau was certainly feasible. For the next betrothal, you shall need to draw from your private treasury. If the public coffers were to be burdened with such an expense, your two sisters-in-law would surely have their reservations, the matriarch pondered. Shen Jishio jested, "Indeed, if I cannot muster the required amount, I shall procure something valuable from Mother's private collection." The matriarch shot him a playful glare, replying, "Do not even think of that. I intend to reserve my treasures as gifts for my future daughter-in-law." After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, the matriarch's expression suddenly shifted to one of seriousness. "You have dealt quite severely with your nephew. Your sister-in-law has already come to me in tears." Upon hearing his mother's mention of Shen Zhao, Shen Jishio's expression changed, and he spoke, "Mother, what do you think if I arrange for Shen Zhao to be assigned to an external post for a few years of practical experience?" The matriarch scrutinized him. "Are you concerned that Shen Zhao being under the same roof as the Su girl might lead to undesirable influences? After all, he is the legitimate eldest grandson of the Shen family, and your sister-in-law may not concur." Shen Jishio's brows furrowed, and he replied with a snort, "My intentions are not solely self-serving. My elder brother and sister-in-law have been lax in their supervision of this child. If he continues to be coddled, the Shen family may very well face ruin at his hands. While I'm still in a position to offer support, should I no longer be here, can he safeguard our legacy?" The matriarch's expression turned grave upon hearing this. She recalled the behaviors of Shen Zhao and the other members of the Shen family during the days following the news of Shen Jishio's demise. A wave of sorrow washed over her. She truly could not ascertain whether the family fortune would endure without her younger son. "Even if he is to be sent away for training, we must first secure a marriage for him. I will seek the right opportunity to gauge her sister-in-law's sentiments." Shen Jishio understood that such matters could not be resolved immediately. He merely wished to express his thoughts. After conversing with the matriarch for a while longer, he returned to the western courtyard. Upon entering his study, Wenju pushed the door open, her expression troubled. "Third Master, news has come from the Eastern Palace. His Royal Highness intends to bestow the title of consort upon Miss Su. It is said that he has already spoken with the Emperor, and tomorrow, after the morning court session, eunuch will go to the Su family to convey the decree." Shen Jishio abruptly rose, his countenance darkening. "What did you say? The Crown Prince wishes to bring Su Qinghao into the Eastern Palace?" Today, outside the city, he sensed something peculiar in the way the Crown Prince gazed at Su Qinghao. Consequently, he took the precaution of instructing those he had placed in the Eastern Palace to report all matters, whether significant or trivial. Fortunately, he had given this directive. Otherwise, by the time he received the news, it would have been too late. "Third Master, what do you intend to do?" Wenju inquired. Shen Jishio maintained his usual composure, exhibiting no signs of distress. His fingers absently tapped against the table, producing a series of muffled sounds. "Open the treasury and prepare the betrothal gifts. Tomorrow morning, We shall proceed to the Su family with great fanfare. I will not attend court. I shall go personally. The entire Shen family's western courtyard was ablaze with light, with servants bustling about in the corridors. Wen Zhu moved with purpose, hurriedly checking the treasury and seeking someone to draft the betrothal list. Upon receiving the news, the matriarch of the Shen family rushed to the western courtyard that very night. Zhixiu, have you considered it carefully? Once the crown prince ascends the throne, he may very well seek to settle accounts for today's events. While he may not hold this individual in high regard, the majesty of the sovereign should never be underestimated. Chapter 67. The grand engagement announcement. Shen Zhixiu stood at the entrance, observing the busy servants in the courtyard, and remarked, "The crown prince is not one to possess an open heart. This notion my mother mentioned has crossed my mind as well. However, the emperor is still in his prime, and the crown prince's ascension is far too premature. When that day arrives, I shall have my strategies ready. As long as he remains unseated, I am safe from his machinations. Surely, he has considered these matters as well. In fact, he likely contemplated them long before making any decisions. But what of it? The crown prince cannot act openly, can he?" The old matron looked at Shen Zhixiu with a sense of reassurance. "Since you have made up your mind, pursue it without hesitation." Yet, she furrowed her brow as she gazed at the courtyard. Is this truly an engagement announcement? It resembles more of a bandit's abduction. The young servants in the courtyard were dashing about, their excitement palpable. In an effort to hasten their work, Wen Zhu frequently encouraged everyone. "Hurry up. Whether the third madam can be brought home depends on us." Shen Zhixiu's lips twitched. These young fellows, usually composed, appeared today as if they had been invigorated by some elixir. After exchanging a few words, the old matron retired to rest, while Shen Zhixiu remained stationed in the study, as numerous matters required his judgment. "Third master, time is of the essence. We cannot afford to categorize everything meticulously. I have packed them from the small storeroom, row by row. There are 60 sets of betrothal gifts in total. Here is the list for your review. Regarding the monetary gifts, last time it was 50,000 taels of silver. However, our storeroom does not contain such a sum in cash. Instead, we have 5,000 taels of gold, which I have included." Shen Zhixiu nodded slightly, accepting the list of betrothal gifts and perusing it. Although it appeared somewhat chaotic, the items from the small storeroom were indeed valuable. While he examined the list, Wen Zhu added, "Third master, this time we have utilized the majority of the items from the small storeroom. Although the inventory in the western courtyard is limited, each item is quite precious. An engagement announcement demands a grand display. Thus, each set of gifts cannot be meager. Therefore, even for the well-off Shen-san, 60 sets of betrothal gifts have nearly emptied his coffers." He nonchalantly replied, "These are mere trifles. If necessary, I shall have my wife support me in the future." Wen Zhu lowered her head to stifle a laugh, imagining the esteemed Shen Gulao, a figure of great influence, waiting for his wife to provide for him. Who would believe such a tale? By the time the 60 sets of betrothal gifts were packed, adorned with auspicious symbols and tied with bright red silk, it was already dawn. Shen Zhixiu had not even returned to his bedroom, taking only a brief rest in the study before instructing Wen Zhu to set off at first light. Su Qinghao, completely unaware of the momentous occasion awaiting her, awoke early and smiled at the red lacquered and gilded box on her dressing table. As Zhinzhu entered to assist her in rising, she noticed her smiling at the box and playfully remarked, "Miss, I heard that after you left yesterday, Madame Yun and Lord Ho had a quarrel, and Lord Ho stormed out in anger." It turned out that upon entering the residence, Su Qinghao had recalled Su Qinghao's promise to create jewelry for her. Naturally, she did not believe it and sent someone to investigate. Only then did she realize that yesterday was Guru Yun's birthday, and Su Qinghao happened to bring a jewelry box to Xiaohua Hall that evening. Su Qinghao felt an invigorating surge of energy and promptly made her way to Xiaohua Hall. Upon her entrance, she found Su Qinghao and Guru Yun preparing for dinner, with a red lacquered jewelry box adorned in gold resting on the table. Without mentioning Guru Yun's birthday, Su Qinghao cheerfully inquired whether the box contained jewelry intended for her. Su Qinghao initially intended to decline, But Su Qingyu insisted that it would be perfect to wear for Lord Shen to admire on some occasion. Thus, what was meant to be a birthday gift for Guru Yun was unwittingly claimed by Su Qingyu. At that moment, upon hearing what Jinju had to say, Su Qingyu smiled lightly and remarked that she would take the set of jewelry to Fanjin Building shortly to have it transformed into another style. She had no desire to keep the jewelry mint for Guru Yun, as it brought her an ill omen. After paying her respects to the matriarch, she proceeded to Ziwiyuan to visit Lin Shi. Before they could exchange more than a few words, Fei Tsue entered with a radiant expression, announcing that Lord Shen had arrived with his entourage to propose marriage, complete with drums and gongs, creating quite the commotion. "Miss, would you like to go and take a look?" Su Qingyu was somewhat taken aback. A marriage proposal? Hadn't they already come to an agreement at Riolu? They had previously exchanged gifts, and there was no need for further fuss. Moreover, he had not mentioned this matter the day prior. Su Qingyu inquired about the previous betrothal gifts, questioning if they were to be counted and returned to the Shen family. As soon as she finished speaking, Jinju entered, beaming with joy. "Miss, news just arrived from the front courtyard. Lord Shen stated that the former betrothal gifts will be considered in addition to your dowry." Su Qingyu was momentarily stunned. A dowry worth 100,000 taels of silver? Such a precedent had never been set in the capital before. Lin Shi, who had just been reclining against the grand, welcoming pillow, sat up straight. "Lord Shen is quite considerate. Qingyu, this match may indeed be quite favorable." Lin Shi did not care about the monetary value of the betrothal gifts, for the Lin family was not lacking in such things. However, Shen Jixio's actions had bestowed significant honor upon Su Qingyu. Just from this attitude alone, it was clear that not everyone could achieve such a feat. As Lin Shi was with child, it was not appropriate for her to move about freely. Therefore, she advised Su Qingyu, "You go ahead, should anything arise. Send someone to inform me." Su Qingyu rose and, accompanied by her maid, exited Ziwiyuan, traversing through the drooping flower gate to the front courtyard. Before she could approach, the sounds of drums and flutes reached her ears, leading one to believe that a joyous celebration was unfolding within their household. Su Qingyu turned to Fei Tsue and asked if such a display was customary for marriage proposals in the capital. Fei Tsue, equally curious, responded, "I have never heard of such a festive affair for a marriage proposal. Is Lord Shen so eager that he wishes everyone to know of his visit?" Upon reaching the front courtyard, Su Qingyu was met with the sight of 60 sedan chairs adorned with bright red silk, carrying the betrothal gifts, and she could not help but twitch her lips in disbelief. Was this not overly ostentatious? Was the composed and dignified Lord Shen truly conducting his proposal in such a flamboyant manner? Approaching closer, she saw Shen Jixio engaged in light conversation with Su Qingye and the matriarch, while she stood aside, observing the betrothal gifts being counted. This was entirely contrary to the customary practices of noble families. It seemed more akin to a warehouse relocation. For reasons unknown, Su Qingyu could not shake this peculiar feeling. Su Qingye and the old matriarch wore expressions of sheer delight, especially upon hearing Shen Jixio mention that the betrothal gifts intended for Su Qingyu would now serve as her dowry. Their hearts brimmed with excitement. When the old matriarch spotted Su Qingyu approaching, she jovially beckoned her over, grasping her hand and exclaiming, "My dear girl, you are truly fortunate." Su Qingye, reminded of Shen Jixio's admonitions from the previous day, also offered Su Qingyu a warm smile, his face radiating affection. Su Qingyu's lips curled into a faint, self-deprecating smile. She recognized that it was only through Shen Jixio's influence that she garnered the pleased expressions of her elders. She found herself pondering whether this was indeed her fortune or a lamentable plight of womanhood. Suddenly, a sharp announcement pierced the air at the entrance of the Su residence. Chapter 68. The Imperial Marriage Edict. The sudden arrival of the Imperial Edict left the entire Su family in a state of bewilderment. Su Qingye vaguely recalled that the last time an edict was received was during the mourning period for the late patriarch of the Su family, when the emperor issued a posthumous decree. What could this new edict signify? Surely it wasn't merely to congratulate the Su and Shen families on their betrothal. As he pondered these thoughts, he instructed the steward to prepare the incense altar for the reception of the edict. Standing nearby, Shen Xiao cast his gaze downward, his deep-set eyes betraying no emotion. The one dispatched to announce the edict today was the emperor's trusted chief eunuch, Hu Lu, a man of short stature but with an upright posture. Behind him followed a young eunuch, who held the bright yellow edict with both hands. To the esteemed Duke Su Qinghao and the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Qinghao, heed the edict, Hu Lu proclaimed. As his voice echoed, he caught sight of Shen Xiao standing beside Su Qinghao. The stern expression that had previously adorned his face softened considerably upon recognizing Shen Xiao, replaced by a sudden warmth and a broad smile. Master Shen, what brings you here? Hu Lu inquired, stepping forward. Despite being the most favored eunuch by the emperor, he dared not harbor any disdain in the presence of Shen Xiao. Shen Xiao replied courteously, "Why has Master Hu come personally to announce the edict? I am here today to propose to the eldest daughter of the Su family. I hope you will grace us with your presence at the wedding festivities." Hu Lu's face lit up with delight, his eyes widening in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. The engagement of Master Shen and the eldest daughter of the Su family was indeed a cause for celebration. But what of the edict he held? He could hardly suggest. Master Shen, please do not proceed with the engagement. The crown prince has taken a fancy to your betrothed. The Shen family was no ordinary household, and Shen Xiao was no common man. Such an act of snatching away a bride was not something the royal family would contemplate. Yet, if he chose not to read the edict, how could he justify his silence? Having proclaimed edicts for many years, he had never encountered such a dilemma. The Su family members, kneeling on the ground, gazed up at Hu Lu, silently urging him to proceed with the announcement. The longer Hu Lu hesitated, the more anxious Su Qinghao became. In an instant, countless possibilities raced through his mind, recalling even the mistakes of years gone by from the depths of his memory. The weight of awaiting judgment was indeed unbearable. Understanding Hu Lu's predicament, Shen Xiao spoke up. "Master Hu, is there something troubling you? Or does this edict require my absence?" Hu Lu quickly replied, "Master Shen, you need not worry. There is no need for you to withdraw. Duke Su, please rise. This edict cannot be proclaimed. I must return to the palace to report to the emperor." Su Qinghao, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean, Master Hu?" I failed to comprehend. After a moment of hesitation, Hu Lu decided to speak candidly. However, he could not reveal that the crown prince had taken a liking to Su Qinghao and had personally sought the emperor's approval. He gathered his thoughts and smiled as he explained, "The emperor has heard of the eldest daughter of the Su family, who is both talented and virtuous, and intended to bestow a marriage upon her. However, upon learning that the Su and Shen families are already engaged, I must return to inform the emperor of this development." Upon hearing this, Su Qinghao's eyes brightened, and he stepped forward to inquire eagerly, "Master Hu, may I ask to whom the emperor intends to bestow this marriage?" Su Qinghao could not help but shake her head. Her father was ill-suited for an official position and more apt to return to farming in the countryside. Was this truly the time for probing into the past? Grand Eunuch, who clearly wished to conceal it, yet insisted on pursuing the matter. Shen Xiao, standing by, must have found it awkward to question further. Grand Eunuch, who was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Su Qinghao would directly voice the inquiry. After a moment's contemplation, he did not shy away, stating, "The emperor wishes for Miss Su to enter the Eastern Palace. But it appears that Miss Su is now destined to be estranged from the royal family. I must also extend my congratulations to Su Ho for gaining a son-in-law like Elder Shen. Countless in the capital are envious." Su Qinghao forced a couple of laughs, yet the mirth appeared strained. The fortune that had been so close at hand had now slipped away. Had Su Qinghao entered the Eastern Palace upon the crown prince's ascension, she would at the very least attain a concubine status, should she win the crown prince's favor and with the family support. Ascending to a higher position was not out of reach. On that day, he would become a powerful father-in-law to the nation. Previously, he had regarded the union with the Shen family favorably, but now, with a better opportunity at hand, his thoughts had shifted. The Shen family and Shen Xiao had evidently become obstacles to his ambition of becoming a distinguished father-in-law. Shen Xiao, being astute, could discern Su Qinghao's intentions at a glance. He cast a languid glance at Su Qinghao, who immediately felt as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed upon him, awakening him to reality. The engagement between the Su and Shen families had been established. Should he now withdraw from the engagement and send Su Qinghao to the Eastern Palace? Not only would the Shen family object, but the emperor would likely disapprove as well. If he were to provoke Shen Zhixiu, the Su family would not enjoy peaceful days ahead. Contemplating this, Su Qinghao's expression returned to normal as he clasped his hands in respect to Grand Eunuch Hu, saying, "I appreciate your assistance today. I must return to provide a good explanation to the emperor." After speaking, he instructed those nearby to bring forth 20 taels of silver ingots, which he pressed into Hu's hands. Once he had sent Grand Eunuch Hu off with kind words, Su Qinghao turned to Shen Zhixiu and remarked, "It is fortunate that you had come to propose in advance. Otherwise, handling this imperial edict would have been quite troublesome." Shen Zhixiu thought to himself that had he not proposed early, the Su family would likely be joyfully receiving the decree now. However, he maintained a neutral expression and replied, "It was merely a coincidence." After the betrothal gifts were exchanged and stored, Shen Zhixiu did not linger, bidding farewell to the Su family. Upon returning to Bai Shui Pavilion, Su Qinghao sat on a large kong by the window, cradling a golden thread-embroidered pillow adorned with lotus leaf patterns, lost in thought. Pearl entered with freshly peeled Huangyan honey oranges and, noticing Su Qinghao's solemn expression, playfully inquired, "Is Miss contemplating Master Shen-san?" Su Qinghao shook her head and murmured, "I am pondering the crown prince." As Pearl was peeling the orange for Su Qinghao, her fingers trembled at this revelation, inadvertently squeezing juice from the orange segment that dripped onto her wrist. While wiping her hands, she softly said, "Does Miss wish to marry the crown prince? But you are already betrothed to Master Shen. It seems unlikely." Su Qinghao's lips curled slightly as she shot Pearl a glance, thinking, "What nonsense. I am wondering how this imperial decree came to be." Pearl, puzzled, replied, "Did not Grand Eunuch Hu say it was because the emperor heard of your beauty and virtue that he bestowed this marriage?" Su Qinghao shook her head and remarked, "These are merely excuses. The emperor, occupied with the affairs of state, could hardly concern himself with the daughter of a marquis. Just yesterday, I encountered the crown prince and princess Chao Yun outside the city, and today, the imperial decree of marriage has arrived. There must be a connection between these events. Furthermore, what was the true intention behind the outfit gifted to me by Li Chao Yun?" Even after having lunch, Su Qinghao remained pensive and grave. "Until this matter is thoroughly investigated, I shall find no peace in either my meals or my rest. Yet to pursue this inquiry, I must approach either the crown prince or Li Chao Yun. Both of these individuals are beyond my reach. Prepare the carriage. I must pay a visit to the Shen family." Su Qinghao suddenly commanded in a low voice. Chapter 69. Inform Third Master. The lady has arrived upon hearing this. Fei Tsue inquired Mississippi, "Do you wish to ask Third Master Shen for assistance in investigating this matter?" Su Qinghao nodded, saying, "Indeed. Only he possesses the capability to uncover the truth. Even my cousin cannot reach the depths involving the crown prince and Li Chaoyan." After contemplating throughout the afternoon, she resolved that it was imperative to discuss the issue with Shen Zhixiu. Given his status and abilities, discerning the intricacies of this affair should pose no challenge for him. Fei Tsue, ever prudent, pondered for a moment before responding, "Miss, you and Third Master Shen are yet to be wed. Would it be appropriate to trouble him over this matter?" She feared that seeking his assistance prior to their marriage might place Su Qinghao at a disadvantage in his presence. However, Su Qinghao countered, "I am not troubling him. Rather, I am aiding him in resolving a predicament. My engagement to Third Master Shen renders us as betrothed partners. Li Chaoyan's schemes against me will inevitably affect him as well. By safeguarding him, I'm also safeguarding myself. Likewise, his assistance to me serves his own interests." Fei Tsue nodded, somewhat understanding, and turned to prepare the carriage. To avoid attracting attention, Su Qinghao refrained from entering through the main gate of the Shen residence, opting instead to halt her carriage at the entrance of the west courtyard. After disembarking, Fei Tsue approached the door to announce their arrival. "Who is it? Do you not know to present your invitation at the main gate?" Though the west courtyard of the Shen residence had a separate entrance, it was primarily opened for Shen Zhixiu's departures. Typically, Guests were required to submit their invitations at the main gate, where Shun Jishio would decide whether to receive them. Few dared to knock so directly. A young servant opened the door, and Feitsue smiled, saying, "Esteemed young sir, could you kindly relay that the eldest young lady of the Su family wishes to meet with Third Master Shen? Many wish to see the Third Master." The servant initially muttered, before abruptly lifting his head and asking, "Whom do you speak of? The eldest young lady of the Su family?" Feitsue affirmed, "Indeed, from a Su family of Pingming Marquis." The once impatient servant's demeanor transformed instantly, his face lighting up with a servile smile. "Ladies, please wait a moment. I shall inform him immediately." The servant turned and dashed into the courtyard, calling out, "The lady has arrived. Quickly inform the Third Master that she is here to see him." Su Qinghao, Feitsue, and Maneo stifled their laughter, refraining from making a sound. Before long, Wenju emerged from within, casting a reproachful glance at the young servant. She then approached respectfully, saying, "Miss Su, please follow me. The Third Master is in his study, and I shall lead you there." The west courtyard of the Shen residence had been meticulously constructed by Shun Jishio a few years prior. Compared to the main courtyard, it exuded a more refined elegance, with pavilions and water features that embodied the charm of Jiangnan. Although it was the frigid winter season, the plum trees flanking the bluestone path stretched their branches luxuriantly, their vibrant red blossoms striking against the white snow that adorned the green tiles. The sunlight bathed the scene, rendering it almost blinding. At the entrance to Shun Jishio's study, Wenju gently opened the door for Su Qinghao. Inside, Shun Jishio was engrossed in writing. Upon noticing her entrance, he softly instructed, "Take a seat," and then called out to Wenju outside, "Bring some tea." Su Qinghao settled into the circular chair by the window and heard Shun Jishio apologetically say, "I will finish this letter. Please wait for a moment." "You're busy. My matters are not urgent," she replied. Shortly thereafter, Wenju entered with 2 cups of tea. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Qinghao's face upon seeing that it was purple bamboo tea. At that moment, Shun Jishio glanced up at her and promptly inquired, "Is it not to your liking? What do you usually drink? I can ask Wenju to bring you something else." It was then that Su Qinghao realized the tea had not been chosen according to her preferences, but rather that Shun Jishio also enjoyed purple bamboo tea. As the tea entered her mouth, her eyes brightened, and she couldn't help but exclaim upon setting down the cup, "This must be tea from the summit of Guizhou Mountain, right? The aftertaste is exceptionally sweet, and the brew is remarkably clear." The annual yield of such tea leaves from Guizhou Mountain likely amounts to less than 5 pounds. The purple bamboo tea she typically consumed was of fine quality, yet paled in comparison to the exquisite cup before her. Shun Jishio smiled. "Indeed, it is from the summit." He then called out to Wenju, instructing her to package a pound of tea for Su Qinghao to take with her. She did not decline, as their engagement rendered such gestures unnecessary, and moreover, she found it impossible to refuse tea of this caliber. Shun Jishio set down his pen, emerged from behind the writing desk, and took a seat in the circular chair opposite Su Qinghao. In a gentle tone, he asked, "What brings you here at this hour?" Su Qinghao lowered her gaze and replied softly, "Does Third Master know why the Emperor wishes for me to enter the Eastern Palace?" Shun Jishio did not withhold the truth, responding gravely, "It was the Crown Prince who requested it from the Emperor. Yesterday, I noticed him fixating on you in the outskirts of the capital. Did you know each other previously?" He pondered aloud, wondering if perhaps the Crown Prince had indeed fallen for Su Qinghao at first sight. "This matter may not be so simple," she remarked, recounting how Li Chaoyan had changed her attire the previous day. After a moment of contemplation, she added, "I can't shake the feeling that Princess Chaoyan had her reasons for doing so. I wonder if I should investigate the Crown Prince?" Shun Jishio mused for a moment before replying, "Very well. I shall have someone look into it, and I will inform you of any findings. How is your health? Would you like Zhou Xiansheng to examine you again?" Upon hearing his mention of Zhou Xiansheng, Su Qinghao's expression shifted slightly. "I am well, but that Zhou Xiansheng seems quite formidable. I have not heard of such an exceptional physician in the capital." Shun Jishio chuckled. "He is not from the capital. He is a disciple of a great healer from Miaojiang." Su Qinghao was taken aback. "A Miao person? He does not appear to be one. Have you encountered Miao people before?" And how do you discern their appearance? Shen Jishio asked in astonishment. Su Qingyu explained, my second uncle is in Qianzhou. 3 years ago, when my second aunt gave birth, I accompanied my grandmother to Qianzhou once. That was her only journey far from home. We stayed at my uncle's house in Liping for a month. At that time, my uncle and aunt were quite caring towards her. However, once she married and lost the favor of Shen Zhao, my uncle revealed his true colors. Shen Jishio nodded in understanding and clarified, Zhou Xiansheng is not a Miao person. He is Han, merely trained under a Miao physician. Just as Su Qingyu was about to inquire further, Wenju suddenly knocked at the door to announce, Third Master, young Master Li Si has arrived. Shen Jishio instructed him to wait for a moment. Master Li Si, Li Yunzhou, sueño inquirir de impalsibly. Shen Jishio nodded and replied, he can be considered half my student, though this matter is not known to others. The implication was clear. It was to remain confidential. Su Qingyu raised an eyebrow, her words laden with meaning. Rest assured, Third Master, I shall not utter a word that ought not to be spoken. Shen Jishio recalled her words from the previous day outside the city and could not help but chuckle silently. He contemplated offering an explanation, but ultimately refrained. As Su Qingyu rose to take her leave, she opened the door and unexpectedly encountered Li Yunzhou standing at the threshold. In her past life, she had never laid eyes on this warrior, who had been conferred nobility through his military achievements, and had imagined him to possess the fierce countenance of a valiant general. Yet, the figure before her appeared more akin to a delicate scholar. The young man stood calmly to the side, offering her a serene and humble smile. Su Qingyu inclined her head slightly and walked past him. After taking a few steps, she found herself unable to resist glancing back. This was indeed her first encounter with him. Yet, inexplicably, he seemed somewhat familiar. She shook her head, dismissing the notion as a mere illusion, convinced that in her previous life, she had no association with this individual. Upon her return to the Su residence, Su Qingyu disembarked from the carriage only to be met by an anxious Pearl. Miss, you must hurry to ZY Courtyard. The madam is experiencing severe abdominal pain. Chapter 70. Accompanying you to the grave, Su Qingyu's heart tightened as memories of her mother's miscarriage and her final moments in her past life flooded back. In a state of panic, she inquired, how long has she been in pain? Have you summoned a doctor? Jinju replied, a doctor has already been called, but he could not determine the cause. Hastily, Su Qingyu made her way to ZY Courtyard, where Granny Bai was attending to Lin Shi by the bedside. How is she? Su Qingyu asked softly, drawing closer. She glanced at Lin Shi, who was asleep, her complexion paler than usual, revealing signs of fatigue. Granny Bai lowered the curtain and gestured for Su Qingyu to step outside. Once in the anteroom, Granny Bai whispered, Dr. Su has come, but he could not provide any clarity. He merely suggested it might be due to fetal movement. I was not reassured, so I also called in Dr. Wang from Yonghao. His diagnosis echoed that of Dr. Su. Furrowing her brow, Su Qingyu asked, have you examined what mother has eaten? Could it be poisoning? Granny Bai responded, I asked Dr. Wang to investigate, but there were no abnormalities. Moreover, the meals for madam are prepared in our small kitchen, and the cooks are trustworthy. She is not receiving visitors now. Who could poison her without detection by the doctors? Turning to glance towards the inner chamber, Su Qingyu's face was etched with concern. What shall we do now? Granny Bai replied, the doctor has prescribed medicine, and madam has already taken it. She seems to be sleeping well. Perhaps we should observe her for the night. Su Qingyu pressed her lips together, her expression taut. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, send someone to summon more doctors. Let us invite anyone we can afford. Also, have someone fetch Dr. Chun, who previously aided my mother at the estate. She felt an urgency. Who knew what could transpire overnight? If it were truly poisoning or a grave illness, delaying for a night could cost her mother's life. Granny Bai complied and left to relay the message. Su Qingyu quietly entered the room and sat by Lin Shi's bedside, silently praying to the heavens for her mother's safety. If she could not protect her mother in this rebirth, what purpose would her second chance serve? Lin Shi's slumber was restless, with her brow creasing at intervals, prompting Su Qingyu to hold her hand. Throughout the afternoon, a steady stream of doctors visited ZY Courtyard, each departing with similar diagnoses, attributing the situation to potential fetal movement. Even Dr. Chun concurred, suggesting they monitor her condition, as she might recover by morning. The commotion in ZY courtyard caught the attention of Su Qinghao and the old matriarch. Su Qinghao glanced in briefly, offering a few words of advice before departing, while the old matriarch remained outside, twisting small leaf prayer beads in her hands, murmuring scriptures to beseech the deities for her grandson's safety. Listening to her father and grandmother's concerns for the child, Su Qinghao felt a heaviness in her heart. When evening fell and the old matriarch departed, concubine Lian brought Su Xuanxi to visit Lin Shi. Lin Shi remained in deep slumber, her pain seemingly alleviating. That night, concubine Lian arranged for Su Xuanxi to return home and gently urged Su Qinghao to rest, while she and her attendants vigilantly tended to Lin Shi's bedside. Su Qinghao spent the night on the large Kong in the banquet room. Early the next morning, as she was washing up, she heard Aunt Lian exclaim, "Madam, what has happened to you?" Su Qinghao tossed aside the cotton cloth in her hand and hurried towards the inner chamber. There, she found Lin curled up on the bed, her hands clutching her abdomen, beads of cold sweat glistening on her forehead. "Mother, how are you? Is it very painful? Quickly, summon the doctor." Emerald dashed out in haste. As the doctor had not yet arrived, Pearl entered to report. "Miss, when Zhu from Master Shen's side said she has come to deliver something on orders." At that moment, Su Qinghao was too preoccupied to consider such matters. She instructed Pearl, "Go meet Wen Zhu and accept whatever she brings. Thank her on my behalf." After a while, Dr. Su hurried in. After taking Lin's pulse, he frowned and said, "Miss, forgive this old man, but I truly cannot discern the nature of your mother's ailment. If we could summon an imperial physician, perhaps there might be a remedy." Su Qinghao promptly made her way to the study in the outer courtyard, seeking Su Qinghao. "Father, could you please fetch an imperial physician? Mother is in severe pain." Upon entering, she found Su Qinghao just returning from court, with Gu Riyun beside him serving chicken soup. Hearing of Lin's distress, Su Qinghao furrowed his brow, revealing a trace of concern. He then inquired, "What did the doctor say?" With urgency, Su Qinghao replied, "Dr. Su cannot ascertain the issue. Father, could you please summon an imperial physician to examine mother properly?" Her tone was laced with entreaty, hoping fervently for Su Qinghao to act swiftly. However, he hesitated, saying, "Imperial physicians attend to the emperor and empress. How can I ask them?" Su Qinghao furrowed her brow at him, realizing he was reluctant to assist. "Father, mother is still carrying a child. Can you bear to see them both lost? Do not delay any longer. Please fetch an imperial physician, and I will repay any debts of gratitude incurred." Gu Riyun, sensing the tension, stepped forward to advise, "Miss, do not burden the Marquis further. The affairs of the court are intricate. It is unwise to press him." Hearing Su Qinghao's words about losing both mother and child sparked a flicker of excitement in her heart. If Lin were to perish, her own son might have a chance. With a cold gaze, Su Qinghao confronted Gu Riyun, striding before her and lifting the chicken soup from the table, splattering it across Gu Riyun's face. Although the soup was not scalding, it was certainly warm. Greasy liquid dripped from Gu Riyun's head and cheeks onto the floor, a hidden yolk plopping down atop her crown. Gu Riyun wished to curse and scream, but the greasy sensation left her momentarily speechless. Fixing her fierce gaze on Gu Riyun, Su Qinghao coldly declared, "If anything happens to my mother, regardless of your involvement, I will ensure you accompany her in death." Turning back to Su Qinghao, she added, "If you refuse to assist, I shall seek help from old Madame Shen." She was confident that old Madame Shen would lend her aid, and if she spoke up, securing an imperial physician should pose no challenge. Su Qinghao turned and pushed open the door to the study, when suddenly a piercing scream from Gu Riyun pierced the air. "Ah, someone come quickly, assist me to change." In an instant, chaos ensued within the study. "Come quickly, prepare the carriage, I must depart," Su Qinghao commanded with a raised voice. Before the carriage could be readied, the steward, Su Zhong, approached with two others. "Miss, Lord Shen has arrived." Su Qinghao was taken aback at the sight of the visitor. "Third Master, what brings you here?" Shen Jixio, clad in a dark mink cloak, regarded her with a steady gaze, while Mr. Zhou stood behind him. "I heard that your mother is unwell, and I have brought Mr. Zhou to examine her." Chapter 71. To preserve the great or the small, a fleeting look of turmoil passed through Su Qinghao's eyes. If Shen Jishio were to bring someone else, she would undoubtedly take them directly to the inner courtyard. However, as for this Mr. Zhou, she dare not take the risk. In her past life, he had stripped her of her dignity. Who could discern whether his motivations were driven by greed or a vendetta against the Su family? What if he were to treat her mother, only to cause her further harm? Shen Jishio perceived Su Qinghau's hesitation, mistaking it for skepticism regarding Mr. Zhou's medical abilities. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Wenju and instructed, "Please summon Lu Yuanzheng from the Imperial Medical Bureau." He then approached Su Qinghao and added, "Lu Yuanzheng specializes in gynecology. Let Mr. Zhou examine her first, and Lu will arrive shortly." Shen Jishio's words served as a balm to Su Qinghau's anxieties. Just then, a young maid rushed in, exclaiming, "Miss, it's terrible. The madam has coughed up blood." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qinghao addressed Mr. Zhou. "Please, sir." Ordinarily, Shen Jishio would not have been permitted into the inner courtyard, but now, as a son-in-law, he accompanied her. Upon hearing that Shen Jishio had arrived, Su Qinghao also emerged from his study to follow suit. In the side hall of Zaiwiyuan, Su Qinghao entertained Shen Jishio with tea, while Su Qinghao led Mr. Zhou into the inner chamber. Recalling the matter of Su Qingyan's reassignment to the capital, which the old matriarch had frequently mentioned, Su Qinghao deemed it an opportune moment to broach the subject with Shen Jishio. After a brief contemplation, he spoke. "I have heard that there are several vacancies in the Wuqing military command. My younger brother has been in Qianzhou for many years." Before Su Qinghao could finish his thought, Shen Jishio raised a hand to interrupt. "Su Ho, we are still uncertain about my mother's condition. Now is not the time to discuss official matters." He referred to Lin as my mother, yet addressed Su Qinghao as Su Ho. Su Qinghao, momentarily thwarted by Shen Jishio's gentle rebuke, fell silent, his gaze lowered as he uneasily sipped his tea. His thoughts were consumed with whether Shen Jishio might be angered, and if Su Qinghao could indeed return to the capital. The precarious state of Lin was far from his mind. Before long, the old matriarch hurried in, asking anxiously, "What has happened? Is my grandson all right?" Shen Jishio rose to pay his respects, reassuring her, "Rest assured, old matriarch, I have already sent for Lu Yuanzheng." Having heard of Shen Jishio's arrival, the old matriarch had rushed over. Approaching him warmly, she said, "Today, we are truly indebted to you, Jishio. Please stay for lunch." Shen Jishio politely declined. "There is no need for such courtesies, old matriarch. It suffices that my mother is well." With that, he resumed his seat, unable to suppress a slight shake of his head. While his wife's life hung in the balance, these two seemed solely focused on winning him over, displaying no genuine concern. The old matriarch inquired briefly, but her worries were solely for her grandson. Once seated, the old matriarch exchanged pleasantries with Shen Jishio, who responded with a measured indifference. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Su Qinghao and Mr. Zhou entered together. Shen Jishio was the first to rise, asking, "How is she?" Su Qinghao, equally anxious, glanced toward Mr. Zhou, as she sensed unease in his expression during the pulse diagnosis. Third Master, the pain experienced by Miss and Madam Ho is due to stagnation of qi and blood within the womb, resulting in the formation of a pathological mass. As the fetus grows, this mass increases in size, leading to such intense pain. There are two options available. One is to preserve the child. I shall prescribe pain-relieving medication to Madam Ho, ensuring her safety until delivery. However, this approach poses significant risks to the mother's health. To speak candidly, she may not survive beyond the child's first year after giving birth. Su Qinghao immediately reacted with agitation. "No, that option is unacceptable. Sir, are there any alternatives?" Mr. Zhou continued, "The other option is to terminate the pregnancy. I can then assist Madam Ho in her recovery, restoring her to her previous state of health." Su Qinghao sighed in relief, finding this option more acceptable. As for the child, if it must be sacrificed, then so be it, as long as the mother can be saved. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, she heard the matriarch's stern voice. "We shall proceed with the first option. We must ensure the safety of my grandson." Su Qinghao concurred. "Indeed, we must preserve the child. Our Su family lacks descendants. Should it be a son, he would be the legitimate heir." A sharp pang pierced Su Qinghao's heart. her mind swirling in turmoil. She closed her eyes tightly and, upon reopening them, felt a sense of clarity. Let us await the arrival of physician Liu. We shall decide after hearing his opinion. She then inquired of Mr. Zhou, "In your view, does my mother exhibit any signs of poisoning?" Mr. Zhou shook his head. "No, Madam Ho is not poisoned. You may deliberate further on this matter. Her life is not in immediate peril, and perhaps physician Liu will offer a suitable solution." Shen Jishio approached Su Qinghao, speaking in a tone only they could hear. "Do not fear. Simply make your decision. I will handle everything." His voice was soothing and steady. He towered over her, his tall figure shielding her from her grandmother and father's gaze. Grateful, Su Qinghao cast a glance at Shen Jishio, acknowledging how much simpler matters became with him by her side. The matriarch continued to urge Su Qinghao, "You must be sensible in a prominent family. Offspring are of utmost importance." Before Su Qinghao could respond, Shen Jishio interjected, "Matriarch, let us wait for physician Liu to arrive before we discuss this further. There may yet be a compromise." Noticing the coldness in Shen Jishio's demeanor, the matriarch wisely chose to remain silent. Silence enveloped the side hall, and Su Qinghao's anxious heart began to calm. Soon after, someone escorted physician Liu into the room. Liu was typically reserved for treating only the highest-ranking concubines within the inner palace, making his presence outside the palace quite rare. Governor Shen, Lord Su, matriarch, Liu greeted, then turned to Shen Jishio, "Where is the patient?" Su Qinghao promptly replied, "I will take you to her." While Liu examined the pulse, his expression grew serious. Later, in the side hall, he echoed Mr. Zhou's assessment of the condition, stating that the Su family needed to decide promptly whether to protect the mother or the child. "The Lord has matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." After bidding farewell to physician Liu, Su Qinghao addressed Mr. Zhou, "Please prescribe a remedy for a miscarriage. Additionally, I would appreciate your guidance on post-miscarriage recovery." Before Mr. Zhou could respond, the elder matron rose and declared, "This cannot be. He is the legitimate heir of the firstborn, and we must not lose him. Let the child be born, and once he has arrived, we shall ensure he is nurtured properly. If, despite our efforts, he does not thrive, then it is merely his fate. How could we forsake a fine child? She would be unable to face the ancestors of the Su family, nor would she be worthy of her role as the matriarch. In the royal capital, among noble families, who does not prioritize their offspring? This matter requires no deliberation. Safeguarding the child is of utmost importance." The elder matron felt no remorse for her decision. Not only would she choose the same if it were her own life at stake, but even Lin would be compelled to accept this truth. Su Qinghao turned to the elder matron, gritting her teeth, and said, "If you deem this to be the duty of a Su family matriarch, then my mother shall promptly seek a divorce from my father. We will renounce this position of matriarch. Should anything befall my mother, no one in the Su family shall find peace." Chapter 72. No concubines to interfere. Su Qinghao's eyes were red-rimmed, her body tense, and her fists clenched so tightly that the veins on her hands stood out. The old lady, upon hearing her words, scolded vehemently, "You unfilial daughter! What nonsense are you spouting? Is this how you speak to your elders? I act for the benefit of our family's lineage, as the legitimate daughter of the Su family. Do you not comprehend this?" With a label of unfilial affixed to her, Su Qinghao's reputation would undoubtedly suffer. Seeing this, Shen Jishio stepped forward, positioning himself between Su Qinghao and the old lady. In a calm voice, he said, "Old lady, please temper your anger. She is merely concerned for her mother's health. I ask for your understanding of her filial heart." With these words, he effectively quelled the old lady's accusations of unfilial conduct against Su Qinghao. Even if the matter were to spread, others would only interpret it as her worry for her mother, which is entirely justifiable. Shen Jishio continued, "While the legitimate son is indeed significant, he is yet to be born and cannot be equated to a life. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. What say you, Lord Su?" Su Qinghao, with a stern expression, remained silent for a long while, contemplating the implications of Shen Jishio's words, wondering if he intended to meddle in the affairs of the Su family. Su Qinghao was equally taken aback by Shen Jishio's open defense. While it was reasonable, it was also unexpected. She had assumed that even as engaged partners, he would hesitate to involve himself in matters of another household. However, having weighed the pros and cons, Su Qinghao ultimately decided to grant Shen a favor, agreeing to heed Su Qinghau's wishes. Prepared to take a stand against these individuals, Su Qinghao found herself unexpectedly pulled back from the brink by Shen Jishio. She exhaled deeply, utterly exhausted. With Su Qinghao's approval, Mr. Zhou instructed his aides to prepare ink and began drafting a prescription. Seizing the moment while Mr. Zhou wrote, Shen Jishio remarked, Annie will need time to recuperate, so let us set our wedding date for 3 months hence. I will arrange for Master Shen to select an auspicious date, likely in May. Since Shen Jishio's safe return to the capital, the two families had yet to discuss whether the wedding date would remain unchanged. Just days prior, Su Qinghao and the old lady had privately conversed about this matter, both agreeing that it would be best to adhere to the original date to avoid prolonged uncertainties. After all, many in the capital were keenly interested in Shen Golao, and an early marriage would bring them peace of mind. Thus, upon hearing Shen Jishio's suggested date 3 months later, Su Qinghao instinctively objected. Isn't 3 months rather late? Perhaps we should stick to the previous date? Shen Jishio furrowed his brow and replied, For our marriage, Auntie will still have to manage household affairs. It is best to wait until she has fully recuperated before we properly arrange our matters. The old lady muttered softly, unable to bear a son. Yet delaying my daughter's marriage, truly unfortunate. Her voice was barely audible, and Shen Jishio and Su Qinghao, at a distance, did not catch her words. But Su Qinghao heard them distinctly. She cast a cold glance at the old lady, her eyes filled with a chilling resentment. When the old lady turned to look at her, she lowered her head, feigning ignorance of the conversation. She would neither scold her nor act against her. Instead, she intended to watch her beloved children descend step by step into despair. After Mr. Zhou had prepared the prescription, Shen Jishio rose to bid farewell. Before departing, Su Qinghao approached him and softly expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you for today. Shen Jishio gazed deeply at Su Qinghao and earnestly advised, Some matters need not end in mutual destruction. There are myriad solutions. In the future, for situations like today, you may send someone to find me at once. Su Qinghao found herself momentarily frozen in place. Did he perceive her thoughts? Just a moment ago, she had indeed entertained the notion of bringing the Su family to ruin alongside herself. Noticing her daze, Shen Jishio continued, Before you act, consider how to safeguard yourself. Matters within the inner courtyard and those in the court are fundamentally alike. Do not reveal your fangs before delivering a fatal blow to your opponent. Su Qinghao chuckled softly, teasing, Are you instructing me on how to navigate the intrigues of the inner courtyard, Lord Shen? Are you not concerned that I might marry into the Shen family and wreak havoc upon your concubines? Upon hearing the terms concubines, Shen Jishio interjected, You are overthinking. There are no concubines for you to contend with. His expression remained as inscrutable as ever. Yet Su Qinghao sensed an undercurrent of irritation within him. After finishing his words, Shen Jishio adjusted the collar of his cloak and turned to ascend into the carriage. Su Qinghao furrowed her brow, watching the retreating carriage, pondering what she had said amiss. Or perhaps she had misjudged, and he was not truly angry? Regardless of his feelings, she hurried back to the inner courtyard to see Lin Shi. Upon entering, she found Aunt Lian gently wiping Lin Shi's forehead with a warm cloth, while Su Shenci held Lin Shi's hand, softly asking, Mother, where does it hurt? Let me massage it for you. The scene before her mirrored the memory of her mother in dire health in her past life, prompting Su Qinghao to blink back tears. Mustering a smile, she approached and reassured, Mother, the doctor has prescribed medicine. You will be well after taking it. Sensing something amiss, Lin Shi quietly inquired, Is this child beyond saving? Fearing that Lin Shi might sacrifice her own life for the child, Su Qinghao grasped her hand, choking back tears as she implored, Mother, even if this child is lost, you can still bear another. Even if you cannot, you still have me. Lin Shi gently patted Su Qinghao's hand, saying, Send someone to prepare the medicine. It is best to sever my connection with this child. You are still young, and I cannot forsake you for the sake of this child. Su Qinghao leaned against Lin Shi's hand, weeping softly. while Aunt Lien also dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief. Su Qinghao, though partially understanding the situation, joined in the tears, moved by the sorrow of her mother, sister, and Aunt Lien. Eventually, it was Su Qinghao who first composed herself, encouraging Lin Shi and Aunt Lien. "Mother, the medicine has been arranged. I will stay here with you." However, Aunt Lien interjected, "Miss, you cannot remain here. You have yet to be confined, and it is inappropriate for you to linger in the blood chamber. Take Su Qinghao to the side hall. Once the lady has delivered, I will summon you back." Though initially reluctant, Su Qinghao complied, as both Lin Shi and Aunt Lien urged her to leave, and thus she took Su Qinghao outside. The scalding medicine was brought in, and soon anguished moans from Lin could be heard from the main room. Su Qinghao, unable to remain still, paced back and forth in the courtyard. Her tightly bitten lower lip had already begun to bleed crimson droplets. Fortunately, after a short while, the sounds from within gradually diminished, and the servants brought in hot water and medicine. Half an hour later, Granny Bai emerged and informed Su Qinghao, "Miss, everything has been taken care of with the madam." Hastily, Su Qinghao accompanied Su Qinghao inside, where they found Lin in a deep slumber. Aunt Lien stood by, her complexion ghastly, beads of sweat glistening at her temples. "Miss, please return to rest. I shall take care of the madam these next few days," Aunt Lien suggested, allowing only a brief glance before ushering her away. Noticing Su Qinghao's reluctance to depart, she added, "You have yet to be wed and may not comprehend many matters. It is most convenient for me to assist the madam with her bathing. You have exhausted yourself throughout the day. Return and rest, and come back in the morning." With no choice, Su Qinghao instructed someone to escort Su Qinghao back to rest and return to Bihui Pavilion herself. Upon entering the inner chamber, she noticed 3 exquisite sandalwood boxes atop the dressing table. "What are these? Who placed them here?" Su Qinghao inquired. Chapter 73. The heir apparent as Pearl assisted her in changing attire. She remarked, "This was delivered this morning by Wenju, who mentioned it was a gift from Master Shen." Su Qinghao slapped her forehead, recalling the events of the morning. If Pearl had not mentioned it, she would have completely forgotten. "What is it?" Su Qinghao inquired casually. While fastening the buttons of her nightgown, Pearl chuckled and responded, "I am not certain, but Master Shen instructed Wenju to deliver something, and there is a message to convey." Su Qinghao shot her a sidelong glance, asking, "What did he say that has you smiling so?" Clearing her throat, Pearl adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "Wenju asked me to relay to you that Master Shen expressed his regret for previously expecting you to observe mourning. He intends to make amends for what you have not eaten, worn, or adorned, and will gradually provide for you." Turning towards the dressing table, Su Qinghao opened the topmost box. Upon revealing its contents, she could not suppress a twitch of her lips. Was Shen Zhixiu treating her like a child? Inside lay an assortment of jerky and preserved meats, totaling over a dozen packages, each labeled with titles such as Tianshan yak jerky and Pingyao meat floss. The second box contained an exquisite set of golden-laid jade headpieces, which appeared familiar. She vaguely recalled it as one of the prized treasures from the Fanjin Pavilion. The final box housed a splendid peacock-patterned scarlet cloud brocade cloak, its collar adorned with pure white fox fur. Pearl teased, "Miss, Master Shen is truly thoughtful towards you." Reflecting on her casual remarks made at Rui Pavilion, Su Qinghao replied, "Do not speak nonsense. It is likely my words that prompted his overzealousness. That day, I jokingly mentioned the mourning period, and perhaps Master Shen felt obliged, thus sending these gifts as compensation." Su Qinghao instructed Pearl to put away the garments and jewelry, leaving the jerky on the table. The few of them would share some, and she intended to take the remainder to Su Qinghao the next day. Following Lady Lin's miscarriage, concubine Lien and Su Qinghao had been attending to her closely. Mr. Zhou visited every couple of days to check her pulse and adjust her prescriptions. In recent days, Su Qinghao had not come by even once, and the old matriarch had only paid a visit once, showing no favorable demeanor. Aunt Shui had brought Su Yihui to visit twice, but Su Qinghao had promptly sent her away. After 2 days, Lin Wuchun returned from errands, hastily bringing supplements and spending a short while there. Quality supplements available in the capital and from the Lin family storeroom were being swiftly transferred to Ziwei Courtyard. Lady Lin's health was visibly improving day by day. That day, while Su Qinghao was dining with Lady Lin, she noticed Pearl entering and giving her a knowing glance. Understanding the signal, Su Qinghao discreetly exited the inner chamber after their meal. The two stood in the corridor, and Pearl leaned closer, whispering, "Miss, Yu Tao has relayed news that last night the Marquis drafted a memorial to appoint the heir apparent at Xiaohua Hall." Su Qingyao's expression shifted. Did he intend to establish Su Yuanche as the heir? Her mother had yet to fully recover from her confinement, and they were so eager to name an heir. How heartless they were. Pearl replied, "According to Yu Tao, the Marquis took the memorial with him to court this morning." After speaking, she tentatively inquired whether the young lady intended to seek Lord Shen's assistance. In Jinju's eyes, matters concerning the heir were beyond her mistress's control. For women of the inner chambers were not permitted to meddle in court affairs. Su Qinghao intervenit had fingers, had brod furovit in contemplation. After a moment's reflection, she replied, "No need to worry. We shall wait until the imperial decree is issued." She still possessed both witnesses and evidence that had yet to be revealed. Should Guru Yun deny the child as hers, then Su Yuanjia would not bear the bloodline of the Su family. Conversely, if Guru Yun dared to acknowledge the child, then Su Yuanjia would be the offspring conceived during her time as the young madam of the Cheng family. The charge of adultery would inevitably follow, and the question of the child's true lineage would remain murky. Moreover, she had been having her cousin monitor Zhou Buren closely. As soon as the two had finished their conversation, the steward, Su Zhong, entered the Y garden, holding a letter. "Miss, this is the invitation Lord Shen has sent for you," he said, presenting the gold-edged card with both hands. Su Qinghao took it and glanced at it. It was an invitation from Shen Zhixio to dine together at Rui Tower at noon. "Please inform a messenger that I shall attend punctually." After exchanging a word with Lin Shi, Su Qinghao returned to Bishi Pavilion to prepare herself. "Miss, would you like to wear the headpiece gifted by Lord Shen?" Jinju asked from side. Su Qinghao shook her head, deeming it too ostentatious. After a moment's thought, she added, "Bring out the red cloud brocade cloak." With excitement, Jinju fetched the garment, while Amber assisted in arranging her hair and adorning her with jewelry. Since Su Qinghao began frequently venturing out, the four maids had been divided into two for household duties and two for external affairs. Once she was dressed, Su Qinghao carried the hand warmer, adorned with jade and agate, as she stepped outside. Yesterday, the grain from Jiangnan had been transported into the capital, leading to a significant drop in grain prices, and the refugees outside the city had been properly settled. Su Qinghao peered through the crevice of the carriage window, observing that the capital had returned to its pre-disaster state in the northwest. At Rui Tower's third floor, in the farthest elegant room, as Su Qinghao entered, Shen Zhixio had already placed the orders for their meal. Upon seeing her draped in the cloud brocade cloak, he unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth. "You've arrived. Please take a seat. The dishes are just being served," Shen Zhixio said warmly. Jade helped Su Qinghao remove her cloak and took the hand warmer, retreating to the doorway. Su Qinghao sat opposite Shen Zhixio and glanced at the table laden with dishes, all of which she had ordered last time, devoid of any vegetables. "Lord Shen, I was merely jesting last time. I did not intend to feast on meat at every meal," Su Qinghao felt compelled to clarify. Shen Zhixio stroked his chin, ultimately requesting the waiter to add 2 vegetable dishes. The two enjoyed a harmonious meal, and, after finishing, Su Qinghao inquired, "Did you summon me for a specific matter?" "Lord Shen?" Shen Zhixio produced a memorial and presented it to Su Qinghao. "Take a look. Are you aware of this matter?" Without needing to peruse it, Su Qinghao could surmise it was the memorial from Su Qinghao requesting the establishment of an heir. She could not fathom how it had come into Shen Zhixio's possession, as it should have been delivered to the Minister of Rights. "Did you intercept it?" Su Qinghao did not glance at the document. Instead, she lifted the teacup before her and took a sip. Chapter 74. Where did this child come from? Shen Zhixio expressed some surprise. "You are aware he submitted a memorial?" He further elaborated. "This morning, Lord Xiao, the Minister of Rights, sought to ingratiate himself with me, stating that this matter pertains to my maternal family, and he would expedite the process. I recall that there are some discrepancies regarding Su Yuanchu's background, and I suspected you might be unaware of the memorial submission." Hence I withheld it. Although the establishment of the heir does not involve Su Qinghao, it also pertains to the future welfare of the Lin family, as well as whether the married daughters can rely on their maternal family. After all, the heir is to become the future head of the household. If an enemy is designated, it could result in dire consequences. Su Qinghao picked up the memorial and said, "Thank you, Third Master." Shen Zhixiu then inquired, "How is your mother's health?" "This is a millennium-old ginseng scent from Liaodong. Take it back to nourish her." He then presented her with a fragrant Nama box. Su Qinghao felt a twinge of surprise. Was Shen Zhixiu overly concerned with her family's affairs? Yet, he presented the gift with such nonchalance, as if it were merely a common radish. He had no use for it, and simply offered it to her. Su Qinghao did not decline. She accepted the gift and responded, "My mother is much better. Mr. Zhou's prescription has proven effective. I must truly thank you, Third Master. Had you and Mr. Zhou not arrived in time that day, my mother would have been in grave danger." Shen Zhixiu merely stated that if she encountered difficulties and could not find him, she should seek out the old lady of the Shen family. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Qinghao returned to the Su family with a memorial. Upon entering the Bishi Pavilion, she noticed an array of fabrics laid out on the Kong in the banquet room. She paused to ask Pearl, "What is this for?" Pearl, assisting Su Qinghao in removing her cloak, replied with a smile, "These were sent by the madam, indicating that the young lady must begin her needlework prior to her wedding. Not to mention, gifts for the husband and mother-in-law must be personally crafted. Additionally, according to custom, the young lady is also required to make a few outfits and pairs of shoes for the Third Master." She stepped into the inner chamber and instructed Pearl to put the fabrics away for the time being. After changing her attire, she sent someone to convey messages to the various courtyards and then proceeded directly to Songa Hall. After the burning of 2 incense sticks, the various masters and mistresses of the Su family gathered in the main hall of Songa Hall. "What is the matter that you have summoned us all to your grandmother's presence?" Su Qinghao inquired with some displeasure. The old matriarch of the Su family turned her gaze towards Su Qinghao, questioning, "What has transpired? Why this grand assembly?" She still harbored resentment regarding Lin's miscarriage, having been occupied with performing rites for the child in recent days, and she did not regard Su Qinghao with warmth. Fortunately, she acknowledged the marriage between Su Qinghao and the Shen family, so she merely wore a stern expression without addressing her grievances towards Lin and her daughter. Su Qinghao calmly produced the memorial and placed it in Su Qingyao's hands, stating, "This is a memorial from my father regarding the establishment of the heir. Such a significant matter, and yet he did not consult us." After speaking, she cast a cold glance around the room. Guru Yun's expression shifted dramatically, while concubine Shui looked at Su Qinghao in shock. Su Qinghao picked up the folded letter, opened it for a glance, and then looked at Su Qinghao in disbelief. "How did you come by this?" After asking, he suddenly realized, "Did you enlist the help of Lord Shen to retrieve it? You have quite the audacity. A woman of the inner chambers daring to meddle in affairs of state. What are you attempting to achieve?" He slammed his palm on the table, glaring at Su Qinghao. Su Qinghao forcefully set down the blue and white porcelain teacup in her hand with a cold snort. "Father truly excels at casting aspersions." However, Su Yuanshu was by no means of the Su lineage. Had father considered how to justify his elevation of him to heir before the ancestors of the Su family? Her words left everyone present wide-eyed and breathless. Guru Yun's teacup slipped from her grasp and shattered on the ground with a sharp sound. A maid entered to clean up the shards, allowing the crowd to gradually regain their composure. The old matriarch fixed a frosty gaze on Su Qinghao. "What do you mean by that? What do you imply that Yuanshu is not of the Su bloodline?" The others also turned their attention to Su Qinghao, particularly Aunt Shui, whose excitement was nearly palpable. Su Qinghao raised her voice, commanding, "Bring forth the witnesses and evidence." Upon hearing this, Guru Yun slightly swayed. Su Qinghao had evidently come prepared. She anxiously glanced towards the entrance, relieved to see a woman in her 20s enter, thankful it was not Zhou Buren. Su Qinghao regarded the person standing below, his brow furrowed, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall who she was. The old matriarch was even less acquainted with the newcomer, turning to Su Qinghao. She inquired, "Is this the witness you mentioned?" Su Qinghao explained, "This is Xiu Ji, a maidservant attending my father's concubine, Mou. When Su Yuanchu was brought back to the manor, it was said to be the child of the concubine Mou. However, through thorough investigation, I found that Mou was not pregnant at that time. So, where did this child truly come from?" She then addressed Xiu Ji, who stood in the center of the hall. "Speak clearly about everything you know, particularly regarding the events of the 12th year of Xuanda." Xiu Ji raised her head, respectfully stating, "In the 12th year of Xuanda, I served Aunt Mo in Fujian. At the end of that year, the Marquis was reassigned to Xianzhou, and Aunt Mo and I followed him there. In the summer of the 13th year of Xuanda, the Marquis returned to the capital, instructing us to remain in Xianzhou. Later, when my parents fell gravely ill, I returned home to visit, only to learn upon my return that Aunt Mo had passed away." Su Qinghao then inquired, "During this time, was Aunt Mo ever pregnant?" Xiuji shook her head. "No, Aunt Mo was never with child." Su Qinghao gestured for Xiu Ji to step aside, handing the testimony to Su Qinghao and the old matriarch. "These are officials my father befriended during his time in Xianzhou. They can attest that they have never heard of my father's concubine being pregnant or giving birth." Su Qinghao examined the testimony, exchanging a grim glance with the old matriarch. Both wore somber expressions. They were acutely aware of the implications of Su Qinghao's statements. Even Mou had been poisoned at Su Qinghao's behest. However, he found himself unable to voice these truths. Revealing the reality would irrevocably cement the accusation of his adultery with Gu Riyun. At that time, Gu Riyun was still the young mistress of the Fujian governor's office. The mere mention of this would utterly tarnish the Su family's reputation. "It is possible that my father was deceived. Could it be that someone harbored ulterior motives to mislead him, seeking to secure a prosperous future for their own child? Yet, there lies a contradiction. Mou was brought by my father from Fujian to Xianzhou. He must surely be aware of whether she was with child. Yuanche's birth date is the 10th day of the 2nd month, making it impossible for him to be Mou's offspring. I have also investigated. In the 12th year of the Xuanda era, my father was in Fujian, and there was only one concubine by his side. The servants attending him were also not pregnant. I find myself somewhat perplexed. From whence did this child originate? Could it be that my father found him? That would render him even more unfit to inherit." Su Qinghao's words, delivered with meticulous precision, laid bare the ambiguities surrounding this matter before the assembled audience. Su Qinghao felt cold sweat bead upon his brow. Casting a grave glance at Gu Riyun, Su Qinghao continued her line of questioning. "Father, how could you permit a child of uncertain lineage to inherit the title?" Chapter 75. Rending the final veil of modesty, Su Qinghao feigned concern for the Su family's lineage, her words imbued with righteousness and reason. Within the grand hall, the one who most vehemently opposed Su Yuanci inheriting the title was undoubtedly Aunt Shui. The Su family's first branch had only 2 sons, and with Su Yuanci's identity being dubious, the title of heir was destined for Su Yuankai. The mere thought of the entire marquisate belonging to her and her son filled Aunt Shui with uncontrollable excitement. She yearned to solidify Su Yuanci's identity immediately and, after a moment's contemplation, spoke. The Marquis may have been deceived, perhaps that Mou feigns pregnancy to vie for favor. Someone might be using this opportunity to send a child to bask in luxury. Su Qinghao cast an appreciative glance at Aunt Shui and inquired, "What do you think we should do with the child?" Aunt Shui was taken aback, not expecting Su Qinghao to direct the question at her. After a moment's reflection, she replied, "Our matriarch is a devout Buddhist. Naturally, we cannot engage in actions that harm our moral standing. In my view, we should send the child to the estate with 2 caretakers to look after him. As long as he has enough to eat and drink, it would be a blessing for him." Su Qinghao raised an eyebrow, saying, "This is a good idea. What do you think, father?" She posed a question to Su Qinghao while her peripheral gaze darted towards Gu Riyun. She noticed Gu Riyun gripping the armrests of her chair, the veins on her hands protruding. A frown etched with conflict gradually transformed into determination crossed her features. Indeed, before Su Qinghao could respond, Gu Riyun stood up and declared, "That child is mine. Su Yuanci is my son. He is not an illegitimate child. He is a legitimate scion of the Su family." After uttering these words, Gu Riyun sank back in her chair, despondent. With no other option, she could only acknowledge the child's lineage. She could not bear to see her son sent away to the estate. Upon hearing Gu Riyun's admission, Su Qinghao gently rubbed his forehead with one hand. The matriarch, eyes half closed, silently twirled her prayer beads. Aunt Shui and Aunt Lien were left in shock, unable to comprehend the revelation. It was Su Qinghao who broke the silence first, stating, "The Cheng family was raided in July. If the child is yours, he must have been conceived in April or May. That makes him a descendant of the Cheng family, not related to the Su family at all." Once Su Qinghao's words were spoken, Aunt Shui suddenly grasped the implication. Indeed, a child conceived in April or May could not possibly be linked to the Marquis. Still oblivious to the affair between the two, Aunt Shui naively believed Gu Riyun had deceived Su Qinghao. Gu Riyun was filled with astonishment and fury, humiliation gnawing at her. She bit down hard on her silver teeth, nearly shattering them. "This is my child with a Marquis. If you don't believe me, ask him." Gu Riyun seethed through gritted teeth. Aunt Lien, struck by a sudden realization, gasped and covered her mouth in horror. Aunt Shui, though initially slow to react, quickly caught on and exclaimed, "What did you say? You are having an affair. As the young mistress of the Cheng family, how could you act in such a manner?" Though the culture of the Dazhou dynasty was relatively open, allowing women to remarry and engage in commerce, adultery was a transgression that society could not condone. By uttering the word adultery, Aunt Shui effectively tore away the last shred of decency that cloaked Su Qinghao and Gu Riyun. Su Qinghao's complexion flushed a deep shade of liver, wishing fervently to find a crevice in the earth to hide himself. Engaging in such actions was one matter. Being publicly exposed was an entirely different affair. He cast a furious glare at Aunt Shui, sternly admonishing her to remain silent, asserting that just because she did not speak, it did not render her mute. Aunt Shui, intimidated, shrank her neck, her indignation simmering beneath the surface, yet she dared not utter another word. Su Qinghao furrowed her brows and spoke, "Father, this matter is indeed of great magnitude. In my opinion, it will be prudent to send Madame Yun and Yuan Che to the estate for the time being. As time passes, the situation will surely subside." She refrained from mentioning Su Yuanche's origins or the sordid affairs involving Zhou Buren and Gu Riyun. The incidents in Fujian had yet to be thoroughly investigated, and she sought to avoid alarming the snake by striking the grass. As she anticipated, Su Qinghao hesitated for a moment before declaring, "What transpired today must not be spoken of outside. We shall deliberate on Chengxi's matters at a later time. As for Madame Yun and Yuan Che, they shall continue to reside in the manor as usual." His words carried an undertone of concern for Su Qinghao, as he pointedly remarked, "The reputation of the Su family is also your reputation. Should the family's name tarnish, your own prospects in marriage would suffer." He concluded with a warning, "Let today's events end here. Should anyone dare to spread word of this, do not blame me for my lack of civility." Su Qinghao maintained her composure and simply acknowledged understood. In truth, it mattered little to her whether they remained in the manor or were sent to the estate, for Gu Riyun would not be able to remain in the limelight for long. However, Aunt Shui's face was etched with discontent, her mind racing with schemes to elevate Su Yuankai to the title of heir. On the way back from Songhua Hall to Bihui Pavilion, Aunt Shui hastened to catch up with her. "Miss, how is the madam faring? These past few days have been arduous for you. Starting today, I shall attend to the madam." Aunt Shui's face wore a smile, exuding deference and flattery. Su Qinghao was well aware that Aunt Shui was seeking to curry favor with her and her mother for the sake of Su Yuankai. Once Su Yuankai became the heir and eventually the head of the Su family, her mother would likely find herself in less favorable circumstances. "You are too kind, Aunt. My mother is already attended to, so there is no need for your assistance," Su Qinghao replied coolly. Having said that, she adjusted her cloak and stepped away. To her surprise, shortly after returning to Bihui Pavilion, Aunt Shui sought an audience once more. Su Qinghao, in a good mood that day, was seated by the heated table in the resting chamber, engaged in dyeing her nails with a rich red hue. Upon hearing from Pearl that Aunt Shui wished to see her, Su Qinghao did not lift her gaze, simply stating, "Please invite Aunt Shui." As Aunt Shui entered, Su Qinghao was delicately blowing on her nails. "I pay my respects to the miss," Aunt Shui said with a respectful demeanor, holding a small box in her hands. Su Qingyu gestured for her to sit. "Aunt, have you come with something to discuss?" Aunt Shui took a seat across from Su Qingyu and presented the red lacquered pearwood box. "Miss, while I was tidying the storeroom yesterday, I came across this set of jewelry that I believe would suit you splendidly. Please, have a look and see if it pleases you." Su Qingyu extended her hand to open the box, revealing a pair of exquisitely crafted gold hairpins adorned with the symbols of longevity. "These hairpins are indeed splendid. I cannot accept such a precious gift from you." Although her words were casual, a flicker of astonishment crossed her lowered gaze. How had these hairpins come into her possession? Chapter 76. Casually digging a pit for my elder brother, Mother possessed a set of 12 exquisite gold hairpins, each symbolizing longevity and fortune. On my 10th birthday, she gifted me a pair, and likewise, 2 were bestowed upon Su Qinghao on her 10th birthday as well. The intricate floral designs on these 2 pins suggest they indeed belong to Su Qinghao. Auntie Shui, aware that Su Qingyu was accustomed to fine things, deliberately selected the best from the storeroom. As for the origin of these pins, she could hardly recall, faintly remembering they might have been a birthday gift from Su Qingyi a few years prior. As long as the eldest miss likes them, only such exquisite items can be worthy of you, Auntie Shui remarked. Su Qingyu smiled and instructed the maid, Jade, to put them away, expressing her gratitude to Auntie Shui. Observing this, Auntie Shui pressed her lips together and tentatively inquired, "Miss, given that Yuan Che's current status is not one of prominence, the only one in line for the title is your elder brother. Is his succession to the title a foregone conclusion?" Her visit was primarily to gauge Su Qingyu's stance. Should she receive the support of Su Qingyu, Su Yuankai would undoubtedly become the heir of the marquisate. After all, this esteemed young lady had the backing of the Shen family and the esteemed Third Master Shen, adding considerable weight to her opinions within the Su family. Su Qingyu chuckled softly and replied, "Auntie, the eldest branch has no one left. We still have the second and third branches. You are well aware of grandmother's affection for the second uncle. Should she entertain the thought of elevating the second branch, father, out of filial piety, would be reluctant to oppose her. Furthermore, regarding Yuan Che, as long as father holds him in high regard, what does his lack of a prominent status matter?" Upon hearing this, Auntie Shui immediately appeared flustered. "Miss, what shall we do? This title cannot fall to the second branch. Regardless of the quarrels between you siblings, you are still blood-related." Su Qingyu sighed, "Auntie, you know that father currently holds me in the lowest regard. Moreover, as someone about to marry, there are certain things I cannot openly discuss. If you trust me, I have an idea." Auntie Shui's expression brightened immediately. "Please, miss, share your thoughts." With a charming smile, Su Qingyu replied, "I was considering that if my elder brother could strengthen his ties with the Su family, the position of heir would surely be within reach. You might convey to him that he should pay attention to any request for assistance from young Master Su, for such a beneficial relationship should not be squandered." Initially taken aback, Auntie Shui then pondered Su Qingyu's words more deeply, and her smile grew even wider. "You make a valid point, Mississippi. I shall return and discuss this with your brother. Please take care." Once Auntie Shui departed, Jade served Su Qingyu fresh tea, her expression tinged with confusion as she asked, "Miss, why do you instruct Auntie Shui? Do you truly wish for the eldest master to inherit the title?" "I do not mean to meddle, but considering how he treated you at the Guowu Temple, we cannot allow him to succeed. If he becomes the head of the Su family, Our Lady may not have a good life." Su Qingyu chuckled lightly. "I am not foolish, rest assured. If Su Yuankai follows my advice, he will face the consequences of his actions. In my previous life, within half a month, Su Lianping got himself into grave trouble and nearly faced fatal repercussions from old Master Su. At this moment, Su Yuankai approached, likely becoming entangled in Su Lianping's affairs. When the time comes, it is uncertain whether he will inherit the title or even retain his life." The corners of Fate Sue's mouth curled slightly. That young lady had indeed profited from this situation, acquiring 2 hairpins while proposing a rather dubious idea. Upon hearing Fate Sue mention the 2 hairpins, Su Qingyu furrowed her brow and instructed, "Send someone to summon our 4th sister." Before long, Su Shuni entered, rubbing her hands together and inquiring, "Eldest sister, Are you looking for me? Su Qingyu pulled her closer, grasping her icy hand, and asked, Why did you not bring a hand warmer? Susundi checked nervously, replying, I heard you were looking for me, and in my haste, I forgot. Su Qingyu warmed her hands, then gestured for Fei Tsue to bring forth the 2 hairpins. She opened the box in front of Su Shuani and asked, Aren't these the birthday gifts Mother bestowed upon you? How'd they end up with Aunt Shui? Su Shuani turned to look at the hairpins, her eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, Did she take them again? Following this, she expressed her frustration. Auntie deceived me. She claimed she would keep them safe, yet they were taken by Aunt Shui. These were given to me by Mother. I haven't even had the heart to wear them. Su Qingyu was taken aback by Su Shuani's apparent ignorance. It seemed the hairpins were merely stored with Aunt Lien for safekeeping. Asiai, what exactly transpired? Are you still unwilling to confide in your sister? Su Qingyu sighed softly, her tone gentle. As Su Shuani recalled the grievances endured by both mother and daughter over the years, her gaze fell upon the hairpins, and tears welled in her eyes. Eldest sister, it is not that I do not wish to speak. I simply do not understand what happened. All I know is that Aunt Shui comes to visit my aunt from time to time. I cannot comprehend their conversations, but each time, she leaves with numerous items from my aunt's possession. Previously, Mother's jewelry and the supplements you provided to my aunt have all been taken by Aunt Shui. Su Qingyu's expression hardened as she asked in a low voice, Do you recall anything they said? It matters not if you did not understand. Just tell me what you remember. Su Shuani intertwined her fingers, pondering for a long while before finally speaking. Aunt Shui mentioned something about 18 years ago. The lady gave birth to something. She also said that if this were to become public, the lady would be rendered unable to live and would face dire consequences. Every time she uttered those words, my aunt would turn pale with fear, suffering nightmares at night. The few words spoken by Su Shuani left Su Qingyu frozen in place. Although Su Shuani might not grasp the full implications, she had nonetheless understood the crux of the matter. Something significant had transpired 18 years ago, profoundly affecting their mother. Now, Aunt Shui had seized upon this matter to threaten Aunt Lien. Su Qingyu struggled to regain her scattered thoughts and softly addressed Su Shuani, 4th sister. Should Aunt Shui come looking for trouble again, please inform me at the earliest opportunity, will you? Su Shuani nodded vigorously. I will remember, and I shall certainly inform eldest sister. After bidding farewell to Su Shuani, Su Qingyu remained alone for a while, lost in thought, utterly perplexed. What event could have instilled such fear in Aunt Lien? Unexpectedly, just when it seemed that Guru Yun's matter would remain in a stalemate for a while longer, a turning point emerged the following day. The next morning, Lin Wuchen sent word, requesting her presence at the Lin family business. Upon arriving at the floral hall in the Lin family's back courtyard, Su Qingyu discovered that Shun Jishio was also present. Engaged in a game of chess with Lin Wuchen. Was it mere coincidence, or had Shun Jishio summoned her intentionally? While Su Qingyu pondered this, she heard Shun Jishio declare, Let us cease the game and discuss serious matters. It had come to light that the circumstances surrounding the Cheng family had been clarified. The Marquis of Pingming held deep affections for the young mistress of the Cheng family, yet she had deftly maneuvered him around. Chapter 77. A grand green hat. Su Qingyu was somewhat taken aback. After sitting down, she inquired, What do you mean by that? Shun Jishio picked up a stack of testimonies beside him and handed them to Su Qingyu. I interrogated Zhou Buren throughout the night yesterday. This is his confession. The subsequent details are derived from the events of that year, along with Zhou Buren's testimony, outlining the entire course of events. Given that the matter involved Su Qingyu's father, Shun Jishio found it inappropriate to recount the sordid details and suggested she peruse the documents herself. Su Qingyu accepted the stack of testimonies and began to examine them one by one, her expression growing increasingly grave. By the time she reached the latter part detailing the complete sequence of events, her fingers, gripping the edge of the rice paper, had turned pale. It turned out that Su Qingye and Guru Yun had grown up together, childhood sweethearts. Su Qingye's intention was to marry Guru Yun, but before any engagement could be arranged, the incident concerning Su Qingye's elder brother, Su Qingyan, occurred. To save his brother, Su Qingye wed Lin. After his marriage, Su Qinghao frequently engaged in clandestine rendezvous with Gu Riyun, a relationship that persisted until her own marriage. Gu Riyun was wed to the Cheng family in Fujian, and the two gradually lost contact until the end of the 11th year of the Xuande reign. When Su Qinghao was dispatched to Fujian, their old flames reignited. In the summer of the 12th year of Xuande, a flood struck Fujian, and the responsibility for disaster relief fell upon Gu Riyun's father-in-law, Cheng Shuwen, who was the governor of Fujian at the time. Zhou Buren was the house steward for the Cheng family, enjoying the trust of Cheng Shuwen. However, unbeknownst to the Cheng family, Zhou Buren had already established a clandestine liaison with Gu Riyun, the young mistress of the household. The two conspired to exploit the relief funds and devised a plan to persuade Cheng Shuwen to quietly siphon off 20%. Cheng Shuwen found the idea appealing, reasoning that given the substantial losses during disaster relief, taking just 20% would go unnoticed. At that time, it was also the season when Japanese pirates threatened the borders. And with military affairs keeping Cheng Shuwen and his son preoccupied, he entrusted the matter to Zhou Buren. Little did he know, Zhou Buren did not merely take 20%. He absconded with 80%. Certain procedural aspects required coordination with the Ministry of Revenue, and Gu Riyun discreetly sought assistance from Su Qinghao. When the then Minister of Revenue, Chun Zheng, discovered the misconduct, Gu Riyun and Zhou Buren were thrown into a panic. The two deliberated throughout the night and ultimately concocted a scheme to shift blame. Zhou Buren first secreted away the stolen silver, while Gu Riyun approached Su Qinghao, offering to exchange her evidence for her own safety. Naturally, Su Qinghao could not bear the thought of Gu Riyun facing peril, especially upon her revelation of being with child. Thus, he took the evidence to Minister Chen to claim credit. Subsequently, the Cheng family faced exile. Su Qinghao was promoted, Gu Riyun entered the marquisate with her child, and Zhou Buren used the ill-gotten gains to establish a business in the capital. Regarding the origins of the two children, according to Zhou Buren, the daughter was of Su lineage, conceived on the eve of Gu Riyun's marriage. The son, however, was Zhou Buren's own, as Gu Riyun, upon discovering her pregnancy, sought to secure her own future by clandestinely meeting with Su Qinghao once more. The testimonies also inquired why the child could not be the legitimate heir of the Cheng family. Zhou Buren's response was that the Cheng family's eldest son was entirely incapable of procreation, a fact concealed by their bribing of the physician, unbeknownst to the Cheng family. After Gu Riyun entered the marquis's residence, she repeatedly threatened with the past misconduct of Su Qinghao, who had once aided the Cheng family in embezzlement. Fixated on ensuring her son inherited the title of the marquis. Upon finishing her reading, Su Qinghao placed the confession forcefully on the table. Lin Wuqing, already aware of these matters, stepped closer and nudged the teacup toward her, jokingly remarking, "Take care when you slam it down, lest your hand aches." Su Qinghao gritted her teeth, exclaiming that Gu Riyun is indeed a bane to others. Fortunately, her schemes had not yet succeeded. There was still time. Lin Wuqing consoled her, recalling the tragic conclusion of her past life. A bitter smile crept upon her lips. Indeed, that mother-daughter duo had triumphed. Gu Riyun had become the matriarch of the Su family. Cheng Rujin had married into the Shen family as the young mistress, and Su Yuansa had inherited the marquisate. She gathered her thoughts, pulling herself back from her drifting reverie, and turned to Shen Jixio. "Where's that Zhou Buren now?" In the prison of the Ministry of Justice, Shen Jixio replied softly, "I personally interrogated him last night. Rest assured, I am handling this matter discreetly." They sat close, separated only by a fragrant sandalwood table. Su Qingyao's nose twitched slightly, faintly catching the scent of blood lingering around Shen Jixio. "Did you come directly from the prison?" she inquired. After the interrogation, "I visited the Dali Temple to review several case files," Shen Jixio replied, then asked, "What do you plan to do? Is there anything else you require my assistance with?" Observing the weariness in his eyes, Su Qinghao felt a warmth in her heart and gently responded, "Could we perhaps release Zhou Buren for now?" Shen Jixio pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you wish to let him go fishing?" Su Qinghao raised an eyebrow. "My father lacks clarity. Without giving him a chance to let go completely, we cannot eradicate this issue at its root. Since he has caused this trouble, he should deal with it himself." It would be fitting for him to witness how the woman he is so eager to protect betrays him and schemes against him to his very core. Hearing her words, Shen Jishio contemplated briefly and nodded slightly, saying, "Very well, I will have him released. When he meets Guru Yun, I will send someone to inform you." He even took on the task of surveillance. Lin Wucheng, sitting nearby, sighed deeply. These tasks used to be mine. I seem to have fallen out of favor. My cousin has forgotten about me. Su Qinghao recognized his jest and playfully shot him a glance filled with mirth. Shen Jishio, with a serious demeanor, proposed, "Why not have you personally keep watch over the Zhou family?" Lin Wucheng recoiled. "No, it's better you find someone else for that." He then called out loudly, "Bring the items in." A young servant entered, delicately carrying an exquisite redwood box, placing it gently before them before retreating. Lin Wucheng pushed the box toward Su Qinghao, stating, "This is a fine batch of donkey hide gelatin specially sent by my mother to replenish your vitality." Su Qinghao accepted it with a smile, saying, "Please thank my aunt for me. She makes it for me every year." With the conversation reaching its conclusion, Su Qinghao stood to prepare her departure. Lin Wucheng and Shen Jishio escorted her to the entrance, watching as she climbed into her carriage and departed. The carriage gradually receded into the distance as Lin Wucheng clasped his arms across his chest and suddenly spoke. "When my aunt gave birth to my cousin, she was startled and delivered prematurely. Thus, this girl was frail and delicate in her youth, evoking much sympathy. Over the years, with careful nurturing from the family, she has improved somewhat." Shen Jishio discerned Lin Wucheng's concern for Su Qinghao and replied, half jokingly and half seriously, "Rest assured, no one will allow Mrs. Shun-san to suffer indignities. Should she face any grievances, I shall not let it rest." Lin Wucheng added a remark in agreement. The two exchanged glances, each recognizing the sincerity reflected in the other's eyes. As Su Qinghao returned home from the outside, she encountered Aunt Shui in the small garden. "Miss, have you just returned?" Aunt Shui approached to pay her respects and engaged in pleasantries. Su Qinghao's expression shifted suddenly as she remarked, "I just came back from my cousin's place. He gifted me a box of superior donkey hide gelatin. I have no use for it, so I thought to send it to Aunt Lien. She has been tirelessly caring for my mother these past few days." Chapter 78. The truth from 18 years ago. Madame Shui cast a glance at the box in Emerald's hands, a flicker of envy stirring within her heart. The lady and the young miss bestowed all their fine possessions upon Aunt Lien, revealing their blatant favoritism, while she had never received anything of worth from them. Su Qinghao paid no heed to Madame Shui's disgruntled expression, leading her companions to Aunt Lien's Rui Pavilion. Upon entering, she found Aunt Lien engaged in needlework, with Su Shunxi by her side, attempting to learn the art of embroidery. Su Yinggu approchtoi inspectioni skindiwerk. The young girl hastily covered her embroidery frame, exclaiming, "Elder sister, please don't look. My stitching is quite unsightly." The little one's face flushed with embarrassment as she hid the frame behind her. Amused, Su Qinghao instructed Emerald to set down their belongings and addressed Aunt Lien. "This is the donkey hide gelatin sent by my cousin. Aunt, you have worked hard these past days. Please take it to replenish your strength. You've been caring for my mother, and it shows. You've grown quite thin." Aunt Lien hurriedly declined. "Miss, you should take it back. I would only waste it here. Please give it to the lady to restore her health." Su Qinghao shook her head, responding, "My mother has ample tonics. Since it is meant for you, Aunt, do accept it without concern. This gelatin was prepared by my aunt's staff, crafted with the finest ingredients. Consume it for yourself. Do not share it with others." Aunt Lien nodded, saying, "I shall heed your words, Mississippi. I will keep it for my own use and not offer it to anyone else." Before departing Rui Pavilion, Su Qinghao exchanged a knowing glance with Su Shunxi, who subtly nodded in affirmation. The sisters shared an unspoken understanding. Upon leaving Aunt Lien's residence, Su Qinghao made her way to Zihua Courtyard. Madame Lin was now able to rise from her bed, carefully arranging several plum blossoms in a vase, meticulously placing them in the floral container. "Mother, you should rest more," Su Qinghao gently urged as she supported Madame Lin's arm. Turning to caress Su Qinghao's cheek affectionately, Madame Lin replied, "I cannot remain in bed forever. My arms and legs must be exercised." Su Qinghao assisted her in reclining against the large, window-side Kong, propped up by two intricately woven gold-threaded pillows. "Mother, I recall you mentioning I had an elder sister who passed away at birth. Is that correct?" Suinyu tentatively inquired. Madame Lin paused, taken aback for a moment, then sighed. "Your sister was 2 years your senior and unfortunately caught up in the turmoil of the first year of Xuanda." Observing Madame Lin's expression closely, Su Qinghao noted only a hint of sadness. She pressed on. "Did you ever see her, mother? Was she beautiful?" At her words, a tender smile graced Madame Lin's features as she reminisced. She was indeed quite beautiful, rosy and delicate, unlike any newborn I had ever seen. It was a matter of fate. On that day, chaos erupted in the capital, and both your grandfather and father were away from the estate. The rebels indiscriminately invaded homes, mercilessly taking lives. We were terrified upon hearing the news. I stationed half the guards at your grandmother's Songa Hall and the rest at various entrances of the Marquis's residence. Perhaps my anxiety was excessive, for I suddenly went into premature labor. By the time I regained consciousness, the child had already passed. Thankfully, Su Yan was by my side, her face ashen with fear. Su Yan is the given name of Aunt Lien. It is lamentable that both sisters were born prematurely, a reflection of their mother's shortcomings. Suinyu hastily comforted Lin, saying, "Mother, do not speak thus. See, I am well now. I was merely frail in my youth, but I have since thrived." However, as she spoke, a sudden unease gripped her heart. Her sister was indeed a preterm infant. How could their mother claim she did not resemble a newborn? Were not premature children typically frail and diminutive? Recalling Su Shuni's words, her anxiety deepened, though she dared not reveal her turmoil. Observing Lin's despondent expression, Su Qinghao made an effort to lighten the mood with a few jests before returning to the Bai Shui pavilion, her heart heavy with conflicting emotions. The entire afternoon, she was restless, pondering the events of that fateful night 18 years prior. What had transpired? What did Aunt Shue's words signify? What knowledge did Aunt Lien possess? Fortunately, Aunt Shue did not disappoint her, evidently harboring ulterior motives concerning that box of donkey-hide gelatin. As dusk approached, having just finished her evening meal, Su Shuni rushed in, breathless. "Eldest sister, Aunt Shue. She has gone to see her aunt." Her words came out in hurried fragments, her demeanor clearly anxious, as if fearing Su Qinghao would arrive too late. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghao sprang to her feet and swiftly made her way outside, with Su Shuni trailing behind. Within the confines of the Rue E Pavilion, the maidservants stationed in the courtyard had already been sent away by Su Shuni, leaving the area enveloped in a profound silence. Su Qinghao approached the doorway of the main chamber, listening intently to the sounds within. First, she heard Aunt Lien's voice, tinged with a pleading tone. "You cannot take this gelatin. The eldest young lady has instructed me not to give it away." Then came Aunt Shue's disdainful scoff. "If you refuse to part with it, I shall seek it from the lady herself. If she were to learn of the nature of her offspring, it would surely terrify her." She continued, "And what of the Marquis and the old matriarch? If they were to uncover the truth, what do you suppose would happen?" Following this, Aunt Lien's voice broke with desperation. "Please, do not speak of this any further. I will grant you whatever you desire. I beseech you, do not let this secret escape." Su Qinghao furrowed her brow, sensing that there were matters her mother remained unaware of, and that Aunt Lien bore the brunt of Aunt Shue's threats for their mother's sake. Aunt Shue persisted. "I shall keep silent, but you must go to the lady tomorrow and advocate for the eldest young master to be declared heir. I promise that if he becomes the heir, I shall never mention this again. However, should he fail to attain that position, I assure you, I will make things unbearable for the lady. Prepare yourself to collect her remains." After a prolonged silence, Aunt Lien finally acquiesced. "I will agree. Take this gelatin." This was followed by the sound of the box being opened and closed. Su Qinghao quickly pulled Su Shuni and the jade pendant, Feitsue, behind the curtain in the eastern chamber, remaining concealed until Aunt Shue exited the Rue E Pavilion, at which point they emerged. Su Qinghao signaled for Feitsue and Su Shuni to wait there while she ventured alone into Aunt Lien's chamber. Upon entering, she found Aunt Lien sitting on the floor, her back against the bed, her gaze vacant and hollow. Su Qinghao approached gently, assisting her to rise, and inquired, "Auntie, I heard everything you said. What exactly transpired?" "Lien, auntie," supported as she sat on the edge of the bed, lifted her gaze upon recognizing Su Qinghao. The tears that had previously ceased flowed forth once more. Covering her face with both hands, she wept uncontrollably, exclaiming, "It is my fault. I have wronged the mistress." Su Qinghao retrieved a handkerchief, tenderly wiping away the traces of tears from her eyes and cheeks. "Auntie, you may confide in me. I assure you, I will not disclose this to my mother. Once I learn the truth, I can devise a way to prevent Aunt Shui from threatening you again." What truly happened on that fateful night 18 years ago? Su Qinghao's voice was soft, and Lian Auntie's sobs gradually diminished. Perhaps the burden of this truth had been too exhausting to bear over the years. Or perhaps the assurance that Su Qinghao would not inform Lin eased her heart. Clutching the damp silk handkerchief, Lian Auntie hesitated before speaking. 18 years ago, the mistress gave birth to a crow. Chapter 79. Where is the stolen child? Su Qinghao suddenly rose to her feet. "What did you say?" After Lady Lian uttered this phrase, she exhaled deeply. Noticing Su Qinghao's astonished gaze, she wiped away her tears with a handkerchief. "Madame Shui is using this matter to threaten me. If I do not comply with her wishes, she will expose this incident. I cannot allow her to do so, otherwise it would spell disaster for the lady." Upon saying this, Lady Lian seemed to have made a sudden resolution, a glimmer of determination shining in her eyes. "Miss, you need not concern yourself with this. I will handle the matter. I have contemplated this for quite some time, yet I hesitated to take decisive action. However, her audacity knows no bounds, and now she even covets the position of the heir. Given the circumstances, she must no longer be allowed to remain." The typically meek Lady Lian's eyes suddenly brimmed with ferocity, a murderous intent radiating from her. Su Qinghao understood that Lady Lian had been pushed to her limits by Madame Shui. Even a clay figurine could exhibit temper when provoked. "Lady, please recount what transpired that night 18 years ago," Su Qinghao urged, pulling up a chair to sit opposite Lady Lian. She had regained her composure from earlier shock and was now eager to uncover the details of the event. As Lady Lian heard Su Qinghao's inquiry, she strained to recall the particulars of that fateful night. "At that time, I was the lady's chief maid and had not yet become a concubine to the Marquis. That night, the lady took me to inspect the various areas of the Marquis's residence. Halfway through, she was seized by abdominal pain and could not continue. Coincidentally, we were near the uninhabited cold smoke pavilion, so I assisted her inside. I also called over a little maid nearby to fetch the old matriarch and a doctor." Su Qinghao interjected, "At that time, was it only you and my mother in the cold smoke pavilion?" Lady Lian nodded. "Yes, that night the capital was in chaos. The lady instructed the servants not to roam about. Most of the guards were stationed at Songhua Hall to protect the old matriarch, while the remainder were stationed at the various gates of the Marquis's residence. Seeing the lady in such distress, I feared she might go into premature labor. I went to the adjacent small kitchen, intending to boil some hot water for her. The small kitchen was quite close to the lady's resting quarters, so I could hear her voice and was not concerned about attending to her needs. However, as Lady Lian reached this point, she began to weep again, covering her face. Su Qinghao steadied her shoulders and gazed into her frantic eyes, asking firmly, "But what? What happened?" Lady Lian sniffled a couple of times and replied, "Perhaps I was too exhausted. I fell asleep in the small kitchen. It is all my fault. If I had been more alert, I would not have dozed off, and Madame Shui would not have seen me." Su Qinghao furrowed her brows. How could one fall asleep during such a critical time? Lady Lian was utterly devoted to her mother and usually conducted herself with great prudence. How could she have slept while her mother was in labor? "How long did you sleep, and what occurred after you awakened?" Su Qinghao inquired further. Lady Lian pondered for a moment, frowning as she responded. "I had put a pot of water on the stove. The fire was not too strong, and when I awoke, the water had just begun to boil. I estimate I must have slept for about 15 minutes, perhaps a little longer, but certainly not half an hour. Upon awakening, I noticed the silence from the direction of my lady and promptly went to investigate. As I entered the room, Aunt Lian's expression abruptly turned pale. Her eyes filled with terror. Su Qinghao grasped her icy hand and gently reassured her, "It is all right. It has all passed. Just tell me what you witnessed, and I shall handle the rest." Aunt Lian took a couple of deep breaths and began, When I entered, the bed was stained with blood, and beside my lady lay a bloodied crow that was already lifeless. And what transpired thereafter? What actions did you take? Su Qinghao continued to inquire softly. She was resolute in her belief that this was a fabricated conspiracy. Aunt Lien, entangled in the predicament, seemed unable to perceive the truth and had lived in fear ever since. This incident bore a striking resemblance to the tragic tale of the cat swapping for the prince from the previous dynasty. Aunt Lien steadied herself and continued. I was terrified and fled with the crow in hand. I retreated to a corner of the garden and incinerated the crow into ashes. However, after the lady gave birth and lost the child, I felt compelled to find her another baby. I recalled that my sister-in-law from my maternal family was also working in the estate and had given birth just 10 days prior. My intention was to bring the child over temporarily, and in a few days, I would seek a corpse to claim that the baby had perished, returning the child afterward. Yet, upon my return, I discovered that my little niece had succumbed to typhoid fever. I pleaded with my sister-in-law to secretly allow me to take the child back, placing her beside my lady. Just as I laid the child down, the old matriarch arrived with others. Thankfully, they did not scrutinize the child too closely, allowing me to cover up the situation. Since I was raised to the status of a concubine by my lady, Aunt Shui began to threaten me, occasionally referencing what my lady had given birth to 18 years ago. It was then that I realized Aunt Shui was also aware of the matter. At this point, Aunt Lien seemed to relax considerably, having harbored this secret for 18 long years, which had nearly driven her to madness. There were times she resented her own helplessness for having fallen asleep during such a crucial moment, and for enduring Aunt Shui's threats for so many years. Countless times, she contemplated a mutual demise with Aunt Shui, taking this secret to the grave. Yet, her heart could not bear it, nor could she part with her daughter. Su Qinghao remained motionless, silent for a while. She mentally reconstructed the scene, pondering the sequence of events. Aunt Lien must have been manipulated while asleep. Someone had likely drugged her and, taking advantage of her mother's unconsciousness following childbirth, absconded with the child, leaving the crow by the bedside. By the time that person returned after disposing of the child, Aunt Lien had already awakened and brought forth a new corpse. This suggested that the individual in question was likely Aunt Shui. Suddenly, Su Qinghao asked, Aunt, was Aunt Shui already pregnant when my mother gave birth? Aunt Lien nodded, yes. At that time, Aunt Shui was carrying the eldest son and was already over 7 months along. Su Qinghao murmured softly, where is that stolen child now? Aunt Lien paused, perplexed, and asked what child? Which child? Su Qinghao did not respond to her question. Instead, she continued to inquire, Aunt, when mother was pregnant, did the doctor ever mention whether it was a boy or a girl? Chapter 80. Can we still find that child? Aunt Lien pondered for a moment and spoke. Madam has always said she loves both boys and girls, hence she never inquires with the doctor, nor allows us to ask in private. Her voice trembled slightly as she continued. Aunt Shui mentioned that if this matter were to leak, Madam would be regarded as an aberration and burned alive. My lady, how could someone as virtuous as Madam ever be considered an aberration? In our village, someone was once burned for being deemed a reincarnation of a malevolent spirit. I witnessed it with my own eyes. We must absolutely keep this a secret, lest others find out. The memory of that childhood incident caused a flicker of fear to surface in Aunt Lien's eyes. Cold light glimmered in Su Qinghao's gaze as she scoffed. An aberration? She is the greatest aberration of all. Softening her tone, she reassured Aunt Lien my mother did not give birth to a crow. She bore a child, but someone took it away. You were not asleep. Perhaps you were drugged. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lien's expression froze, and she stood in stunned silence for a long while. In disbelief, she looked at Su Qinghao and asked, are you saying that the crow was not born of Madam? What the child? Did I lose the child? Su Qinghao took her hand in comfort, saying, how can my mother give birth to a crow? There are no aberrations in this world, only wicked people who intervene. Aunt Lien was blinded by her fears, compounded by the traumatic incident from her childhood, and found it difficult to extricate herself from that mindset. After a moment of contemplation, however, she began to recognize the underlying doubts and clues. My lady, where is the child that Madam gave birth to? It is all my fault. I am useless. And thus the child was lost. Aunt Lien descended into a new despair, pondering the possibility of having lost a child for 18 years. Could that child still be alive? Yet Su Qingyu expressed her gratitude, saying, "Aunt, I must thank you. Had you not acted promptly to eliminate the foul entity and sought the child, my mother might have truly perished in flames." Such matters are perilous, as family members may prefer to believe in the existence of the supernatural. The crow is indeed an ill omen. Had the old lady and others arrived before you regained consciousness, the consequences would have been unfathomable. Remembering the perilous scene, Su Qingyu felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. She was profoundly grateful to Aunt Lien and empathized with the suffering she had endured over the past 18 years. After a while of comforting her, Aunt Lien's emotions stabilized. Su Qingyu cautioned her, "Aunt, remain as you were. If Aunt Shui brings up the events of the past again, you might inquire how she came to know of them. If she is indeed responsible, she will surely reveal her own guilt. Do not let her realize that I am aware of this matter. I intend to investigate the events of that time meticulously, especially the whereabouts of that child. We must avoid alarming the snake in the grass. What if she discovers where the child is and takes preemptive action?" Su Qingyu felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps she had a brother or sister still alive in this world. Aunt Lien listened intently to Su Qingyu's instructions and nodded firmly, assuring her, "My lady, rest assured. I will be cautious. Can we still find this child?" Aunt Lien cautiously inquired. Su Qingyu coldly replied, "Aunt, rest assured, if the person is alive, I shall surely find them. If they are not, I will ensure that those who harm them meet their end as well." After reassuring Aunt Lien, Su Qingyu returned to Bishi Pavilion with a solemn expression. She spent the better part of the night alone in the study, only rising to rest after several hours. Days passed, and Lin's health had improved significantly. Thus, Su Qingyu no longer attended to her closely. One morning, after dressing herself according to the usual customs, she made her way to Songhua Hall to pay her respects, having been absent for nearly half a month due to caring for Lin. Upon seeing Su Qingyu enter, the old matriarch instinctively pursed her lips. Not a single action Su Qingyu had taken during this time had pleased her. She contemplated scolding her, but recalled Su Qingyu's prestigious marriage prospects and the importance the Shen family placed upon her. The words lingered on her tongue, but were swallowed back. And after Su Qingyu performed her greeting, she forced a smile. "Qingyu has arrived. Please sit," she said. "Yuan Mama, fetch a cup of the sweetened milk curds that the young lady favors." Though the old matriarch smiled, Su Qingyu perceived an underlying strain in her expression. She paid it no mind, rising to offer her gratitude. "Grandmother, have we arrived late?" Just then, with an exuberant laugh, Aunt Shui strode in. Su Qingyu's lips curled slightly. Aunt Shui had certainly secured a favorable position with the old matriarch. How audacious for a concubine to be so boisterous in Songhua Hall. The household's decorum was indeed deteriorating. Aunt Shui was adorned in a pomegranate red embroidered silk robe, complemented by a lotus pink skirt with golden trim. Her hair was adorned with a pair of golden phoenix hairpins, and her beaming smile suggested she was celebrating a grand achievement. Su Qingyu's gaze lingered on the hairpins for a moment. If she was not mistaken, they belonged to her grandmother. Clearly, in recent days, Aunt Shui had succeeded in charming the old matriarch. Su Yihui and Su Yuankai followed closely behind Aunt Shui, with Su Yihui still resembling a proud peacock, while Su Yuankai wore an air of self-satisfaction, casting a sidelong glance at Su Qingyu when he noticed her presence. The old matriarch's smile became considerably more genuine upon their entrance. "I heard Yuankai visited the Su family yesterday?" The old matriarch inquired with a smile. Previously, she had looked down upon Aunt Shui's lowly background, unlike Hun, who, despite her family's disgrace, was a pampered daughter of a noble family. Therefore, she had little hope for Aunt Shui's two offspring. However, with Gu Riyun's downfall and tarnished reputation, Su Yuancheng would likely not inherit the title. While Su Yuankai may not possess great talent, he was at least related to the Su family by marriage. With Aunt Shui's recent attentiveness, the old matriarch began to entertain the idea of allowing Su Yuankai to inherit the title. Upon hearing the old matriarch's question, Aunt Shui shot Su Yuankai a reproachful glance and remarked, "The old matriarch ought to discipline him." He spent the night drinking with young Master Su and several other young lords, returning home late. In such a drunken state, he instructed the servants to wake him early to pay his respects to you. In my opinion, if he continues to indulge so excessively, he should not be allowed back into the residence. The words of Annie Snow, though seemingly a reprimand, served to flaunt Su Yuankai's ability to drink alongside young Master Su, simultaneously affirming his filial piety to the matriarch. Indeed, her remarks brought a smile to the old lady's face. Do not chastise him further. Such occurrences are inevitable when one mingles outside. Should he indulge in excess again, there is no need for him to pay his respects. It would be truly beneficial for him to rest. Su Yuankai nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze towards Su Qinghao. Recalling his aunt's words, he understood that to ascend to the position of heir, he must secure the support of both the eldest miss and the matriarch. Thus, he deemed it essential to cultivate a closer relationship with Su Qinghao. Sister, should you ever face any injustice within the Shen household, do not hesitate to come to your elder brother. I shall surely advocate for you. Chapter 81. Boy or Girl. As Su Qinghao listened to this statement, she suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. If only her elder brother or sister were still alive, their words would undoubtedly bear far more sincerity than those of Su Yuankai. Yet, when the words emerged from Su Yuankai's lips, Su Qinghao could only perceive a bitter irony. With a calm demeanor, she replied, "Thank you, elder brother." She would not permit herself to be wronged in the Shen household. Furthermore, even if she were to face such injustice, she did not believe Su Yuankai possessed the capability to support her. After all, he had barely evaded his own calamity for over 10 days. As for Su Yanping's impending trials, that remained to be seen. After exiting Songhua Hall, Su Qinghao made her way to the storeroom in the front courtyard of the Su family. Within, there lay a small chamber dedicated to the storage of ancient account books. If her memory served her correctly, the pulse records of the Su family members over the years were also contained therein. She aimed to locate the pulse record from the time of her mother's pregnancy, hoping to uncover any clues. To maintain discretion, she brought along only the meticulous and composed jade. The pulse records were housed in 2 large chests, and upon opening them, a thick layer of dust greeted them. The duo began to examine the records, page by page, given that these were the pulse records of the Su family spanning decades. Finding the specific period of Lin's pregnancy proved to be a daunting task. After a fruitless day of searching, both were left dusty and disheveled. On the second day, just past noon, Su Qinghao's eyes were beginning to tire when she heard Jade exclaim, "Miss, could this be the one?" Su Qinghao took the book, flipped through it, and confirmed that the dates indeed corresponded to the 9 months of Lin's pregnancy. She retrieved a cotton cloth and meticulously wiped the record clean before rising and stating, "Let us return and refresh ourselves." Jade inquired, "Miss, can you comprehend this record?" With a smile, Su Qinghao replied, "I cannot, but we shall seek out someone who can." She intended to pay a visit to Mr. Zhou, requesting his assistance in deciphering the pulse record, ideally discerning whether her mother bore a son or a daughter. During her search, it would be advantageous to have a specific focus. While other doctors could certainly assist, she preferred to consult the best, as the information she could gather would likely be more substantial. Moreover, she harbored a personal motive to investigate events from 18 years prior. Neither she nor her third cousin could manage this alone. It seemed they would require Shun Jixio's help. After changing into fresh attire, Su Qinghao boarded a carriage and once again made her way to the western courtyard of the Shen household. This time, the same young servant opened the door. Jade spoke, "Young brother, could you kindly announce our arrival?" Before she could finish, the young servant had already opened the door to the western courtyard, respectfully stating, "The third master has instructed that Miss Su may enter directly without announcement." He then quietly instructed another nearby attendant, "Quickly inform the third master that the madam has arrived." Su Qinghao was left pondering. Did they assume she could not hear, or was it intentionally meant for her to overhear? On her way to the main courtyard, several young servants paused to bow to Su Qinghao, their faces radiating joy. She felt as though she were a newlywed matron receiving the deference of the household staff. Upon finally reaching the study in the main courtyard, she discovered that Shun Jixio was occupied with guests. When Zhu led her to a nearby flower hall, and ordered tea and snacks to be served. Inside the study, Shen Jishio was engaged in discussions with several advisors. Wenju entered quietly and softly whispered beside his ear, "Third Master, Miss Su has arrived." Shen Jishio's fingers, which had been lightly tapping on the table, suddenly stilled. He then interrupted his aide, Bai Ji, with an assertive tone, "We shall discuss this later. You may all return for now." Bai Ji and the others were momentarily taken aback, speculating that a distinguished guest had arrived, and thus they rose to leave. Shen Jishio also stood and made his way towards the flower hall. In the west courtyard of the Shen residence, there were no maids, and Shen Jishio was attended solely by young boys. Therefore, only Su Qinghao and her servant were present in the flower hall, while several young attendants stood outside, awaiting instructions from within. Wenju quietly inquired, "Third Master, would you like to select a few maids to assist? It would be more convenient for Miss Su's visit." Without hesitation, Shen Jishio replied, "Not for now. I will personally choose someone before the wedding." He stepped into the flower hall and, with a hint of a smile, asked Su Qinghao, "Have you had lunch?" Su Qinghao nodded and responded, "Yes, I have. I have come today to trouble you with a matter." Since Shen Jishio's return to the capital, it seemed she had sought his assistance several times. He appeared to dislike her excessive politeness and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for such formalities between us. What has happened?" Su Qinghao, not hiding anything, recounted events from 18 years ago. Shen Jishio's expression gradually darkened, and once she finished her account, he spoke in a low voice, "Is it truly so? You seek my help in locating that child?" Su Qinghao replied, "I have brought my mother's pregnancy records and wish for Mr. Zhou to examine them, to determine whether my mother was expecting a boy or a girl. I thought this might help narrow down the search. I also wish to inquire whether Mr. Zhou is trustworthy. I would prefer that this matter does not become widely known until we have found the person. This cannot be disclosed to my mother or the Su family, especially before we have any leads. If I exhaust my efforts without success, I will carry this burden in silence, ensuring my mother does not live with regret and sorrow." She had observed Mr. Zhou in recent days and noted that he bore no animosity or dislike towards her. Perhaps, in his previous life, he simply conducted his business for a fee. Shen Jishio nodded, affirming, "That is a viable approach. You need not concern yourself with Mr. Zhou. I can assure you this matter will remain confidential." He then called out to Wenju, instructing him to summon Mr. Zhou. Suin Yu Said, expressing, "The hope of finding them alive is slim, and even slimmer is the chance of locating them if they are indeed alive." Shen Jishio comforted her, saying, "I will help you investigate. If necessary, we may have to interrogate that concubine to ascertain whether she directly harmed the child or entrusted them to another." Su Qinghao pondered for a moment before responding, "I have considered this possibility as well, but I lack evidence. I fear that if I ask her anything, it may provoke her. What if she resorts to extreme measures and endangers my brother and sister's lives? At this juncture, I cannot afford to take any risks." Su Qinghao pressed her lips together, her eyes clouded with concern. Shen Jishio's gaze turned slightly cold as he stated, "When the time comes for her to speak, I will personally conduct the interrogation. There are no questions he cannot ascertain." Noticing that his tone had become somewhat abrupt, he softened his voice, offering reassurance. "Let's first conduct a preliminary investigation. This will yield greater efficiency when we question her." Shen Jishio's words instilled a sense of confidence in Su Qinghao. For reasons she could not quite fathom, she believed wholeheartedly that he could uncover any information. It seemed that no matter how challenging the task, it became significantly simpler in his capable hands. Observing the tension etched on Su Qinghao's face, Shen Jishio recognized that this matter weighed heavily on her heart. An unexpected pang of bittersweet emotion surged within him, leaving him unable to articulate whether it was sorrow or something else entirely. "Third Master, Mr. Zhou has arrived," Wenju announced at the door before gently pushing open the door to the flower hall. Upon Mr. Zhou's entrance, Su Qinghao presented the medical case file, courteously requesting, "Could you kindly assist in determining whether my mother was expecting a boy or a girl? Is it possible to discern any characteristics of the child from this case file?" Chapter 82. Deliberately embracing him, Mr. Zhou took the pulse record and seated himself nearby, meticulously perusing it page by page. Su Qinghao dared not breathe. her anxiety palpable as she watched him intently. In her quest to locate her blood relatives, she suppressed any lingering resentment she held towards Mr. Zhou from her past life. After a considerable time of approximately 15 minutes, Mr. Zhou finally set the pulse record down and declared, "Madam, you were carrying a boy back then." Su Qinghao, her voice tinged with urgency, pressed, "Can you be certain, sir?" This inquiry, though somewhat presumptuous for a divine healer like Mr. Zhou, elicited no displeasure from him. Instead, he patiently elucidated, "The pulse record is quite detailed, indicating that the physician who compiled it was meticulous and experienced, likely an elder doctor." Su Qinghao promptly nodded. The physician who authored the record was indeed the father of the estate's doctor, Su, who was over 70 years of age at that time. Mr. Zhou continued, "While a single day's pulse may not convey much, the overall pulse readings throughout the pregnancy confirm it was indeed a boy." However, he hesitated briefly before continuing. "The fetus exhibited a congenital dislocation of the left arm, which is not particularly evident." This physician evidently lacked certainty and intended to assess further upon the child's birth. A congenital dislocation of the arm? Did this imply that the child would have a defect in his left arm, rendering it weak or immobile? Su Qinghao inquired anxiously. Her lips pressed tightly as she gazed at Mr. Zhou. Shen Zhixiu observed her tense demeanor, noting the faint traces of blood on her lower lip from her anxious biting. He rose and approached her, gently patting her shoulder with his broad palm, soothingly stating, "It should not be a cause for great concern. A dislocation is not a significant issue. Do not fret excessively." Mr. Zhou concurred. "Third Master speaks rightly. This is not a grave matter. With a capable doctor present at birth, the arm can easily be set right. Even if some time has passed, my modest skill should suffice for such a procedure." Su Qinghao exhaled deeply, only then realizing Shen Zhixiu was standing beside her. "Please forgive me, Third Master. I am quite well." She had merely momentarily misjudged the severity of the arm dislocation. After Mr. Zhou's departure, Su Qinghao regained her composure, her countenance shifting from fear and confusion to resolute determination. As she stood to leave, Shen Zhixiu suddenly stepped forward, stating, "We will eventually uncover the truth. Upon your return, focus on your tasks, and do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Although this matter has lingered for some time, it does not mean we cannot find traces." Su Qinghao gazed gratefully at Shen Zhixiu, intending to express her gratitude, but feeling that mere words would be too perfunctory. Suddenly, she recalled the fabric that the Lin family had sent to the Bihui pavilion, both out of sentiment and propriety. She felt it necessary to craft a few garments and shoes for him before their marriage. "Third Master, do you possess a measuring tape?" Su Qinghao inquired unexpectedly. Shen Zhixiu, puzzled, asked, "What do you need a measuring tape for?" She smiled and replied, "You have assisted me so much. I must repay you in some way. I intend to take your measurements to create 2 outfits for you. I have heard that women often make clothing before their wedding, even when discussing marriage." She spoke with an openness that belied any youthful shyness. As she spoke, she approached his writing desk, found a blank sheet of rice paper, and prepared a brush. Shen Zhixiu's lips twitched as if he wished to say something, but ultimately swallowed his words. Shortly thereafter, Wenju brought in the measuring tape. Su Qinghao received it and began to take Shen Zhixiu's measurements, enlisting Wenju to record the details. Wenju interjected, "Miss Su, there is no need for such trouble. Third Master's measurements are all ready." Shen Zhixiu shot a cold glance at Wenju, causing him to promptly shut his mouth. Engrossed in her task, Su Qinghao did not catch Wenju's words and turned to ask, "What did you say? What about Third Master's measurements?" Wenju cleared his throat and replied, "What I meant to say is that Third Master often travels, so the garments should fit him well. Miss Su, please measure carefully." After saying this, he scrutinized Shen Zhixiu's expression and breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qinghao remained oblivious to the subtle tension between the master and servant. As she wrapped the measuring tape around Shen Zhixiu's waist, her palm grazed his firm waist, and the distance between her elegant profile and his chest was scarcely an inch. Shen Zhixiu raised both arms, his entire being frozen in place. After measuring his waist, Su Qinghao proceeded to measure his inseam and shoe size. When she finally stood up, She noticed that Shun Jishio's arms were still raised. She quickly said, "All right, Third Master, you may lower your arms now." Only then did he realize the measurements were complete. He composed himself and lowered his arms, lightly clearing his throat as he said, "Thank you for your efforts." Wenju recognized that Shun Jishio was masking his embarrassment and stifled a laugh from the side. Su Qinghao carefully tucked the paper away and took her leave from the Shun residence. Once outside, she sought out Lin Wuqing and recounted the entire sequence of events. Lin Wuqing, after listening, remained in a daze for a long while before solemnly assuring Su Qinghao that he would investigate the matter thoroughly. In his gaze, she even discerned a glimmer of murderous intent. By the time she returned to the Marquis's residence, it was already dusk. After dinner, Su Qinghao instructed Pearl to fetch the fabrics, saying, "I need to select some." Having spoken her intentions aloud, she felt compelled to hasten the creation of the garments. Pearl, unsure of what had transpired, returned from her errand willing to assist with the sewing. Nevertheless, she went to the inner room and brought out the fabrics that had been set aside. At the top of the stack, there was an envelope. Su Qinghao glanced at it and asked, "What is that?" Zhenju replied, "That refers to the measurements of the Shun family members. The gifts for their meeting should be crafted according to those dimensions." Seeing Su Qinghao's expression suddenly change, she added, "For the third master and the old matriarch, you shall prepare them personally. As for the others, we can handle the sewing ourselves." Su Qinghao fixed her gaze on the envelope and inquired, "Are Shun third master's measurements included as well?" Zhenju smiled and responded, "My lady, while we may forego the measurements of others, we cannot overlook his. Without his dimensions, how can you create garments for him? Surely, you wouldn't consider measuring him personally? That would be utterly inappropriate." Su Qinghao recalled the moment earlier in Shun Jishio's study when she had pressed against his chest and wrapped her arms around his waist, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Surely, Shun Jishio would not think she had done so with ulterior motives, merely to embrace him. Chapter 83. A unique encounter in the capital with a clear conscience. She genuinely did not know that the Shun family had provided the measurements. Zhenju cast a doubtful glance at Su Qinghao, noticing how flushed her face appeared. Was she cold? Su Qinghao gently patted her cheeks and replied, "I'm not cold. Let's select the fabrics." The two of them chose a piece of sky blue fabric adorned with crane patterns, along with a bamboo green hang silk, intending to craft a simple, everyday robe. They also selected a piece of crescent white fine cloth for sewing socks. For several days, Su Qinghao busied herself with needlework at Bishi Pavilion, occasionally visiting the Lin family. Before long, it was the 10th day of the second month, Su Yuanqing's birthday. Early in the morning, the matriarch prepared a fine jade pendant as a birthday gift for him and instructed the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous feast for the celebration that evening. Though Su Yuanqing's current status was somewhat awkward, the matriarch regarded him as her own bloodline. Observing from the sidelines, Su Qinghao thought to herself that when the matriarch learned the truth, she might become exceedingly distressed. After all, no one wishes to see their son adorned with a green hat, especially not someone from their esteemed family. Would the matriarch regret nearly bestowing their vast family estate upon another? As she exited Songha Hall, Su Qinghao pondered why Gu Riyun and Zhou Buren had yet to meet. Had Gu Ruoyun sensed something amiss? Perhaps the heavens had heard her thoughts. Shortly after noon, Fei Zui entered, speaking in hushed tones. "Miss, the third master has sent word that Madame Yun and Zhou Buren have gone to the residence in the eastern part of the city." Su Yinyu, seated by the window, working on her sewing, immediately dropped her garment and rose. "Really? Where's father now?" Fei Zui replied. "The Marquis has been in his study since returning from court." "Very well," Su Qinghao said. "Fei Zui, Maneo, come with me. We shall personally invite father to watch a play." She then instructed Jinju to prepare the carriage and have Erxi wait outside the study with the horses. Exiting Bishi Pavilion, Su Qinghao hastened towards the study in the outer courtyard. It had been over 3 months since her rebirth, and she finally reached this day. Throughout these months, she had never felt as exhilarated as she did now. Knocking on the door to Su Qinghao's study, Su Qinghao boldly announced, "Father, come with me to a place." Su Qinghao, engrossed in his writing, looked up with a furrowed brow. "Where are we going? What scheme are you up to this time?" Suddenly losing her patience, Su Qinghao could hardly wait to witness how Gu Riyun would weave her green hat and she was eager to see Su Qinghau's reaction upon discovering the truth. She exchanged a knowing glance with Feitsue and Maneo, instructing, "Please assist the Marquis into the carriage." Before Su Qinghao could react, Feitsue swiftly struck him at the nape of the neck. He slumped over the writing desk, and the two women quickly supported him, lifting him into the carriage with deft movements that went unnoticed. Thus, Su Qinghao successfully led Su Qinghao out of the Marquis's residence. She had numerous methods to achieve this, yet she deliberately chose the most forceful approach. In the residence of Zhou Buren in the eastern part of the city, Shen Jixio's men had already dealt with the servants inside. Given the nature of the situation, Shen Jixio could not make an appearance himself. Instead, he sent Wen Zhu to handle matters discreetly. After Su Qinghao and her companions arrived, they were led to a resting chamber adjacent to the bedroom. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sound of heavy breathing emanating from within. The master and servants moved quietly, and Su Qinghao gestured for jadeite to cover Su Qinghao's mouth before awakening him. As Su Qinghao opened his eyes and attempted to speak, he found his mouth firmly obstructed, rendering him voiceless. He gazed at Su Qinghao in terror, fearing that this daughter intended to commit patricide. Su Qinghao placed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence, and pointed towards the interior. At that moment, a crack opened in the door between the resting chamber and the bedroom, revealing two figures intertwined within the bed curtains from Su Qinghao's vantage point. He longed to reproach Su Qinghao for eavesdropping alongside her father, yet words failed him. Instead, he could only glare at her with a seething rage, wishing he could hurl daggers from his eyes to pierce her. Just as Su Qinghao cast a furious look at Su Qinghao, a voice emerged from the bedroom. "Today is our son's birthday. What gift will you, as his father, present him?" Gu Riyun's soft, delicate voice filled the air, diverting Su Qinghao's attention from Su Qinghao to the interior of the room. Then Zhou Buren's voice followed, stating, "My modest estate will belong to him in due time." Gu Riyun scoffed, retorting, "You have other sons. Can you not bestow everything upon Yuan She?" Zhou Buren coaxed, "My wealth is derived from you. How could I give it to anyone else? Your scheme against the Duke of Pingning was truly brilliant. Not only did we extract half of the Cheng family's fortune, but he also raised our son for so many years without recompense." Gu Riyun's tone dripped with both softness and disdain as she responded, "He is nothing but a waste. Had he possessed any ability, our son would have long been the heir apparent. Relying on him is futile. I must devise an alternative plan." Zhou Buren inquired eagerly what plan. Gu Riyun smiled, saying, "The eldest branch has only 2 sons, one of whom is deceased. Does he have any other options? I must adopt a firmer stance. If he does not appoint my son as the heir, I shall expose him as a co-conspirator in the Cheng family's embezzlement of disaster relief funds." Zhou Buren laughed heartily, remarking, "If he were to discover that all the evidence was deliberately left by you, I wonder what his reaction would be. In the entire capital, one could hardly find such a shameless wretch." Su Qinghao cast a cold glance at Su Qinghao, who appeared with reddened eyes and throbbing veins upon his forehead. Inside the room, Gu Riyun continued, "A shameless wretch? All these years, I have humbly served him, which has only benefited him. Were it not for the title of the Marquis and the dowry from the Lin family, would I suffer in silence with the children? They, however, seem to believe I'm easy to bully." Unable to contain his fury any longer, Su Qinghao broke free from the grasp of jadeite and agate. Kicking open the bedroom door, he strode forward, pulling aside the bed curtains with determination. On the bed lay Gu Riyun, sprawled across Zhou Buren, her fair and smooth back exposed. A cascade of dark hair fell gracefully, framing her delicate profile. Su Qinghao felt an urge to curse, only to realize there was something in his mouth. He reached up to remove the rag and stepped forward, forcefully pulling Gu Riyun towards him. "You wretched woman, how dare you betray me?" Gu Riyun, taken aback by the sudden confrontation, turned pale, her voice trembling as she stammered, "Hoe, what brings you here?" Chapter 84. Still a romantic in this moment, Su Qinghao was devoid of reason, forcibly dragging Gu Riyun to the ground before lunging at Zhou Buren with a punch. The altercation persisted for a full quarter of an hour, a flurry of blows and kicks, until Su Qinghao, exhausted, finally ceased his onslaught. The 2 bruised individuals scrambled on the floor, hastily donning their garments. Su Qinghao, sensing that the commotion had subsided, stepped inside. "Father, today is Yuan Che's birthday. Should we not return to the residence early?" Her mention of Su Yuansa was akin to a sharp dagger piercing Su Qinghao's heart. Enraged, he crouched down, gripping Guru Yun's neck. "Is Su Yuansa not my son? You vile woman, how could you deceive me for so many years? Cheng Rujin is not my flesh and blood either, is she? You and your daughter are truly masters of deceit, with hearts as cold as ice." Guru Yun coughed violently, prying Su Qinghao's hand from her throat. "My lord, Rujin is indeed your daughter." Su Qinghao's countenance darkened, his voice icy. "Do you expect me to believe such nonsense? A wanton like you, who flits from man to man, surely does not even know whose child it is." A wave of profound terror surged within Guru Yun. She had never witnessed such a countenance on Su Qinghao. She was convinced that, in the next instant, he could snuff out her life. The dread of death enveloped her heart, and her gaze narrowed as she suddenly spoke. "You cannot treat me this way. Are you not afraid I might reveal the events of that year? If the emperor were to discover your complicity in the Cheng family affair, would he show you mercy?" Previously, whenever Guru Yun broached the subject of their past in Fujian, Su Qinghao's temper would invariably temper. She had always believed that this matter held sway over him, allowing her to flourish within the Su household. Yet, contrary to her expectations, upon hearing her threat, Su Qinghao's eyes glinted with a more intense coldness, and his hand, which had relented, once again tightened around her neck. "You dare threaten me? Do you think I've been under your thumb all these years? Had it not been for our youthful bond, I would have long since ended you to resolve that matter. Guru Yun, your heart truly is as venomous as a serpent's, and you still contemplate threatening me at this juncture." The pressure of his grip intensified, causing Guru Yun to struggle for breath, her face reddening from the strain. Meanwhile, Zhou Buren crawled toward the door, desperate to escape. Su Qinghao, leaning against the doorframe, observed the farcical scene with a cold gaze. She was astonished to discover that her oblivious father was, after all, a romantic at heart. She had previously been perplexed. If Guru Yun held such leverage over him, why did he not eliminate her? It seemed it was due to his unwillingness to part ways. By the time Su Qinghao noticed Zhou Buren had reached her feet, he was already at her ankles. She cast him a disdainful glance and quietly instructed Fei Zui, "Go outside and have Wenju find 2 individuals to remove this man. Just tell them I still have use for him. Do not kill him, and it is best to find an excuse to confine him." Fei Zui promptly turned to seek assistance, and shortly thereafter, 2 servants entered silently, escorting Zhou Buren out without a word. As Su Qinghao recalled Zhou Buren, Guru Yun had already succumbed to unconsciousness under his grip. Noticing Zhou Buren's absence, Su Qinghao rose to inquire of Su Qinghao about the scoundrel. Su Qinghao coldly replied, "He has fled. We cannot capture him." "How could he escape? Do your 2 maidservants not possess martial skills? Why did they fail to stop him?" Su Qinghao said, his displeasure evident. Su Qinghao frowned slightly. "Father, are you implying that I should assist you in catching the adulterer while also keeping an eye on him?" A breath of frustration welled within Su Qinghao, with nowhere to vent his indignation. The thought of Zhou Buren knowing many of his secrets ignited a flicker of murderous intent in his gaze. However, with the man already gone, he was left to devise alternate plans. He glanced down at Guru Yun, bent to lift her, and proceeded toward the exit. The individuals previously stationed by Wenju in the courtyard had concealed themselves in the shadows, unbeknownst to Su Qinghao that this was orchestrated by Shen Jixio. Or perhaps he was too preoccupied to ponder how Su Qinghao had come by this knowledge or who had aided her. His sole focus was on how to deal with Guru Yun and how to recapture Zhou Buren. The Su family's carriage awaited in the courtyard, and Su Qinghao hoisted Guru Yun into the vehicle, while Su Qinghao naturally refrained from joining them. She instructed the driver, Erxi, to return to the manor without concern for her. As soon as the Su family's carriage departed, Wenju approached with another carriage. "Miss Su, please board. I shall send you home," she said respectfully, her eyes cast downwards. "Rest assured, I will handle Zhou Buren as per your instructions." Before boarding the carriage, Su Qinghao politely addressed Wenju, "I appreciate your assistance today. Please extend my thanks to Third Master upon your return." Wenju hurriedly replied, "Miss Su, you are too kind. This is merely my duty. What a jest it would be, for how could I dare accept gratitude for matters concerning Third Master? She feared that should Third Master hear such words, he might impose a punishment upon her. Once inside the seemingly ordinary green-draped carriage, Su Qinghao discovered an unexpected luxury. The interior was lined with thick, soft fur cushions, and several large brocade pillows adorned the walls of the carriage. Two sizable luminous pearls illuminated the vehicle's ceiling, and they soon noticed a box of delicacies beside them. Fei Sui opened it and exclaimed, "Miss, these are all your favorites." The servants under Third Master truly attend to details well. It was unclear when it had begun, but the maidservants had taken to referring to Shen Jishio without the title of Shen, as though addressing their own master, with an intimacy far greater than before. Su Qinghao glanced at the exquisite box of treats and chuckled. How could he possibly know my preferences? It must be mere coincidence. Yet, agate teased, "Miss, have you not heard the saying? A person of intent requires no instruction. If Third Master wishes to know your favorites, he could easily inquire." Fei Sui stifled a laugh, evidently in agreement with Agate's jest. Su Qinghao cast a playful glare at the two maidservants, saying, "You both have surely indulged too much in those romantic tales. In this world, how can there be so many enduring affections? It is merely a matter of weighing choices and benefits." Two carriages entered the Su residence, one following the other, halting at the secondary gate. Fei Sui generously rewarded the coachman from the Shen family and kindly sent him on his way. Su Qinghao had already pulled Gu Ruiyun down, intending to head towards the inner courtyard. At that moment, Gu Ruiyun had also regained consciousness, her hair disheveled. No longer resembling her former dignified self, she attempted to break free from Su Qinghao's grasp, struggling for quite some time without success, and from a distance, it appeared as though the two were engaged in a scuffle. Su Qinghao, having seen enough of their antics, contemplated retreating to rest. Before she could turn to leave, another carriage draped in azure entered the outer courtyard. The vehicle came to a stop beside Su Qinghao, and Cheng Rujin, adorned in resplendent garments, alighted, accompanied by an unfamiliar young maid. "Greetings, elder cousin. I have returned to celebrate Yuanche's birthday." Cheng Rujin, having recently regained the favor of Shen Zhao, appeared more radiant than before, now that she was no longer burdened by motherhood. The figures of Su Qinghao and her companions conveniently obscured Cheng Rujin's view, preventing her from noticing Gu Ruiyun and Su Qinghao. Upon hearing Cheng Rujin mention Su Yuanche's birthday, Su Qinghao perked up, swiftly turning to announce, "Father, your beloved daughter has returned to celebrate your son's birthday. How shall we commemorate this occasion? Should I prepare a gift?" Chapter 85. Who do you call a bastard? As Su Qinghao and the others stepped aside, Cheng Rujin caught sight of two individuals grappling in the distance. She hurried over, exclaiming, "What is happening? How could father resort to violence? Is there nothing that can be discussed civilly?" Cheng Rujin, aware of her own lineage, had previously referred to Su Qinghao as father in private. Yet in the presence of others, she called him uncle. Following Gu Ruiyun's elevation to the status of a legitimate wife, Cheng Rujin's address had unequivocally shifted to father. Upon hearing Su Qinghao and Cheng Rujin's remarks, Su Qinghao instinctively loosened his grip on Gu Ruiyun's collar. He turned to Cheng Rujin, his eyes brimming with palpable disdain. "Get lost. You have no right to speak." Cheng Rujin stood frozen, taken aback, for it was the first time her father had treated her with such contempt. The look in his eyes was akin to that directed at refuse. "Father, how can you speak to me like this? And mother, what wrong has she committed?" Cheng Rujin stepped forward, attempting to assist Gu Ruiyun, only to be shoved aside by Su Qinghao. "Get out of my sight. If you set foot in the Su household again, I shall break your legs." With that, he dragged Gu Ruiyun toward Shaohua Hall, ignoring Cheng Rujin's cries from behind. Once Su Qinghao had departed, Su Qinghao approached Cheng Rujin and said softly, "Cousin, do you wish to know what transpired? I can play the role of the benevolent one and enlighten you." Cheng Rujin furrowed her brow and glared at Su Qinghao. "What trickery are you up to now? I warn you, do not touch my mother or my brother, or I will not let this matter rest." Unable to contain her laughter, Su Qinghao retorted, "Not let it rest? In the Su family, I am the legitimate daughter, while you are merely the illegitimate offspring of a concubine. In the Shen family, you are a concubine brought through the side gate. whereas I am the properly wed third wife. How do you intend to pursue this? Cheng Rujin raised her hand to strike Su Qinghao, cursing. Who do you call a bastard? How dare you say that to me? Fei Cui stepped forward, gripping Cheng Rujin's wrist and tossing her aside, coldly stating, if you strike again. Miss, I shall not hold back. With a smirk, Su Qinghao said, do not be hasty, cousin. There's a reason I call you a bastard. Oh, by the way, you are still unaware of your mother-esque situation, aren't you? Cheng Rujin bit her lip, glaring at Su Qinghao. She was oblivious to what Su Qinghao was about to divulge, yet she felt compelled to listen. She needed to understand what had befallen her mother and why such drastic changes had occurred. Su Qinghao's eyes sparkled with a thrill of revenge, her heart brimming with satisfaction. With a slight parting of her lips, her tone laced with delight, she continued, today, father visited a residence in the east of the city, owned by Zhou Buren of the Zhou Trading Company. Upon entering, guess what he discovered? Seeing Su Qinghao's expression of malicious glee, Cheng Rujin gritted her teeth. Stop with the suspense. Are you going to tell me or not? Su Qinghao shrugged. Was my dear cousin once quite patient? Why the sudden temper? She referred to their past lives, where Cheng Rujin had taken 3 years to bear Shen Zhao's child before eliminating her. Today, however, she lacked even the patience to hear a story. If you want to speak, I shall take my leave. Words were spoken, yet feet remained motionless. Su Qinghao let out a cold laugh before remarking, when father entered, Madame Yun was sitting atop Boss Zhou, utterly unclothed. One would hardly expect her to possess such a melodious voice at over 30. Moreover, her waist is supple, and her back fair and dewy. In truth, Su Qinghao had not witnessed the scene. By the time she entered, both individuals were clothed. However, she relished in the notion of nauseating Cheng Rujin, weaving her fantasies into words. A vividly colorful tableau materialized in Cheng Rujin's mind. Cheng Rujin glared at Su Qinghao, exclaiming, you speak nonsense. My mother would never engage in such behavior. The smile at the corners of Su Qinghao's mouth widened uncontrollably. Is that too much for you to bear? Allow me to unveil another secret. Your brother, Su Yuancheng, is also the offspring of your mother and that boss Zhou. Father is already aware of this. Can you guess how he will treat a brother? And what of you? You truly are of the Su lineage, yet alas, father has lost faith. In his eyes, you are nothing more than a bastard, born from your mother's indiscretions with a rogue. Surprising, isn't it? With each word from Su Qinghao's lips, Cheng Rujin's complexion darkened further. Her hands clenched into fists, sharp fingertips embedding into her palms. A jolt of pain surged through her arm, pulling her back to a semblance of sanity. You're lying. None of this is true, Cheng Rujin screamed in desperation. Though she spoke such denials, her heart involuntarily began to accept Su Qinghao's claims. Cheng Rujin felt as if the sky had collapsed upon her, although she had not been acknowledged by the Su family over the years. Su Qinghao had treated her kindly in private. She had always believed that the Pingning Marquisate was her sanctuary, and that this father was her pillar of support. Thus, even as she became a concubine to the Shen family, she remained unafraid, convinced that one day she would secure a bright future for herself and her mother. Yet the events of today struck her like a thunderclap. Through Su Qinghao's words and the scene she had just witnessed, the reality became unmistakably clear. Observing Cheng Rujin's despair, Su Qinghao recalled a past life where she had flaunted her children before her. 3 months into her rebirth, that scene grew increasingly vivid in her mind. She approached Cheng Rujin, leaning in to whisper, "Fear not, cousin. I shall notify you when it is time to collect the remains." Cheng Rujin snapped back to reality. Turning to Su Qinghao, is it because I shared a bed with brother Shen Zhao that you treat me this way? Is he truly so significant to you? You would forsake our cousinly bond for a man? Su Qinghao found amusement in her words, marveling at the audacity of such a twisted narrative. It was evident that Cheng Rujin lacked even a fraction of her mother's shrewdness. Her thoughts were plainly etched upon her face. It was said that upon marrying into the governor's residence of Fujin, Gu Viyun, as the young mistress, had secured the authority over the household within a year, earning the admiration of even her father-in-law, Governor Cheng Shuwen. With both intention and inadvertence, the Su and Cheng families have been ensnared by her cunning over the years. A mocking smile graced Su Qinghao's lips as she remarked, It is indeed not due to any man that I act thus. While you hold Shen Zhao in high regard, I find him utterly repulsive. Her actions towards you stem from my profound understanding of your true nature. You and your mother have long coveted my marriage and the associated benefits of the Ho residence. Did you think your schemes were well concealed? Cheng Rujin shook her head in disbelief, retreating step by step, murmuring, "Impossible, this cannot be." She recalled every word her mother had imparted to her, revealing not a hint of their intentions. How could it seem as though Su Qinghao had unraveled all of this overnight? Su Qinghao cast a frigid glance at Cheng Rujin and casually instructed her companion, "Jade, remove her from here, but ensure she remains alive." Cheng Rujin must meet her demise, yet not in a manner that would benefit the Su family. Moreover, to perish at this juncture would only serve to grant her an undeserved advantage. She intended for Cheng Rujin to witness the fates of her mother and brother and to understand that as long as she remained within the Shen household, there would be no respite for Cheng Rujin. Thus, Cheng Rujin was unceremoniously expelled by Jade and Agate, kicked and pushed. Su Qinghao then turned to proceed toward the inner courtyard, and before she could reach the Baishui pavilion, a maid named Ji Chun, serving the old matriarch, approached with a report. "Miss, the banquet at Songhe Hall for the fourth young master's birthday has been prepared, and the old matriarch is awaiting your presence." Having received many favors from Su Qinghao, Ji Chun kindly offered a word of caution. "Miss, do be wary in your words. You have not presented a birthday gift to the fourth young master today, and returning so late for the banquet may incite the old matriarch's ire." Chapter 86. Reuniting you with your biological father, Su Qinghao paused momentarily, surprised that her grandmother was waiting to celebrate Su Yuanchu's birthday. Had news from the outer court not reached Songhe Hall yet? She gently shook her head. Her grandmother was aging, and her control over the inner court had diminished significantly. Ordinarily, when her father and Madame Gu argued, the servants should have reported to the matriarch immediately. Su Qinghao signaled to Jadeite to present a reward. Jadeite produced a silver ingot and playfully said to Ji Chun, "This is for you to enjoy some refreshments from our young lady." The household servants all knew that the eldest daughter was generous. Ji Chun happily accepted the gift and expressed her gratitude to Su Qinghao. Then Su Qinghao inquired, "Have father and Madame Yun arrived?" Ji Chun shook her head in response. "Not yet. The matriarch has already sent someone to summon them. Currently, Aunt Shui, Aunt Lien, the eldest young master, the third young lady, and the fourth young lady are all in Songhe Hall." As Ji Chun spoke, she glanced at Jadeite and noticed her hands were empty. She added, "Only the eldest young lady has yet to present her gift." Upon hearing this, Su Qinghao suddenly smiled. "I have indeed brought a gift. Let us go to present it to grandmother." In her previous life, Cheng Rujin had become pregnant and given birth at the Marquis's residence, where the Su family had also taken action against her. She did not believe these matters were without the influence of her relatives. While she would not commit the heinous act of filicide if they were to die from anger, she could not be held accountable. Soon, Su Qinghao arrived at Songhe Hall. The household had few masters present. Currently, only Su Qing, Madame Gu, and Lady Lin were absent. Lady Lin had yet to recover fully from her confinement and would not be attending. The individuals sent to fetch Su Qingye and Madame Gu had not yet returned. The matriarch was already upset that these individuals had arrived late, and upon Su Qingyu's entrance, her ire was naturally directed at her. "Why have you arrived so late? The entire family is waiting for you. You really don't care about your younger brother's 5th birthday? Have you not prepared a gift?" The matriarch slammed her teacup down on the rosewood table, her sharp gaze fixed on Su Qingyu. Even though Su Qingyu had a favorable marriage prospect, in the matriarch's eyes, it could not compare to that of her grandson. This mentality was deeply ingrained in the aristocratic families. It was not merely about a good marriage, but rather about strategizing for the family. Countless daughters had been reduced to mere tools for paving the way for their brothers. Seeing the matriarch's anger, Su Qingyu did not exhibit fear or hastily apologize, nor did she attempt to placate her with sweet words. Instead, she smiled lightly and said, "Grandmother, please do not be angry. How can I not prepare a gift for my brother? On such an important occasion, ordinary gifts would not suffice. I have prepared something grand for Yuanchu." Su Yuanchu was adorned in a satin jacket embroidered with the 5 blessings, wearing a necklace set with a gold lock in the shape of a rui. When silent, He resembled a fortune doll from a New Year's painting. However, the household was well aware that this young master was spoiled by the matriarch and was a little tyrant in his own right. Even at the tender age of 5, he was not deterred from teasing the cats and dogs or scolding the servants. In the past, Su Qinghao had little interaction with this younger brother, and after her rebirth, she had hardly acknowledged him. It seems Su Yuanshu was aware that this sister was not to be trifled with, for he never provoked her. However, today marks his birthday, and the wet nurse beside him proclaimed it as his grandest day. Observing the multitude of gifts presented to him, he noticed that only the older sister had not offered one, prompting his grandmother to scold her, which stirred a hint of mischief in his mind. Su Yuanshu approached Su Qinghao, gazing up at her with innocent curiosity. "Where's my gift? Why haven't you brought it out yet?" The tone he employed was not dissimilar to that used when reprimanding a servant. A wave of disdain surged within Su Qinghao, yet she forced a smile, replying, "Of course. Dear sister has a gift for you. I have found your biological father." Her words left everyone in the Soma Hall's banquet room agape, save for Su Yuanshu, who looked at her in bewilderment. He asked, "My biological father? Is he coming to celebrate my birthday? Has he prepared gifts for me?" At the tender age of 5, he was yet to comprehend the meaning of a biological father. Having received numerous gifts that day, he instinctively linked this revelation to the concept of presence. Su Qinghao cleared her throat softly and responded, "That, dear sister, remains unknown. It depends on what your adoptive father thinks." Their serious conversation was laced with an air of trepidation. The old matron, regaining her composure, scolded Su Qinghao. "What nonsense are you speaking? What do you mean by biological father and adoptive father?" Su Qinghao smirked. "Does grandmother truly not know? Today, father himself caught Lady Yun with a man in bed. That man claimed to be Yuanshu's biological father. I was fortunate to intercept the edict. Had the crown prince's decree been issued, we would have been a laughingstock of the entire capital. The ancestors of the Su family would surely rise in indignation from their ancestral hall." At her words, the old matron's expression shifted, and she steadied herself against the ornate mahogany table, swaying slightly before regaining her poise. "Is that true? How come I was unaware of this?" No sooner had she uttered the question than a maid rushed in, exclaiming, "Old madam, you must hurry. The Marquis is about to kill Lady Yun." The maid hesitated. The words caught in her throat. The old matron, furious, demanded, "What did the Marquis say? Speak plainly." The maid, trembling, stammered the Marquis. "He said to tie up the 4th young master. He intends to kill him as well." As soon as the words left her lips, the old matron was already on her feet, striding towards the exit. The others, witnessing this, could only follow in her wake towards Xiaohua Hall. Su Yuanshu's wet nurse anxiously clutched him, trailing closely beside the old matron. At that moment, the one most delighted was Aunt Shui. Previously, she had worried that Su Qinghao would insist on designating Su Yuanshu as the heir. Now that Su Yuanshu was not of the Su bloodline, the title of heir apparent rightfully belonged to her son. Su Qinghao lingered at the back of the crowd, intent on witnessing whether Su Qinghao could carry out his intentions, pondering if she might need to lend an additional blow. Just as they reached the entrance of Xiaohua Hall, a woman's anguished screams echoed from within the courtyard. Even the usually composed Su Qinghao shuddered involuntarily at the sound of that cry. A servant pushed open the gates of the Xiaohua Hall courtyard, and even before stepping inside, a pungent scent of blood wafted out. The elderly matriarch, the first to enter, paled slightly, and the wet nurse holding Su Yuanshu glanced at her before retreating. Following closely behind, concubine Shui, upon witnessing the scene within the courtyard, doubled over and retched violently. Only Su Qinghao remained unfazed, her gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Guruyun, who was being brutally whipped by Su Qinghao. The acrid smell of blood lingered in the air, and for the first time, she found it oddly intoxicating. At this moment, Guruyun was scarcely recognizable, her body drenched in blood, her original form utterly obscured. In Su Qingyao's hand was a barbed whip. The servants of the Xiaohua Hall knelt in silence, while a few timid maidservants huddled together in fear. The matriarch furrowed her brow and stepped forward, her voice grave as she inquired, "What on earth has transpired to warrant such cruelty? Is there perhaps some misunderstanding?" Even now, she could not bring herself to believe Su Qingyao's words. She refused to accept that Guru Yun could be such a person. Chapter 87. Am I to don mourning attire for her? At that moment, Su Qinghao bore no resemblance to his usual charming and refined self. Instead, he appeared akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Upon recognizing the speaker as the elderly matriarch, Su Qinghao tempered the coldness of his expression and replied, "Mother, I witnessed her in bed with another man. For years, she has plotted against me and the Su family. If I do not eliminate her today, my heart shall remain burdened with hatred." He enunciated each word with deliberate intensity before raising his hand to strike again. Noticing that Guru Yun had fallen silent, he commanded a servant nearby to douse her with water, spicy pepper water to be precise. A basin of crimson liquid was splashed directly upon Gurun, eliciting a piercing wail that reverberated through the hall, transforming Shaohua Hall into a chamber of torment. With Su Qinghao's response in hand, the matriarch ceased her attempts at persuasion. No man would willingly wear the green hat of infidelity, and from Su Qinghao's words, it was evident that deeper matters lay beneath the surface. Given the circumstances, the matriarch, fingering her prayer beads, turned and exited Shaohua Hall. Observing this, the others began to depart in succession. The wet nurse cradling Su Yuancheng was at a loss, ultimately deciding to retreat with the child to the rear for rest. Su Qingyu was the last to leave before departing. She cast a lingering glance at the figure hanging in the courtyard, reminiscent of a blood gourd. On her way back, Su Qingyu felt as though a heavy stone had been lifted from her chest, and she found herself considerably more at ease. That evening, when Jinju returned from the kitchen with dishes, she remarked while setting the table, "While fetching the food, I encountered Sume from Furong Garden. It turns out that Aunt Shui has procured silver and ordered a grand feast from the kitchen. Is it someone's birthday at Furong Garden today?" Having just washed her hands, Su Qingyu smiled as she sat at the table, with Amber applying rose-scented lotion to her hands. The delicate fragrance uplifted her spirits, and she replied, "Aunt Shui must be celebrating my brother's ascension to the title of heir to the marquisate, with such great wealth soon at hand. Indulging in fine cuisine is nothing remarkable." Jinju snorted in indignation, exclaiming, "Heaven truly has no eyes. If only our husband had fathered a legitimate son." Emerald quickly interjected, "Such words cannot be spoken in front of the mistress." After a moment of contemplation, she continued, "Surely, our young lady has a plan. The position of heir must be reserved for our true eldest son. We cannot allow the marquisate's title to slip away after bringing him back." Su Qingyu settled at the table, first